Young master, the people from the Lu family have arrived. Wu Haoyu put down the psionic energy detection report in his hand. Butler Old Chen stood at the door of the training room, holding a neatly ironed dark blue suit. The corner of the training room was piled with over a dozen scrapped psionic energy storage devices, each screen displaying the same result: energy depleted. Failed again? Old Chen asked in a low voice. Wu Haoyu wiped his sweat-soaked hair. It feels like being swallowed by something. As he put on his suit, a faint purple mark flashed under his collarbone, disappearing in an instant. At the entrance of the reception hall, two spirit transformation realm guards stood tall like pine trees. Wu Haoyu pushed the door open and entered, just in time to see Lu Nanqing nervously adjusting his tie, while Lu Xiying, dressed in a water blue Dior haute couture gown, was holding hands tightly with a male student from Longhu Academy. Wu, my virtuous nephew. Lu Nanqing hurriedly stood up, almost knocking over the teacup. Wu Haoyu sat back in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the tightly clenched hands, his tone calm. Uncle Lu, who is this? Wang Yizhu stepped forward, the Yuanwu realm badge on his Dragon Tiger Academy uniform gleaming brightly, a direct disciple of mentor Zhang Shanhe. He deliberately revealed the limited edition spiritual energy watch on his wrist and said with a smile, the mentor asked me to extend his greetings to the Wu family on his behalf. Lu Xiying chuckled lightly. Senior brother, you're too polite. Then she turned to Wu Haoyu, her eyes full of pity. Haoyu, little brother, I heard your spiritual energy test failed again last week? It's really worrisome. Old Chen's hand trembled slightly as he served the tea. Third master is here. The side door opened, and Wu Xuanzong stepped in wearing a custom Brioni suit, with two rare thunder crystal stones embedded in his cufflinks. He sat down gracefully, as if he had just concluded an international meeting. Master Lu, Wu Xuanzong nodded with a smile. I heard your daughter is excelling at Dragon Tiger Academy? Lu Nanqing instinctively straightened his back. Thanks to Master Zhang for accepting her as a personal disciple. Second Master Lu, are you here for something today? Feel free to speak directly, Wu Xuanzong said with a smile. Lu Nanqing secretly observed Wu Xuanzong's expression and nervously said, Master Zhang believes that if two individuals with A-level talents were to unite, it would increase the likelihood of producing an outstanding next generation. When third uncle earned his merits at the 7th defense line, Zhang Shanhe was still doing odd jobs at the academy. What right does he have to teach the Wu family how to act? Wu Haoyu suddenly interjected. Wang Yizhu's face changed drastically. You, enough! Lu Nanqing reprimanded in a low voice, forcing himself to sit down. Third Master Wu, Master Zhang personally came to apologize. Wu Xuanzong leisurely adjusted his cuffs. The engagement was arranged by the two family patriarchs, but Wu Haoyu can't even retain spiritual energy. Lu Xiying suddenly stood up, the water spirit beads on her wrist gingling. Senior brother was just nominated yesterday. Xiying, Lu Nanqing sternly interrupted, his pupils contracting sharply, his gaze locking onto the high-frequency flashing thunder crystal stone on Wu Xuanzong's cufflinks. At this moment, Wang Yizhu stepped forward and took out a letter from the storage ring. Before he could speak, the mentor said there are some words that need to be conveyed to the head of the Wu family. Before the words were finished, the envelope suddenly ignited, with blue flames faintly flickering with lightning. Wu Xuanzong slowly removed his glasses, his tone steady. Young one, do you know why the Wu family is called the Sacred Pillar? The air in the reception hall instantly froze. Wang Yizhu fell to the floor with a loud bang, and Lu Xiying screamed as she tried to help, only to be thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Transcendent realm? Lu Nanqing was shocked to discover that this was completely different from the rumors outside. Do you think the Wu family has no one left? Wu Xuanzong's voice rumbled like thunder, full of oppressive force. Second Master Lu, go back and ask your father properly who approved the Lu family to enter the core business district back then. At this moment, the door to the reception hall was suddenly pushed open. The sound of high heels striking the marble floor was crisp and forceful, sharp like a blade. Following the sound, the person who entered was none other than Wu Lingjing, the authority in charge of all the Wu family's business dealings on Blue Star. The fourth young lady of the Wu family strode in with 6 assistants, each carrying a heavy file box. Today, she wore a sleek black professional outfit with a cinched waist design that perfectly outlined her stunning curves. Her chestnut-colored hair, reaching her waist, was tied into a neat high ponytail, with the tip swaying gently as she walked. The most eye-catching detail was the pair of thunder crystal earrings on her earlobes, glinting with a dangerous light under the illumination. As a mid-stage spiritual ability user in the Sky Realm, Wu Lingjing was surrounded by a faint yet palpable aura of pressure. When her amber phoenix eyes swept over the crowd, the weaker Lu Xiying couldn't help but shiver. Even among the younger generation of the Wu family, Wu Lingjing was famously decisive and efficient. Her business acumen was formidable, and she managed the family enterprises with impeccable order. At this moment, her red lips were slightly pursed, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Apologies for being late. She slammed a stack of documents heavily onto the coffee table. I just pulled up all the Lu family's accounts from recent years. Lu Nanqing's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Wu Lingjing opened the topmost folder. Let's start with something simple. Over the past 5 years, the Lu family has obtained 37 business business projects through the Wu family's channels, with a total profit of approximately 2.47 billion lingjing. She pulled out a list. This includes the East District renovation project that was supposed to be undertaken by the Zhao family. This project alone brought the Lu family a net profit of 580 million. Lu Xiyin's eyes widened. Dad, this isn't. Shut up. Lu Nanxing trembled all over. Wu Lingjing opened the second folder. Secret Realm Quotas. The Wu family provided the Lu family with exploration rights to 7 Level 3 secret realms and 4 Level 5 secret realms, equivalent to approximately 1.53 billion based on black market prices. She coldly raised her eyes. 3 of them were specifically reserved by the old man for Haoyu's foundation building. Wu Haoyu's fingers tightened slightly. The most interesting part is this. Wu Lingjing's assistant handed over a tablet. The northern suburb plot that the Lu group bid for last year had a winning price 12% lower than the second place because she swiped the screen. They used special construction materials provided by the Wu family, calculated at cost price. The back of Lu Nanqing's suit was already completely soaked. Since your Lu family insists on clinging to Zhang Shanhe's coattails, Lu Xiying no longer has the chance to become my Wu family's daughter-in-law. Wu Lingjing closed the folder. I'll give you 2 options. First, return all the resources with interest within 24 hours. Second, she looked out the window, her voice icy. Wait for the summons from the Imperial Capital Commercial Arbitration Committee, then prepare for bankruptcy. Take your time to think it through. Wang Yizhu suddenly struggled to get up. How dare you? The mentor would never. Wu Lingjing signaled with a glance, and the guards immediately pressed him back to the ground. She walked up to Lu Xiying and looked down at the girl who had fallen to the ground. Do you know why I came here personally? She took the final document from her assistant's hand. Because of the necklace you're wearing, made from the crystal core of a 9-star exotic beast. She yanked it forcefully, and the chain snapped. This was the Wu family's acknowledgement of your status, but now it seems you are no longer worthy. Beads scattered all over the ground. Lu Xiying's face was pale, her makeup disheveled. Throw them out. Wu Lingjing turned and ordered. As the guards dragged the 3 out, Lu Nanqing suddenly broke down and shouted, Master Wu, we admit our mistake. The engagement remains. Xiying, hurry. Wu Lingjing turned to look at the secretary behind him. Notify all partners to immediately terminate all dealings with the Lu family. She turned her head to look at Wu Haoyu. Satisfied? Wu Haoyu gazed out the window at the 3 people being taken away and said in a deep voice, Fourth sister, you missed one thing. The 3 guaranteed spots at Longhu Academy. He said softly, those were also given by the Wu family. Wu Lingjing raised an eyebrow and immediately dialed a number. Principal Li? About the 3 special admission spots for the next batch. Lu Nanqing's final wail gradually faded away, disappearing at the end of the courtyard. Wu Xuanzong put his glasses back on. Haoyu, did you just say you want to awaken early? Wu Haoyu loosened his collar, and the purple pattern beneath his collarbone slowly spread. It's getting hungrier. In Wu Xuanzong's study, the air was so heavy it seemed as if water could be wrung from it. Wu Haoyu unbuttoned the 3rd button of his shirt, revealing the purple patterns spreading below his collarbone. Those patterns seemed to have a life of their own, pulsating faintly, expanding half a millimeter outward with each breath. This morning, I absorbed 5 spirit-gathering pills and 7 energy storage devices. Wu Haoyu's voice was unusually calm. It was like throwing things into a bottomless pit, with no reaction at all. But starting this morning, this purple extreme spirit lock seal began to expand. It looks like it could crack open at any moment. Wu Lingjing's tactical tablet fell with a clack onto the Persian carpet, its screen displaying real-time data on the freezing of the Lu family's assets. She stared at the eerie patterns on her brother's neck, and with her S-class talent for annihilation divine thunder, she keenly sensed those patterns were devouring her mental detection abilities. Chaotic devourer. Wu Xuanzong's gold-rimmed glasses reflected a cold gleam. He pressed the hidden compartment button under his desk. Old Chen, contact Madam immediately and activate the sacred martial emergency channel. Butler Old Chen had just taken out the communication jade talisman when the ground of the entire Wu residence suddenly trembled slightly. In the courtyard, 7-century-old lightning-struck trees began to sway without wind, and the ancient lightning patterns on their bark lit up one by one. Self-defense mechanism? Wu Lingjing quickly walked to the window. Did my younger brother's energy fluctuations activate the ancestral home's formation? Wu Xuanzong had already unbuttoned his suit jacket, revealing the silver-gray thunder-patterned battle armor underneath. Lingjing, go prepare the dual-polar stabilization array. Haoyu, we're heading to the mirror hall now. As they passed through the corridor, every step Wu Haoyu took left shard marks on the carpet. Old Chen jogged to catch up. Third master. Madam said she's breaking through the spatial restriction and will arrive in 4 minutes. There's no time. Wu Xuanzong suddenly grabbed Wu Haoyu's arm, as the air behind the young man twisted and distorted. Lingjing, bring the Thunderlight Mirror and the Soul Calming Jade. In the Lu family council hall, Old Master Lu's dragon-headed cane struck the marble floor fiercely, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Lu Nansheng knelt on the shattered porcelain shards, not daring to move, as fresh blood trickled slowly down his forehead along the bridge of his nose. Fool, do you know know how much of our liquid assets the Wu family froze this morning? The old man brought up a holographic projection, the scarlet numbers glaringly bright. Not only were the funds frozen, but even the 3 special admission slots granted to our Lu family annually by the Longhu Ability Academy have been revoked. Second brother, is this the fine daughter you raised? The eldest of the Lu family crossed his legs, sneering sarcastically. A broken engagement that cost the entire Lu family everything? Lu Shixing toyed with his teacup, his tone dripping with mockery. If you ask me, C's taste is truly unique. With a marriage alliance to a top-tier family right in front of her, she just had to mess around with some academy boy. Lu Xiying curled up in her mother's arms, sobbing, her once meticulously groomed hair now disheveled like straw. In the corner, Wang Yizhu was shackled with specially made ability restraining cuffs, her Longhu Academy uniform covered in trampling footprints. At that moment, Lu Dongxing hurried in, his expression anxious. Father, we just received notice that all companies doing business with our Lu family have terminated their partnerships. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Lu family understood clearly this was the end for the Lu family. Father, Master Zheng agreed to. Lu Nanqing's words were cut off as a teapot was hurled fiercely into his chest. Zheng Shanha? The old master Lu pulled up a news hologram. Look, the Ministry of Education just revoked his mentor qualification. Do you know who reported him? It was Lu Linglong from the Imperial capital's Shing Wu University, and the National Ability User Management Bureau has reassigned him to the 5th Outer War Zone. Still counting on him? The old man let out a cold laugh, the mockery unclear whether it was directed at Zheng Shanha or at himself. Mother Lu suddenly screamed and pointed out the window. The entire sky was somehow shrouded in purple clouds, and the lightning moving within the clouds faintly formed the shape of a dragon. Thunderclouds taking shape. Old Master Lu suddenly stood up from his grand chair. Someone is awakening an S-level or higher talent. The direction is the Wu family. Could it be? Lu Xiying suddenly broke free from her mother's embrace. Impossible. Impossible. He's just a useless. Smack. Old Master Lu slapped her to the ground with a backhand. Go change into formal attire immediately. Dongsheng, go to the treasure vault and retrieve the 9 Heavens Thunder Cauldron. Go apologize now, and hope it's not too late. At this moment, the strong individuals across the Imperial capital raised their heads. The Zhao family patriarch set down his teacup and looked toward the Wu family's direction. This fluctuation, at least an S-level talent awakening. In the Li family estate, the current family head suddenly stood up. Quick, prepare gifts immediately. We'll visit the Wu family tomorrow. A purple-gold dragon-shaped thunderbolt soared into the sky, shaking all the strong individuals in the Imperial capital. The military minister, who was in the middle of a council meeting, suddenly interrupted his speech. This aura. The Wu family has produced another true dragon. Several vice deans of St. Martial University simultaneously looked toward the principal's office, Dean Lu personally stepping in to protect. Could it be? Inside the Wu family's mirror hall, 36 thunder-patterned bronze mirrors buzzed in unison. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged at the central array eye, his upper body bare, with purple patterns spreading to his chest, forming a fierce thunder beast design. Where is Linglong now? Wu Xuanzong formed seals with his hands, 7 and 8 thunder talismans revolving around his nephew, yet constantly being devoured by the purple patterns. Breaking through the final spatial blockade, Wu Lingjing held the thunderlight mirror, her hands trembling slightly. Third uncle, the mirror shows that inside my younger brother's body there is. The array platform suddenly shook violently. Wu Xuanzong let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The backlash has injured my spiritual veins. Old Chen hurriedly brought over the jade box. Third master, it was left by the Holy King. Give it to Haoyu. Before Wu Xuanzong's words had even finished, the Millennium Thunder Essence in the jade box was drawn by an invisible force and instantly devoured by the Thunder Beast pattern on Wu Haoyu's chest. Just as the mirror hall was about to collapse, a sword light like a silver moon split open the dome. Within the sword light, Lu Linglong, dressed in the uniform of Sacred Martial University, descended through the air, the dean's emblem on her chest shining brilliantly. Third aunt, Wu Lingjing exclaimed in shock. How is the situation? Lu Linglong asked anxiously. The devouring power within my younger brother's body is becoming increasingly unstable, Wu Lingjing reported, her brows tightly furrowed under the perception of the S-class annihilation divine thunder. Lu Linglong flicked out 9 silver needles, precisely piercing the major acupoints around Wu Haoyu's body. Daring to mess around with the chaotic devouring body? She glared at her husband. Do you think the Transcendent realm is indestructible? Wu Xuanzong wiped away the bloodstains and said softly, my lady, form the 3-phase thunder seal. Lu Linglong threw out 3 silver talismans and whispered, Lingjing, hold the mirror and illuminate his spiritual platform. When the light of the thunder mirror shone on Wu Haoyu's forehead, the young man suddenly let out an inhuman low growl. The thunder beast pattern on his chest abruptly lit up, projecting a deep purple thunder vortex in the air. As soon as the vortex formed, it began to frantically devour the surrounding abilities. Upon closer inspection, black energy started to seep out from within the thunder vortex. Devouring talent? Lu Linglong's voice suddenly rose sharply, Shen sect. Your Wu family's ancestors. The vortex suddenly expanded violently. Amidst the overwhelming thunderlight, a purple-gold dragon-shaped thunderbolt shot skyward, leaving black cracks in space wherever it passed. Chaos thunder to exorcise evil. Wu Xuanzong trembled with excitement. SSS-level. Even higher than the old master's Dutian divine thunder. As soon as the words fell, the vortex suddenly reversed, changing from purple-gold to black, and began to frantically devour the SSS-level thunderbolt. Lu Linglong formed a seal with her hands and calmly shouted, Lingjing, soul-calming jade. Wu Lingjing had just lunged toward the ancient jade on the formation platform but was repelled by an invisible force field. The thunderlight mirror fell to the ground, and the image reflected on its surface made Lu Linglong's pupils contract sharply. Within Wu Haoyu's dantian, a black vortex was coiled, frantically devouring his own SSS-level talent. Seal the spirit. Lu Linglong swiftly tore off her earring, and 9 silver beads transformed into a cage, enveloping Wu Haoyu. Shen sect, bloodline resonance. When he saw the anomaly above the Wu family estate, Elder Lu had already crushed the armrest of his Grand Master's chair in his tight grip. The remnants of the surrounding observation instruments emitted green smoke, and all electronic devices in the hall instantly went dead. Thunder tearing through the skies, the old man's lips trembled. At least SS level. Lu Nanqing suddenly grabbed his daughter's collar and shouted sternly, now, immediately, go kneel in front of the Wu family gate. Dad, you want me to kneel to that loser? Loser? Old Master Lu let out a piercing laugh. Do you know what that phenomenon just now signifies? The last SS-level talent in the Wu family was his great-grandfather. In the corner, Wang Yizhu suddenly convulsed violently. The last communication left by Zhang Shanha on his watch displayed, if things cannot be done, take care of yourself. Meanwhile, in the senior meeting room of Longhu Academy, the principal was signing a document. Immediately terminate all cooperation with the Lu family. Submit an apology letter to Shing Wu University. Inside the Wu family's mirror hall, Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes. His left eye flickered with purple-gold lightning, while the depths of his right pupil swirled with endless darkness. In front of him, the 3 members of Wu Xuanzong were exhausted but uninjured. Little brother. Wu Lingjing handed over the thunder mirror. At the center of the mirror, an ancient inscription shocked everyone. Chaos as the foundation, devouring all laws, vanquishing evil and demons, reigning supreme in the universe. Wu Haoyu gently touched his 4th sister's wrist, instantly replenishing the spiritual energy she had consumed. The reverse application of devouring. The young man's voice carried a dual echo, transformation, feedback. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the courtyard. Old Shin hurried in. The entire Lu family is kneeling outside the main gate. Old Master Lu has offered the 9 heavens thunder cauldron. Wu Lingjing sneered coldly, now they know fear. Let them keep kneeling. Outside the Wu family gate, Lu Xiyin was forced to kowtow, while Wang Yizhu curled up like a dead dog. This top student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, who once dreamed of soaring to success and winning the beauty, never imagined his life would end here and now. The morning sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows into the Lu family's council hall, but it could not dispel the gloom weighing on everyone's hearts. Old Master Lu sat upright in the main seat, his withered fingers tightly gripping the dragon-headed cane, his knuckles pale. The hall was deathly silent, with only the piercing tick-tock of the antique clock breaking the stillness. As of 8 a.m. this morning, 17 business partners have terminated their contracts. Lu Dongsheng, the eldest of the Lu family, slammed a stack of documents heavily onto the pearwood table, scattering papers everywhere. The Chamber of Commerce Alliance has issued a final ultimatum, demanding that we repay all debts within 72 hours, or they will initiate asset liquidation procedures. The banks have also frozen all our accounts. Lu Shixing, the 3rd son of the Lu family, added with a cold sneer, his gaze as sharp as a blade directed at Lu Nanqing's family huddled in the corner. The Dragon Tiger Academy not only cancelled the Lu family's annual 3 slots but also stripped the clan members already in the academy of their premium resources. Second brother, this is all thanks to your daughter. Lu Xiyin curled up in her mother's arms, her once exquisite makeup now streaked with tears, and her crumpled light blue dress clung to her body. Her father, Lu Nansheng, kept his head lowered, cold sweat dripping onto the expensive carpet, yet he dared not raise his hand to wipe it away. Enough! Old Master Lu suddenly roared, his dragon-headed cane striking the ground heavily, causing a fine crack to spread rapidly. What use is there in saying all this now? The urgent matter is to find a way to remedy the situation. After a suffocating silence, Lu Shixing's eyes shifted, and a calculating smile appeared on his face. Father, I have an idea. Hasn't the 3rd young master of the Wang family, Wang Tianhao, always been interested in seeing the Wang family? Old Master Lu's cloudy eyes narrowed slightly. Although they can't compare to a super family like the Wu family, they are still a first-rate family, Lu Shixing quickly explained, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together. Moreover, the 3rd young master of the Wang family possesses the S-level talent, Blazing Skyflame. If we can form a marriage alliance, it might help us overcome our current difficulties and even gain access to some of the Wang family's resources. No, I won't. Lu Xiyin suddenly screamed as she jumped up. up, her voice hoarse and heart-wrenching. That playboy, who in the entire Imperial capital doesn't know about him? I'd rather never marry in my life than marry him. Slap! A resounding slap mercilessly interrupted her words. Master Lu withdrew his trembling hand and shouted sternly, "You have no right to be so picky here. Do you think the Lu family is still what it used to be? If it weren't for your reckless behavior, how would the Lu family have fallen to this point? You are now a burden to the family. Only by bringing benefits to the family do you have any meaning to live." Lu Xiying clutched her reddened, swollen cheek, her vision blurred by tears. Instinctively, she looked toward the corner where Wang Yizhu, disheveled and huddled, sat trembling. The man who had once vowed to protect her now hung his head, shivering, not even daring to glance at her. "Young Master Wang may be a bit of a philanderer," Lu Xixing's wife said with feigned concern, "but at least he is exceptionally talented and comes from a prominent family. Xiying, you must think this through. Now that the Lu family has lost the Wu family as a powerful ally, who else can we rely on? Do you expect the entire Lu family to depend on that pretty boy you brought back? The master only crippled his meridians and spared his life. That's already merciful enough. Don't anger the master any further." Lu Xiying looked around in despair, only to see faces full of indifference and calculation. At this moment, she finally realized how foolish her past willfulness had been. The boy she once despised as a waste had now become a true dragon soaring in the heavens, while she could only be reduced to a plaything for idle science. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Wu family, four figures sat around a crystal table emitting a faint blue glow. The test data for the Chaos Demon Slaying Divine Thunder and the Devouring talent are all here. Lu Linglong inserted a crystal chip into a groove on the table, and countless holographic images instantly unfolded in the air. These two SSS-level talents can actually coexist perfectly, completely overturning all known theories. Wu Xuanzong carefully examined the floating data streams, his brows sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing. The purity of the Chaos Demon Slaying Divine Thunder has reached 99.8%, even purer than the old master's Dutian Divine Thunder. And this devouring talent. His finger traced a set of constantly fluctuating numbers. It can actually absorb and convert all types of spiritual energy, even mental fluctuations are no exception. This is simply unbelievable. That's amazing. Wu Lingjing excitedly circled the crystal stone table, uncontrollable violet-colored phantom annihilation divine thunder bursting from her fingertips. "Little brother, you've really soared to the top this time. Second brother always brags about his talent, but now we can finally put him in his place. Just thinking about his face when he gets humiliated makes me so happy." "Lingjing," Wu Xuanzong suddenly interrupted sternly, his voice carrying rare severity. "This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Apart from the four of us, absolutely no one else can know that Hao Yu possesses dual talents. Do you understand?" "Why?" Wu Lingjing pouted. "Wouldn't it be great for those blind fools to know how amazing little brother is? Let everyone see the hidden strength of the Wu family and make those who once mocked him eat their words." Lu Linglong gently shook her head, the natural authority of the St. Martial Academy's dean emanating from her. An SSS-level talent is already a rarity seen once in a century, and dual SSS-level talent is completely unheard of. If the news leaks, it won't just attract the attention of various factions, but could also lead to assassination attempts by forces from beyond this domain. Remember, Blue Star is far from being a monolithic entity, not to mention the heretics lurking in the shadows. She turned to Wu Haoyu, her tone softening, especially since you have not yet fully mastered these two powers. You absolutely cannot let the outside world know. Otherwise, countless people will covet your life, understand? Wu Haoyu listened quietly, a faint trace of purple lightning flashing in his left eye, while a dark vortex slowly rotated deep within his right pupil. He nodded lightly. "I understand, third aunt." Wu Xuanzong stood up and adjusted his collar. "I will go report this good news to the ancestor right away." He patted Wu Haoyu's shoulder, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Rest well today. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin special training. The Thunder Elemental Crystal Core left by the old master is perfect for your current state." After Wu Xuanzong left, Lu Linglong took out a silver badge from her storage ring and pushed it in front of Wu Haoyu. "This is the special admission badge for Shing Wu University. Starting next week, you will officially be a student of Shing Wu." "Special admission?" Wu Haoyu stared in surprise at the badge in his hand, his fingertips gently stroking the intricate lightning patterns on it. "On the surface, it's because of your lightning talent," Lu Linglong said meaningfully. "In reality, only Shing Wu University is qualified to guide you in mastering these two powers. Sheng Wu's Wansheng Pavilion holds many ancient texts on special talents, which will be of great help to you. More importantly, there is a teacher at Shing Wu University who is most suited to instruct you." Wu Lingjing suddenly leaned over, blinking her eyes as she asked, "Third aunt, won't this expose little brother?" "Exposure is inevitable, but it can't be complete." Lu Linglong rarely smiled. "As long as we get the right resources, there's nothing to worry about." As the sun set in the west, the Lu family's clan meeting finally came to an end. "It's decided then," the old master of the Lu family announced wearily. "In 3 days, the Wang family will send someone to deliver the betrothal gifts. Cien, prepare yourself well. This time, there must be no mistakes. Lu Cien stood blankly by the window, the gilded invitation in her hand feeling unbearably heavy, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Outside, the Wang family's servants were stacking betrothal gifts in the hall. To her, those ornate brocade boxes looked like coffins. In the distance, the glazed rooftops of the Wu family glimmered in the sunset's afterglow. A single tear silently slid down her cheek. She understood that she had forever lost the chance to step into that world. At this moment, in the Wu family's training ground, Wu Haoyu was striving to control the surging power within him. A streak of purple-gold lightning shot into the sky, carving a dazzling trajectory in the twilight. This radiance illuminated half of the Imperial capital and ignited the hearts of countless onlookers. Nightfall enveloped the Wu family estate, and Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged alone in the center of the cultivation chamber. His hands were raised slightly, with purple-gold chaotic demon-slaying lightning dancing in the palm of his left hand, while a miniature black hole-like energy vortex hovered in the palm of his right. So this is the power of an SSS-level talent, he thought in awe. The lightning in his left hand suddenly surged, transforming into a 3-foot-long thunder dragon that swam through the air. The mere residual force caused a specially designed dynamometer to emit a piercing alarm. The readings directly exceeded the limits of the Kaiyuan realm. Truly domineering. Wu Haoyu murmured softly, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. With a single thought, the thunder dragon instantly split into 9 streams, weaving a web of destruction within the room. This was the Wu family's secret technique, the 9 Heavens Thunder Prison, a move that originally required at least the soul-gathering realm to perform, yet he wielded it effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he shifted his attention to his right hand. The devouring vortex rotated slowly, extracting the free spiritual energy in the training room at a visibly rapid pace. Even more astonishing was that when he brought the vortex close to the ally dagger on the table, the steel blade melted away like snow, transforming into pure energy and being absorbed, devouring all things. Wu Haoyu's pupils contracted slightly. The terror of this talent far exceeded imagination. It could not only absorb energy attacks but also decompose and convert physical matter. He attempted to channel the absorbed energy into his meridians, instantly feeling a surge in spiritual power. It's practically a cheat code for cultivation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At this rate, he might break through to the Yuanwu realm in less than a month. Meanwhile, in the top-secret conference room on the 30th underground floor of the Dragon Nation's Supreme Council building, 7 holographic projections were engaged in a heated debate. An SS-level lightning talent. The Wu family is defying the heavens. Military Representative Yuan Padian slammed the table, the stars on his epaulette gleaming with his movement. We must immediately include him in the Dragon Soar plan for focused training. Calm down. Mo Qianxiu, the director of the Ability Management Bureau, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. According to monitoring data, the actual fluctuations have already reached SSS-level energy waves. The Wu family voluntarily downgraded the report, clearly intending to protect that child. The chief of parliament, Elder Zhou, pondered for a moment. Xiao Mo is right. The foreign battlefield has been unusually active recently. If the alien races find out that we have someone with an SS level or higher talent, it could spell big trouble. A little trouble is nothing, just a bunch of clowns. The previously silent representative of the Martial Alliance, Xiao Qianshan, suddenly spoke. But we can't let our guard down. After all, the phenomenon that day wasn't just about the awakening of a lightning-type talent. This old man was nearby at the time. It was clearly 2 SSS-level talent awakenings, yet only one was reported. The Wu family has always been cautious in their actions. Chief Elder Zhou. The meeting room instantly fell silent. Mo Qianxiu blared fiercely at Elder Zhou, but Elder Zhou calmly stroked his beard. Everyone present has signed a soul contract, so there's no harm in speaking. The other talent feels somewhat like devouring, and I dare to assert that it is also an SSS-level talent. This is truly unheard of. Xiao Qianshan, the head of the Civil Martial Arts Alliance, gasped urgently. That's why we must keep it strictly confidential, Mo Qianxiu concluded decisively. The official explanation to the public is an SS-level lightning talent. Everything has been arranged on the side of Shing Wu University, with Principal Lu Linglong personally overseeing it. As long as this little one grows up, humanity's chance for a full counterattack will be just around the corner. At the same time, classify his information as the highest level secret of the Dragon Nation. Anyone attempting to probe must undergo a soul inspection. We absolutely cannot let those heretics and foreign spies exploit any opportunity, Elder Zhou said gravely. Then should we secretly send someone to protect him, or arrange some people at Shing Wu University just in case, asked Xiao Qianshan, the representative of the Martial Alliance. That's not necessary. With the Wu family backing provoking him, who else would dare to provoke trouble? Old Saint King Wu keeps a close eye on this grandson, Elder Zhou said with a smile. It's better to maintain good relations with those noble families and avoid causing any trouble, said Imo Qianxiu, the director of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, solemnly. There's no need for any coordination. Those destined to become strong must go through trials and tribulations. Don't spoil this, child. None of you should interfere with his growth. I believe even the old Saint King shares this view, Elder Zhou warned the group. The next morning, the intelligence networks of all the major families in the Imperial capital were operating at full capacity. In the Wang family residence, the head of the family, Wang Zhinshan, stared intently at the confidential report in his hand, his expression shifting unpredictably. The Wu family boy actually awakened an SS-level talent? This is... He turned to look at his carefree son. Tianhao, hurry up and finalize the marriage with the Lu family. Take advantage of them before they completely collapse and extract as many benefits as possible. If that young master of the Wu family becomes infatuated with Lu Xiying, it could spell trouble. Wang Tianhao toyed with the fireball in his hand, revealing a lecherous smile. Don't worry, father, that Lu Xiying won't escape. I heard she has a younger sister who's also quite good-looking. Why not marry them both? The head of the Wang family, Wang Zhinshan, said sternly, focus on your cultivation and stop thinking about those things. After all, the future of the Wang family depends on you. The Ability Management Bureau has already set its sights on you, and now the Wu family has appeared out of nowhere. It's indeed a bit troublesome. So what if that loser awakened an SS talent? He's had a weak constitution since childhood. A loser will always be a loser. Dad, don't worry. I'll make sure the Wang family catches up to and even surpasses the Wu family, Wang Tianhao said nonchalantly. At the same time, the Zhao family patriarch sternly reprimanded the gathered disciples. All of you, remember this. From today onward, avoid the Wu family at all costs, especially that Wu Haoyu. Patriarch, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Even if the Wu family awakened an SS talent, and you're a life and death brother of the Wu family patriarch, it shouldn't come to this. Zhao Jiangwo, the current head of the Zhao family, quickly asked. Exactly. No matter how much you like the wife of the Wu family's old ancestor, you can't be so biased toward her great-grandson. Zhao Jiansheng, the second son of the Zhao family, said with a puzzled expression. Ah, a dignified Saint King realm expert, one of the 8 sacred pillars of the Dragon Nation. How did I end up with a bunch of fools like you? You're driving your old ancestor mad. The Zhao family's old ancestor roared angrily. Why is that? Could there be some unspeakable scandal? Zhao Jianye, the third son of the Zhao family, asked with a confused look. Scandal? Old ancestor, quickly tell us, what kind of scandal is it? Zhao Jianan, the fourth son of the Zhao family, chimed in. Scandal? I feel like killing you stupid pigs right now to save my lifelong reputation from being ruined. The Zhao family patriarch roared in anger, his face full of despair. What are you yelling for? You're about to head off to the outer regions again. Can you calm down and talk to the kids properly? At this moment, an elderly woman walked over and scolded him. Yes, madam is absolutely right. The Zhao family patriarch quickly put on a smile to respond. The Zhao family patriarch had an excellent relationship with the Wu family patriarch. In their youth, the two were even called the twin dragons of the Dragon Nation, and their wives had been classmates and close friends for many years. Therefore, the Zhao family and the Wu family have a close relationship. In the Li family's conference hall, the current family head said sternly, investigate. Find out everything about this SS talent. Big brother, the ancestor has sent word not to investigate anything about Wu Haoyu, and also said. Li Tang, the second eldest of the Li family, hesitated to speak. What else did the ancestor say? The current head of the Li family, Li Yu, turned his head and asked. The ancestor also instructed us to prepare generous gifts to congratulate them. The second elder of the Li family replied. Alright, then you go prepare. Later, we will go to the Wu family together to offer our congratulations. Inside the Lu family ancestral hall, old Master Lu stared intently at the latest intelligence he had just received, his hands trembling uncontrollably. At his feet, Lu Xiying knelt with a pale face, bloodstains still visible on her forehead from kowtowing. It's too late, everything is too late. The old man sat down weakly. SS level, that's even stronger than old Saint King Wu. Father, Lu Nanqing suddenly rushed forward. We can let Xiying go and apologize with humility. Maybe. Shut up. The old man struck him down with his staff. Do you think Wu Haoyu would even spare a glance at that girl now? He closed his eyes in pain. Prepared generous gifts. I will personally go to the Wu family to apologize. He knew in his heart that the Lu family no longer had any chance of turning things around. In the office of the Dean of the Tactical Academy at Shing Wu University, Lu Linglong was carefully reviewing the special admission documents. A holographic projection in front of her displayed Wu Haoyu's complete profile. Dean, all the department heads and the chief dean have been notified, the secretary reported respectfully. As per your instructions, the full set of special admission procedures has been prepared. Lu Linglong nodded. Alright, I understand. She gazed out the window in the direction of the Wu family and murmured softly, Kid, don't let me down. In the 7th 7th defense zone of the battlefield beyond the domain, a bronze palace suspended in the void suddenly shook violently. The guards looked toward the main hall in panic, only to see thunderclouds erupting from within, stirring the supernatural energies in the air for hundreds of miles into a chaotic frenzy. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The thunderous laughter shook the palace, causing tiles to fall from the roof. Inside the main hall, a silver-haired elder nearly 2 meters tall danced with joy. The thunder dragon coiled around him, wreaking havoc on the furnishings. Beside him, a beautiful woman shook her head helplessly, lightly tapping her jade staff to summon a gentle water curtain that absorbed all the rampaging lightning. Old man, do you really have to be this excited? The beautiful woman spoke with mock disdain, though her eyes were filled with amusement. Your grin is about to reach the back of your head. Of course, how could it not be? The Wu family's great-grandfather picked up his elderly wife and spun her around 3 times. My little great-grandson has awakened an SSS-level talent. Double SSS, even stronger than I was back in the day. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. No, I must return to Blue Star immediately to bring that boy here. Ancestor, I will personally train him. Calm down. The great-grandmother struck him on the head with her staff, producing a metallic clang. Can the battlefield outside the domain do without you? That old devil Hast has been acting restless again lately. Hearing that name, the great-grandfather's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. You're right. Such a joyous occasion shouldn't be enjoyed by me alone. Before he could finish his sentence, he transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared into the horizon. The great-grandmother gazed in the direction her husband had left, sighing helplessly. Hast, oh Hast, why is recovering from an injury so difficult for you? She calculated with her fingers. This time, you'll be bedridden for at least 5 years. Let's mourn for him. Wu Haoyu's communicator suddenly vibrated violently. As he connected the video, his parents' holographic images were immediately projected into the room. Son, Wu Jinyue's voice was high-pitched and excited, his usually stern face now full of smiles, his mouth involuntarily twitching. Good, so good. His mother, Lin Xingyue, was in tears, her slender fingers gently stroking her son's face through the holographic image. Mother always knew you could do it. Wu Haoyu's nose tingled slightly. More than anyone, he understood that over the years, his parents had fought on the battlefield beyond the borders not only to protect their home and country but also to gather resources so he could awaken as soon as possible. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, the rare resources they sent back every month never stopped. Dad, Mom, no need to say anything. Wu Jinyue gestured with a wave of his hand, his eyes glistening with proud tears. This is how a son of the Wu family should be. However, he suddenly lowered his voice, be extremely cautious about the devouring talent. Do not display it in front of outsiders until you have fully mastered it. Your father is right, Lin Xingyue added, wiping her tears. Over the years, we've seen how much the family has cherished you, but you must remember, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Wu Haoyu nodded solemnly. As the video was about to end, the father mysteriously said, by the way, your great-grandfather just took down Hast's old lair. That old demon is now. The screen abruptly cut off, clearly disrupted again by interference from the battlefield beyond. Wu Haoyu shook his head with a wry smile, but a warm feeling surged in his heart. The Wu family banquet hall was brightly lit, and the usually stern elders now had flushed cheeks, drinking merrily. Third uncle Wu Xuanzong was pulling fourth sister Wu Lingjing into a comical dance, completely disregarding his image, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Come, little Haoyu. Second grandaunt handed over a bulging red envelope. This is the private savings I've accumulated over 50 years, all for you as pocket money. The grand elder pushed her aside and placed an ancient storage ring on Wu Haoyu's finger. Inside this is the treasure I obtained back in the Thunder Domain, perfectly suited for your chaos demon-slaying divine thunder. Wu Haoyu was overwhelmed by the elder's enthusiasm, with gifts piling up like a mountain, leaving his hands sore from receiving them. What surprised him the most was that even the usually stern and silent guard commander Suan secretly handed him a handwritten book. Young master, this is my family's ancestral extreme gun technique. You just don't despise it, alright? Commander Su, how can I accept this? This is your family's heirloom. Wu Haoyu quickly declined. Young master, old Su, have watched you grow up. I know my own talents are limited, and with my foundation injured, I can no longer make progress. Young master, don't underestimate this spear technique manual. Back in the day, I relied on it to fight my way back and forth on the battlefield beyond the borders. It's just that my talent was insufficient, and I couldn't bring out its full potential. I hope you can push it to its limits. Consider this my small selfish wish. Commander Su said heartily. I will not let it gather dust in my hands, Wu Haoyu said without hesitation as he accepted the spear technique manual. Not just anyone could join the Wu family's guards. Every guard was a retired veteran from the battlefield beyond the borders, having survived countless life and death struggles. They were formidable figures even in the outside world. The Wu family kept them on to ensure they could live better lives after stepping down from the battlefield. The entire Wu family was immersed in an unprecedented unprecedented atmosphere of celebration, and even the servants received generous red envelopes. Old butler Uncle Chen stood silently in a corner, wiping away tears. Years ago, it was he who personally carried the young master back from the battlefield beyond the borders. Watching him grow step by step and now finally spread his wings, he couldn't be more overwhelmed with emotion. Late at night, Wu Haoyu arrived at his third aunt's study. Lu Linglong was organizing a stack of documents. Seeing him enter, she smiled and pointed to the seat opposite her. Third aunt, I have a question. Wu Haoyu carefully chose his words. Will enrolling directly without taking the martial arts entrance exam affect the Wu family or you? Worried about legitimacy? Lu Linglong chuckled lightly. Silly child, do you know when St. Martial University last made a special admission? She held up 3 fingers. 30 years ago, they made an exception for a child with an S-level spatial talent. And you, she pointed to the test report on the desk. SSS-level, and the most powerful lightning element. This special admission is a huge win for the Imperial capital's St. Martial University. If news about you had leaked before St. Martial's special admission, the other 5 major ability universities would have already tried to recruit you, offering even more enticing conditions. St. Martial simply benefited from being close at hand. But rest assured, the treatment and rewards St. Martial offers you will certainly not be lacking. I'm not too concerned about these things. What St. Martial can offer me, I believe my family can provide as well, perhaps even better. It's just that I've never studied in any ability academy before, so I'm still a bit. Wu Haoyu said hesitantly. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Linglong said seriously, for the next 6 months, you'll enroll as a special trainee, learning basic knowledge and familiarizing yourself with your innate abilities. After the college entrance exams, you'll officially join the freshman class. She handed over a course schedule. Considering your unique situation, the school won't assign you other courses for now. Once everything is arranged, you'll be provided with a permanent mentor. By the way, at school, you can only use your lightning abilities. You must never display your devouring ability in front of outsiders, understood? I understand, third aunt. Haven't you always been teaching me cultivation? Do I still need a permanent mentor? Wu Haoyu asked, puzzled. Of course, I can guide you directly, but I'm not the most suitable person for you. Your situation is special. St. Martial University has a mentor who is the most appropriate for you, personally, appointed by your great-grandfather. However, he's currently handling special affairs in the East Sea, otherwise, he would have come to the Wu family to pick you up long ago, Lu Linglong explained. Ever since Wu Haoyu's test results were released, the professors at Shing Wu University have been in an uproar. The dean of the elemental department and the dean of the combat department slammed the table in anger and almost came to blows. 3 elders who had been in seclusion for years emerged early because of this. Even visiting professors sent by the military joined the commotion, and members of the Council of Elders came to the school to inquire, with some directly proposing to serve as visiting mentors at Shing Wu University. In the end, it was the headmaster who made the final decision to wait until the student enrolls before making any determinations. By the way, Lu Linglong suddenly remembered something. Your great-grandfather just sent a message saying he wants to give you an enrollment gift. She added with a complex expression. It is said to have been taken from Hast. Wu Haoyu's lips twitched slightly, and he silently mourned for the flame demon he had never met. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the sheer curtains. Wu Haoyu stood in front of the full-length mirror, examining his reflection with a hint of unfamiliarity. On the 7th day after awakening, his body had already undergone earth-shattering changes. The originally delicate face had become angular, with a jawline as sharp as if carved by a knife. The most noticeable change was his height. Within just a week, he had shot up from 1.8 meters to 1.9 meters, and even the cuffs of his pajamas had become significantly shorter. He unbuttoned his shirt, and the reflection in the mirror was no longer a thin frame but a body with defined lines and explosive muscles. This change is just too exaggerated. Wu Haoyu raised his hand to brush aside the strands of hair on his forehead, with faint purple arcs of electricity flickering amidst the blue-black locks. The most peculiar thing was his pupils, which shimmered with a faint golden hue as the light shifted, as if some power was awakening deep within his eyes. A sudden wave of intense hunger struck, and Wu Haoyu clutched his stomach, bending over. This was already the 3rd time this morning, even though he had just finished a breakfast meant for 5 people half an hour ago. Little brother, are you there? A crisp voice from Wu Lingjing came from outside the door. As soon as Wu Haoyu opened the door, he saw his 4th sister standing at the entrance holding a large bag of snacks, dressed in a professional suit, clearly ready to head to the company to handle some matters. Wow! Wu Lingjing's eyes widened, and the snack bag in her hand almost fell to the ground. Did you grow taller again? She couldn't help but reach out and pinch her younger brother's arm. Oh my, your muscles are so firm now. Wu Haoyu helplessly let his 4th sister have her way. 4th sister, you don't move. Wu Lingjing suddenly stood on tiptoe and cupped his face, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. These eyelashes, this nose bridge. Little brother, you're ridiculously handsome now. It's unbearable, absolutely unbearable. How can my little brother be this handsome? It's It's totally against the rules. She wiped the imaginary drool from the corner of her mouth like a fangirl. Wu Haoyu, is there any chance that fourth uncle and fourth aunt picked you up from somewhere? Maybe we're not actually related by blood, are we? Fourth sister. Wu Haoyu's head was full of black lines as he quickly changed the subject. Are these for me? He knew very well that he had to quickly change the subject, otherwise his love-struck fourth sister might blurt out something shocking again. He absolutely couldn't give her the chance to act out. In the restaurant, Wu Haoyu devoured all the food on the table like a whirlwind. Wu Lingjing sat across from him, resting her chin in her hand, her eyes filled with concern. This is already your sixth meal today, she muttered softly. If you keep eating like this, the family might go bankrupt because of you. Before the voice had faded, Wu Xuanzong strode into the dining room, followed by several guards carrying a giant metal box. These guards were quite skilled, at least at the Hualing realm level, yet they still struggled to carry the box. It was easy to imagine how heavy the metal box must be. As soon as the box hit the ground, it made a dull thud, and the faint crackling sound of electricity could be heard. Only a superfamily like the Wu family could have a dining room large enough for this. An ordinary household's entire property might not even be as big as this box. Just in time, Wu Xuanzong said casually. It was just delivered from Beast Zone number 3, a Tier 4 earth-splitting thunder lizard. As the metal box opened, a surge of violent lightning energy burst forth. Inside the box curled a massive beast with a deep purple body. Even in death, faint sparks of electricity flickered between its scales. The most striking feature was the spiral horn on its forehead, as thick as an adult's arm. To capture this big guy, the hunting team had to deploy 3 squads to corner it, Wu Xuanzong said, patting the box. But it was worth it. This is an excellent tonic. Before the words had faded, Wu Haoyu suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the thunder lizard, and his pupils instantly turned jet black. A strange suction force emanated from his body, causing the utensils in the restaurant to tremble slightly. Little brother? Wu Lingjing looked at her brother's unusual behavior in surprise. Wu Haoyu seemed not to hear her, taking step after step toward the metal box. His right hand involuntarily lifted, and a pitch-black vortex appeared in his palm. Though small, the vortex exuded a terrifying aura capable of devouring the heavens and earth. Wait, how do you Wu Xuanzong was about to stop him, but Lu Linglong quickly rushed over to block him. Don't move! Lu Linglong lowered her voice, let him try. In fact, Wu Xuanzong and Lu Linglong had discovered in the days following Wu Haoyu's awakening that his astonishing appetite was a side effect brought about by the awakening of his devouring talent. Therefore, Wu Xuanzong specifically sent people to search for suitable exotic beasts to replenish Haoyu's consumed energy. If not replenished in time, it could severely damage his foundation and even endanger his life. Wu Haoyu's palm finally pressed against the cold scales of the thunder lizard. In an instant, the pitch-black vortex suddenly expanded, engulfing the entire giant beast in a flash. A chilling sizzle sound arose, and the 6-meter-long thunder lizard withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its scales lost their luster, and its flesh and blood flowed slowly toward the center of the vortex like fine sand in an hourglass. The most shocking thing was that unicorn horn. When the thunderous power contained within it was extracted, it actually condensed into a miniature lightning storm in midair, which was then swallowed whole by the vortex. Oh my god, this is just too outrageous. Wu Lingjing covered her mouth, staring wide-eyed as the massive thunder lizard, as large as a small mountain, shrank into a thin beast hide in just 3 minutes. When the last trace of energy was absorbed, the beast hide gently floated down, turning to ash before it even touched the ground. The restaurant was deathly silent, everyone stunned speechless by this scene that defied all logic. Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, golden pupils flickering with lightning. He exhaled a satisfied breath, with faint electric sparks in his breath. The most noticeable change was on the surface of his skin, where faint purple patterns were now flowing. Unlike the devouring patterns from before, the current purple patterns resembled scales. Is this the scales of a thunder lizard? Lu Linglong keenly noticed the anomaly. Wu Haoyu nodded and raised his right hand. With a crackling sound, a purple lightning spark danced at his fingertips. Compared to the previous Chaos Demon Slaying Divine Thunder, the current Chaos Demon Slaying Divine Thunder was clearly much stronger in aura. I can feel it, not only is the energy within me abundant, but my physical strength has also greatly improved. He clenched his fist, with faint electric sparks flickering between his muscle fibers. With his current physical strength alone, he could surpass many late-stage body refinement experts. Incredible! Wu Xuanzong circled around Wu Haoyu and marveled. This has already far exceeded the scope of ordinary devouring talents. Lu Linglong's expression grew even more serious. Haoyu, this ability must never be exposed in public. She turned to Wu Lingjing and the old butler. What you saw today must be kept completely confidential. Not a word can be leaked. I understand. Wu Lingjing nodded solemnly for once. If the outside world finds out that my little brother can acquire the traits of his prey through devouring, the old butler, Uncle Chen, was already breaking out in a cold sweat. I'll emphasize this matter again with the guards. Although the guards were dismissed as soon as Wu Haoyu began devouring, someone did see the third master bring back a strange beast, and it it disappeared before the kitchen could process it. This matter must be explained clearly. Wu Haoyu lowered his head, gazing at his palm, feeling the surging power within him. The devouring brought him not only a replenishment of energy but also felt like an evolution. Yet his intuition told him that this power was by no means without a price. As the energy of the thunder lizard surged within him, he faintly sensed a violent will flooding in as well. Fortunately, the chaotic exorcism, divine thunder, helped him neutralize most of the adverse effects. A trace still lingered, but it could no longer pose a threat to him. Third ant, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Does Shing Wu University have any records about devouring-type talents?" Lu Linglong pondered for a moment. Yes, there are, but the talents of those who awakened were not high, the highest being only B-level, and they died during the advancement to the soul-gathering realm due to energy rampage. She looked at Wu Haoyu meaningfully. On the top floor of the Ancient Records Pavilion, there is an ancient book called the Gluttonous Record, which contains quite a bit of information related to devouring talents. However, no one has awakened this type of talent in the past century, so no one has studied it further. Perhaps it might be of help to you, she said softly. Night fell, and Wu Haoyu stood on the terrace, his gaze fixed on the flickering lights in the direction of the Imperial capital. Tomorrow, he would set off for Shing Wu University to begin a brand new life. Two powerful forces coexisted harmoniously within his body. The chaotic divine thunder of exorcism surged through his meridians, while the devouring force slowly rotated in his dantian. The most amazing thing is that the thunder lizard energy absorbed today is forming a subtle balance between the two. Little brother. Wu Lingjing's voice came from behind. Here you go. She handed him a delicate spatial ring. Inside are 100 tons of dried exotic beast meat, along with the supplies you'll need for cultivation at school. She winked mysteriously. I also secretly stole a bottle of century-old thunder brew from third uncle's wine cellar and brought it to you. Wu Haoyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Thank you, fourth sister. Don't be so mushy. Wu Lingjing waved her hand, but as she turned around, she quietly wiped the corner of her eye. Don't embarrass the Wu family when you get to school. And she suddenly turned back, adding fiercely, don't flirt with too many girls, otherwise, I'll be upset. Wu Haoyu looked helplessly at the retreating figure of his fourth sister, the ring in his hand slightly warm. He could clearly feel that from the moment of his awakening, his life had completely changed, and tomorrow would mark the beginning of a brand new chapter. The Wu family's private aircraft slowly descended onto the aerial platform of the Imperial capital's Sacred Martial University. Through the car window, Wu Haoyu gazed down at this renowned institution. The campus spanned nearly 10,000 acres, divided into 12 distinctively styled areas. The most striking feature was the central tower of myriad forms, which soared 1,000 meters high, its spire piercing the clouds and occasionally surrounded by swirling streams of light. How is it? Even more spectacular than you imagined, right? Lu Linglong smiled as she adjusted the dean's badge. Wu Haoyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the distant training ground where students were engaged in an intense battle. 100-meter-wide pillar of fire shot into the sky, only to be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by a wave of the hand from an ice element student on the opposing side. Such a battle would be enough to astonish any ordinary academy, but here, it was just an everyday occurrence. Not bad, he commented indifferently. It's just that the elemental concentration is a bit lower than back home. Lu Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Of course it can't compare to home. Our energy gathering array is at the Saint level, and the core crystal is even at the Saint King realm. You should be grateful. Do you know that the advanced cultivation rooms here are powered by 9th tier beast cores, and even the regular cultivation rooms use 4th tier cores? That's considered top-notch across the entire Blue Star. The enrollment process went unusually smoothly. When the academic director saw Lu Linglong personally accompanying him and then caught sight of the striking SS-level mark on the student's file, his hands trembled so much that he almost couldn't hold the electronic pen steady. Core Zone Villa A07. The director wiped his sweat and handed over the keycard. This is an area reserved exclusively for champions of past tournaments. I'll notify you once the other reward resources and special procedures are finalized. Passing through 3 psionic detection gates, Wu Haoyu arrived at his residence alone. Though called a villa, it was actually a small townhouse, with 1 building per person, not as luxurious as he had initially imagined. The main structure featured an antique design, with carved thunder patterns on the upturned eaves, clearly tailored for thunder element ability users. Not bad, I guess. Wu Haoyu pushed open the redwood door, finding the interior space even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The living room had a ceiling height of nearly 8 meters, with walls adorned by decorative paintings made from low-grade crystal cores. The floor of the training room was paved with energy-absorbing obsidian, capable of withstanding full-force strikes below the Transcendent level. What pleased him most was the open-air training ground in the backyard, with a lightning-struck wooden stake standing at its center. Just as he changed into his training attire to test the equipment, his communicator suddenly rang. Lu Linglong's holographic image was projected into the air. Head to the top-floor conference room of Administrative Building Number 1 immediately, and remember remember to wear formal attire. Dressed in the specially tailored silver-edged uniform of Saint Martial, Wu Haoyu walked along the main path of the campus, immediately drawing countless gazes. With his post-awakening height nearing 1.9 meters, sharp and handsome features, and the unintentional electric aura he exuded, he was practically a walking focal point. Is he a freshman? How did he move into the core area? Look at the edges of his uniform. He's a special recruit. Oh my god. When he looked over just now, my heart nearly stopped. Several girls blushed and whispered among themselves, with some bold ones even using their terminals to secretly take photos. Wu Haoyu frowned and quickened his pace. Since his awakening, he had never quite gotten used to such attention. Little did he know, within just 10 minutes, he had already made it to the homepage of Shing Wu University's campus network. In front of Administrative Building Number 1, Lu Linglong's secretary had been waiting for quite some time. The young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses greeted him respectfully. "Student Wu, please follow me. The deans have been waiting for you for a while." The elevator went straight to the top floor, and as soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he heard the sound of heated arguments. The secretary gave an awkward smile. "It's been like this ever since the test report was delivered yesterday." The moment the conference room door was pushed open, more than 20 sharp gazes shot toward him simultaneously. In the circular conference room, which could accommodate 100 people, over a dozen influential figures and Longwa were locked in a tense standoff. "Our tactical academy has the most comprehensive system for developing supernatural abilities." "Nonsense. A genius of this caliber should obviously come to our weapons academy. Only our weapons academy can maximize his talent." "All of you, shut up. The military urgently needs such talent to prepare for the future counteroffensive." The moment Wu Haoyu stepped in, the quarrel abruptly ceased. The eyes of over a dozen deans and elders lit up simultaneously, their gazes resembling hungry wolves eyeing a plump sheep. Ahem. The headmaster Yuan Jiangming, seated at the main seat, cleared his throat. "Student Wu, please sit." Just as Wu Haoyu was about to take a seat at the far end, the dean of the Elemental Academy dashed forward and grabbed him. "Sit over here. I have plenty of good things to show you. I really like young people like you, handsome, just like I was in my youth." As he spoke, he was about to take out his storage ring. "You old fool, have you no shame?" The Grand Elder of the Weaponry Academy slammed the table, his white beard bristling with anger. "Kid, come under my tutelage, and you can choose any saint-level martial technique you want. I'll personally guide you and guarantee you'll break through to the spirit weapon realm by the time you graduate." "Saint level? That's nothing." The elder from the Tactical Academy, who had been in seclusion for years, snorted coldly and tossed out a jade slip. "This is my self-created thunder roars across the 9 heavens technique, tailor-made for an SS-level lightning element cultivator like you." The military representative directly presented an appointment letter, Major General rank, exclusive cultivation resources, direct entry into the Dragon Fong Special Hunting Squad after graduation, and a custom-made holy-grade exclusive weapon tailored for you. This display left Wu Haoyu utterly shocked. These usually lofty bigwigs were now competing to promote themselves like vendors at a market stall. He helplessly looked toward Lu Linglong, only to see his third aunt leisurely sipping tea, showing no intention of stepping in to help. "Everyone," the principal finally couldn't hold back. "According to school regulations, special recruits have the right to choose their mentors independently." With all this arguing, how is he supposed to make a decision? School rules? Nonsense. The dean of the Alchemy Academy suddenly jumped up. "Kid, as long as you come to me, 9-turn golden pills will be like candy for you. Whatever spiritual fruits or elixirs you want, this old man will give them all to you." The dean of the Forging Academy was even more direct, pulling out an 8th-tier longsword wrapped entirely in purple lightning and slamming it heavily onto the table. "The lightning element divine weapon Awakening Thunder is yours right now. What are you two meddling for? If he goes into alchemy or forging, it would be a complete waste of his talent." The long-secluded elder of the Tactical Academy roared in fury. The meeting room descended into chaos once again. Wu Haoyu noticed that the pressure released by these big shots during their argument was actually distorting the air. If not for the special barrier in the meeting room, the mere aftermath would have been enough to shatter the entire building. Just as the argument reached a fever pitch, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded. "Everyone shut up." The conference room doors burst open with a loud bang, and an elderly man dressed in coarse linen strode in. With each step he took, ripples of lightning spread across the floor. Everyone present, including the headmaster, instantly turned pale. "Lei, Elder Lei?" The voice of the Weapons Academy's dean wavered. The old man ignored everyone else and walked straight up to Wu Haoyu. In his seemingly cloudy eyes, the vastness of a thunderous cosmos faintly shimmered. "Good boy, not bad, not bad." The old man grinned, revealing his uneven yellow teeth. "I am Lei Wanjun. Your grandfather and I were life and death friends, and I am also your master." The conference room instantly fell silent. Wu Haoyu's face was full of confusion. Old Lei glanced around the room, and everyone swept by his gaze instinctively took half a step back. "This child," he said, patting Wu Haoyu's shoulder, "I will personally teach him. You all go about your own business. This is not a negotiation, but in order. Even more bizarrely, no one present dared to refute it. Lu Linglong finally set down her teacup, revealing a victorious smile. The air in the conference room suddenly became thick, as if 1,000 tons of thunder were pressing down. The figure dressed in coarse cloth had just stepped in, and all arguments instantly ceased. Wu Haoyu's hair stood on end, and the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder within him surged uncontrollably. Lei Lao? The teacup in the Elemental Academy dean's hand shattered with a crack, and the scalding tea instantly vaporized into mist within a 3-meter radius around the elder. The headmaster abruptly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor. Junior brother? Why have you suddenly returned? The elder grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. Senior brother, isn't it for this child that I've come back? He casually waved his hand, and the psychic energy of everyone in the conference room instantly froze. This was undoubtedly an absolute display of power. Wu Haoyu stared in shock at the disheveled-looking old man. Though the man appeared carefree and unrestrained, his eyes were like a sun interwoven with lightning, distorting even the air wherever his gaze landed. What was even more terrifying was that within a 3-inch radius around him, the space seemed to exhibit an unusual collapse. This aura is even stronger than third uncle's. Could he be at the peak of the Transcendent realm? Wu Haoyu was secretly astonished, marveling in his heart, this master is truly extraordinary. Lei Wanjun, known as the Thunder Madman and a legendary figure in the sacred martial world, swaggered up to Wu Haoyu. Suddenly, he leaned in and sniffed. Chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder, quite a decent level of purity. His rough finger lightning fast touched the center of Wu Haoyu's forehead. Huh? There's more. Wu Haoyu's heart pounded wildly, fearing that the secret of his devouring talent would be exposed. The old man's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, then he revealed an even more lewd smile. Marvelous. Marvelous. The next second, this peerless powerhouse who had just dominated the entire room suddenly switched to the demeanor of a street rascal, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Little guy, I feel an instant connection with you. How about becoming my disciple?" The entire conference room instantly fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The beard of the Grand Elder of the Weapons Academy trembled with anger, yet he dared not utter a word. The military representative quietly slipped the appointment letter back into his pocket. This old lunatic. The Dean of the Alchemy Academy mouthed to the Dean of the Forging Academy, who nodded in strong agreement. Wu Haoyu instinctively looked at Lu Linglong, only to see his third aunt nod slightly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. It was indeed her arrangement. Senior. Wu Haoyu cautiously began to speak. Don't call me senior. Lei Wanjun slapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him to the ground. Call me master. Speaking, he pulled out an oil paper package from his dirty collar. Here, a meeting gift. The oil paper was opened, revealing a peculiar fruit pulsating with purple lightning. The meeting room was instantly filled with exclamations. Thunder tribulation fruit? The headmaster of the Elemental Academy's eyes nearly popped out. Hasn't this thing been extinct for 100 years? Lei Wanjun proudly shook the fruit, snatched it back in the domain of 10,000 thunders. This is the last one left. He leaned close to Wu Haoyu's ear and whispered in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, eat it, and your lightning affinity will increase by at least 30%. Seeing Wu Haoyu still hesitating, the Thunder Maniac began pulling out more items like performing a magic trick. The complete version of the Saint-level martial skill 5 Extremes Thunder Palm. The one in the ancient text's pavilion is just a fragment. A heart-protecting mirror forged from the reverse scale of an 8th-tier Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Sacred Beast Purple Lightning Swanee Cub. With each item brought out, the atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier. When the little beast, covered in purple lightning, appeared, even the headmaster couldn't help but stand up. Junior brother. The headmaster's voice trembled. This is the cub of the Academy's sacred beast. Stealing it to give away is not appropriate. Nonsense. Lei Wanjun glared fiercely. That beast was caught by me back in the day. It's cubs, this old man can give them to whoever he wants. He turned his head and winked at Wu Haoyu. How about it? Become my apprentice, and all of this will be yours. Moreover, changing his tone, he lowered his voice but deliberately made sure everyone could hear him clearly. I will only accept you as my apprentice. In the Imperial capital, if you don't like someone, just hit them. If you can't beat them, just use my name. The elder of the Tactical Academy finally couldn't hold back. Lei Madman, you're leading the youth astray. Lei Wanjun glanced sideways, and the elder immediately froze in place as if struck by lightning. What did you say? Say it again? Wu Haoyu looked at the peerless powerhouse in front of him, who seemed like a living treasure, and couldn't help but laugh. He took a step back and respectfully performed a grand salute. Disciple Wu Haoyu pays respect to master. Good. Lei Wanjun was so delighted that he danced with joy and pulled Wu Haoyu up. Come, master will take you to a great place. Wait. The headmaster hurriedly stopped them. Junior brother, the enrollment procedures. To hell with the formalities. Lei Wanjun waved his hand, and all the windows in the conference room shattered. Grabbing Wu Haoyu by the collar, he leapt out. Senior brother, handle this for me. I'll steal less of your wine in the future. Amid the howling wind, Wu Haoyu could only hear Lu Linglong's soft laughter behind him, along with with the furious roar of the headmaster, Crazy Lei. This is the 107th time. Lei Wanjun sped through the air with Wu Haoyu, finally landing on the rooftop terrace of the top floor of the Vientiane Tower. From here, one could overlook the entire Imperial capital, with clouds rolling beneath their feet in breathtaking splendor. Kid, Lei Wanjun suddenly dropped all his playful demeanor, his eyes flashing with a surge of lightning. Do you know why Saint King Wu asked me to take you as my disciple? Wu Haoyu's heart tightened, and he honestly shook his head. The elder reached out and lightly pressed on his dantian. Because I saw that thing in you. His words carried a deeper meaning as he slowly said, the chaos demon slaying divine thunder may be powerful, but that's just the surface. What's truly interesting is your devouring ability. No wonder the old holy king told me to return immediately to teach you. An overwhelmingly domineering thunder element spiritual power forcibly invaded Wu Haoyu's meridians. Before he could react, the devouring power within his body automatically counterattacked. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared at the dantian, unexpectedly beginning to devour the old man's spiritual power. Don't be nervous. Lei Wanjun grinned. 30 years ago, I saw a similar power on the battlefield beyond the domain. He looked up into the distance. It was a human expert who, due to a fortuitous encounter, gained the ability to devour. But in the end, after absorbing too much power from other races to enhance his strength, he succumbed to inner demons and had no choice but to. Wu Haoyu's heart trembled. This was the first time he had heard from someone else that others also possessed the devouring talent. Since his awakening, he had scoured countless records, but information about the devouring talent was scarce. He had already given up hope, yet unexpectedly, upon becoming a disciple, his teacher mentioned having seen such a power. But you are luckier than him. The old man suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Because you have a good master. With that, he pulled out a dirty little booklet from his crotch. The Gluttonous Demon Suppression Manual, specifically designed to counteract devouring backlash. From now on, you must practice this every morning before you eat. If you don't finish practicing, don't even think about eating. Don't underestimate this Gluttonous Demon Suppression Manual. If you don't want your soul to be eroded by those filthy things in the future, you must practice it diligently. Lei Wanjun's tone was unusually serious. This technique is something I created based on the gluttonous record in the ancient text pavilion, spending nearly 30 years of effort. It is specifically designed for those with devouring talents. While it cannot directly enhance your cultivation or combat power, it can eliminate all the negative effects brought by devouring. But remember, the stronger and more peculiar the talent, the more severe the backlash. Wu Haoyu took the booklet and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This master was truly a peculiar person. At the top floor of the Myriad Phenomena Tower, fierce winds howled. Lei Wanjun sat cross-legged on a floating piece of lightning-struck wood, his coarse linen clothes flapping wildly in the gale. Wu Haoyu forced himself to endure the discomfort brought by the high altitude, watching as his master pulled out an oil-stained gourd from his chest. Gulp! The old man took a big swig, then casually tossed the gourd to Wu Haoyu. Drink! The spicy liquid slid down the throat, instantly transforming into scorching molten thunder that exploded within the body. Wu Haoyu let out a muffled groan as fine purple lightning patterns surfaced on his skin. Not bad, you can withstand my thunder prison brood. Lei Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. Starting today, this old man will officially teach you cultivation. As for other basic knowledge, this old man won't teach you. If you want to learn, you can ask Xiao Lu to arrange it. This old man will only teach you two things: how to cultivate and how to kill. You should learn your Wu family's 10,000 thunder technique for lightning-based cultivation methods, as it is a top-tier lightning technique. The old man's cultivation method was also derived from the 10,000 thunder technique, so I won't give you another one. However, I will teach you a unique method for refining abilities. Lei Wanjun suddenly stood up, and lightning surged around him. Kid, watch closely. He formed seals with both hands, and 9 thunder dragons flew out from his body, circulating around him repeatedly. With each cycle, the thunder dragons became more solid, and after 9 cycles, they transformed into tangible purple gold chains, wrapping around the elder's body. This 9 cycles spirit refining technique was something I comprehended in my youth by combining various cultivation methods, the old man explained as the lightning dissipated. Before each breakthrough, let the spiritual energy circulate within your body 9 times. Although it will slow down your advancement, it will solidify your foundation, making you invincible among those of the same level. Remember, before stepping into the spirit transformation realm, you must use this method of mine to solidify the foundation of your abilities and refine your meridians, laying a solid groundwork for your future. I know the Wu family also has a similar method, but it is only effective during the body tempering stage. Once you enter the Yuan martial realm, it becomes useless. Wu Haoyu nodded thoughtfully. This method is similar to the family-inherited thunder body tempering technique, but it is more exquisite and can be used until the spirit transformation realm. It is by no means comparable to ordinary spirit tempering methods and is as valuable as a saint-level martial technique. As for the strength of your body, Lei Wanjun pinched his disciple's shoulder and sneered disdainfully, it's as fragile as paper. The elder took out a memory crystal from his pocket. This is the 9 Heavens Thunder Body technique and cultivation insights left by your great-grandfather. Cultivating. This 9 Heavens Thunder Body requires 9 types of heavenly treasures as support. Although the technique is the same, the heavenly treasures vary, and the resulting Thunder Body will naturally differ. The strength of this integrated technique lies in this, but it also has a drawback. Each advancement requires a heavenly treasure of a higher grade than the previous one, or the Thunder Body cannot be completed. Now, with the Thunder Tribulation Fruit as your first heavenly treasure, it is just right. Wu Haoyu took the crystal, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately gasped. This technique actually required channeling heavenly thunder into the body, combined with rare materials to reconstruct the physical body. It turned out that the purpose of those heavenly treasures was to repair the damaged body and temper the meridians. No wonder his great-grandfather could challenge opponents of higher levels. This was practically gambling with one's life. Don't make that face. Lei Wanjun sneered, as if he had seen through Wu Haoyu's thoughts. Do you think an SSS-level talent is just for show, let alone the fact that you have dual SSS-level talents? The limits of ordinary people are merely the starting point for you. In the future, you will definitely surpass your great-grandfather and may even step into the realm everyone dreams of. But remember, all those who think too highly of themselves die young. This old man may go crazy in a fight, but I don't kill. If there's danger, I'm the first to run. As the sky darkened, the old man finally got to the most critical part. Before breaking through to the soul-gathering realm, you are forbidden to use the devouring talent to absorb living beings. He solemnly raised a finger. Especially other races. This is my only request of you. Why? Wu Haoyu couldn't help but ask. Because it will pollute your soul and have a negative impact on your mind, potentially leaving hidden dangers. The devouring talent is indeed powerful, but every act of devouring brings negative emotions to the mind. Devouring low-level exotic beasts is fine, as the impact is limited. But once you devour high-level exotic beasts or other races, it won't be so simple. I heard from Xiaolu that you previously devoured a 4th-tier thunder lizard. You should have already felt that slight mental fluctuation after the devouring, right? That is the negative emotion brought by devouring. A little is manageable, but the devouring talent is like a drug, it can become addictive. That feeling of power swelling rapidly is incredibly captivating. A trace of pain flashed in Lei Wanjuan's eyes. The Great War 50 years ago was caused by absorbing the power of a saint spirit realm being from another race, and that, before he could finish speaking, the old man suddenly coughed violently, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wu Haoyu was shocked to discover that his master's spiritual energy was rapidly draining. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Lei Wanjun casually wiped the corner of his mouth. Remember, the devouring talent is a double-edged sword. Until your soul is strong enough, never play with fire and burn yourself. This old man only has you as a disciple. When Wu Haoyu walked out of the Myriad Phenomena Tower, the sky was already filled with stars. Lu Linglong stood quietly at the base of the tower, the moonlight casting a silver edge around her. How did the conversation go? Third Ant asked with a smile. Master, Wu Haoyu carefully chose his words, is very special. Lu Linglong chuckled softly and explained Lei Wanjuan's background as they walked. 50 years ago, during the Battle of Tianyuan, your master single-handedly fought against 3 alien holy spirits. In the final moments, he forcibly devoured the power of their leader and killed 2 of them. At that time, he had just advanced to the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Her voice suddenly grew somber. Although he severely injured the enemy forces, it also caused his own spiritual power to spiral out of control. If it hadn't been for your great-grandmother arriving in time, he would have likely perished on the spot. Wu Haoyu's heart trembled. No wonder his master understood the backlash of devouring so well. It was a lesson learned at the cost of his life. Why choose him? Wu Haoyu couldn't help but voice his inner doubt. 3 reasons. Lu Linglong raised her fingers. First, he is the only one alive with experience encountering devouring backlash. Second, your great-grandfather once taught your master. Although they weren't master and disciple, their techniques are similar. Third, she suddenly revealed a sly smile. That old lunatic fights recklessly, which is perfect to cure the conservatism ingrained in your Wu family. Back at the villa, Wu Haoyu activated all the protective formations. In the center of the quiet room, he followed the guidance of the gluttonous demon suppression manual and began his first cultivation. Visualize chaos, guard the spiritual platform. As the incantation circulated, the devouring vortex within gradually calmed. Even more astonishing, the trace of violent will within the energy absorbed from the thunder lizard was slowly stripped away and purified. When the first ray of morning light filtered through the window lattice, Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes. A night of cultivation had not left him fatigued. Instead, he felt refreshed and invigorated. A faint purple lightning pattern shimmered on the surface of his skin, a result of the ninefold spirit tempering technique, which made his abilities even more solidified. So this is the true potential of an SSS-level talent. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging, roaring power within him. Outside the window, ago, the campus was gradually coming to life, with students hurrying to their respective training grounds. Wu Haoyu gazed at the scene, a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. From today onward, his path of cultivation would be completely transformed. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds at dawn, and Wu Haoyu's cultivation room was already flickering with lightning. 5 array bases made entirely of amethyst floated in the 5 corners of the room, forming a perfect pentagram array. At the center of the array, a fist-sized thunder attribute beast core slowly rotated, emanating an energy fluctuation that made one's heart race. Buzz. As the final array pattern lit up, the 5th-tier energy gathering array officially activated. The spiritual energy in the air was instantly drained, and a faint purple mist visible to the naked eye filled the range of the array. If a master of arrays were present, they would be shocked to discover that the array had plundered all the spiritual energy within a kilometer radius. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged in the center of the array, his upper body bare, with every inch of his skin greedily absorbing the concentrated spiritual energy. Compared to 6 days ago, his muscle definition was more pronounced, and his bone density had increased more than threefold. Most astonishing of all, with each breath he took, tiny lightning serpents would spray out from his nostrils. Still not enough, he reached out and took a dragon-sized pill from the jade box beside him, the Zuinyuan body tempering pill, a secret body tempering medicine passed down in the Wu family. Although there are many types of body tempering pills on the market, the Wu family, as a superfamily, has its own exclusive formula. After all, Wu Haoyu's great-grandmother was ranked 4th among the 8 sacred pillars of the Dragon Nation as the Pill Saint. Although his great-grandmother's combat strength was not sufficient to qualify as one of the 8 sacred pillars, as the only mid-Saint King-level alchemist on Blue Star, everyone in the Dragon Nation recognized that she deserved to be one of the top figures among the 8 sacred pillars. For this reason, the Wu family held a dual pillar status. For a Saint-level alchemist, creating a body-tempering pill formula was merely a trivial task. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and its violent medicinal power surged through Wu Haoyu's entire body in an instant. Click! The sound of bones cracking echoed like beans being fried. Dense purple patterns surfaced on the skin, a manifestation of the overload of thunderous power within the body. A typical body refinement stage cultivator would have already exploded and died at this point, but he endured it through sheer strength, relying on his SSS grade talent. The 8th cycle. Through inner vision, Wu Haoyu clearly saw the spiritual energy within his body circulating along the path of the 9 cycles spirit refining method. With each completed cycle, the purity of the spiritual energy increased, and the muscle fibers became even more compact. Suddenly, a slight tremor came from his dantian. The previously calm devouring vortex began to spin automatically, frantically consuming the excess spiritual energy. Wu Haoyu's heart tightened, and he hurriedly activated the gluttonous demon suppression sutra to suppress this anomaly. Just as Master said, the devouring talent instinctively seeks breakthroughs. Sweat dripped from his chiseled jawline, evaporating instantly upon hitting the ground due to the high temperature. The room's temperature had already risen to 60 degrees. Ordinary metals would have melted by now, yet the array foundation only shone more brilliantly. During a break in his cultivation, Wu Haoyu glanced at the spiritual energy monitor on the wall. The concentration value was fixed at the alarming number 582, but he paid it no mind. In fact, he was unaware that the St. Martial University admission manual stated that the normal value for a 3rd-tier energy gathering array in the core area was 120, while an ordinary classroom only had 30. This was the difference between noble families and common households, a disparity evident even in hardware alone. In front of Wu Haoyu were 7 empty jade bottles, which had originally contained priceless elixirs: bone cleansing pill, dragon blood pill, thunder spirit pill. Any one of them could be sold on the black market to support an ordinary family for years. The most extravagant was the nearly depleted barrel of body tempering liquid, crafted from the blood essence of a 5th-tier exotic beast and 36 types of spiritual herbs. Each soak caused skin-searing pain, but the effects were immediate. Wu Haoyu exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and stood up, heading to the bathroom. After every training session, he liked to take a shower. As the water flowed over his body, it emitted a sizzling sound, as if washing over a piece of red-hot iron. On the evening of the 6th day, a sudden mutation occurred. While circulating his cultivation technique, Wu Haoyu's body began to tremble violently, and tiny streaks of lightning shot out from his 7 orifices. The spiritual energy within him spiraled out of control, boiling over, while his bones emitted a teeth-grinding friction sound. It's time for a breakthrough. He gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain, taking out a dragon blood pill and swallowing it in one gulp. The moment the pill entered his mouth, the entire training chamber was instantly flooded with blinding lightning. The formation operated at overload, and cracks simultaneously appeared on all 5 formation bases. The violent power of thunder rampaged wildly within his body, causing Wu Haoyu's skin to crack extensively. However, under the rapid repair of the devouring force, the wounds quickly healed again. This pain, a blend of tearing and remolding, was enough to drive an ordinary ordinary person to a mental breakdown. At the critical moment, the gluttonous demon-suppressing sutra activated automatically, and the black vortex in his dantian slowly emitted strands of energy, guiding the uncontrollable lightning to flow in an orderly manner. When the morning light of the seventh day spilled in, the training chamber finally returned to calm. Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, and within his pupils appeared the magnificent scene of thunderclouds forming and dissipating. He gently clenched his fist, and the crisp sound of air being compressed and bursting was clearly audible. Body refinement 9 stars. P. Feeling the surging power within him, he understood that he was just one step away from the Yuan Wu realm. Following his master's instructions, he needed to spend the next 3 days stabilizing his realm before attempting a breakthrough. While tidying up the devastated training chamber, Wu Haoyu discovered that all 5 formation bases were completely damaged and rendered useless. If other students found out, they would probably be shocked. After all, the value of a 5th-tier formation base was enough to buy a villa. Looks like I'll have to contact my family to send over another set. After freshening up, Wu Haoyu rarely stepped out of the villa. Passing by the public training area, he saw dozens of students gathered around a large energy-gathering formation, cultivating. The monitor displayed the number 45, which was less than 1/10 of the value in his training chamber. Did you hear? Not long ago, that phenomenon over the Imperial capital was caused by someone awakening an SS-grade talent. Goodness, an SS rank can definitely go down in history. This kind of naturally awakened SS is terrifying. I heard it's a descendant of a super prestigious family, but the exact family is still unknown. Voices of conversation reached his ears, and Wu Haoyu shook his head with a faint smile. Wasn't there a time when he was also regarded as useless? Hello, classmate. A gentle greeting came from behind. Turning around, he saw a bespectacled, refined-looking young man with the badge of the Tactical Academy's formation department pinned to his chest. Could I ask you a question? The young man nervously adjusted his glasses. Why has the psionic fluctuation in the core area been so abnormal lately? Wu Haoyu raised an eyebrow. What have you sensed? Anyone capable of delving into formations was undoubtedly gifted in the mental arts. This made Wu Haoyu even more cautious, as he had quite a few secrets to protect. No need to be nervous, classmate. My name is Wen Linjie, and I'm a formation master. Seeing his wariness, he quickly introduced himself to avoid any misunderstanding. Since 3 days ago, the psionic concentration in Area A has been fluctuating, especially in the direction of your villa. When Linjie saw Wu Haoyu wearing the special recruit school uniform and immediately recognized the person in front of him. You must be Wu Haoyu from the Wu family. When Linjie asked with a smile, you know me? Wu Haoyu asked in confusion. Junior, you awakened an SS-level talent not long ago, causing frequent anomalies in the sky above the Imperial capital. Coupled with your cultivation level and the special recruit school uniform, and considering that I come from the Wen family and know a bit more, it's natural for me to guess who you are, Wen Linjie explained. Although the Wen family is not a super family, it holds significant influence in the field of formations. The Wen family possesses 70% of the essence of formations in the world, has undertaken many formation projects for the Wu family's old residents, excels in teaching formations, and has trained numerous experts. Nowadays, many formations on the battlefield beyond the borders also originate from the Wen family. It might be that the formation I used is too advanced, causing unusual fluctuations, Wu Haoyu explained. The two exchanged a few words before parting ways. Afterward, Wu Haoyu quickly headed toward the Myriad Phenomena Tower. As agreed, today he would meet his master to seek guidance on breaking through to the Yuan Wu realm. At dawn, Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes from meditation. Outside the window, the morning bell of Shing Wu University had just rung 3 times, and a few faint stars still lingered in the pale purple sky. He glanced down at the spirit energy monitoring ring on his wrist. The value had already surpassed the limit of the body refining stage, and the spiritual energy in his meridians was like a flood about to burst through a dam, ready to break the final barrier at any moment. It's time to find my master. Wu Haoyu got up and walked to the bathroom. The boy in the mirror was completely different from 3 weeks ago. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, his muscles were sharply defined like they were carved by a blade, and faint lightning occasionally flickered through his blue-black hair. The most striking feature was his eyes deep within the pupils. It seemed as though a thunderous cosmos was collapsing and reforming, making it hard to look directly at them. After dressing neatly, he took out his communicator and sent a message to Lu Linglong. Broke through today, heading to the Tower of Myriad Phenomena. The early autumn campus was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, and fallen leaves covered the stone-paved paths. As Wu Haoyu turned the corner of the library, he ran into a familiar figure. It was none other than the bespectacled senior Wen Linjie, who had come a few days ago to inquire about the anomaly in spiritual energy. Wu Shuedi. Wen Linjie greeted him with a smile, the Tactical Academy uniform particularly striking. What a coincidence. Wu Haoyu nodded politely. Senior Wen, let me introduce you. Wen Linjie turned and waved. This is my cousin Wen Ruyu, a second-year student in the Tactical Academy's command department department, with an A-level mental aptitude, and she's even recognized as one of the top 10 Saint Martial goddesses. After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Wu Haoyu. Third brother, Wen Ruyu, quickly reprimanded him. The girl walking down the tree-lined avenue made Wu Haoyu hold his breath for a moment. Bathed in the morning light, Wen Ruyu wore a white short skirt, its hem fluttering lightly in the breeze. Her slender legs were wrapped in nearly transparent white stockings, and the 10-centimeter white high heels accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her waist-length purple hair was loosely tied with a silver hairband, the end swaying gently with her steps. The most captivating feature was her pair of deep emerald-like eyes, shimmering with the brilliance of wisdom. I've long heard of the young master of the Wu family. When Ruyu slightly bowed, her voice as clear as spring water striking stone. I didn't expect you to be far more outstanding than the rumors suggest. Before her words had fully landed, her pupils suddenly contracted. As a gifted psychic, she keenly sensed the terrifying energy within the boy before her, on the verge of erupting. Junior, are you about to break through? When Lin Jie exclaimed. Wu Haoyu looked slightly surprised and nodded. When Lin Jie gasped. After their last chance encounter, he had specifically looked up some information and found out that Wu Haoyu was only at the 5th stage of body refinement when he enrolled 3 weeks ago. This speed was simply astonishing. The three chatted for a while, then exchanged contact numbers. Wu Haoyu hurriedly took his leave. Just after walking a short distance, a commotion arose behind him. Several girls, blushing and flustered, pointed and whispered, with some bolder ones directly running over to ask for his contact information. Junior, I'm from the Element Academy. Can I have your terminal number? Please accept this. Wu Haoyu politely declined one by one and quickened his pace to leave. Vaguely, he heard Wen Ruyu's cool voice saying, "Disperse, everyone. He needs to prepare for a breakthrough." Pushing open the door to the top floor, Lei Wanjun was sprawled out on the ground snoring, with a wine gourd rolling to the side. Sensing his disciple's arrival, the old man sprang up like a carp leaping out of water, instantly energized. All set? Lei Wanjun's eyes sparkled as he circled Wu Haoyu 3 times. Good, as expected of my disciple. With a wave of his large hand, 7 crystal-clear jade plates flew out from his sleeve, hovering in the air in the formation of the Big Dipper. Each jade plate was engraved with intricate array patterns, shimmering with a rainbow glow under the sunlight. 7th-tier spirit gathering array. Wu Haoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Each of these array discs was worth a fortune. Even more astonishing, they weren't powered by beast cores but directly invoked the laws of heaven and earth. Lei Wanjun stroked his beard smugly. Won it in a bet back in the day. Take the array's core seat. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. As the 9-fold spirit tempering technique began to operate, the first surge of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians. The array discs lit up simultaneously, and spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged like a tide, converging at the tower's peak into a massive energy vortex. First turn, the muscle fibers emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Second turn, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the bones. Third turn, the internal organs seemed to be scorched by raging flames. By the 6th turn, an unexpected change occurred. The lightning patterns on Wu Haoyu's body suddenly went berserk, transforming into countless lightning serpents darting in all directions. Lei Wanjun remained calm and composed, instead showing a delighted expression. He raised his hand to unleash a streak of lightning, stabilizing the formation. Kid, don't get distracted. Keep going. The 7th rotation, the devouring vortex automatically activated, frantically absorbing excess energy. The 8th rotation, the chaos exorcising divine thunder and the devouring power achieved a subtle balance for the first time. The 9th rotation, a pillar of purple gold light shot straight into the sky, instantly shattering the protective shield at the top of the myriad phenomena tower. Thunderclouds filled the heavens, and massive bolts of lightning, like giant dragons, swooped down, all pouring into Wu Haoyu's crown. His body hovered in midair, with every inch of his skin radiating lightning. This earth-shattering phenomenon immediately drew the attention of the entire school, as students stopped in their tracks and began discussing fervently. Is someone undergoing tribulation at the myriad phenomena tower? Look quickly, those are the deans. A dozen figures appeared one after another around the top of the tower. Lu Linglong was the first to arrive, her usually calm face full of worry. Immediately afterward, the headmaster and the leaders of various departments arrived one after another, each with shock flashing in their eyes. Crazy Lei. The headmaster's beard bristled. What kind of mischief are you up to again? It's how you making a breakthrough, Lu Linglong quickly explained to the headmaster. Lei Wanjun paid no attention, his gaze firmly fixed on his disciple within the formation. When the 9th Thunder Dragon merged into Wu Haoyu's body, the world suddenly fell into complete silence. It was as if some kind of shackle had been completely broken. Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, the lightning in them deeply concealed, while the aura around him was more than 10 times stronger than before. Martial origin realm, breakthrough successful. When the headmaster led everyone into the room, Wu Haoyu was still circulating his cultivation technique, stabilizing his realm. At this moment, the presence of the teachers was of no consequence. Regarding today's events, the headmaster swept his his gaze over the crowd, his voice low. The official explanation is that Elder Lei was testing a new martial technique. As he said this, he specifically glanced at the vice headmaster from the Wen family, especially for the mental arts division, ensure strict control of public opinion. Recently, quite a few heretics have infiltrated the Imperial capital. Under no circumstances can anyone know that the phenomenon was caused by Wu Haoyu advancing to the martial origin realm. Everyone understood and nodded in agreement. The celestial phenomenon caused by the breakthrough of an SS-level talent would undoubtedly create a huge sensation once revealed. The headmaster repeatedly reminded Lei Wanjun before leading the group away. After the crowd dispersed, Lei Wanjun grabbed his disciple by the neck. Let's go to the testing ground. Let your master see how strong your body is after advancing to Yuanwu, and whether you can start practicing the Nine Heavens Thunder Body. Wu Haoyu helplessly followed his master, who was unusually excited. Meanwhile, Wen Ruyu, who had not yet left the Wanshang Tower, looked up at it with a faint, elusive smile on her lips and softly said, "Congratulations, little junior brother, for entering Yuanwu." Beside her, Wen Linjie looked at her in confusion and asked, "What were you muttering just now?" "Nothing, let's go quickly, or we'll be late for class." After saying that, Wen Ruyu turned and left the Wanshang Tower. Not far away, a figure quietly gazed at the Myriad Phenomena Tower, his expression deep, as if pondering something. In the cultivation room on the top floor of the Myriad Phenomena Tower, Lei Wanjun had, for the first time, changed into a dark gray training outfit, his graying hair tied back with a thunder-patterned headband. In front of him floated 3 jade slips exuding an ancient aura, with intricate purple thunder patterns flickering on their surfaces. "Kid, watch carefully." The elder pointed his fingers like a sword, a concentrated ray of thunderlight touching the central jade slip. Your Wu family's Myriad Thunder art is divided into 9 levels. With each breakthrough, the power of thunder techniques increases exponentially. This technique can be considered one of the strongest known techniques. Its power lies not only in the number of meridians it activates but, more importantly, in its ability to exponentially enhance both your energy reserves and strength. Back then, I met your great-grandfather too late. If I had met him earlier, he would have already mastered this technique. The reason your Wu family is so powerful is closely related to this technique. However, behind any great power, there is always a price to pay. The first step in cultivating it is to possess a physical constitution far beyond that of ordinary people, otherwise, it is impossible to absorb the heavenly thunder. The technique I created myself was also formed through insights gained from the 10,000 Thunder technique, which is why I am much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. In the 3-dimensional projection from the jade slip, countless points of light float along the intricate diagram of human meridians. Wu Haoyu was surprised to discover that several of the main operating routes were actually 70% similar to the 9-turn spirit refining method taught by his master, except for a few unique twists at key acupoints. Don't make such a fuss. Lei Wanjun grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Back in the day, on the battlefield beyond the domain, I fought side by side with your great-grandfather and secretly learned a few of his ultimate techniques. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a crimson stream of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the image. Later, I integrated my own understanding and created the 9-turn spirit refining method. Another 10 years passed, and I merged the 9-turn spirit refining method into my own technique, eventually forging the Furious Thunder battle technique. Although the Furious Thunder battle technique isn't weak compared to the 10,000 Thunder art, it still falls short in many ways. Wu Haoyu focused intently on noting down every detail. When the image demonstration reached the 3rd heaven, the elder suddenly pressed his shoulder solemnly. "Remember, you must practice in conjunction with the 9 heavens thunder body, otherwise." He made a gesture of explosion with his other hand. "With your SSS-level talent, the power of a body explosion is no joke." Lei Wanjun took out a box made of amethyst from his chest. As he opened it, the entire cultivation room was instantly bathed in deep purple light. Inside the box lay a peculiar fruit the size of a fist, its surface entwined with tangible lightning, occasionally emitting crackling explosions. The Thunder Tribulation fruit, to be used with this lightning transformation pill. The elder took out another jade-green medicine bottle, its surface engraved with intricate sealing array patterns. "Should be enough for you to complete the first transformation. However," he squinted his eyes to scrutinize his disciple, "the process will hurt a bit." Wu Haoyu took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the center of the 7th-tier spirit-gathering array. First, he placed a dragon-eye-sized thunder-dissolving pill under his tongue, then swallowed the Thunder Tribulation fruit in one gulp. As soon as the fruit entered his stomach, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His muscles instantly tensed, and web-like cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. "Activate the technique." Lei Wanjun roared angrily, simultaneously drawing 9 thunder talismans to form a protective barrier around his disciple. The mantra for the first level of the 9 heavens thunder body surfaced in Wu Haoyu's mind. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain as he guided the violent thunder force along a specific path. With each acupuncture pointed past, part of the thunder force was absorbed by his flesh, transforming the fundamental fundamental cellular structure of his body. Meanwhile, the thunder transformation pill beneath his tongue continuously released a cooling medicinal power, repairing the tissues destroyed by the thunder force. 2 days later, the stone door of the training room slowly opened. Wu Haoyu stepped outside, his entire physique now more robust, with his height nearly reaching 2 meters. Due to his incomplete mastery of the newfound power, his previously slender frame had become upright and powerful. The high-end custom training clothes he wore were stretched taut, revealing the iron-like contours of his muscles. Beneath, even more astonishing were the faint purple patterns flowing across his skin, as if thunder essence coursed beneath it. Not bad, not bad. Lei Wanjun circled his disciple, occasionally poking his biceps with his finger. The completion rate of the first level is close to 70%, 3 points stronger than your grandfather back in the day. Wu Haoyu clenched his fist, and the force he exerted caused visible ripples in the air. He felt that at this moment, his physical body alone could withstand a peak Yuan Wu realm strike. Try this. The elder tossed over a piece of black iron ingot, a material used for forging spiritual tools, with hardness comparable to diamond. Crack! Wu Haoyu casually squeezed it, and the ingot deformed as easily as a lump of clay. Even more astonishing was that the fractured surface displayed a crystalline structure, clearly indicating that the metal's internal structure had been destroyed by the thunderous power within his body. Good. Lei Wanjun nodded in satisfaction and retrieved a lightning-emitting tone from his void ring. The 5 extremes raging thunder fist. With your current physical strength, it's a perfect match. By the way, the old man suddenly brightened up. What kind of weapon do you like to use? A spear, Wu Haoyu answered without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Lei Wanjun laughed heartily, rubbing his hands in excitement. Excellent. Excellent. The old man is best at spear techniques. With a flick of his wrist, a long spear with a body of pure purple gold appeared. In his hand, its tip surrounded by a heart-stopping lightning glow. The Overlord Thunder Spear, a 9th-tier spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, you can't use it yet, otherwise, I would have given it to you already. Just as the old man was about to head to the Ancient Texts Pavilion to select some basic spear techniques, Wu Haoyu took out an ancient tome from his storage ring. Master, how about this? Extreme spear technique? Lei Wanjun took the tome, initially indifferent, but as he flipped through a few pages, his expression gradually grew serious. His reading speed increased, and by the end, he was practically skimming 10 lines at a glance. With each page he turned, the astonishment in his eyes deepened. A quarter of an hour later, the elder slowly closed the book and let out a long breath. What an extreme spear technique. That person actually had the generosity to give you such a treasure. He stroked the gilded ancient script on the cover of the tome. This is no ordinary martial art but an ultimate technique that directly points to the essence of spear mastery. Wu Haoyu's eyes sparkled. Master, you think so too? When I was studying it at home, I realized it's not like other martial arts that are confined to fixed moves, but rather teaches you to wield the spear in your own way. Lei Wanjun interrupted him excitedly, his beard bristling. It's like teaching someone to write not by copying, but by showing them how to wield the brush. He flipped through the pages, unable to put it down. If you can master this technique, no spear skill in the world will be able to escape your understanding. Seeing his master praise it so highly, Wu Haoyu tentatively said, why don't you also? No need. The elder waved his hand, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. My Overlord Thunder Spear has already become a complete system. Changing it would only ruin my craft. He patted his disciple's shoulder and said earnestly, but you are different. At the initial stage of formally building your foundation, this spear technique is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. As he left the Myriad Phenomena Tower, the setting sun dyed the clouds a golden red. Wu Haoyu strolled along the tree-lined path, feeling the surging power within his body. After 2 days of tempering, he could clearly sense that the compatibility between the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder and his body had increased by more than 30%, and even the operation of the devouring vortex had become smoother and more natural. Junior brother Wu, a clear and melodious female voice called out from behind him. He turned around and saw Wen Ruyu gracefully approaching in a light purple dress, with a silver moon-shaped hair accessory shining under the setting sun. Beside her stood Wen Linjie, his face full of smiles, and his eyes behind the glasses gleaming with shrewdness. You're done with your retreat? Wen Ruyu smiled faintly and handed over an exquisite jade box. This is the family heirloom Qingxing pill, which is very helpful for stabilizing one's realm. That won't do, it's too precious. I can't accept it. Wu Haoyu quickly refused. How could it be so valuable? Our families have been close for generations, no need to be so formal. Wen Ruyu said with a smile. Exactly. Our elders have been guarding the outer regions for years. Since we know each other, we should look out for one another. Just take it, otherwise, my little sister will be upset. Wen Linjie chimed in from the side. Just as Wu Haoyu was about to express his gratitude, his brows suddenly furrowed. There were a few sneaky figures in the distant bushes secretly filming them with recording devices. Ignore them, Wen Linjie said with a dismissive wave, lowering his voice. Reporters from Shing Wu, always sneaking around to capture gossip. Wen Ruyu's jade-like eyes flashed with a hint of purple light, and suddenly, several recording devices in the distance emitted wisps of green smoke, scaring the sneaky photographers into fleeing in panic. Mental interference? Wu Haoyu said with a hint of surprise. Just a little trick. Wen Ruyu smiled faintly, then turned serious and said, by the way, the college entrance exams are over, and the new students will be arriving soon. You should start preparing as well. Good luck in the upcoming freshman competition. After speaking, the two bid farewell to Wu Haoyu and left. Watching their figures gradually disappear into the distance, Wu Haoyu thoughtfully rubbed the jade box in his hand. It seemed that life at Shing Wu University was going to be far more exciting than he had anticipated. The extreme gun technique in his hand might just be the key to stepping into a new world. On the way back, when Lin Jie curiously observed his sister, "You haven't taken a liking to him, have you? Brother, what nonsense are you spouting again?" Wen Ruyu replied expressionlessly. "I just think that our families are considered old friends, and my intuition tells me that he might reach a height in the future that we can only look up to." "Really? I don't feel much about it. But if you really like him, little sister, you could ask the elders to help you out. After all, you also." Before he could finish, a long sword suddenly rested on Wen Linjie's shoulder. Morning light filtered through the gauze curtains and spilled into the bedroom as Wu Haoyu slowly emerged from deep meditation. Opening his eyes, faint images of thunderclouds dissipating flickered in his pupils. As he got up, his bones emitted crisp cracking sounds, and his muscular contours appeared like finely sculpted works of art under the morning light. In the bathroom, hot water cascaded over his robust physique. Wu Haoyu lowered his gaze to his palms, where faint purple lightning patterns shimmered on the surface of his skin in marks of achieving the first major stage of the Nine Heavens thunder body. The water striking his body produced a sizzling sound, as if cleansing a piece of red-hot metal. After dressing neatly, he retrieved his communicator, and the holographic image of his fourth sister, Wu Lingjing, was immediately projected into the air. Little brother. Wu Lingjing's image, dressed in a sharp professional suit, appeared against the backdrop of the Wu Corporation office. "How's your training going? Are you getting used to the Nine Heavens thunder body?" "Well, the first breakthrough is complete." Wu Haoyu stretched his shoulders. "It's just that the daily consumption of spiritual energy is too high, and the resources allocated by the school." "Already at the first breakthrough? You're way too fast. I knew you'd run out of cultivation resources soon." Wu Lingjing blinked smugly. "Old Chen has already prepared everything for you, including the gun you wanted." She lowered her voice mysteriously. "I specifically got you a Thunderflash gun, a third-tier spiritual weapon, perfect for your current level." After ending the communication, Wu Haoyu went to the dedicated training room in the villa's basement. This specially reinforced room was covered in lightning scorch marks, and the monitoring instruments on the walls showed that the spiritual energy peak here over the past month had reached an astonishing 800 units, more than 20 times that of an ordinary training room. Early the next morning, the butler, Old Chen, arrived at the villa with an exquisite jade box. The moment Wu Haoyu opened the lid, a dazzling blue lightning bolt shot into the sky, leaving a scorch mark on the ceiling. Inside the box lay a spear about 2.3 meters long. The gun body is deep-sea blue, its surface engraved with intricate spiritual patterns. At the grip, the patterns converge into a thunder-shaped groove embedded with a third-tier thunder-type beast core the size of a pigeon egg. The gun tip is not the traditional diamond shape but an irregular lightning shape, its edges emitting a sharp, icy glow. Great gun! As Wu Haoyu grasped the gun shaft, he immediately felt a gentle thunder energy flow into his body through his arm, creating a marvelous resonance with the chaos demon-slaying divine thunder. Eagerly, he headed to the backyard training ground and began practicing the basic moves of the extreme spear technique. Initially, his movements were somewhat stiff, but as time passed, the spear's momentum became increasingly fluid. By the afternoon, the entire spear had transformed into a streak of blue lightning, tracing dazzling trajectories in the air. Thrust, thrust, sweep. Every basic move was practiced thousands of times until the muscles formed instinctive memory. Wu Haoyu discovered that this flash thunder spear seemed to amplify his lightning abilities, as an ordinary thrust could unexpectedly produce a 3-foot-long lightning arc. In the training room, Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged at the center of a 5th-level spirit-gathering array. After a full month of arduous cultivation, the first level of the 10,000 thunder technique was finally perfected, and the spiritual energy within his body had condensed like mercury. Even more remarkable was that he had perfectly integrated the 5 extremes thunder fist and the 9 heavens thunder body, so now every punch carried 5 layers of thunderous force. Boom! The value on the tester froze at a shocking 2,587. This was already the destructive power of the peak Yuanwu realm, yet his actual cultivation had only just reached the mid-stage of Yuanwu realm. The communicator suddenly vibrated, and Lei Wanjuan's rough voice came through. "Kid, get ready. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Yunjing Forest for real combat." Yunjing Forest is located 300 miles northeast of the Imperial capital, a famous habitat for low-level exotic beasts. In the morning mist, an old man and a young man stepped into the outskirts of the forest. "Remember the rules," Lei Wanjun said vaguely repeatedly while gnawing on a chicken leg. Only use lightning-based abilities, absolutely no devouring abilities. Retreat immediately if you encounter a beast above the 4th tier. Wu Haoyu nodded, spinning the flash thunder spear in his hand to create a flourish. He was dressed in a specially made black combat uniform, with a blue emblem embroidered on his chest, the family crest of the Wu clan. Barely 10 miles into the forest, the first prey appeared. It was a mid-tier first-level black cloud leopard, nearly 2 meters long, its body covered in black patterns, and the mark on its forehead glowed with a dangerous deep purple aura. The black cloud leopard lunged like a black lightning bolt. Wu Haoyu neither dodged nor flinched, the flash thunder spear striking out like a venomous snake. Put! The spear tip precisely pierced the thunder-striped leopard's throat, and the violent thunder energy instantly destroyed its central nervous system. The entire process took less than a second, clean and efficient to a shocking degree. Not bad. Lei Wanjun, leisurely drinking behind him, raised an eyebrow and praised, keep going deeper. As they ventured further, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. The second-tier peak iron-armored rhino, the pack-dwelling wind-blade wolves, the mentally attacking phantom fox. Wu Haoyu fully utilized everything he had learned during this time. Each battle honed his mastery over his abilities to an even greater degree. On the evening of the 5th day, when the two arrived at a lake deep within the forest, a sudden mutation occurred. The lake's surface abruptly boiled, and a giant beast over 10 meters long burst out of the water. It resembled a crocodile but had 6 legs, with 7 lightning-glowing bone spines arranged along its back. Third-tier peak, gluttonous crocodile dragon. Lei Wanjuan's face slightly changed. Something's wrong. The crocodile dragon's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Wu Haoyu, and the saliva dripping from its mouth corroded the rocks, leaving pits and holes. Even more eerie was the pitch-black rune on its forehead, emanating an ominous aura. Master, that is, an extraterrestrial demonic rune. Lei Wanjuan's expression turned grave. This beast has been corrupted. Kid, retreat quickly. But it was too late. The crocodile dragon had already launched its attack. All 6 limbs moved simultaneously, its massive body astonishingly fast, pouncing in the blink of an eye. Wu Haoyu hastily raised his gun to block, but the terrifying force sent him flying dozens of meters, crashing through 3 large trees before coming to a stop. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He wiped away the blood, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Since cultivating the 9 Heavens thunder body, this was the first time he had been injured. Even clashing head-on with an iron-armored rhino had never made him bleed. Lei Wanjun was about to intervene but suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had noticed that his disciple's flash thunder spear was now entwined with purple-gold lightning. Wu Haoyu took a deep breath, and the 10,000 thunder art within him operated at full capacity. The chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder erupted without reservation for the first time, and the flash thunder spear, unable to withstand such immense energy, began to show cracks on its surface. 5 extremes as one. He unleashed his most powerful killing move to date. The force technique of the 5 extremes thunder fist combined perfectly with the penetrating characteristics of the extreme spear technique, forming a thunderball the size of a fist at the tip of the spear. Boom! The gun shot out like a dragon, and the thunderball collided fiercely with the crocodile dragon's head, erupting in a deafening roar. The violent thunder force destroyed trees within a 100-meter radius, and the lake's surface was stirred into 10-meter-high waves. As the dust settled, the gluttonous crocodile dragon lay dead on the ground. Wu Haoyu knelt on one knee, the flash thunder spear broken into 2 pieces, yet his gaze was clearer than ever before. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Lei Wanjun laughed heartily as he approached, breaking through in the heat of battle, pushing the 10,000 thunder technique to the second threshold. Truly worthy of being my disciple. He carefully examined the crocodile dragon's corpse, his brows suddenly furrowing. This demonic pattern, it's the mark of the heart corrosion curse. The old man turned around, his expression serious as he looked at Wu Haoyu. Don't act alone for the time being. Extraterritorial forces may have already infiltrated the Imperial capital. Once you return, make sure to notify the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities immediately. Alright, this practical combat ends here. We should head back now. We've been out for too long. On the way back, Wu Haoyu kept savoring the wondrous feeling of that final strike. Although his weapon was destroyed, the gains from this battle far exceeded expectations. Not only had the 10,000 thunder technique made a breakthrough, but more importantly, he had found the perfect fusion point between the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder and his spear techniques. Don't feel bad about that spear, Lei Wanjun said, patting him on the shoulder. When we get back, have your 4th sister make you an even better one. As he spoke, he pulled out a storage pouch from his chest. The horn of the crocodile dragon is a treasure. It's more than enough to trade for a flash thunder spear. Not long after Wu Haoyu and Lei Wanjun had left, a figure in a black robe quietly approached the corpse of the gluttonous crocodile dragon. After scanning the body briefly, the figure swiftly departed. The September sunlight filtered through the clouds and spilled onto the cobblestone paths of Shing Wu University. Wu Haoyu stepped out from the shadow of the Wanxiang Tower, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light. Having just finished his routine training training guidance with his master, his mind was still mulling over Lei Wanjuan's profound insights on the second level of the 10,000 Thunder technique. Haoyu Jr., a voice as clear as a spring called out from the side. Wu Haoyu turned his head to look and saw Wen Ruyu standing under a golden osmanthus tree. Her light-colored blazer outlined her slender waist and her long legs, wrapped in white stockings beneath. A short skirt were accentuated by her light-colored high heels, which further highlighted her tall and striking figure. A gentle breeze stirred her purple hair, a few golden osmanthus petals clinging to the tips, glinting under the sunlight. Senior, Wu Haoyu nodded in greeting. Ever since he had received the cleansing heart pill she had gifted him, the two would occasionally run into each other on campus and chat. In this unfamiliar environment, Wen Ruyu and her brother were among the few people he could talk to. Brother Lin Jia went out on a mission. Wen Ruyu naturally walked to his side, the faint scent of gardenias on her drifting with the wind. I was just planning to go to the city to buy some cultivation supplies. Want to come along? Wu Haoyu initially intended to politely decline, but recalling the kindness he had received last time, the words that came out were, I was just thinking of getting some things too. How about I treat you to lunch, senior sister? Sure, I know a really nice restaurant, Wen Ruyu agreed with a smile. Wen Ruyu's car was a sleek silver smart sports car, with an interior that was simple yet luxurious. Wu Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, looking through the panoramic sunroof at the rapidly passing cityscape. As a scion raised in the deep courtyards of the Wu family, this kind of civilian-style travel felt refreshingly novel to him. Was I driving too fast? Wen Ruyu noticed his expression, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. No, it's just that I used to stay at home all the time, hardly ever going out. Wu Haoyu shook his head and replied, even if I did go out, it was always arranged by the family. Then today, I'll take you out for a proper stroll and let you experience the life of ordinary people. Wen Ruyu lightly tapped the control panel, and the sports car accelerated briefly before coming to a steady stop in a parking spot at the bustling Tianshu commercial district in the capital. Walking through the crowded commercial street, Wu Haoyu frowned slightly in discomfort. As a direct descendant of the 8 Sacred Pillars family, he was rarely in such a noisy environment. In contrast, Wen Ruyu seemed completely at ease, skillfully guiding him through various shops. How about this one? Wen Ruyu walked out of the fitting room, her skin as fair as snow against the light blue long dress. Seeing Wu Haoyu looking uneasy, she chuckled softly. Could it be that you've never gone shopping with a girl before, Junior? Wu Haoyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and he couldn't help but think of Lucien, the fiancée he had rejected a so-called engagement where they had barely met a few times. He had accompanied a few older sisters shopping when he was younger, but back then, he was just a child. Every time he prepared to pay, Wen Ruyu would always step forward and swipe her card first. By the time they reached the 5th store, Wu Haoyu finally couldn't hold back and stopped in front of a well-known jewelry shop. Senior, he pointed to a necklace in the display window adorned with amethyst. This one suits you very well. Wen Ruyu was about to refuse, but the boy's earnest and determined gaze moved her, ultimately changing her mind. When the necklace was gently placed around her slender neck, the amethyst complemented her hair color perfectly, drawing repeated praise from the shop assistant. Whoosh! Thank you. Wen Ruyu gently touched the necklace, a trace of complexity flashing in her emerald-like eyes. This is the most beautiful gift I've ever received. Just as the two were about to head to the restaurant, a striking couple appeared at the other end of the shopping street. The man was dressed in a designer suit, with a dragon-shaped badge pinned to his chest. The woman wore a fiery red short dress, her makeup heavy yet unable to conceal the fatigue in her eyes. Wu Haoyu's steps faltered. Although he had little affection for Lucien, he recognized her at a glance. The man holding her slender waist tightly must be the third young master of the Wang family, Wang Tianhao. The moment the four people brushed past each other, the air seemed to freeze. Lucien's gaze lingered briefly on Wu Haoyu before quickly shifting away as if burned. When she saw the amethyst necklace around Wen Ruyu's neck, her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, involuntarily dug into her palm. Wang Tianhao, on the other hand, brazenly sized up Wen Ruyu from head to toe, the greed in his eyes almost tangible. After the four passed each other, Wang Tianhao kept turning back, completely oblivious to the pale face of the woman beside him. Ah, that's the Wang families, Wen Ruyu said softly. Probably, Wu Haoyu replied calmly, though his heart remained utterly unperturbed. The Lu family claims that the marriage alliance with the Wang family has long been an open secret within their circle. However, the Wang family has never publicly acknowledged it, while the Lu family turns a blind eye. It is obvious to any discerning observer that the Lu family has run out of options, and joining forces with the Wang family is merely a means to weather the storm. In reality, the Lu family has already been firmly controlled, and offering up a daughter from the family is just a way to resolve their immediate crisis. Turning the corner, Wang Tianhao roughly dragged Lucien into a luxurious hotel. The receptionist clearly recognized this young master of the Wang family and handed over a room card without a word. Do you know why I brought you here? In the elevator, Wang Tianhao gripped Lucien's chin and asked coldly, did you see that purple-haired woman just now? She's the kind of woman and worthy of me. And you, he let out a cold laugh. You're nothing more than a tool the Lu family sent over for me to vent my frustrations on. Lu Xiying bit her lip in silence, her mind repeatedly flashing with the calm eyes of Wu Haoyu and the elegant figure of Wen Ruyu. A venomous snake named regret was gnawing at her heart, but her pride refused to let her admit her mistakes. If it weren't for our Wang family, your Lu family would have gone bankrupt long ago. Wang Tianhao continued to humiliate. Remember your place, you're just a high-end tool. Once I get tired of you. Lunch was chosen at a quiet sky restaurant. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, most of the Imperial capital was in full view. Wen Ruyu skillfully ordered a few signature dishes and even specially ordered a thunder beast steak for Wu Haoyu. New students are reporting next week. Wen Ruyu suddenly spoke during the meal. Which department were you assigned to? Probably the Tactical Academy, since all the elders in my family are in the Tactical Academy, Wu Haoyu replied while cutting his steak. Lu Linglong being a member of the Wu family is something almost everyone knows. It's not a secret. Wen Ruyu smiled and said, "That's great. We'll be in the same academy from now on." The two chatted while eating, with Wen Ruyu mainly talking about school matters, like which teacher is particularly strict, and which teacher has certain preferences. The meal ended amidst their laughter. On the way back, Wu Haoyu's communicator suddenly rang. Lu Linglong's holographic image was projected into the air. "Haoyu, come to my office immediately." On the top floor of the administrative building of the Tactical Academy at Shing Wu University, Lu Linglong's office was spacious and bright, with an entire wall displaying real-time updated mission announcements. Seeing Wu Haoyu enter, she put down the document in her hand and gestured for him to sit. "The class assignments for the new students have been finalized." Lu Linglong got straight to the point. "You've been placed in the elite Class 1 of the Tactical Academy. This year, the school has admitted 5 new students with S-level talents, 2 of whom are in your class." Wu Haoyu raised his eyebrows slightly. S-level talents are extremely rare even at Shing Wu University, and having 2 in one class clearly indicates that this year's freshmen are extraordinary. "The entrance competition will take place 1 week after the semester begins," Lu Linglong said with a serious expression. "As per tradition, special admission students must accept challenges from other freshmen. Many people are waiting to see this connected student make a fool of himself." She pulled up a list and projected it into the air. "Pay special attention to these 2, Ouyang Jie, S-level Nanming Lihua flame talent, already at the peak of Yuanwu. From the Ouyang family in Ronqing, the other is." The image switched to a photo of a silver-haired girl. Bai Li, S-level ice soul mystic body, early Kaiyuan stage. Wu Haoyu frowned slightly. It seemed this freshman competition would be anything but easy. "Don't disgrace the Wu family," Lu Linglong reminded him one last time. "Your master has already made it clear, if you lose, you'll have to train for an extra 3 months." By the time he returned to the villa, the sun had already set. Wu Haoyu stood in the center of the training room, holding the newly purchased 4th tier Thunderstrike spear, a weapon Wen Ruyu had helped him pick out during their shopping trip earlier today. It was a full tier above his previous flash thunder spear. With a light tap of the spear tip, a streak of lightning shot out, leaving a charred mark on the specially designed target. Wu Haoyu nodded in satisfaction and immediately began practicing the basic moves of the extreme spear technique. With only a week left until the freshman competition, he had to quickly adapt to the characteristics of this new weapon. After finishing his spear practice, he activated the 9 Heavens Thunder Body. The purple patterns on his skin gradually lit up, and the density of his muscles visibly increased. After the battle in Yunjing Forest, this technique was nearing mastery of its first stage. It wasn't until the midnight chime that Wu Haoyu concluded his training. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the brightly lit campus in the distance. Next week, he would officially integrate into the life of St. Martial University as an ordinary freshman. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass curtain wall into the corridor. Wu Haoyu adjusted the collar of his specially designed school uniform. The silver-white trim was particularly striking in the morning light, marking him as a special recruit of Shing Wu University. He pushed open the door to the first-year Class 1 classroom of the Tactical Academy, and a dozen pairs of eyes instantly turned toward him. Wu Haoyu, the middle-aged female teacher at the podium, adjusted her glasses. "Just find his seat anywhere." A low murmur of discussion immediately filled the room. Wu Haoyu walked resolutely toward an empty seat, but he could clearly feel probing gazes from all directions, some curious, some defiant, and a few openly hostile. "Quiet." The female teacher knocked on the podium. "I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Shui, at the peak of the Kaiyuan soul-gathering realm." She was interrupted halfway through her sentence by a wave of exclamations. Having a soul-gathering realm expert as a homeroom teacher was almost unheard of in other academies. Lin Shui then informed the class that anyone interested in participating in the freshman competition could register with her after the class meeting, as the competition would officially begin that afternoon. She also went over a few school rules before concluding the meeting. When the course schedule was handed out, Wu Haoyu noticed that Wednesday afternoons were marked with the words special guidance. As he pondered this, a wave of intense heat suddenly suddenly approached him. Hey, special recruit. A petite yet imposing girl with fiery red short hair leaned in close to his face, challenging him. She wore the standard blue uniform of an ordinary student, but the cuffs were embroidered with a flame emblem indicating her fire element talent. Ouyang Jia, S-rank Southern Bright Departure Flame, the girl said, tilting her chin provocatively. 10 6-star pills, betting you can't take 3 of my moves. The classroom fell silent in an instant, and everyone held their breath, waiting to see how this rumored special recruit would respond. Wu Haoyu calmly closed his course schedule, a faint smile playing on his lips. Double the stakes. I'll take 10 of your moves. At noon, the martial arts arena was divided into 10 circular platforms, each equipped with protective barriers. 50 freshmen from the Tactical Academy drew lots to determine their opponents. Wu Haoyu's first match was scheduled on Platform 3. State your names, the referee announced loudly. Wu Haoyu, special recruit, he said. Opposite him, a thin boy assumed a combat stance. Chen Lin, A-rank shadow talent. At the sound of the whistle, Chen Lin's figure suddenly blurred, splitting into 3 identical forms that attacked simultaneously from different directions. Too short. Blades gleamed coldly, their angles exceptionally tricky. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the spectators. This kind of clone ability, a variant of the shadow element, was nearly unbeatable among those of the same rank. However, in the next instant, bang! Wu Haoyu's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing beside Chen Lin's true body. With a simple straight punch, Chen Lin was sent flying out of the platform like a kite with a broken string. Winner, Wu Haoyu. The referee's voice trembled slightly. The speed and power of that punch far exceeded the limits of the Yuan Wu realm. The next 3 matches were identical. Regardless of whether the opponent specialized in defense or speed, none could withstand even a single move in front of Wu Haoyu. By the end of the 4th match, the discussions in the spectator stands had already turned into, this special recruit is a total monster. On the semi-final stage, Ouyang Jia's fiery red short hair danced in the heat waves. She crossed her arms, a massive hammer placed in front of her, and impatiently stomped her foot. Finally, it's your turn, special recruit. Wu Haoyu walked onto the stage with a calm expression. This time, he took out the Thunderstrike spear in advance. The spear tip lightly touched the ground, emitting a crisp humming sound. The match begins. Ouyang Jia made the first move. With a wave of her hands, 3 fire dragons roared out, instantly pushing the temperature of the stage to its peak. For an ordinary Yuan Wu realm cultivator, even breathing in such high heat would scorch their lungs. Wu Haoyu's figure flickered, and the Thunderstrike spear traced a blue arc, slicing the fire dragons in half. To his surprise, the severed flames did not dissipate but instead transformed into dozens of fireballs, surrounding him from all directions. Explode! Ouyang Jia shouted sharply. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the entire stage was instantly engulfed in a raging sea of fire. The spectator stands erupted in an uproar, and even the referee took a nervous step forward. As the smoke and dust cleared, Wu Haoyu remained standing unscathed, enveloped in a faint purple light shield. This was the initial defensive form of the 9 Heavens Thunder body. Interesting. A surge of battle intent flared in Ouyang Jia's eyes. Looks like I'll have to get serious. She suddenly tore off her school uniform jacket, revealing a form-fitting crimson battle armor. Embedded in the chest was a dazzling ruby, frantically absorbing the surrounding fire elements. Immediately, she raised the giant hammer high and smashed it down forcefully. Flame God descends. Accompanied by a furious roar, Ouyang Jia's hair instantly ignited into flames, which scattered as the giant hammer struck. This was the Ouyang family's inherited ultimate technique, its power in no way inferior to the Wu family's martial arts. Wu Haoyu finally looked serious, holding the thunder spear horizontally in front of his chest as the spiritual patterns on the spear lit up one after another. When Ouyang Jia charged forward with a surging wave of fire, he integrated the complete version of the 5 Extremes Thunder Fist into his spear technique for the first time. 9 strikes of thunder. The gun moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, 9 streaks of thunderous light striking with unparalleled speed, each blow precisely targeting the weakest points of the flames. The shockwaves from the explosions caused the protective barrier to shake violently, and the observing students raised their hands to shield themselves from the blinding light. As the light faded, the scene on the arena made everyone gasp. Ouyang Jia knelt on one knee, gripping a massive hammer, her battle armor scorched in multiple places, while Wu Haoyu's thunder spear was firmly pointed 3 inches from her throat. I lost, Ouyang Jia admitted through gritted teeth, her voice low as she tossed out a jade bottle. 20 spirit-nourishing pills. A bet is a bet. Just as Wu Haoyu accepted the wager and prepared to step off the stage, the broadcast suddenly sounded. First-year Class 1 student Wang Tianhao from the Element Academy requests to challenge first-year Class 1 student Wu Haoyu from the Tactics Academy. The crowd erupted in shock. According to tradition, cross-academy challenges could only be initiated after the internal competitions within each academy had concluded. However, very few dared to act so recklessly. After all, the training focus of each academy was different, making such challenges inherently unfair, not to mention the fact that the battles had just ended. Wang Tianhao swaggered onto the stage, wearing the Wang Wang family crest on his chest. He first cast a flippant glance at Ouyang Jia, who had yet to leave the arena, and then flashed a provocative smile at Wu Haoyu. "Young Master Wu, do you dare to raise the stakes?" He took out a crimson crystal core, a 5th-tier beast core, betting on your gun. Wu Haoyu's gaze suddenly turned icy. The Thunderbolt spear was personally chosen for him by Wen Ruyu, carrying extraordinary significance. Just as he was about to respond, a commotion suddenly erupted in the audience. "Wang Tianhao!" Ouyang Jia abruptly stood up. "Damn it, do you have no shame? Challenging right after a match? None of your business." Wang Tianhao sneered disdainfully. "I'm not challenging you." The judge awkwardly looked toward the podium. The chief dean nodded slightly, signaling for the competition to continue. This level of friction was practically commonplace at Shing Wu University. "All right." Wu Haoyu calmly spun the Thunderstrike spear. "But the stakes need to be raised. If you lose," Wu Haoyu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, "give me 10 8th-tier beast crystal cores. If I lose, I'll give you 20. Do you dare?" Wang Tianhao's face instantly turned ashen. 8th-tier crystal cores were worth a fortune, and 10 of them would be a significant portion of the Wang family's wealth. Not only could he not afford it, but even the Wang family would struggle to produce such a sum easily. However, he knew Wu Haoyu could indeed afford 20 crystal cores. After all, the Wu family, as a super clan, didn't care about such things. Now forced into a desperate situation, he has no other choice. Besides, he is at the Kaiyuan realm, how could he possibly lose? "Since you're so eager to give me money, I'll reluctantly accept it. I ask the teachers and the dean to bear witness, so as to..." Before finishing his sentence, Wang Tianhao suddenly made his move. A blazing longsword appeared out of thin air. Flame Dragon Slash. Flames even hotter than Ouyang Jia's transformed into a giant dragon, instantly evaporating all the moisture in the martial arts arena. Some lower-level students even felt dizzy. This was the absolute control of the environment by fire element talent. Faced with this earth-shattering strike, Wu Haoyu made a move that shocked everyone. He placed the thunder spear back on his back and slowly assumed a peculiar starting stance with his hands. Is he going to catch Wang Tianhao's killer move barehanded? Is he crazy? Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Wu Haoyu's skin gradually turned a purplish-gold color, with lightning patterns moving like living creatures, and his entire body radiating a scorching aura. The first level of the Nine Heavens Thunder Body, complete form, made its debut. Flames and thunder clashed violently, erupting in a blinding white light. When vision was restored, the scene on the arena left everyone dumbfounded. Wu Haoyu grabbed Wang Tianhao by the neck with one hand and lifted him high. The latter's once magnificent flame armor was now shattered and tattered, his face filled with an expression of utter disbelief. "You impotent waste propped up by pills, what gives you the courage to challenge me?" Wu Haoyu's voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the entire martial arena. Wang Tianhao struggled desperately, trying to resist, but to his horror, he discovered that the spiritual energy within his body had completely stagnated. This was precisely the unique sealing effect of the 10,000 Thunder technique. I concede." On the verge of suffocation, he finally managed to squeeze out these words of surrender. Wu Haoyu let go of his hand, turned around, and left, leaving the eldest son of the Wang family collapsed on the ground. As he reached the edge of the arena, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. This victory completely solidified his status as the king among the new generation. Wu Haoyu was not at all afraid of the possibility of Wang Tianhao reneging on his debt. After all, Lu Linglong was seated on the podium. "I need to contact fourth sister and have her send someone to the Wang family to collect the debt." A moment of silence for the Wang family. In the cultivation room on the top floor of the Wanxiang Tower, Lei Wanjun lay sprawled on the ground snoring, with a wine gourd rolling to the side. When Wu Haoyu pushed the door open and entered, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up like a carp, instantly looking refreshed. "Perfect timing." Lei Wanjun rubbed his wrinkled face. "Watching your match yesterday almost made me die of anger. Your speed is fine, but when turning, you're like a stubborn bull." Wu Haoyu awkwardly touched his nose. Yesterday's battle with Wang Tianhao, though victorious, indeed revealed flaws during the transitions of his movements. Lei Wanjun suddenly formed his fingers into a sword, a streak of lightning piercing straight toward his disciple's throat. Wu Haoyu instinctively dodged to the side, only to see his master's wrist flick. The lightning followed him like a shadow, making a sharp right angle and stopping steadily 3 inches from his temple. "Did you see that?" The elder withdrew the lightning. In a life-and-death fight, a margin of error as small as a hair's breadth can lead to the outcome of a head exploding. Lei Wanjun pulled out a greasy chicken leg from who knows where and started gnawing on it. While eating, he drew a few simple shapes on the ground. Speed can be divided into 3 types: linear charge, short-range maneuvering, and instantaneous directional changes during combat. Right now, you only know the first type, which makes you nothing more than a sitting duck. He casually tossed out 5 recording stones, projecting demonstrations of 5 different movement techniques: Dragon Step, suitable for prolonged battles; Phantom Moon Technique, focused on deception; 9-star Flash, strong and explosive power. When introducing the 4th one, the old man suddenly grinned. "This one you'll definitely recognize, Thunder Flash, the signature technique of your Wu family." In the projection, the martial martial artist transformed into a streak of lightning, traversing 100 meters in an instant while precisely executing 7 directional changes along the way. But what shocked Wu Haoyu the most was the fifth type. The practitioner turned out to be a young Lei Wanjun, and he was using a modified version of Thunder Flash, a simplified version of Phantom Spirit Flash. The old man stroked his beard proudly. Your great-grandfather, that stubborn old man, insisted on practicing the traditional way step by step, but I was determined to take a different path. You should know that Thunder Flash is the predecessor of the martial technique Phantom Spirit Flash, right? Back when your grandfather and I were training together, we both noticed the flaws in Thunder Flash. Taking advantage of a lull in the battles on the outer battlefield, we began trying to improve it. Heaven rewards the diligent, and we eventually succeeded in enhancing it, giving this martial technique some of the characteristics of Phantom Spirit Flash. So you don't need to keep practicing the old Wu family version of Thunder Flash. Just train with my version, and when your level improves, you can switch to Phantom Spirit Flash without any rush. The next morning, a purple sandalwood box was delivered to Wu Haoyu's villa. Opening the lid, a jade slip emitting a faint lightning glow lay quietly inside. When his fingertips touched the surface of the jade slip, the familiar family emblem appeared. It was indeed the Wu family's Thunder Flash, yet it carried subtle differences. The standard version of Thunder Flash requires channeling the power of lightning into the meridians of the legs to achieve speed through explosive stimulation. But this one in front of me has added an ingenious energy circulation system at the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the foot. I see now, Wu Haoyu suddenly realized. Boom! The traditional practice places a great burden on the meridians, allowing for a maximum of only 3 consecutive uses. However, this improved version disperses the pressure through foot circulation, not only increasing the number of uses but also storing residual thunder energy while moving. The most astonishing part is the note on the last page. When cultivation reaches perfection, it is possible to separate a portion of thunder power during high-speed movement, forming a phantom body with tangible interference effects. This is precisely the effect possessed by the Saint-level martial technique Phantom Spirit Flash, though Phantom Spirit Flash can condense up to 9 phantom bodies. At the bottom, written in bold and flamboyant strokes, jointly researched by Wu Tianlei and Lei Wanjun at the 7th defense line of the outer battlefield, new calendar year 87. Inside the cultivation room, Wu Haoyu stood barefoot on a specially crafted lightning-struck wooden stake. Following the instructions of the improved technique, he first guided a trace of chaos demon-slaying divine thunder into the sole of his foot, constructing a miniature circulation loop. Sizzle, an accident occurred on the first attempt. The divine thunder's power was too overwhelming, directly burning through the circuit, causing him such pain that he almost fell off the wooden stake. What's going on? After failing 7 consecutive times, Wu Haoyu finally managed to grasp the basics of this body technique martial skill. As his figure flickered, he was astonished to find that he had left faint after images in the room. Although the duration was less than half a second, this was already a realm unattainable by the traditional Thunder Flash. For the next 3 days, he devoted himself entirely to the practice of the body technique. From initially being able to accelerate only in a straight line, he gradually mastered small-range maneuvers, and eventually, he could even make sudden right-angle turns while sprinting at full speed. This action, defying the laws of physics, nearly caused the food-delivering smart robot to crash. On the evening of the 5th day, Wu Haoyu was testing his maximum speed in the backyard when he suddenly sensed the barrier being triggered. Turning his head, he saw Wen Ruyu standing outside the fence, holding a book in her hands. Junior Haoyu, her emerald-like eyes slightly widened. Your strength has improved quite a bit. At this moment, Wu Haoyu noticed that along the trajectory of his earlier movement, there were actually 3 faint lightning afterimages left behind. Although they vanished in an instant, they indeed achieved the mid-stage effect described in the improved version. Is there something you need, senior? Wen Ruyu shook the book in her hand and smiled. Nothing, I was just passing by and thought I'd say hello. On the day of the freshman competition, I had planned to watch you showcase your skills, but the teacher called me away at the last minute, so I couldn't witness your brilliant performance in person. Senior, don't laugh at me. That was just a lucky win. By the way, when Ruyu was about to turn and leave when she suddenly said, did the Wang family place a bet on you? They did, and they even took the initiative to send it to the Wu family. Wu Haoyu replied nonchalantly. You need to be careful. Wang Tianhao is a very vengeful person and will definitely find a way to get back at you, especially since you're about to attend the practical class. You must stay vigilant, Wen Ruyu reminded. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Wu Haoyu calmly interrupted her, a flicker of lightning flashing through his eyes. This young master of the Wang family would be the perfect test for the true power of Thunder Flash. The next day, atop the Myriad Phenomena Tower, Lei Wanjun listened to his disciple's cultivation report and, unusually, revealed a satisfied expression. Condensing a phantom in just 3 days, you're much better than your grandfather. The old man took a swig of wine, then suddenly flicked his hand, tossing 9 copper coins into the air, forming a peculiar formation. Try this. Crunch. Wu Haoyu understood and immediately executed the improved version of Thunder Flash. He easily dodged dodged the first 7 copper coins, but as he passed the last 2, the circulation loop in his left leg suddenly became chaotic, causing a slight delay in his movement. The problem lies here. Lei Wanjun pointed in midair, and the meridian map under his disciple's feet immediately appeared. Although your control is quite good, you've compromised the purity of the thunder force. He pulled out a small notebook and tossed it to Wu Haoyu. Follow this to make adjustments, then try again. Wu Haoyu opened the notebook and found it densely packed with various meridian modification plans. At the very bottom, there was a line of small text, prepared for that troublesome little brat, Wu Tianlei. Over the next week, Wu Haoyu was completely immersed in improving his footwork. With the help of the plan provided by his grandfather, he successfully constructed a dual circulation system under his feet. This subtle adjustment brought astonishing results. Now, every movement leaves a lightning resistance trail on the path that lasts for about a second, delivering indiscriminate electric shocks to any intruders. The real killer move, however, is the Phantom. Although it can currently only last for half a second, it is enough to create a deadly opportunity in battle. On the eve of the practical class, Wu Haoyu stood on the villa rooftop, overlooking the sleeping campus. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and his figure instantly appeared atop the clock tower 100 meters away. The Phantom left behind during his movement resembled a real duplicate, striking a combat pose. Still not perfect, he murmured softly, but for tomorrow's practical class, his current strength was more than sufficient. The night wind blew gently as his gaze turned toward the distant cloudscape forest. The morning mist shrouded the central plaza of Shing Wu University, where 30 silver-gray tactical ships were neatly lined up. Wu Haoyu stood in the formation of the Tactical Academy, the silver trim of his custom uniform particularly striking in the morning light. The gazes cast his way were a complex mix: reverence, curiosity, and an unmistakable undercurrent of hostility. "Hey, special recruit." A head of fiery red hair popped into view as Ouyang Jie casually patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't expect we'd end up on the same team." Behind her was the petite Chen Lin, a frail-looking boy carrying 2 uniquely designed short blades on his back. When he saw Wu Haoyu, he gave a shy smile. There was also a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who adjusted his frames and extended his hand proactively, saying, "Zhao Mingxian, grade Eye of Analysis talent, responsible for tactical analysis and identifying the weaknesses of exotic beasts." Chen Lin shyly nodded, but his gaze remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Wu Haoyu noticed that the twin blades at his waist had been replaced with a new model, their edges glowing with a faint blue light. "Where's the captain?" Ouyang Jie stomped her foot impatiently. "If he doesn't show up soon, this lady is going to lose her patience." "Is everyone here?" A deep voice came from behind. A young man with bronze skin and a robust build strode forward, his combat uniform stretched tight over his explosive muscles. On his chest was the elite badge of the 3rd Division, and his shoulder insignia featured 2 crossed swords. "Third year at the Weaponry Academy, Chen Tai," the young man spoke concisely. "During the mission, call me Captain Tai." His sharp gaze swept over the 4 of them. "Remember 3 points. First, I am responsible for recording and providing backup. Second, retreat immediately if encountering a 4th-tier exotic beast. Third," he specifically glanced at Wu Haoyu and Ouyang Jie, "do not enter dangerous areas. If you disobey orders, I will knock you out and take you back, and your assessment qualifications will be revoked." On the high platform in front of the square, Lu Linglong, dressed in a silver-white dean's uniform, spoke through an amplification array that carried her voice across the venue. "The trial area this time is the outskirts of Yunjing Forest. Teams will hunt exotic beasts and gather resources. The scoring rules have been sent to your terminals." Behind her stood the department heads of various faculties, their overwhelming presence causing the freshmen to hold their breath in awe. Wu Haoyu noticed Wang Tianhao from the Elemental Academy lineup staring coldly at him, while the silver-haired girl beside him kept her eyes closed, exuding waves of chilling energy. This trial involves only the Tactical Academy, Weaponry Academy, and Elemental Academy as the combat sequence. The Alchemy Academy and Forging Academy have also sent students to accompany them, but their numbers are smaller, and they are mainly responsible for treating the injured and repairing weapons. Board the ship. With the command issued, the freshman orderly entered the spaceship. Before the cabin door closed, Wu Haoyu saw Wen Ruyu standing at the command platform, a hint of encouragement in her emerald green eyes. An hour and a half later, the spaceship landed at Camp Number 3, and the strong scent of vegetation greeted them. Unlike the forest from the last training, the trees here were denser, and sunlight could hardly penetrate the overlapping layers of the canopy. After arriving at the destination, all combat squads quickly dispersed, and the trial officially began. The map shows a water source to the northeast. Zhao Mingxian quickly operated the tactical terminal. The frequency of beast activity is 37% higher than the average. Chen Tai nodded. "Let's head there. Ouyang will lead the way, Chen Lin will scout the flanks, Zhao Mingxian will analyze from the center, and Wu Haoyu will cover the rear." He specifically added, "Maintain a 10-meter distance, and use hand signals to communicate if anything happens." Less than 5 miles into the forest, the first wave of attack arrived silently. Dozens of emerald green poison dart frogs bugs leapt out from the moss, their tiny poisonous stingers raining down like droplets. A first-tier gregarious species, Zhao Mingxian exclaimed. The stingers have a paralyzing effect. Before the words were finished, Ouyang Jia had already transformed into a whirlwind of flames. The high temperature instantly evaporated the stingers, and the smell of scorching filled the forest. Her figure flickered among the shadows of the trees, her twin blades precisely piercing the neural centers of the frogs that had slipped through. Wu Haoyu's thunder spear swept out, forming a barrier of lightning that blocked the remaining attacks. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, executed with seamless coordination. Although it was their first joint operation, they displayed an exceptional level of teamwork. Beautiful. Chen Tai scored on the recorder, base points, 200, teamwork bonus, 30%. At noon, the squad arrived at a swampy area, where purple water lilies floated on the murky surface. Zhao Mingxuan's tactical terminal suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. High-energy reaction detected. It's the golden vein dreams a lotus. Everyone followed his direction and looked over, only to see faint golden light flickering on the lotus pod in the center of the swamp. This was the main ingredient for refining dreams a pills, with a market value comparable to the core of a 4th-tier exotic beast. There's something underwater, Chen Lin suddenly said in a low voice. His shadow-like keen perception talent had caught the unusual ripples beneath the water's surface. Sure enough, when Ouyang Jia attempted to use the flaming whip to coil around the lotus pod, a gluttonous crocodile dragon as thick as a water barrel burst out of the water. Its scarlet eyes locked fiercely onto the intruder. 3rd-tier peak. Chen Tai gripped his battle axe. Need any help? No need. Ouyang Jia was brimming with fighting spirit. She formed seals with both hands, sending 9 fire rings toward the crocodile dragon. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Lin slipped into the shadows, his dual blades aiming straight for the dragon's most vulnerable eyes. Wu Haoyu's thunder spear struck with perfect timing. The improved version of Thunder Flash was unleashed, his figure transforming into a Z-shaped streak of lightning. The spear tip precisely struck the dragon horn on the forehead of the gluttonous crocodile dragon, the very point where its energy converged to release its skill. Drawing on his previous experience battling the gluttonous crocodile dragon, Wu Haoyu handled the situation with ease. A charred corpse floated to the surface. Wu Haoyu landed lightly on the broad back of the crocodile and casually plucked the golden vein dream marsh lotus. Kill points 900, material points 1500. Zhao Mingxuan's voice trembled. These points probably exceed the total of many teams for an entire day. Should we continue advancing in the training? Zhao Taizhan walked out from the rear, his eyes full of shock. You all, giving you an S rating for combat performance wouldn't even feel excessive. Are you really freshmen? In the evening, the team set up camp by the stream. Chen Tai scattered beast-repelling powder around the camp, while Chen Lin and Zhao Mingxian set up a simple alert formation. Something's wrong. Zhao Mingxian, who was in charge of vigilance, suddenly appeared. There's combat activity 2 kilometers to the east, but I don't know which team it is. Wu Haoyu climbed to the treetop for a better view and saw Wang Tianhao fiercely battling a tier 4 Galestorm bear, while his 2 teammates were severely injured. Even stranger, a faint black rune seemed to appear on the forehead of the Galestorm bear. A magic rune. Wu Haoyu's pupils slightly contracted as he thought to himself, it's exactly the same as the gluttonous crocodile dragon we encountered last time. Why is the magic rune appearing again? Just as he was pondering the anomaly of the magic pattern, a sudden change occurred. Wang Tianhao suddenly exposed a flaw, unexpectedly directing the raging storm bear toward the silver-haired girl. The silver-haired girl was forced to confront it, and the clash between Frost and the raging storm bear triggered a violent explosion. Amid the billowing dust, Wang Tianhao seized the opportunity to lunge toward Bai Li's waist, where a jade box emitting a chilling aura was tied. Looking for death. Bai Li's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. The absolute zero domain instantly unfolded, and Wang Tianhao's movements visibly slowed. Wu Haoyu did not hesitate, unleashing Thunder Flash with full force. The purple-gold lightning pierced through the twilight, and the thunder spear struck the back of the Galestorm bear's neck like a falling meteor. At the same time, a flash of lightning illusion attacked from the other side, successfully drawing the attention of the demonized giant beast. Go! He grabbed Bai Li's wrist and pushed the improved movement technique to its limit. The two instantly retreated over 100 meters away. As the two retreated, Chen Tai had already reached the Galestorm bear and killed it with a single strike. Bai Li shook off his hand and said coldly, mind your own business. Hey, hero of the special admission, saving the damsel in distress, she doesn't seem to appreciate it, Ouyang Jia said with a hint of schadenfreude. Back at the camp, Chen Tai solemnly operated the recorder, sending the discovery of the demonized beast to headquarters, along with reporting Wang Tianhao's sneak attack on his teammates. Ouyang Jia leaned toward the tactical terminal and suddenly widened his eyes. Our total score is 4,850, ranked first. The second place element team 1 only has 2050? Chen Lin suddenly pointed to the bottom of the screen. Look here quickly. The bottom of the leaderboard prominently displayed Wang Tianhao's team, minus 500 points, with a note stating, deliberately endangering teammates, deducted 1,500 points. As night deepened, Wu Haoyu checked the corpse of the Gale storm bear again during his night watch. Upon closer inspection, the black runes unexpectedly showed an eerie wriggling motion. He quietly used the terminal to take a 3D image of the rune and sent it to two contacts, Lei Wanjun and Lu Linglong. Deep in the forest, Wang Tianhao fiercely kicked a stone into the air. He dialed an encrypted communication, his voice filled with venom. There's been a bit of a situation. As the first ray of morning light pierced through the treetops, Wu Haoyu finished his meditation. The reply received last night was concise and heavy. If there are any further discoveries, evacuate immediately, Lei Wanjun. At the same time, he received another message, be cautious of Wang Tianhao. From the rescued team members, it was learned that Wang Tianhao possesses a 4-star shadow pearl, capable of sealing others' abilities for 3 minutes. Exercise extreme caution, Wen Ruyu. He gazed into the depths of the forest, twirling the thunder gun in his hand into a flourish. This trial has only just begun. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when a piercing wolf howl suddenly echoed through the forest. 5 figures instantly entered combat mode. Chen Tai held his giant axe across his chest, Chen Lin vanished into the shadows of the trees, and Zhao Mingxuan's tactical terminal flickered wildly. 37. Zhao Mingxuan's voice was tense. There's one tier 3 Wolf King, 6 tier 2 elites, and the rest are all tier 1 or peak tier 1. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the gray-green beast tide had already broken through the underbrush. The Gale Wolf is known for its speed, surrounded by a cyan airflow as it charges, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on tree trunks. Quick and decisive. We can't delay, the scent of blood will attract more beasts, Zhao Mingxian said in a low voice. Gong Yuan raised her delicate hand, and an ice wall immediately rose in front of the 5 of them. However, the force of the wolves' charge far exceeded expectations, and the ice wall shattered after just 2 seconds. Burning heaven! Ouyang Jia slammed his palms to the ground, and flames swept out in a fan shape. The 5 wolves at the forefront instantly turned into fireballs, but the wolves behind them trampled over their fallen companions' corpses, pressing forward without hesitation. Chen Lin's figure darted through the wolf pack like a phantom, his dual blades precisely slicing at the wolves' leg tendons. The incapacitated wolves were quickly stomped into pulp. Wu Haoyu's thunder spear transformed into a web of lightning, forcing the wolves attempting to flank through the sides back into the sea of fire. The Wolf King let out a long howl, instantly altering the wolves' attack strategy. 6 elite wolves swiftly converged, merging cyan streams of energy into a massive wind blade that tore through the flames, heading straight for Gong Yuan. They actually knew to eliminate the controller first. Watch out! Wu Haoyu activated Thunder Flash, his purple gold figure moving faster than the wind, and his thunder spear struck directly at the core of the wind blade. The violent collision of lightning and wind elements exploded, blasting the nearest elite wolf into a bloody mess. The Wolf King finally made its move personally, transforming into a streak of green light and charging swiftly at Wu Haoyu, moving so fast it left an afterimage. Just as its sharp claws were about to reach his throat. Freeze! Gong Yuan's sharp cry pierced the air like an ice pick. The Wolf King's movements faltered slightly, and its 4 limbs were instantly bound by ice. Wu Haoyu's spear thrust forward, carrying countless lightning spikes. The Tier 3 Wolf King didn't even have time to let out a howl before its body was pierced through. Once the leader fell, the wolf pack immediately scattered. The last Gale Wolf collapsed in the sea of flames, leaving the forest littered with charred corpses and shards of ice. Perfect coordination. Chen Tai noted on the tactical board, however, the energy consumption is too high. I suggest taking a break. Due to Wang Tianhao's ambush, the silver-haired girl Gong Yuan applied to leave Wang Tianhao's team and temporarily joined Wu Haoyu's team. The 4-person team thus became a 5-person team. During their conversation, it was revealed that the Gale Storm bear from yesterday had suddenly appeared while they were resting. It first ambushed the team leader, forcing them to flee. Unexpectedly, Wang Tianhao had set his sights on the family heirloom of Gong Yuan, the Ice Soul Pearl, which led to this ambush. At noon, while the team was resting in the rocky area, they encountered a deadly ambush. 2 green-eyed azure snakes, as thick as water barrels, shot out like lightning from the crevices in the rocks, their venomous fangs aimed directly at Ouyang Jia and Gong Yuan, who were fetching water. Peak of Tier 3. Zhao Mingxuan's warning came half a beat too late. The 2 girls hastily dodged, but Gong Yuan's sleeve was grazed by the venomous fangs, and the fabric instantly corroded and turned black. Even more terrifying was the coordination between the 2 snakes. One spewed poisonous mist to block movement, while the other swept its tail to create a rain of rubble. The hard rocks shattered like tofu under the strike of the snake's tail. They share vision. Zhao Mingxian suddenly shouted, attack the dark spot at the 7-inch mark. Wu Haoyu's thunder spear thrust straight toward the snake's pupil within the poisonous mist. The green-eyed azure snake neither dodged nor avoided, enduring the spear just to spit out venom. At that moment, Chen Lin sprang from the shadow of the snake's belly, his dual blades precisely stabbing into the dark spot. Hiss! The injured giant snake twisted frantically, and the concentration of the poisonous mist surged. The other snake took the opportunity to coil around Gong Yuan. The sound of bones cracking as its body constricted was chilling to the bone. Extreme cold blooms. Blue light surged in Gong Yuan's eyes, and the snake coiled around her instantly froze, but the ice layer was rapidly cracking. At the critical moment, Wu Haoyu's left hand transformed into a claw and pierced the snake's head, channeling the chaos demon slaying divine thunder through its skull. His right hand hurled the thunder spear, pinning another snake to the rock wall. Amid the rampaging lightning, the two snake corpses convulsed violently, eventually turning into charred remains. Ugh! Gong Yuan collapsed to the ground, her left shoulder completely blackened. Zhao Mingxian hurriedly injected the antidote serum, but the blood flowing from the wound was black. The serum has been injected. Sweat dripped from his forehead. I hope she can pull through. Night fell, and the temporary camp was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. Gong Yuan's high fever showed no signs of subsiding, and Ouyang Jia's fire-based abilities only exacerbated the invasion of the cold poison. Chen Tai set up sensory devices around the camp's perimeter, while Chen Lin lay in ambush atop the treetops, keeping watch. At midnight, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. A 3-meter-tall black shadow smashed through 3 giant trees, its flaming fist hurtling straight toward the center of the camp. Peak Tier 4. A demonized fire ape. Chen Tai swung his axe to meet the attack, and as the battle axe collided with the fiery fist, the resulting shockwave overturned the tents. By the light of the flames, everyone could see the writhing black runes on the fire ape's chest, far larger than any they had encountered before. The fire ape completely ignored Ouyang Jia's flames, instead absorbing the fire elements to strengthen itself. It pounded the ground with both fists, and waves of heat like molten lava spread out in a ring. The defensive formation set up by Chen Tai was instantly melted, and Zhao Mingxian was blown away by the shockwave, crashing into a tree. This fire ape is already half a step into the 5th tier. Evacuate with the wounded immediately. Chen Tai roared, his giant axe igniting with golden battle energy as he forcefully cleaved through the fiery waves. However, the demonic markings on the ape's chest suddenly writhed, and the black flames it spewed corroded the axe blade. Wu Haoyu's pupils contracted sharply. The thunder spear was hurled with full force, but the demon ape caught it firmly with one hand. The spear tip, sharp enough to pierce steel, screeched as it sparked against its palm. Thunder strike 9 blows. Wu Haoyu transformed into a streak of lightning for a fierce close-range assault. However, the chaos-exorcising divine thunder contained in his fists only caused a ripple on the demonic patterns of the demon ape. Instead, the demon ape countered with a backhand slap, shattering the protective lightning around Wu Haoyu in an instant. All or nothing. Chen Tai finally unleashed his full strength. The oppressive force of the late stage of the spirit transformation realm caused all the vegetation within 100 meters to snap as the giant axe transformed into a 100-meter blade of light and slashed down. The demon ape crossed its arms to block, with black demonic patterns condensing into a shield. Boom! Amid the blinding white light, the demon ape's arms broke with a resounding crack. But what gushed out from the fracture was not fresh blood, but thick black mist. Wherever the mist reached, vegetation rapidly withered and carbonized. Chen Tai stood in front of the crowd, planting his battle axe into the ground to erect a golden barrier. The black mist corroded the barrier, emitting a sizzling sound, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Take them away. Chen Tai squeezed the words through clenched teeth. This thing is burning the essence of life. Captain. Wu Haoyu still wanted to speak. You go first, I have a way to get out unscathed. Hurry, stop dawdling. Chen Tai roared angrily. When Wu Haoyu carried Gong Yuan out of the range of the black mist, the entire forest had already descended into chaos. A distress signal flare rose in the east, while violent explosions echoed from the west. In the night sky, 3 medical rescue ships were diving swiftly to provide aid. Swoosh! Attention all squads. Lu Linglong's voice resounded through the forest via the amplification array. Proceed immediately to Camp No. 3 for assembly. Repeating, assemble immediately. All teachers, head to the battlefield as soon as possible to rescue the students. It's the captain is back. Chen Lin said excitedly. Are you all okay? Chen Tai asked anxiously upon seeing everyone safe. We're fine. Captain, what exactly happened? Ouyang Jia asked urgently. The specifics are unclear. It seems to be a sudden situation. Let's head back to base camp number 3 first. It's still not safe here. Move quickly, Chen Tai said hurriedly. At this moment, he was also seriously injured. If they encountered another battle like the one just now, he might not make it through the day. Yes, let's return to the base camp first. Zhao Mingxian quickly agreed. Being a psychic type, his combat strength was relatively weak in the early stages. This chaotic environment was extremely dangerous for him, as unknown beasts could appear at any moment. It was better to retreat quickly. On the way to the camp, the horrific scene was suffocating. A squad was wrapped in webs and hung like cocoons on the trees, with severed limbs still clinging to the sticky threads. In another depression, 3 students were covered in mushroom-like growths all over their bodies, while the medical team was using flamethrowers to burn the diseased tissue. It's the spores of the ground spider. Zhao Mingxuan's voice trembled. Not far from the camp, everyone witnessed the most tragic scene. Captain Shi Yong of the Weaponry Academy kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, holding a severed body in his arms. In front of him lay the corpse of a demonized spider the size of a truck, its sharp claws still embedded in his shoulder blade. Go! Shi Yong roared at the crying students. My legs are gone, I can't run fast. You all. His words were abruptly cut off. The last lurking spider emerged from the ground, its mandibles piercing his chest abruptly. Beast! The director of the Weapons Academy, who had rushed over, was furious. A flash of the blade, and the spider was sliced into pieces, but Shi Yong's heart had already been corroded and dissolved by the venom. At dawn, the last group of wounded was carried onto the spaceship. Lu Linglong's silver-white uniform was stained with blood, and she was discussing something with a hurriedly arriving officer. Dean Lu, the magic patterns involve SSS-level confidentiality. The middle-aged officer with a general star on his shoulder frowned deeply. All samples and data must be handed over immediately. Boom. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. Afterward, I will join you in searching this area. Wu Haoyu approached the porthole and saw the officer's adjutant collecting fragments of Captain Shi Yong's remains with a specially designed container. Further away, the scouts dug out wriggling black chunks of flesh from the remains of the demon ape. When the spaceship took off, Gong Yuan woke up on the stretcher. She struggled to sit up, just in time to see the tragic scene outside the spaceship. Wu Haoyu clenched his fists tightly, staring out the porthole. Lu Linglong and the three directors were venturing deep into the forest with the military. In front of them, within the canyon shrouded in thick fog, the vague outline of some gigantic creature slowly writhed in the mist. Outside the porthole of the tactical spacecraft, the cloudscape forest gradually shrank into dark green specks. Inside the cabin, there was a deathly silence, with the scent of blood and disinfectant mingling in the air. Suddenly, a girl curled up in her seat and sobbed. That faint sound of crying was like a fuse, instantly igniting the suppressed emotions. Sobs, the sound of chattering teeth, and prayers rose and fell in succession. Wu Haoyu sat in the corner, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the Thunderstrike gun. Faint traces of the corrosive marks left by the black blood of the demon ape remained on the gun's body. He shut his eyes tightly, his mind replaying the hellish scenes of last night. Captain Shi Yong's chest pierced by spider legs, the black aura spreading over Gong Yuan's shoulder, the golden barrier Chentai raised before the black mist shattering. Death list confirmed. The cold electronic voice echoed through the broadcast. Tactical Academy, Zhou Min, Li Jin. Weapons Academy, Wang Hai, Zhao Xiaofeng. With each name mentioned, the air in the cabin grew heavier, as if suffocating everyone inside. When the name Shi Yong was mentioned, a suppressed roar came from the back row. It was the freshman with a broken leg whom he had saved. Wu Haoyu opened his eyes and saw a drop of black blood on the back of his hand, which he hadn't noticed before. The blood seemed to have a life of its own, wriggling slightly as if trying to burrow into his skin. Instinctively, he activated the Chaos Demon slaying Divine Thunder, and with a flash of purple gold lightning, the black blood instantly turned into green smoke and dissipated. Sure enough, it's looking for a host. The chill in his heart grew even stronger. The spaceship landed in the medical zone of Shing Wu University, and the blinding searchlights tore through the night. The sound of stretcher trolleys rolling across the ground, the cold prompts of medical robots, and the professor's suppressed roars of anger intertwined into a cacophony. Wu Haoyu had just set foot on the ground when a soft body collided into his arms. You scared me to death. Wen Ruyu's voice carried an uncharacteristic tremble. She tightly gripped his arm, her jade-like eyes misted with tears, carefully examining him from head to toe. Senior, I'm fine. Wu Haoyu awkwardly tried to withdraw his hand, only to find her fingertips icy cold. Wen Ruyu only then realized her loss of composure, hurriedly letting go, a faint blush coloring the tips of her ears. Gong Yuan has been sent to the intensive care unit. The cold poison has invaded her heart. Meridian. Ouyang Jia is being treated for burns. Chen Lin has suffered mental trauma and is recuperating. She reported her teammates' injuries at a rapid pace, seemingly trying to cover up her earlier panic. The two walked slowly along the shore of fragmented Moon Lake. Moonlight spilled over the lake's surface, but it was severed by the red glow of the medical zone. Wen Ruyu softly recounted the shocking casualty numbers. Among the 7 freshmen from the Weapons Academy who perished, 3 were geniuses. Ranked in the top 10 of the entrance examination, 8 were severely injured, 2 of whom might never be able to cultivate again. The most tragic was the death of the third-year team captain, Shi Yong, while 3 other severely injured individuals remained on the operating table. Shi Yong. Wen Ruyu stopped in her tracks, her voice choked with emotion. His girlfriend, Xiao Yao, is a third-year student at the Medicine Spirit Academy. The two had originally planned to get married right after graduation, but Xiao Yao fainted 3 times today outside the operating room. Wu Haoyu silently gazed at the lake's surface. On the opposite shore, a mechanical guard dog patrolled slowly, its scarlet electronic eyes scanning the bushes. The facade of tranquility at Shing Wu University had been completely shattered overnight. When Wen Ruyu was dropped off at the Villa District, she suddenly called out to Wu Haoyu. From her storage bracelet, she retrieved a palm-sized jade box, its surface engraved with swirling ice crystal runes. Take it. She handed it over without hesitation. Gong Yuan sent me a message before she fell unconscious, asking me to make sure you receive this. She wanted to thank you for saving her twice. As the jade box was opened, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Inside, fragments of icy jade essence were laid out, and in the center floated a a crystalline petal, slowly rotating. Blue light, like stardust, flowed through the veins of the petal. This is the companion flower of the Ice Soul Profound Heart, Wen Ruyu said gravely. It can only be crafted by the direct descendants of the Gong family. The gift Gong Yuan has given you is no small token of gratitude. Although the Gong family of Longjiang Palace is not a prominent clan, the ice soul flowers they craft are extremely beneficial for cultivation. Wu Haoyu lightly touched the petal with his fingertip, and a bone-chilling cold spread up his arm, quickly permeating his entire body. This ice soul flower could stabilize the mind, making it a rare treasure. This isn't very useful to me, so I'll give it to you, senior sister. You're from the spiritual department. This ice soul flower will be more helpful to you, Wu Haoyu said, turning slightly. That won't do. This was given to you by a girl. How can you just pass it on to someone else? Wen Ruyu replied with a smile. Besides, my Wen family's supreme tranquil heart technique already has divine clarity effects. Alright, I didn't think it through. It's getting late, senior sister. You should rest early. Back at the villa, hot water washed away the fatigue from his body. Wu Haoyu looked down at his chest, where two newly added claw marks shimmered with a purple-gold glow, traces of the Nine Heavens thunder body, automatically repairing itself. During the battle with the demon ape, the Chaos Exorcism Divine Thunder was able to resist the erosion of the black flames, but ultimately, due to insufficient strength, it still caused injury. The communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated, and Lei Wanjuan's scruffy holographic image was projected through the mist. You little rascal, no parts missing, right? Completely intact. Wu Haoyu turned off the shower. Nonsense. The old man widened his eyes. That kid Chen Tai is already lying in the repair cabin. The black flames of the demon ape carry the corrosion of the heart trait, specifically designed to contaminate energy cores. My chaos demon slaying thunder can block the corrosion, Wu Haoyu said calmly. The other end of the projection suddenly fell silent. Lei Wanjun took a sharp swig of liquor, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Indeed, thunder inherently has the power to suppress all evil, not to mention your thunder contains the power to slay demons. No wonder. He paused, his tone unusually heavy, but still, be careful. 50 years ago, I was tricked by something similar. Before the communication ended, the old man suddenly grinned. Oh, by the way, the cold poison in that little girl from the Gong family can be cured by grinding the shell of a sunfruit into powder. The process is a bit painful, though. As for the sunfruit, go find the little girl from the Ouyang family. Their family has plenty of them. 300 meters beneath the Imperial capital, thick lead alloy walls blocked all signals. The images of three black-robed figures floated above a triangular altar, and at the center of the altar hovered a mass of black flesh that continuously howled. The data of test subject Ape 7 exceeded expectations. The first black-robed figure's voice carried a harsh metallic screech. The infection rate of the turbid heart curse has risen to 89%, and the power amplification reached 292%. Unfortunately, it was terminated prematurely. Another black-robed figure pointed at the flickering lightning patterns on the chunk of flesh and said, analyzing the residual lightning energy, this thunderbolt is extraordinary, with a hint of S-level or higher. However, it's impossible to confirm further. But based on the information we obtained earlier, this is very likely none other than the young master of the Wu family who awakened an SS-level talent. Should we eliminate him? The third black-robed figure's palm revealed a holographic map of the Sacred Martial Academy. Raven is already in position. No. The first black-robed figure raised a hand, and the chunk of flesh suddenly exploded. I have other uses for Raven. Eliminating such a genius now would surely expose our identities and disrupt our upcoming plans. The black blood morphed into a ferocious demonic face. Once the seed of corrosion is successfully cultivated, infecting the Wu family's young master will be the most ruthless revenge against the Wu family. The image dissipated, and three test tubes containing purple-black liquid rose from the base of the altar. Tiny magical patterns floated within the liquid, writhing as if alive. Inject turbid heart beta into the next batch of test subjects. A metallic voice echoed in the chamber. Location, choose that place. Wu Haoyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a tactical terminal that displayed three unread messages. Medicine Spirit Academy, Gong Yuan is out of danger. Lu Linglong, the military has blocked the news, claiming it was an energy contamination incident. Be sure to stay safe when going out recently. Wen Ruyu, let's have lunch together tomorrow. What do you feel like eating? He opened the news interface, and the headline boldly read, Sudden abnormal energy surge in Yunjing Forest. Shing Wu University trial team heroically rescues. The comments section was filled with various conspiracy theories, but they were quickly deleted by the administrators. A sound of something cutting through the air came from outside the window. A massive warship painted with the Thunder insignia swept over the campus, none other than the Wu family's Thunderclap-class escort ship. The side hatch of the ship opened, and a team of dozens appeared in Shing Wu University's square. Shortly after, an elderly man with a head full of white hair stepped out of the cabin. His posture was upright, clearly of military background, and a faint, intermittent aura of pressure surrounded him, indicating formidable strength. Opposite this middle middle-aged man, and the elder sat Yuan Zhengming, the principal of Shing Wu University, and Lu Linglong, the dean of the Tactical Academy. Commander Wu. Father. The newcomer was none other than Wu Tianda, the commander of the Dragon Nation Military District and one of the chief commanders of the Blue Star Alliance. He was also Wu Haoyu's grandfather and another early-stage Saint King powerhouse of the Wu family. Alright, I already understand the situation. I will personally go there later. Zhang Ming, take Xiao Mo to see those polluted children. Xiao Mo has a way to remove the pollution. As soon as the words fell, a young man in a white coat walked out and then left together with Dean Yuan Zhengming. Linglong, how is Xiao Haoyu? The old man's face was full of comfort when he mentioned his little grandson. Haoyu is doing very well. During this trial, he demonstrated combat abilities beyond ordinary people. Moreover, before the chaos, he even killed a demonized beast. The most crucial point is that during his first trial with Uncle Wan Jun, they had already killed a demonized beast and reported it to the higher-ups. At that time, the investigation found nothing unusual, but unexpectedly, so many demonized beasts appeared this time. Lu Linglong said seriously, "Alright, I'll personally take a look at the remaining matters. Is that old guy Wan Jun still the same as ever?" Uncle Wan Jun rarely leaves the Wanxiang Tower except to teach Haoyu, only coming out for special occasions. Should I notify Haoyu and Uncle Wan Jun? Lu Linglong asked. Forget it, time is tight, and I have to leave soon. Let's talk about it another day when there's a chance. Wu Tianda replied. Not far away, on the top floor of Wanxiang Tower, an elder sipped wine while gazing at the distant spaceship, muttering under his breath, "Still loves to show off, huh?" The long night had yet to fade, but the first crimson rays of dawn had quietly pierced the horizon. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the sheer curtains as Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, faint traces of lightning flickering in his pupils. He got up and walked to the window, gazing at the increasingly lively scene on the campus of Shing Wu University in the distance. His mind involuntarily recalled the promise he made with Wen Ruyu the day before. After a simple wash, Wu Haoyu changed into a fitted white t-shirt and blue jeans, paired with white casual shoes. In the mirror, the young man stood tall with sharp features, exuding an air of intensity with every movement. He picked up the communicator and received a message from Wen Ruyu. "Junior, I'm already waiting for you at the school gate." The message ended with a playful emoji. Wu Haoyu's lips curved slightly upward. He put away the communicator and stepped out of the villa. At the school gate, Wen Ruyu was dressed in a white lace short dress, the hem stopping just above her knees, accentuating her perfect waist and hip curves. The hem swayed gently in the breeze, her long, slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin white stockings, exuding a hazy sheen under the sunlight. Wearing white high heels with red soles, she further accentuated her tall and graceful figure. The full, rounded curves of her chest subtly rose and fell with her steps, sparking imagination. The most eye-catching detail was the amethyst necklace around her neck, a gift from Wu Haoyu last time. "Senior," Wu Haoyu walked up to her, his gaze briefly lingering on her before politely looking away. When Ruyu turned around, her emerald-like eyes slightly curving. "Junior, you look very handsome today." She elegantly tucked a strand of hair blown onto her cheek behind her ear. Wu Haoyu's ears turned slightly red, and he gave a light cough. "Senior, you're too kind. Let's get going." The two walked out of the school gate side by side, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wen Ruyu exuded an elegant demeanor, while Wu Haoyu had a restrained sharpness. Standing together, they looked like a pleasing painting. The streets of the Imperial capital were bustling and lively, filled with a constant flow of traffic. Wen Ruyu naturally walked beside Wu Haoyu, occasionally pointing to the shops along the street to introduce them to him. Her voice was clear and smooth like a spring, with a hint of lazy undertone, stirring Wu Haoyu's emotions slightly. "Junior, you rarely come to the city, right?" Wen Ruyu tilted her head and asked. Wu Haoyu nodded. "Back home, outings were always arranged by the family, and after coming to Shing Wu, I spent most of my time cultivating." Wen Ruyu chuckled softly. "Then you must rest well today and accompany me for some shopping." She reached out and grabbed Wu Haoyu's wrist, leading him through the crowd toward the most famous mall in the capital, Feiyu City. Wu Haoyu was slightly startled but did not pull away, letting her lead him. Wen Ruyu's wrist was slender and soft, with a slightly cool touch, yet it inexplicably quickened his heartbeat. Feiyu City is the largest comprehensive mall in the Imperial capital, with luxurious interior decor and bustling crowds. Passing through the massive futuristic archway, cool air accompanied by the roar of noise rushes forward. A dazzling array of luxury shops, holographic advertisements floating unpredictably in mid-air, and well-dressed, hurried crowds together paint a glamorous and resplendent picture. When Ruyu walked lightly, her high heels striking the mirror-like marble floor, producing a crisp and pleasant click-clack sound with a rhythmic cadence. Wu Haoyu's gaze involuntarily swept over the beautifully contoured calves and slender ankles wrapped in white stockings from time to time, finally resting on those striking red-soled shoes. She was like a pure white camellia walking amidst the clamor of the mortal world, elegant and otherworldly. Clearly familiar with the place, when Ruyu skillfully led Wu Haoyu through the dazzling array of shops, heading straight to the Xian restaurant on the top floor. This place's flame-grilled thunder beast meat is a specialty of the Imperial capital. It's said to use tenderloin from a 5th-tier thunder beast, roasted with special spices to achieve a crispy exterior and tender interior. It even helps thunder element cultivators stabilize their spiritual energy, Wen Ruyu explained, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu Haoyu was somewhat surprised. Senior, you know so much about lightning cultivation? Wen Ruyu blinked. Since you're a lightning element cultivator, Junior, I naturally had to do some homework. These words instantly warmed Wu Haoyu's heart. At the top level of Feiyu City, a restaurant named Xian reigns supreme, famous in the Imperial capital for its signature dish, celestial jade marrow soup, with not a single seat left unoccupied. Wen Ruyu was evidently at ease. After giving her name, a server dressed in an elegant uniform immediately and respectfully led the two to a refined windowside seat with an excellent view. After the two sat down, Wen Ruyu skillfully ordered a few signature dishes and even specially ordered a cup of thunder element spirit fruit juice for Wu Haoyu. While waiting for the food, Wu Haoyu's gaze unintentionally swept toward a corner of the restaurant and suddenly caught a trace of a familiar aura. His brows furrowed slightly, and just as he was about to carefully discern it, the aura vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. What's wrong? Wen Ruyu noticed his unusual behavior. Wu Haoyu shook his head. It's nothing, maybe I'm just overthinking. On the 5th floor of Feiyu City, within the VIP passageway specially set up for upper-level inspections, a massive one-way floor-to-ceiling glass wall completely isolated the outside clamor. Miss Wu Lingjing, the 4th daughter of the Wu family, dressed in a sharp custom business suit, was briskly inspecting her family's property with several senior executives of Feiyu City. Her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the bustling crowd below and keenly catching any possible oversight. Suddenly, her steps came to an abrupt halt, as if nailed to the spot. Her body instinctively leaned forward, almost pressing against the cold glass. "Stop," she commanded in a low voice, with a trace of barely detectable tension in her tone. The executives behind her, puzzled, immediately held their breath. Wu Lingjing's gaze pierced through the one-way glass, locking firmly onto a seat by the window in the top floor. Xian restaurant, a young man in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, his back straight as a pine tree. If it wasn't her precious younger brother Wu Haoyu, who else could it be? And the girl sitting opposite him. Little brother, you've hidden yourself well. Wu Lingjing screamed inwardly with excitement, but her face struggled to maintain the seriousness required during patrols. She quickly adjusted her breathing, and the miniature terminal on her wrist silently slid out. Using the natural cover provided by the large green plants below, her fingertips discreetly tapped a few times on the side of the terminal. The high-definition miniature camera instantly activated, silently aiming at the two who were completely unaware and enjoying the moment. Click. The scene freezes. Wu Haoyu slightly lowers his head, listening attentively to the girl speak. His profile is soft, with a rare, genuine smile at the corner of his lips. The girl sits sideways, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes smiling as she gazes at him, a tenderness that seems to overflow from the screen. Click. The second shot, the girl is pushing a jade bowl toward Wu Haoyu, her gesture intimate and natural. As their eyes meet, it feels as though a warm current flows between them. Fingers swiftly operated on the virtual light screen. Select the picture, choose the target group, Wu Family Kids Happy Nest, decisively check block Wu Haoyu, and send. As soon as the group chat Wu Family Kids Happy Nest was successfully sent, it instantly exploded like a depth charge in a fish pond. 5th sister Wu Lingyue, the little guy has a girlfriend? Whose daughter is this? Such an amazing aura. That face, that figure. I'll be back in Shing Wu in a couple of days, and I must investigate this thoroughly. 3rd brother Wu Xiaoyan, ha, that's our little brother for you. Either he doesn't act, or when he does, he goes for the most beautiful one. That taste, just like mine. Spot on. Look at Xiaoyu's expression. TSK, he's completely smitten. Absolutely smitten. Big brother Wu Zhenhai, this kid, how long has he been at Shing Wu? His foundation isn't even stable yet, and this is the critical time for honing his muscles and bones, advancing with vigor. And he's spending his energy on, dating? Practicing martial arts. How can one be distracted? Young people should prioritize martial arts. Big sister Wu Lingshan, Wu Zhenhai, shut your mouth for me. What do you mean by that? Ha, if our little brother doesn't date, does he have to follow your example? Are you trying to make the Wu family extinct? You've been single your whole life, and now you want to drag our little brother down with you? 2nd brother Wu Xiaofeng, big sister, calm down, big brother didn't mean it like that. Big sister Wu Lingshan, and what about you? You're not dating either? Two stubborn mules. Anyway, our little brother must date, and if he likes several, he can marry several. Our family can afford it. 2nd sister Wu Lingyao, supporting big sister. Big sister is wise. Xiaoyu, keep it up. 2nd sister fully supports you in spirit. 3rd sister Wu Linglin, big sister is right. Find a few more. Our little brother is so handsome, we absolutely can't waste those genes. Not having a few little geniuses would be such a waste. Wastefulness is shameful. 4th brother Wu Xiaoyang, Xiaoxi, go take some more photos. Just 2 aren't enough to look at. The angles are too limited. We need full face shots, interaction shots, videos. It'd be best to hear what they're saying. Yang, do you understand live streaming? I'll send you rockets. Wu Lingjing rolled her eyes and replied, Wu Xiaoyang, who are you calling Xiaoxi? No respect for your elders. Wu Xiaoyang and Wu Lingjing are twins, but Wu Lingjing was born first. Every time they meet, they argue endlessly about who is the elder sister and who is the younger brother. While retorting to her fourth brother, she secretly adjusted the surveillance angle to capture Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu's interaction more clearly. In the footage, Wen Ruyu was placing a piece of grilled meat onto Wu Haoyu's plate, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. TSK, little brother's luck with romance is really something. Wu Lingjing grinned like a mischievous cat, her face full of smugness. In the restaurant, Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu were completely unaware of the crazy actions of their families. The two chatted while eating, their conversation shifting from cultivation insights to amusing campus stories, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Junior, try this. Wen Ruyu placed a perfectly roasted piece of thunder beast meat onto Wu Haoyu's plate. It's said to be especially beneficial for thunder element cultivators. Wu Haoyu nodded in thanks. As soon as the meat entered his mouth, its rich aroma and pure thunder element spiritual energy exploded in his palate, prompting him to exclaim, it truly lives up to its reputation. Wen Ruyu rested her chin on one hand, looking at him with a radiant smile. As long as you like it. Her gaze was too focused, causing Wu Haoyu's heart to skip a beat. He quickly lowered his head and took a sip of juice to hide his nervousness. After the meal, Wen Ruyu pulled Wu Haoyu along to start shopping at the mall. When they passed a casual menswear store, her eyes lit up, and she dragged Wu Haoyu inside with quick strides. Junior, try this on. She picked up a dark blue casual jacket and held it up against Wu Haoyu. It suits you very well. Wu Haoyu initially wanted to decline, but seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he eventually took the jacket and headed to the fitting room. Before long, he came out of the fitting room after changing, and Wen Ruyu's eyes immediately lit up. The tailored jacket outlined his broad shoulders and lean waist, while the dark blue color made his complexion appear even more striking. Wen Ruyu circled around him, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, it looks good. She decisively instructed the shop assistant to wrap up the outfit. Wu Haoyu wanted to pay, but she stopped him. You gave me a necklace last time, so consider this my return gift. Wu Haoyu had no choice but to accept. In the evening, the two watched a movie together. Under the dim light of the cinema, Wu Haoyu could clearly smell the faint scent of gardenias on Wen Ruyu, which made his mind slightly distracted. After the movie ended, they took the hover train back to school. As the night deepened, the campus became much quieter. Wu Haoyu escorted Wen Ruyu to the front of her villa. The moonlight spilled over them, casting long shadows. Today was very enjoyable. Thank you, Junior. Wen Ruyu said softly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the necklace around her neck. Wu Haoyu nodded in response. I was very happy too. Thank you, Senior. The two exchanged a glance for a moment, and Wen Ruyu suddenly stood on tiptoe and gently hugged him. Good night. The soft sensation vanished in an instant, leaving Wu Haoyu stunned in place, only snapping back to reality after she entered the villa. He touched the tip of his nose, turned around, and left, but he couldn't shake the feeling that a gaze was fixed on him from the shadows. Speak. He looked around, but found nothing. Is it just my imagination? He muttered to himself, quickening his pace as he returned to his villa. After washing up, Wu Haoyu changed into his training attire and sat cross-legged in the center of the training room. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, trying to dispel distracting thoughts, but Wen Ruoyu's smiling face kept involuntarily appearing in his mind. Strange. He frowned, forcing himself to focus on operating the 10,000 thunder technique. Meanwhile, outside the villa among the shadows of the trees, a dark figure quietly retreated, disappearing into the depths of the night. 300 meters beneath the Imperial capital, in an absolutely silent lead alloy secret chamber, three indistinct black-robed projections hovered above a triangular altar, resembling three solidified phantoms. The air was filled with the scorched smell of energy overload, mixed with faint traces of a bloody scent. This loss is quite significant. The voice of the leading figure in the black robe carried a metallic rasp, each word scraping against a lead wall. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, the military, and the Holy Martial Alliance joined forces, and their actions were too swift. The main laboratory deep within Yunjing was uprooted entirely. Many precious experimental subjects couldn't be relocated. His projected outline fluctuated violently, his anger almost spilling out of the screen. What's even more bizarre is Wu Tianda. The black-robed figure on the left chimed in, his voice filled with incredulous gloom. He actually appeared in Yunjing personally, and his speed was astonishing. Our shadows within the military, those at the highest levels, didn't catch even a hint of this. This is absolutely abnormal. The black-robed figure on the right, who had remained silent, slowly turned his projection toward the central altar. The surface of the altar shimmered with complex runes, flickering like living creatures, casting even deeper shadows under his hood. This might be an accident, but the accident itself is the most compelling evidence. His voice was low and icy, like an underground current. That SS-level brat from the Wu family, it seems to be true. Old Wu Tianda personally stepped in. How protective he is of his own. He paused, the shadow under his hood slightly turning toward the first black-robed figure who who had spoken. Sanctuary over there, how should we explain this? The projection of the first black-robed figure suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had gripped his throat. His voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed fear. The main materials, all destroyed. This. He was almost incoherent. Explanation? The third black-robed man's voice suddenly rose, cold enough to make one's heart race. Explanation? Only results matter. The core data was uploaded to the sanctuary mainframe at the last moment. Materials can still be retrieved. The Holy Order has never lacked consumables. The shadow under his hood swept over the other two, an invisible pressure distorting the energy field within the chamber. Remember, this is the last accident. Next time, you know the consequences. Soul burning is just the appetizer. Yes. The first black-robed man immediately bowed, his projection flickering to the brink of collapse. The second black-robed man stepped forward, his projection sharpening into a blade-like form. Since we've been exposed, should we activate Awakening Sting? Give them a bloody greeting? Awakening of insects? The third black-robed man let out a cold laugh, short and icy, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. It's not time yet. Order all the shadows in the Imperial capital to enter deep silence. The sharp edge of the ancient spirit cult must not be wasted on meaningless outbursts of anger. His projected finger jabbed fiercely at the tiny light spot on the altar's star map representing Shing Wu University. The light spot was instantly shrouded in a writhing black mist. But, if there's a chance, and that little brat from the Wu family is found alone, kill him, in the most painful way possible. Let that old scoundrel Wu Tianda taste the agony of heartbreak. Let the entire Imperial capital know the consequences of angering our holy cult. Understood. The second black-robed man's voice carried a bloodthirsty excitement as his projection bowed deeply. Yes. The first black-robed man also responded hastily. The glow of the runes on the altar suddenly extinguished, and the three projections silently dissipated like shattered bubbles in the cold lead ally chamber, leaving only the chilling intent to kill, which seemed to condense tangibly in the air, lingering for a long time. The highest council chamber of the Dragon Kingdom was solemn, like a graveyard. The massive circular conference table was carved from a single piece of deep purple starcore crystal, emanating a stable and vast energy fluctuation. Star maps float across the walls, currently focused on the three-dimensional projection of the Cloudscape Forest and its surrounding areas. The scarlet markers representing pollution and the activity of alien beasts were shocking to behold. At the head seat, Wu Tianda sat upright. He was not wearing a military uniform, but instead a sharply tailored dark gray Zhongshan suit. His short silver hair stood upright, like needles, and the wrinkles on his face seemed carved by blades and chisels, each line steeped in the aura of iron and blood. He sat quietly, without deliberately exuding pressure, yet the air in the conference hall seemed to solidify, heavy enough to suffocate. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, slowly sweeping across each face, the invisible pressure causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of several attendees. Director Mo Qianqiu of the Ability Management Bureau stood before the massive holographic star map, his gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses as steely as iron. Based on comprehensive on-site inspections, residue analysis, and the encounter reports from the Sacred Martial Trial Team, the conclusion is as follows. The laboratory discovered deep within the Yunjing Forest exhibits technological pathways and energy characteristics that are highly consistent with the corrosive heart runes that emerged during the late stages of the Battle of Tianyuan 50 years ago, perhaps even more radical and dangerous. He pointed to several areas on the star map marked in red and magnified, where repeated footage of the remains of demonized beasts played, particularly the writhing, spreading black runes. The objective is to forcibly catalyze and mutate low-level beasts, implanting transmissible sources of mental contamination to create large-scale chaos. The technological core points to a branch of the ancient spirit cult's remnants and their god creation project, Abyssal Beast Nest. He paused briefly, his gaze shifting to Wu Tianda, carrying a hint of consultation. Wu Tianda nodded slightly. Mo Qianqiu continued, "It is worth noting that over a month ago, Elder Lei Wanjun from Shing Wu University mentioned in a routine report that a gluttonous crocodile dragon with markings resembling demonic patterns was discovered on the outskirts of Yunjing Forest, and the anomaly was reported. The administration sent an investigation team at the time, but they were unable to penetrate the core area and found no traces of a laboratory." His voice carried a sense of heaviness and self-reproach. "This tragedy, we bear the responsibility of negligence." Negligence? Military Representative Yuan Padian slammed the table fiercely, the stars on his epaulette gleaming coldly. His burly figure resembled an enraged lion. This was clearly a premeditated attack. The target is highly likely to be Commander Wu's grandson, Wu Haoyu. The intelligence routes and personnel arrangements for the sacred martial trial, and even the location of Wu Haoyu's squad, are highly likely to be the key to the leak. This is undoubtedly a decapitation operation targeting the future pillars of our dragon nation. A thorough investigation is imperative. His gaze swept over the attendees like a sharp blade, filled with undisguised suspicion. General Yuan, calm down. Mo Qianqiu immediately interrupted, his tone as firm as iron. At present, there is no direct evidence to suggest that the primary target of the ancient spirit sex operation is Wu Haoyu. The scale of the laboratory, its duration of existence, and the positioning of the abyss beast nest all point to a larger-scale chaos creation and exotic beast weapon research. What Wu Haoyu encountered seems more like a coincidence, or perhaps a spur-of-the-moment probing attack by the enemy amidst the chaos. Directly targeting a student is an extremely dangerous and irresponsible assumption. He had to suppress this narrative, otherwise, Wu Haoyu would immediately be thrust into the spotlight, becoming an even clearer and more frenzied target for the ancient spirit sect. The council's chief, Elder Zhou Yuan, a white-haired, gaunt-faced elder, slowly spoke, his voice calm yet weighted with authority. Xianqiu is right. The ancient spirit sect operates with insidious cunning, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood, hastily designating the Wu family descendant as the focal point at this moment not only fails to resolve the issue but may also fall into their trap, disrupting our plans. His cloudy yet profound gaze turned to the main seat. Tienda, what do you think? Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Wu Tienda. He picked up the white porcelain teacup in front of him, his knuckles slightly pale from the force. He did not speak immediately, merely staring at the faintly rippling green tea in the cup. The conference room was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, the heavy atmosphere almost suffocating. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound of shattering suddenly rang out. The white porcelain teacup in Wu Tienda's hand was crushed to pieces by sheer force. Scalding tea and tiny shards of porcelain scattered across the deep purple crystal table, wisps of steam slowly rising. What do you think? Wu Tienda's voice was not loud, yet it rumbled like muffled thunder in everyone's hearts, carrying an intensely suppressed icy storm. He slowly raised his eyes, the murderous intent in his gaze causing even the battle-hardened veterans present to feel a chill in their hearts. My grandson almost died in Yunjing's filthy mud. Not even his bones would have remained. Shing Wu's students, some dead, some crippled, and others, with no remains left behind. His gaze swept over Mo Qianqiu and Yuan Padian before finally landing on the glaring crimson area on the star map. The Guling sect? A cold, razor-sharp curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, like a crack on a polar glacier. Such audacity. Investigate. Wu Tienda's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap exploding, carrying an undeniable iron will. Use every means available. The Bureau of Paranormal Management, Military Intelligence, Dragon Fawn, Internal Security, every force we can mobilize. Dig deep. Turn the Imperial capital, turn the entire Dragon Nation upside down. Every shadow connected to the ancient spirit cult, every single one of them, root them out completely, leave none behind. I want them to pay their blood debts in full. Each word was like a steel nail tempered in fire, driven fiercely into the eardrums of everyone present. As for those abominations created in the laboratories, Wu Tienda's gaze shifted to the always silent Chief Su Ziming of the Blue Shield Research Institute. Director Su Ziming immediately stood up. The elderly scientist, his hair streaked with white yet his eyes sharp, solemnly declared, "Rest assured, Commander, all samples and data have been urgently escorted by the Dragon Fawn unit to the highest level biological containment zone at the Abyss Research Institute. We have long prepared for the Abyssal Beast Nest project. Reverse analysis and targeted purification and extermination protocols will be launched with the highest priority. We are confident that these vile creations will never again plague the world." Good. Wu Tienda rose to his feet, his tall and imposing figure like a volcano on the verge of eruption, his simmering fury finally finding an outlet. Director Mo, General Yuan, Elder Zhou, Alliance Leader Shao, coordinate to formulate the action plan. I only want results. The skies of the Dragon Nation must shine bright once more. The bones of the ancient spirit cult must be ground to dust, inch by inch. Yes. The attendees responded in unison, their voices echoing through the grim and solemn council hall. A storm that would sweep through the entire underground world of the Dragon Kingdom officially began its bloody prelude under Wu Tienda's thunderous fury. In the following months, the Dragon Kingdom launched a ruthless campaign against the Guling sect. Although this was not the first time the Dragon Kingdom had carried out a purge against the sect, it was undoubtedly the most intense and merciless one. At the top floor of the Wanshan Tower, the piercing gale continued to howl outside the ancient structure, yet it was blocked layer upon layer by powerful enchantments. Inside the tower, only the sound of liquid sloshing in Lei Wanjuan's wine gourd and his heavy breathing echoed. The air was thick with the strong scent of alcohol, mixed with a faint trace of scorched lightning. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged on a lightning-struck wooden stump, with fine purple-gold electric serpents coiling tightly around him. Each breath he took was accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. He was refining the spiritual energy of the second level of the 10,000 thunder technique for the 9th time within his meridians. Slowly, he concluded his practice, opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, it seemed as though a thunderstorm had just subsided. "Master," he glanced at the scruffy old man beside him, who was lounging with crossed legs and gulping down wine, his brows slightly furrowed. "Recently, during cultivation, I keep feeling something strange." "Oh, what kind of feeling? Is your spiritual energy not flowing going smoothly? Or is something hurting again? Lei Wanjun casually wiped the wine stains off his beard and asked indifferently. Neither. Wu Haoyu shook his head, his gaze turning sharp. It's a feeling of being watched, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, cold and clammy. Whether I'm in the cultivation room, walking around campus, or even, yesterday while strolling in the Imperial capital, I felt it too. He paused, recalling the fleeting yet familiar and unfamiliar aura he sensed yesterday at the Feiyu City restaurant. I investigated thoroughly but couldn't find any trace, as if it were a ghostly shadow. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the wine gourd in Lei Wanjuan's hand. The thick gourd wall was forcibly squeezed, leaving several cracks. Murky wine seeped through the fissures, dripping onto the floor with a faint sizzling sound, quickly absorbed by the ground. The drunkenness and indifference on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, even tinged with a hint of icy killing intent that Wu Haoyu had never seen before. The air at the top of the tower seemed to be instantly sucked away, an invisible pressure causing Wu Haoyu's breath to hitch. Even the gale seemed to pause for a moment. You mean, it happened while shopping too? Lei Wanjuan's voice suddenly turned low and hoarse, each word seemingly wrapped in sharp shards of ice. Yes, at the Xi'an restaurant in Feiyu City. I felt a gaze sweep over, but it disappeared quickly. The presence was extremely subtle, Wu Haoyu answered with certainty. Damn it! Lei Wanjun abruptly stood up, a violent and ferocious aura erupting from his hunched figure. The protective barrier at the top of the tower emitted a strained hum under the pressure. Lightning burst forth in his eyes, like an enraged ancient thunder beast, those despicable scum hiding in the shadows. Do they really think I can't pick up my blade anymore? He paced back and forth anxiously, his calloused fingers pressing hard against his temples, as if rapidly weighing something. The tower was filled with a suffocating silence, along with his master's barely restrained, almost tangible killing intent. Boy, Lei Wanjun suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning sharply to glare at Wu Haoyu with eyes as sharp as blades, as if trying to see through him inside and out. Listen, during this period, you better keep your head down. Apart from necessary classes and training, don't go anywhere. Even if you have to go out, you must bring your teammates. Stay on high alert when eating, sleeping, and training. Run the gluttonous demon suppression manual 10 times a day. No, 20 times. Lock down your devouring talent for me. Not a single trace of energy is allowed to leak out. His words were harsher than ever before, carrying an undeniable command. Master, what exactly? Wu Haoyu wanted to ask for clarification. Don't ask. Lei Wanjun interrupted harshly, a trace of barely noticeable worry flashing in his eyes. Some things are dirtier than you can imagine. Listen to me, survival comes first. Remember, without your life, any SSS-level talent is worthless. With that, his figure flickered and vanished like a ghost, leaving behind the faint crackling of lightning arcs in the air and a lingering, angry warning echoing atop the tower. I'm off to take care of something. Stay put at school and focus on your training. If you dare to run around, I'll break your legs. Wu Haoyu left the desolate tower top alone, the fierce wind howling once more. His master's unusually furious and grave warning pierced his heart like cold steel. That chilling sense of being watched grew increasingly clear and dangerous. Returning to the core villa, Wu Haoyu immediately activated all protective and alert formations. The villa's lighting was adjusted to the softest state suitable for cultivation, while the flowing runes on the walls emitted stable energy, completely isolating any external prying eyes. He sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation chamber, with intricate and mysterious spirit gathering array patterns beneath him. This time, he did not rush to activate the 10,000 thunder technique but instead fully focused on channeling the gluttonous demon suppression scripture. As the mental technique reached its peak, his spiritual sea became as calm as an ancient, undisturbed well. His formidable will transformed into invisible chains, layer upon layer reinforcing the pitch-black vortex deep within his dantian that symbolized his devouring talent. The vortex struggled unwillingly, spinning in an attempt to consume all nearby energy, but it was firmly bound by the chains woven from spiritual power. In the end, it could only reluctantly fall silent, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Only after confirming that the aura of the devouring talent was completely sealed and extinguished did Wu Haoyu slowly open his eyes, which were now clear and bright, devoid of the dark shadow brought by the devouring power. Ah! He exhaled a long breath and then immersed his mind into the 10,000 thunder technique. At this moment, his mid-stage Yuan Wu realm spiritual power was as thick as surging thunder magma, roaring and flowing through his resilient and expansive meridians. He was just one step away from the late Yuan Wu stage. His spiritual power was already abundant and vigorous, only lacking an opportunity to completely break through the invisible barrier. Wu Haoyu guided the violent thunder element's spiritual power along the profound pathways of the 9 cycles spirit refinement method, undergoing the 9th and most critical round of refinement cycles. With each cycle, the spiritual power became more condensed, the wild thunder force tamed and compressed, and a qualitative transformation was quietly taking place. Inside the cultivation chamber, the purple-gold lightning grew increasingly intense, gradually condensing and rising behind him, faintly clearly outlining a majestic yet indistinct dragon-shaped shadow. The dragon shadow roared silently, its scales and claws entwined with electric light, and the entire energy field of the cultivation chamber was drawn by the forming thunder dragon, emitting a deep resonance. At the critical moment when the spiritual energy was compressed to the extreme and the barrier of the late Wen Wu stage was on the verge of collapse, beep 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 beep, the piercing alert sound suddenly shattered the tranquility of the cultivation chamber. It was the tactical terminal placed nearby by Wu Haoyu, vibrating frantically. Wu Haoyu's mind jolted violently. The majestic thunder dragon shadow behind him, which was about to take shape, fluctuated intensely, emitting a silent wail and showing signs of disintegration. The boundless spiritual energy compressed to its limit within his body, on the brink of eruption, also came to an abrupt halt due to the sudden interference, as if a speeding train had been abruptly pulled to a stop, with the raging power rampaging through his meridians. Ugh! Wu Haoyu let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning pale, and a thin trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The forceful interruption of his breakthrough caused him to suffer significant internal injuries on the spot. A trace of icy anger flashed in his eyes. He suppressed the surging blood and restless spiritual energy, reaching out to grab the terminal. On the screen, Ouyang Jie's name flickered along with a red emergency communication marker. Wu Haoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation caused by the interrupted breakthrough and the turmoil within his body. His fingertips slid across the screen, connecting the call. Hello? Wu Haoyu. Ouyang Jie's urgent voice exploded instantly, accompanied by a noisy background, seemingly with the clanging sound of metal collisions. I hope I didn't interrupt your cultivation? I've got good news here. Speak. Wu Haoyu's voice carried a barely noticeable hoarseness, a trace left by forcibly suppressing internal injuries and the backlash of spiritual energy. 5 days later, Blackstone Canyon Trial Ground. Ouyang Jie spoke rapidly. I've formed an elite team, planning to pull off something big, earn some solid credits and materials. So, are you in or not? Wu Haoyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Blackstone Canyon? He understood that it was another official trial ground near the Imperial capital, similar to Cloudscape Forest but with richer resources. It was known for its rare minerals and earth and metal elemental beasts, with a complex terrain full of canyons and crevices. Who's in the team? He asked. After the incident in Cloudscape, he was particularly cautious about the word team. Don't worry, all trustworthy people. Ouyang Jie said confidently. Me, Chen Lin, who's fast and great at scouting. Zhao Mingxian, you've seen his analytical skills and logistics, right? And Gong Yuan, her ice element control is absolutely a trump card in canyon environments. Oh, and there's also a senior from the Alchemy Academy, Lin Wanner, with an A-grade lifelink talent, top-notch healing and survival skills. With you, that makes 6, a full team, all Yuan Wu realm and above. She specifically emphasized the addition of Gong Yuan and Lin Wanner, clearly to compensate for the team's previous shortcomings in control and healing. Gong Yuan, that silver-haired girl as cold as ice. Wu Haoyu's mind flashed to the scene of her unleashing the absolute zero domain in front of the raging storm bear. Her inclusion indeed significantly enhances the team's survival and crowd control capabilities. As for Lin Wanner, her great healing talent serves as the team's second life in critical moments. More importantly, the core members of this team Ouyang Jie, Chen Lin, and Zhao Mingxian have all undergone life and death trials in the Yunjing Forest, establishing mutual trust and rapport. Although Gong Yuan is aloof, her strength is undeniable. This team indeed has the qualifications to venture into perilous territories. Blackstone Canyon, what exactly is the objective? Wu Haoyu asked, quickly weighing the risks and rewards of this operation in his mind. 5 days later, just enough time for him to stabilize his injuries and attempt once again to break through the barrier to the late Wen Wu stage. If successful, his strength will reach a new peak, giving him greater confidence in Blackstone Canyon. Heh, it's a secret, but it's definitely worth a shot. Credits, rare minerals, and maybe even unexpected surprises. One word, are you in or not? Give me a straight answer. Ouyang Jie urged impatiently. Wu Haoyu stared at the terminal screen, his gaze steady as water. His master's warning still echoed in his ears, and the ever-present sense of being watched clung to him like a shadow. But constant retreat is not the true path of a warrior. Blackstone Canyon might be the perfect opportunity to test his strength, lure the snake out of its hole, and even turn the tables for a counterhunt. Count me in. Wu Haoyu's voice was firm and resolute. 5 days later, meet at the school gate. Straightforward. It's settled then. Ouyang Jie cheered, and the communication was immediately cut off. Putting down the terminal, Wu Haoyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze suddenly turning sharp as a blade, like a thunderous edge freshly drawn from its sheath. 5 days later, he closed his eyes again, and an even more violent purple-gold lightning erupted within him, instantly engulfing the entire training room. This time, the thunderous shadow behind him struggled to reform amidst the raging energy, the lightning binding tightly like a prison. The barrier of the late Wen Wu stage emitted a clear cracking sound under the full-force impact of his injured state. In the deep shadows of the dense greenery outside the villa, a shadow almost blending into the environment blurred blurred and distorted, rippled slightly at the moment Wu Haoyu connected the communication, and lightning burst forth like a stone dropped into a calm water surface. Immediately, the shadow silently slid backward, like ink dissolving into deeper darkness, completely vanishing without a trace, leaving no ripples of energy or aura. Only the chilling sensation of being watched seemed to linger for a moment, before being entirely dispelled by the raging thunderous aura surging within the villa. At the break of dawn, in the cultivation room of Villa A07 in the core area of Shing Wu University, the last trace of violent purple-gold lightning was slowly retracted, as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth, returning to the body of Wu Haoyu, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. The lingering scent of scorched air and the unique aroma of ionized energy had yet to dissipate. He slowly opened his eyes, and within the depths of his pupils, it seemed as though a condensed thunderous universe was gathered, gradually calming and returning to profound tranquility. Late Wen Wu stage. Not only that, the spiritual power of the 10,000 thunder art surging through his meridians had reached a whole new level in its operational path, explosive power, and compatibility with the chaotic divine thunder of exorcism, a seamless breakthrough into the third realm. A double blessing. Wu Haoyu felt the surging power within him, far surpassing that of the previous day, and the more refined control over the power of thunder after the breakthrough in his technique. A sharp curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This breakthrough not only brought an enhancement in power but also dispelled the gloom shrouded in Master Lei Wanjuan's solemn warning. Strength has always been the most solid confidence in facing crises. On the fourth day, he did not immerse himself in the joy of the breakthrough but instead headed to the resource area of St. Martial University. Inside the massive domed building, the place was bustling with people, resembling a supersized marketplace for ability users. The air was a mix of the unique fishy smell of beast materials, the medicinal fragrance of spiritual herbs, the coldness of metals, and the radiating fluctuations of energy ores. The resource area was divided into several sections. The official exchange area only accepted credits, with pills, standardized weapons, and standard energy blocks displayed behind sleek ally counters, all priced quite high. The larger area was the free trade zone, where students set up stalls after their own hunts. It was noisy and down-to-earth here, with the sound of bargaining rising and falling, using universal star coins or bartering. Wu Haoyu weaved through the dense stalls, his sharp eyes scanning around. He needed some high-quality thunder attribute beast cores as backup energy sources, as well as Wuyuan pills to quickly replenish the massive spiritual energy consumption of the late Wen Wu stage. Ideally, he could also find a few Qingshan talismans to temporarily enhance mental perception, to counter that prickling sense of being watched. But after making a round, his harvest was minimal. The high-quality thunder cores had long been snapped up, and while there were a few Wuyuan pills, their quality was mediocre, and their effects were unlikely to be satisfactory. As for the Qingshan talismans, there wasn't even a trace of them. The items in the free trading zone were diverse, but truly high-quality treasures that could catch his eye were evidently hard to come by. It seems I still have to rely on my family. Wu Haoyu shook his head helplessly and connected to the butler, Uncle Chen, succinctly reporting the list of required items. On the way back to the core area, while passing through the tree-lined path connecting the teaching and residential areas, he happened to encounter Wen Ruyu and Wen Linjie, the sibling pair, just after their class. Junior. Wen Ruyu's eyes lit up as she quickly walked over to him. Today, she was dressed in a deep blue uniform of the Tactical Academy's command department. The tailored fit accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Her purple hair was tied into a neat ponytail, shedding some of the softness from the previous days and adding a touch of heroic vigor. The amethyst crystal necklace around the neck was faintly visible at the collar of the uniform. Senior 1. Wu Haoyu nodded in greeting. Your aura has grown stronger? Congratulations on the breakthrough. Wen Ruyu, with her keen perception, immediately noticed the still unsettled, powerful energy of the late Wen Wu stage emanating from Wu Haoyu. A trace of surprise flashed through her emerald-like eyes, quickly replaced by concern. Just a stroke of luck. Wu Haoyu brushed it off lightly, his gaze falling on Wen Ruyu's face. Senior, just finished class? Well, a tactical simulation session. My brain is almost fried. Wen Ruyu rubbed her temples, then asked seriously, Junior, do you have plans for tomorrow? She seemed to have caught wind of something from certain channels. Wu Haoyu didn't hide it. Yes, I accepted Ouyang Jia's invitation. We're setting off early tomorrow to Blackstone Canyon. Blackstone Canyon? Wen Ruyu's brows instantly furrowed, her worry evident. That place is even more complex than Cloudskate Forest, with treacherous terrain and fiercer beasts, and also, she hesitated, clearly recalling the tragedy in Cloudskate Forest and the sense of being watched that Wu Haoyu had mentioned. I understand the risks, Wu Haoyu said steadily, but the path of cultivation is never smooth. As long as we're careful, it will be fine. Wen Ruyu gazed into his resolute eyes, understanding that persuasion was futile. She let out a soft sigh, her worry transforming into a gentle reminder. Be extremely careful in everything you do. Never act recklessly. At any time. Exploration is fine, but preserving your life comes first. And also, her voice lowered, carrying a barely noticeable noticeable trace of tension. Contact me as soon as you return, just to let me know you're safe. This almost straightforward concern made Wen Linjie, standing nearby, widen his eyes in surprise. Alright, I promise you. Wu Haoyu nodded solemnly, a warm feeling surging in his heart. Only then did Wen Ruyu smile, as if the ice and snow had begun to melt. That's good. Wen Linjie, standing to the side, observed the unspoken understanding and flowing concern between the two. He opened his mouth but eventually turned it into a sentence. Junior Wu, there are many metal and earth-type beasts in Blackstone Canyon. They have strong defenses and powerful attacks. You should bring more armor-piercing and shock-type equipment. It was his way of showing some seniorly care. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Wu Haoyu expressed his gratitude. The three exchanged a few more words before going their separate ways. Watching Wu Haoyu's tall figure disappear at the end of the tree-lined path, Wen Linjie finally couldn't hold back. He leaned toward his sister with a face full of curiosity and confusion. Ruyu, you and Junior Wu, since when did you become so close? Why do I feel something's a bit off? In his impression, his sister had always been a polite yet distant ice beauty towards the opposite sex. Wen Ruyu did not stop her steps, merely turned her head to glance at him, and her lips seemed to curve into a faint smile as she left behind a sentence. Brother, you got it wrong. Her voice remained cold, but the fleeting glimmer in the depths of her eyes made Wen Linjie even more certain. It seemed the iceberg was truly beginning to melt. Back at the villa, Wu Haoyu immediately started packing his belongings. Inside the spatial ring, necessities were neatly categorized and arranged: spare specially made combat suits, high-energy compressed rations, water purifiers, first aid kits, beast-repelling powder, simple formation discs. He carefully polished the Tier 4 Thunderstrike gun, the purple lightning patterns on the gun's body shimmering with a cold luster under the light. He then meticulously checked the supplies personally delivered by Uncle Chen in the evening: 3 pigeon egg-sized Tier 5 Thunder Lizard Beast cores, containing violent thunder energy, a bottle holding 3 dragon eye-sized top-grade rejuvenation pills, with clear pill patterns and a restrained medicinal fragrance, and a small box of 6 focus talismans, drawn on silver talisman paper, emitting a refreshing aura. These were the highest quality mental aid talismans the Wu family could temporarily assemble. Uncle Chen rambled on for a long time, covering everything from food, clothing, and shelter to cultivation safety, leaving no detail untouched. His cloudy old eyes were filled with concern, as if he still saw him as the little boy who needed careful care. Wu Haoyu showed no impatience, listening attentively and agreeing to everything. In front of this elder, he was merely the junior Wu Haoyu. After seeing off Uncle Chen, who kept turning back with every step, Wu Haoyu was just about to return to the cultivation room to meditate when the doorbell rang again. Opening the door, he saw Wen Ruyu. Under the night sky, she had already changed out of her uniform and was wearing an elegant moon-white long dress. The night breeze gently brushed her hair, and the purple cloud crystal necklace around her neck shimmered with a soft glow under the hallway light. Senior? Wu Haoyu felt slightly surprised. Wen Ruyu placed a palm-sized, cool-to-the-touch jade bottle into his hand. The bottle was engraved with intricate runes, clearly a specially crafted pill container. Take it, it's not something too valuable. Her voice was particularly clear in the night. A bottle of Jade Du Vitality pills, used to sustain life in cases of severe injury. And this, she took out a triangularly folded crimson talisman. The material of the talisman paper was unclear, but it faintly shimmered with flame-like patterns. This is the Crimson Sun Protective Talisman. Once activated, it can form a brief pure yang shield, highly effective against sinister entities and energy corrosion. This not-so-precious item, Wu Haoyu knew well its true value. The Jade Du Vitality pill was a life-saving elixir, and the Red Sun amulet was a rare treasure for warding off evil. Her heartfelt gesture weighed heavily on his mind. Senior, this is too. Wu Haoyu wanted to decline. No refusals. When Ruyu interrupted him, her tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Her jade-like eyes sparkled in the night. Take it. Blackstone Canyon is no joke. Remember my words, be extra careful. While exploring the unknown is important, coming back alive is the prerequisite for everything. Her gaze locked firmly on Wu Haoyu. No matter the cave dwellings or the fortunes, nothing is more important than your safety. If you encounter an unbeatable danger, retreat immediately. No hesitation. We are all waiting for your safe return at Shing Wu. Her last words were soft, yet filled with an undeniable sense of concern. The night breeze was slightly cool, gently brushing the corners of their clothes. The lights of the villa district glowed warmly behind her, casting her graceful silhouette in a hazy and beautiful light. Wu Haoyu held the jade bottle and talisman, still warm in his hands, and looked at the unhidden worry and care in his senior's eyes. It felt as if something lightly struck his heart, and a strange yet warm emotion quietly began to grow. All right, I'll remember. He solemnly placed the jade bottle and talisman in the safest spot within his spacious facial ring, his voice low and resolute. "Thank you, senior. I will definitely return safely." Only then did Wen Ruyu breathe a sigh of relief. Her tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. I believe you." She didn't say much, gave Wu Haoyu a deep look, then turned and melted into the night. The moonwhite hem of her dress quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Wu Haoyu stood at the doorway, only slowly closing the door after the figure had completely vanished. His fingertips seemed to still carry the warmth of the jade bottle and the searing heat of the talisman. He placed his hand over the spot where the ring holding the pills and talismans was stored, feeling the weight of that heartfelt intention, yet his gaze grew sharper, like a blade. Returning safely is more than just a promise. On the fifth morning, as the sky was faintly lit, outside the east gate of Shing Wu University, a deeply modified, matte black off-road vehicle with rugged and bold lines stood quietly by the roadside like a dormant steel beast. The vehicle was equipped with heavy alloy protective plates, a retractable weapon platform on the roof, specially designed wide anti-puncture off-road tires, and a low, powerful rumble emanated from beneath the hood. Zhao Mingxian sat in the driver's seat, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and swiftly operated the control panel embedded with buttons and screens, conducting the final system check. In the passenger seat, Gong Yuan, with her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, rested with her eyes closed. A chilling aura emanated from her, seemingly lowering the temperature inside the vehicle. In the back seat, Ouyang Jia was animatedly narrating something, her fiery red short hair bouncing with her movements. Shenlin quietly curled up in the corner, like a shadow, fiddling with a strangely shaped dark blue dagger in his hand. Beside him sat a young girl he didn't recognize, dressed in the signature emerald green uniform of the Medicine Spirit Academy. Her face was delicate and gentle, her demeanor calm and composed. She was none other than Lin Wanner, an A-level lifelink talent. She curiously observed the scenery outside the car, appearing somewhat reserved. Wu Haoyu arrived on time, dressed in a sleek black combat uniform, carrying a thunderstrike gun on his back, his presence steady as a mountain. He opened the car door and took the last empty seat in the back, nodding to everyone in greeting. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Wanner, who responded with a warm smile. "Everyone's here. Let's go," Ouyang Jia shouted excitedly, giving the back of the driver's seat a heavy pat. The off-road vehicle let out a low growl, and a strong sense of acceleration surged forward. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it shot out of Shing Wu and merged into the sparse morning traffic of the Imperial capital, speeding northward. The interior of the car was spacious, and once the ride stabilized, Zhao Mingxian activated the autopilot and brought up a detailed topographic map of Blackstone Canyon, projecting it in the center of the cabin. "Wu Haoyu, you asked earlier why we chose Blackstone Canyon. Now it's time for the reveal." Ouyang Jia smiled mysteriously, flipping her wrist as an object appeared in her palm. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn. It was a palm-sized incense burner, made of neither gold nor jade, exuding an ancient and heavy bronze hue. Its surface was covered with extremely intricate and delicate dark golden cloud and thunder patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns were not mere decorations but faintly formed some kind of mysterious array circuit, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. The body of the burner was solid and sturdy in design, supported firmly by 3 legs. Atop the lid crouched a vaguely shaped mythical beast, resembling neither a lion nor a tiger, with its eyes tightly shut yet exuding an inexplicable sense of majesty. The entire incense burner bore no embedded energy gemstones, yet it radiated a gentle, restrained, and abyss-like spiritual resonance from within, as if it were an ancient artifact that had slumbered for millennia. "It's because of this." Ouyang Jia carefully held the incense burner, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "About half a month ago, while scavenging in the resource zone, I came across a relatively intact third-tier peak magma giant lizard corpse. I spent quite a bit of money to buy it, intending to extract its essence blood and fire attribute materials. But, when I dissected its stomach sac, I found this." She pointed to the incense burner. At the time, it was wrapped in a thick, almost petrified layer of gastric fluid, looking like a piece of stone. I almost threw it away as trash. Later, I thought the stone had a peculiar shape, so I went through a lot of effort to clean it, revealing its true form. Her fingers gently caressed the cloud and thunder patterns on the surface of the incense burner. "I've studied this for a long time and discovered that these patterns are not just decorative. They seem to serve as a guide, or rather, a key." As she spoke, a wisp of pure fire element spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips, which she carefully injected into an inconspicuous node on the body of the incense burner. Buzz, the incense burner trembled slightly, and the eyes of the exotic beast on the lid suddenly lit up with 2 faint red glows. At the same time, the dark golden cloud and thunder patterns on the burner's surface seemed to come alive. Countless tiny points of light rapidly flowed along the patterns, ultimately projecting a highly intricate 3-dimensional map in the air about a foot above the burner, composed of countless interwoven points of light and lines. The core area of the map was blurry in detail, but the terrain of crisscrossing canyons and densely packed ravines could be vaguely discerned. At the end of one main ravine, a striking portal symbol was prominently marked. "See that?" Ouyang Jia could hardly contain his excitement. This map was was hidden within the patterns of the incense burner. It requires specific energy stimulation to activate, and that location is Baichuan Ravine, deep within Blackstone Canyon. This is definitely the marker for the entrance to an undiscovered ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. So, what do you think? Was this trip worth it? The carriage fell into silence, with only the faint flicker of light patterns projected by the incense burner. An ancient cultivator's cave. This could mean the possibility of lost cultivation techniques, powerful spiritual artifacts, rare elixirs, or even the inheritance of a great predecessor. Its value far surpasses the rewards of hunting a few exotic beasts. The immense temptation intertwined with the unknown risks weighed heavily on their minds. Gong Yuan opened her ice-blue eyes, gazing at the light pattern with a slightly solemn expression. Chen Lin set down the dagger in his hand, his shadow-like gaze fixed on the marked portal. Lin Wanner covered her mouth in a soft gasp, her eyes filled with wonder. Zhao Mingxian acted swiftly, operating the terminal to scan and record the light pattern, conducting a preliminary comparison with the known map of Blackstone Gorge. Wu Haoyu's gaze was also locked tightly on the light pattern, his heart surging with waves of emotion. Just as he was fully focused, the dormant chaos demon-slaying divine thunder deep within his dantian seemed to tremble slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible sense of scrutiny seemed to emanate from the depths of the incense burner, sweeping across his entire body in an instant, so fast it felt like an illusion. If not for his heightened concentration and precise control over his own power, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. This incense burner is far more than just a map carrier. Wu Haoyu's internal alarm bells rang faintly, yet his expression remained unchanged as he silently buried this vigilance deep within his heart. Worth it. Zhao Mingxian was the first to speak, the light of data streams reflecting off his glasses. His tone was both calm and tinged with excitement. Risk and opportunity coexist. Baichuan Valley is located deep within the Blackstone Canyon, near the Blackstone Maze area. The terrain is extremely complex, with known activity of peak 3rd tier and even suspected early 4th tier earth and metal element beasts. We must devise a meticulous plan. The combat deployment meeting immediately commenced within the speeding vehicle. Zhao Mingxian will serve as the captain, responsible for overall command, route planning, information analysis, early warning, and logistical coordination. Does anyone have any objections? Ouyang Jia proposed. Everyone nodded in agreement. With his psychic talent and tactical expertise, Zhao Mingxian was undoubtedly the best choice. All right. Zhao Mingxian did not hesitate and immediately got into the zone, pulling up the recently integrated map and scan light chart. Based on the current information, our objective is divided into 2 steps. Step 1, reach the entrance of Baichuan Valley. Along the way, focus on hunting and gathering, with the goal of accumulating credits and resources while also building team synergy. Step 2, explore the marked points of the cave mansion. During this phase, the primary principle is cautious exploration and conserving strength. If we encounter any irresistible force, we retreat immediately. He pointed to the projected map with his finger. After entering the canyon, we will proceed along the usual hunting route of the ironclad beast. This route is relatively open, with good visibility, allowing us to avoid the complex fissure zones in the early stages. Chen Lin, your task is the most challenging. You will serve as the vanguard scout, responsible for reconnoitering at least 500 meters ahead, providing early warnings of terrain changes and traces of exotic beasts, while marking safe paths and potential danger points. Your shadow concealment talent is the first line of defense for ensuring the team's safety. Chen Lin silently nodded lightly, his figure seeming to fade further into the shadows of the carriage. Wu Haoyu, you and Ouyang Jia will serve as the main attackers. Wu Haoyu, you're responsible for mid-range suppression and explosive pinpoint strikes, especially against heavily defensive targets of metal and earth elements. Your thunderous penetration power is crucial. Ouyang Jia, you're in charge of close-range assaults and area fire coverage, clearing out small to medium-sized clusters of exotic beasts. Be mindful of controlling the range of the flames. The canyon environment is complex, so avoid triggering large-scale wildfires or smoke that could obstruct visibility. Understood. Wu Haoyu and Ouyang Jia responded in unison. Gong Yuan, you're responsible for field control and support. Use your ice abilities to restrict the movements of high-risk targets and create advantageous terrain, such as ice walls, ice paths, and defenses against long-range attacks. When necessary, assist Chen Lin's scouting work by using ice mist for concealment or creating ice mirrors to probe blind spots. Gong Yuan's icy blue eyes swept towards Zhao Mingxian, and she coldly uttered a single word, okay. Senior Lin Wanner, Zhao Mingxian looked at the girl from the Medicine Spirit Academy, his tone full of respect. Your lifelink is our most important safeguard. Please stay in the center to provide support and avoid direct combat. Your core tasks are threefold. First, maintain the life status link with the 3 main combat members, Chen Lin, Ouyang Jia, and Wu Haoyu. Second, prioritize treating the severely injured. Third, ensure your own safety, as your well-being is crucial to the team's endurance. I will set up a simple defensive formation around you. Lin Wanner took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I'll do my best. I will be responsible for central command, information processing, setting up temporary defenses and warning formations, as well as firepower support, Zhao Mingxian concluded. Maintain a triangular formation during movement. Chen Lin will advance. At the front, Gong Yuan and Ouyang Jia will take the left and right flanks respectively, while Wu Haoyu and I will stay in the center to support and protect Senior Lin. Keep the communication channel open and report any anomalies immediately. A clear division of labor, balancing offense, defense, and support quickly took shape. This team, having endured life and death trials, demonstrated exceptional efficiency and coordination. 4 hours later, the off-road vehicle left the flat highway and entered a desolate, gray-toned mountainous area. The air was dry, carrying a dusty scent, and in the distance, a massive, menacing black fissure stretched across the land like a scar cleaved by a giant axe, spanning the heavens and earth. Blackstone Canyon, finally here. Near the canyon entrance, the scene became bustling and rugged. A makeshift camp built against a massive rock wall came into view. Here, a diverse crowd had gathered, starkly different from the well-equipped and neatly uniformed students of St. Martial University. Most of them wore old but practical patchwork armor, covered in dust, grease, and even dark red bloodstains. Their weapons were diverse, modified firearms from the old era with energy wires wrapped around the barrels, melee weapons flickering with low-quality energy glows, and burly men carrying massive ally crossbows on their backs. Many faces were etched with the marks of hardship, exuding the vigilance and weariness of those who have long lived on the edge of danger. Various modified vehicles were parked on the outskirts of the camp, some even welded with crude steel plates and ramming spikes. This was a gathering place for the lower-tier members of the Warrior Alliance and the Hunter Guild, as well as a large number of independent hunters unaffiliated with any major faction. They survived by hunting low-level mutant beasts on the outskirts of the canyon, mining ores, and collecting herbs, leading precarious yet free lives. Zhao Mingxuan's off-road vehicle drove into the camp, immediately drawing numerous gazes. The streamlined body, heavy armor, and the menacing automated weapon platform on the roof all unmistakably marked him as an academic elite, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. Envy, jealousy, indifference, and even a faint hint of hostility came from all directions. Zhao Mingxian parked the car in a relatively open area. Everyone got out to take a short break, replenish their water, and conduct a final equipment check. Chen Lin disappeared like a ghost into the shadows at the edge of the camp, scouting the entrance to the canyon ahead of the group. Hey, little ones, new here? A burly man with a full beard, carrying a large alloy axe stained with brown marks, walked over. His voice was hoarse as his gaze swept over the group. Lingering for a moment on Gong Yuan and Lin Wanner, he openly scrutinized them and said, "Looking at your delicate skin and tender flesh, you must be kids from Shing Wu, right? Let me give you a word of advice. Blackstone Canyon is not your school's backyard training ground. Lately, this place has been full of danger, especially in the direction of Baichuan Valley." He spat a thick glob of phlegm. "It's downright eerie." Several veteran hunters went in and never made a sound again. "Take my advice, don't go too deep inside. Stick to the outskirts and don't go looking for trouble." "Thank you for the reminder." Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, responding politely yet distantly, his face expressionless, revealing no extra information. The burly man snorted coldly, hoisted his axe, and strode away, muttering under his breath, truly courting death. At that moment, Chen Lin's figure silently returned to the car like a shadow merging with sunlight. He gestured a few simple hand signs to Zhao Mingxian, then quickly whispered a few words. Zhao Mingxian nodded, his expression instantly turning grave. The area near the entrance is temporarily safe, but Chen Lin has discovered new traces of activity from large exotic beasts heading directly toward Baichuan Valley. Additionally, the energy field within the canyon is more chaotic than the data indicated, significantly suppressing and interfering with mental perception. He scanned the group, taking a deep breath. "Everyone, do a final equipment check and prepare to enter. Stay on high alert. Move out." The team members quickly adjusted their gear, forming a standard tactical formation under the curious or indifferent gazes of nearby hunters, and stepped into the black canyon entrance that resembled the gaping jaws of a giant beast. The canyon exuded an aura of desolation, hardness, and danger. The light dimmed instantly, and on both sides rose towering purple-black rock walls, hundreds of meters high and nearly vertical, seemingly twisted and compressed by immense force, covered in menacing folds and deep cracks. The rock's texture was exceptionally hard, gleaming with a metallic cold sheen, which was the very origin of this land's name, Blackstone. The air was filled with a heavy scent of earth, the smell of rusted metal, and a faint, almost imperceptible wave of oppressive energy seemingly emanating from deep underground. Looking up, the sky was sliced into a narrow strip by jagged cliffs, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate, creating an atmosphere both deep and suffocating. The ground beneath was rugged and uneven, covered with sharp fragments of rock, with some sections requiring climbing to traverse. Even more peculiar, in the depths of certain rock crevices or under the shadows of massive boulders, faint glimmers resembling fireflies could occasionally be seen. These were low-grade energy crystal mines hidden within the black stones, primarily primarily of earth and metal elements, naturally emitting a faint glow. This phenomenon was one of the reasons countless hunters came here in search of fortune. However, what caught Wu Haoyu's attention at this moment was not the faint glow of those crystal mines. As soon as he stepped into the canyon, the chaos demon slaying divine thunder within his body seemed to sense something, accelerating its circulation slightly. It was an indescribable sensation, a mixture of ancient, profound, and an extremely subtle sinister aura, slowly spreading like an invisible tide from the unfathomable darkness deep within the canyon. This feeling seemed to share an essence with the aura emitted by the magical beasts in the depths of Yunjing Forest, yet it was older and purer. Wu Haoyu tightly gripped the thunderbolt spear, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the dark, winding, and rugged path ahead, strewn with jagged rocks. What secrets lie hidden in Baichuan Valley, the cave dwelling guided by the incense burner? The shadow of the ancient spirit sect seems to have arrived earlier than expected, silently enveloping the area. The hunt officially begins. In this perilous black labyrinth, the roles of hunter and prey could reverse at any moment. The deep interior of Blackstone Canyon resembles the intestines of a giant beast, winding and twisting in dim light. Towering purple-black cliffs on both sides stretch into the clouds, compressing the view and casting suffocating shadows. The air is filled with the cold, hard scent of minerals, the stench of soil, and an unshakable, oppressive pulse of energy emanating from the depths of the earth, like the heartbeat of a slumbering giant beast, stifling and dangerous. Wu Haoyu and 5 others maintained a high level of vigilance, moving through jagged rocks and narrow crevices in a tight tactical formation. Zhao Mingxian had long since stored the off-road vehicle in a specially designed spatial storage device. Now walking near the front of the team, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were as sharp as blades, continuously scanning the path ahead. A tactical terminal hovered beside his hand, constantly analyzing and scanning the surrounding complex terrain and energy field fluctuations. Chen Lin's figure was like a true shadow, silently weaving through the shadows of rock walls and gaps between boulders dozens of meters ahead, serving as the team's most acute reconnaissance eye. Left front, 2 o'clock direction, small energy vein, earth attribute, accompanied by a small amount of gold crystal ore. Preliminary assessment identifies it as 3rd-tier iron sand. Zhao Mingxuan's voice was calm and efficient as it transmitted through the microcommunicator to everyone's ears. Moderate value, estimated collection time about 5 minutes. Gong Yuan, deploy the collection platform. Gong Yuan's cold voice came through, received. With a graceful wave of her hand, a thick layer of solid ice quickly formed on the ground beneath a steep rock wall ahead, creating a stable slanted platform. Ouyang Jie and Wu Haoyu worked in perfect harmony, with the former controlling flames to precisely scorch the rocks around the ore vein, making them brittle, while the latter used the tip of his thunder spear to delicately chisel, like the finest tool, separating large chunks of ore. Lin Wanner followed closely behind, holding a specialized tool to quickly sort out the valuable ores. Chen Lin remained on the perimeter, keeping watch for any exotic beasts that might be drawn by the energy fluctuations. This was the 5th valuable resource point they discovered after entering the depths of the canyon. Along the way, they encountered several waves of exotic beasts, a tough-skinned, burrowing Tier 2 peak stone-skin tusked boar, which was shot through the head by Wu Haoyu after Ouyang Jie blocked its retreat with blazing flames, a group of fast-moving, venomous-clawed Tier 1 shadowblade scorpions, which were instantly slowed by Gong Yuan's icy mist and then swiftly harvested by Chen Lin, who moved like a phantom, and a mid-Tier 2 golden splitting weasel that attempted a sneak attack but was preemptively detected by Zhao Mingxian, allowing Wu Haoyu to strike with lightning speed and kill it instantly. The battles were clean and efficient, their teamwork as seamless as flowing water. The beast cores, materials, and the ores and spiritual herbs they collected continuously caused the numbers on Zhao Mingxuan's terminal screen, which recorded their points, to jump. 3 pieces of earth crystal, 7 stalks of black stone bamboo, about 15 kilograms of heavy iron sand. Adding these to the previous haul, the resources, converted to credits, now total 800. Zhao Mingxian summarized the information, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. The efficiency is quite impressive. Just as everyone was preparing to continue advancing deeper into Baichuan Valley along the planned route, Zhao Mingxian suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression instantly turning serious. Wait, 800 meters ahead, at 3 o'clock, there's a strong energy fluctuation, at least at the peak level of the Yuanwu realm, and the sound of metal clashing and shouting. Someone is fighting. They're too close to us. Everyone's nerves instantly tightened. Encountering other hunters in a place like this often implies hidden and uncertain risks. Can we avoid them? Wu Haoyu asked in a deep voice, his hand already resting on the thunderbolt gun. Zhao Mingxian quickly operated the terminal, pulling up a 3-dimensional terrain map. The nearest detour requires crossing the broken ridge cliff on the left, which will take at least 2 more hours. Moreover, there are traces of suspected Tier 4 rock-armored earth dragons activity nearby, making it extremely risky. Going straight through, the combat zone is blocking the main road. Just as everyone was hesitating and weighing their options, an unexpected incident occurred. Run! Damn it, we can't shake it off. Terrified shouts and heavy running footsteps approached approached rapidly from afar. Three disheveled figures could be seen sprinting frantically along the narrow valley path, rushing in their direction. The three were dressed in tattered leather armor, covered in blood and dust, their faces filled with panic. Behind them, dust billowed and the ground rumbled deeply. A colossal beast was in relentless pursuit. It was a giant beast over 6 meters long, resembling a massive lizard. Its entire body was covered in thick, angular gray-black bone armor, like a steel fortress. Each step of its sturdy limbs sent rubble flying, and its triangular head bore a pair of scarlet vertical pupils gleaming with savage light. Its blood-filled maw, lined with sharp teeth, opened wide, emitting a deep roar. A mid-tier Stage 3 exotic beast, the ironclad lizard. Renowned for its terrifying defense and powerful ramming force, it was practically a moving disaster in the narrow canyon terrain. It's the iron-armored lizard. Mid-stage Tier 3. Scatter quickly. Zhao Mingxuan's pupils contracted as he shouted sharply. The team members reacted swiftly, preparing to seek cover on the rock walls on either side or to face the battle. However, when the three fleeing hunters saw Wu Haoyu and his group of 6, their eyes showed not a trace of desperation but instead a flicker of malice and calculation. They neither slowed down nor called for help. Instead, they suddenly accelerated, speeding past Wu Haoyu's group of 6 like a gust of wind. At the very moment the last person, a tall, thin man with a scar on his face, brushed past Wu Haoyu, he suddenly flicked his hand hidden in his sleeve. A fist-sized, dusty, inconspicuous cloth pouch was skillfully and precisely thrown by him toward the center of Wu Haoyu's 6-person team. Not good. Wu Haoyu was the first to sense something unusual. The cloth pouch emitted no energy fluctuations, yet it gave off an extremely subtle, sickly sweet scent. Instinctively, he wanted to swing his gun to knock it away, but the distance was too close, and the opponent's technique was exceptionally cunning. The cloth bag exploded loudly less than 2 meters above the 6 people's heads. A large cloud of nauseating, dark red powder instantly spread like dense fog, carrying a strange smell of blood and sulfur, enveloping the 6 people in an instant. Cough, cough. What the hell is this stuff? Damn it. It's beast lure powder, specifically used to attract berserk earth-type exotic beasts. Zhao Mingxian and Ouyang Jia exclaimed almost simultaneously, their faces changing drastically. This beast-attracting powder not only had a pungent smell but also carried a special energy marker that greatly stimulated the senses and ferocity of the beasts. Almost at the moment the powder dispersed, the iron-armored lizard that had been chasing the 3 hunters locked its scarlet vertical pupils onto Wu Haoyu and his group of 6, who were shrouded in the red mist. It abandoned its pursuit of the 3 hunters, letting out an even more frenzied roar. Its thick limbs furiously clawed at the ground, resembling an out-of-control steel war machine, charging toward Wu Haoyu and the others with an overwhelming force to crush everything in its path. The earth trembled violently beneath its feet. Damn it! We've been set up! Ouyang Jia roared furiously, cursing loudly as flames suddenly surged around him in an attempt to disperse the powder, but it was already too late. The massive shadow of the iron-armored lizard quickly loomed over them. Form up! Prepare to face the enemy! Wu Haoyu's roar thundered like an explosion, instantly quelling all chaos. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, a surge of violent fury and killing intent rising into the air. The purple-gold lightning on the thunder spear erupted with a deafening roar. There was no escape, only a fight. Gong Yuan, ice walls to slow it down. Zhao Mingxian, disrupt its senses. Ouyang Jia, Chunlin, follow me. Target the joints and eyes. Wu Haoyu's orders were concise and clear, demonstrating the leadership of a core pillar in a critical moment. Gong Yuan reacted swiftly, forming seals with her hands as a surge of cold air erupted. 3 half-meter thick, crystal-clear ice walls rose instantly from the ground, layer upon layer blocking the path of the charging armored lizard. Though it couldn't completely stop the beast, it successfully slowed its speed and slightly altered its trajectory. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers moved rapidly across the terminal, tossing several metallic spheres emitting high-frequency energy fluctuations. They exploded near the armored lizard's head, producing ear-piercing noise and intense mental interference waves. The armored lizard shook its head in pain, its charge further impeded. It's now! Thunderstrike 9 blows, armor break. Wu Haoyu's figure transformed into a streak of purple-gold lightning as he unleashed Thunderflash with full force. Instead of clashing head-on with the iron-armored lizard's toughest back armor, he appeared like a phantom at the relatively vulnerable joint on its left forelimb. The Thunder Spear, accompanied by a piercing thunderclap and immense penetrating power, stabbed fiercely into the joint's crevice like a drill. Squelch! The spear tip, imbued with the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder, unleashed astonishing destructive power, forcibly tearing through the tough fascia and part of the bone armor. Purple-gold electric arcs surged madly into the wound. Roar! The iron-armored lizard let out a pained howl, its left forelimb suddenly giving way, causing its massive body to stagger. Burn the heavens! Flame burst! Ouyang Jia seized the opportunity, shouting sharply as her palms fiercely struck the relatively softer scales on the exposed abdomen of the iron-armored lizard due to its staggered movement. The raging flames compressed instantly and then exploded violently. The high temperature and shockwaves scorched the scales on the lizard's abdomen black, and its internal organs were also shaken. At the same time, a shadow darted like a venomous snake from the iron-armored lizard's blind spot beneath its painfully raised neck, flashing in an instant. Chen Lin's twin blades glimmered with a ghostly blue light as they precisely stabbed toward its relatively weaker throat. Though the defense wasn't completely breached, the sharp blades carved deep grooves into the hard scales, and the intense pain drove the iron-armored lizard into utter madness. Senior Lin, Link Wu Haoyu and Ouyang Jia, prepare for healing, Zhao Mingxian commanded while simultaneously operating a miniaturized weapon platform, firing beams of energy that accurately struck the lizard's eyes and wounds, harassing it and amplifying the team's advantage. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The armored lizard frantically swung its massive tail, stirring up a storm of rubble. It opened its giant mouth and unleashed a shockwave infused with earth element energy. Wu Haoyu relied on the improved version of Thunder Flash with ghost-like speed and instant directional change ability, weaving dangerously through the armored lizard's ferocious attacks. Each thrust of his spear came with a sharp whistle tearing through the air, precisely striking joints, wounds, and the relatively vulnerable abdomen and neck. Ouyang Jia's flames clung like maggots on a bone, continuously burning and exploding. Chen Lin, on the other hand, acted like the most lethal assassin, lurking in the shadows and waiting for the perfect moment to strike, with each blade aimed directly at vital points. Dong Yuan's ice abilities continuously create obstacles, hinder enemy movements, and even use ice spikes to disrupt their vision. Zhao Mingxian coordinates from the center, fully utilizing his mental perception to precisely analyze weaknesses, direct support, and execute accurate strikes with energy weapons. Lin Wana remains highly focused, with the halo of her lifelink enveloping Wu Haoyu and Ouyang Jia, ready to deliver healing energy at any moment. This is a head-to-head war of attrition. The armored lizard's defense is astonishingly strong, and attacks from ordinary Yuan Wu realm practitioners can hardly inflict substantial damage on it. However, Wu Haoyu and his team of 6 cooperate seamlessly, with clear tactics that fully leverage their individual strengths. Wu Haoyu's Chaos Demon-slaying Divine Thunder possesses immense penetration and destructive power against energy defenses and biological tissues, making it the key to tearing through the armored lizard's thick armor. With every thrust of the spear, the purple-gold lightning rampages within its body, causing continuous internal injuries. Finally, Wu Haoyu seized a perfect opportunity, channeling all his strength into the thunder spear, transforming it into a streak of piercing purple-gold lightning that struck fiercely into the depths of the iron-armored lizard's slightly open mouth caused by its injury. Boom! The violet lightning erupted from within the iron-armored lizard. Its massive body instantly stiffened, and the scarlet vertical pupils lost their luster in an instant. Like a collapsing golden mountain and jade pillar, it fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The interior of its hardened skull had been completely destroyed by the raging lightning. The battle was over. Although the 6 were somewhat disheveled and exhausted from overexertion, none of them were injured. Lin Wanner immediately cast a gentle healing spell, dispelling the lingering irritation from the beast-attracting powder and restoring some of their strength. Damn it! I'm exhausted. Ouyang Jia plopped down on a rock, wiped her sweat, and glared at the iron-armored lizard's corpse, cursing, "Those 3 bastards. They better hope I never run into them again." Zhao Mingxian and Gong Yuan immediately stepped forward and began skillfully dissecting the valuable Tier 3 exotic beast. The iron-armored lizard's bone armor, claws, heart, and even the crystal core containing pure earth element energy were all excellent materials. Just as they had stored the most precious crystal core and part of the bone armor into their spatial equipment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the direction they had arrived. To their surprise, the 3 hunters who had fled earlier shamelessly returned. The scar-faced leader rubbed his hands together, a fake smile plastered on his face, while his eyes greedily fixated on the unfinished iron-armored lizard materials on the ground. "Heh, you esteemed students of St. Martial Academy are truly impressive. This iron-armored lizard was actually spotted by the 3 of us first. We chased it for quite a while and used up a lot of energy about these spoils." Before he could finish speaking, a bone-chilling killing intent instantly locked onto him. Wu Haoyu slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression, but his gaze was as cold as eternal ice. He swept his eyes over the 3 men, finally fixing them on the scar-faced leader. He remained silent, but the fierce aura of someone who had battled life and death, slaying demonized beasts, combined with the oppressive force of a late-stage Yuan Wu cultivator and SSS-level talent, bore down like a tangible weight. The smile on Scarface's face froze instantly, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped his throat, leaving him unable to utter another word. The 2 companions behind him turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Only then did they truly understand that this group of students before them was far from the easy targets they could bully at will. The icy killing intent in the eyes of the leading youth was more terrifying than the most ferocious beasts of Blackstone Gorge. "Leave." Wu Haoyu's voice was not loud, yet it swept through like a chilling wind from the underworld, carrying an undeniable tone of judgment. "Otherwise, die." Scarface's facial muscles twitched violently, and a trace of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. However, faced with absolute strength and killing intent, he ultimately dared not act out. He spat fiercely furiously, cursed under his breath, and turned away with his 2 terrified companions, disappearing quickly around the bend of the valley path they had come from. Bah! They got off easy. Ouyang Jia spat in their direction. Pay no mind to the ants. Wu Haoyu withdrew his gaze, the coldness in his eyes slightly subsiding. If not for the complex environment of this place, making it unwise to stir up trouble, those 3 would have undoubtedly died today. He turned to Zhao Mingxian and said, gather the materials and leave as soon as possible. The scent of blood and energy fluctuations might attract other dangers. The group quickly dealt with the scene, packed up the valuable parts of the armored lizard, and immediately left this troublesome place, continuing to advance deeper into Baichuan Valley. Wu Haoyu and his team continued moving forward in the Blackstone Canyon. Meanwhile, in another deep canyon crevice several dozen miles away, a figure cloaked entirely in a large black cape was climbing swiftly up a nearly vertical rock wall in an extremely bizarre manner. His movements were silent, resembling a gecko gliding along a wall, or like a shadow merging into the rock, emitting no energy fluctuations or signs of life whatsoever. The hood of the cloak was pulled low, revealing only a pale chin and tightly pressed thin lips. 2 faint red glimmers flashed briefly under the hood, locking onto a certain direction. With a flicker of his figure, he quickly merged into the shadows of the rock wall and stealthily disappeared. After experiencing a sudden skirmish and a cunning trap, the squad's atmosphere grew even heavier, and their movements became increasingly cautious. Zhao Mingxian and Chen Lin pushed their sensory perception and reconnaissance range to the limit, deliberately avoiding areas with abnormal energy fluctuations and the nests of large mutant beasts. The terrain of the canyon became increasingly complex, with massive black rocks scattered like a labyrinth and deep fissures crisscrossing like scars on the earth. The oppressive energy pulses emanating from the depths of the ground grew clearer, carrying a faint sense of unsettling agitation. The sky gradually darkened, and the last trace of twilight was swallowed by the towering rock walls. The canyon was plunged into complete darkness, with only the faint glow of the fluorescent markers on the team members' tactical suits and the occasional flicker of energy from their weapons providing a dim source of light. We can't move forward any further. Zhao Mingxian halted, bringing up the terminal's holographic screen. A complex topographic map and energy readings appeared before him. We're about 3 kilometers from the core area of Baichuan Gorge, but the energy field here is highly active and chaotic, severely suppressing perception and mental strength. Moving in such an environment at night is too risky. We have to set up camp and rest. Everyone expressed their agreement. Under Chen Lin's reconnaissance, they found a relatively ideal campsite situated beneath the natural angle formed by 2 massive black stones, with a steep rock wall at the back, an open view in the front, and only a narrow passage leading in, making it extremely easy to defend. Zhao Mingxian immediately got to work, taking out an array disc and energy crystals from his spatial equipment and began setting up warning and defensive formations around the campsite. Faint energy lines lit up in the darkness, enveloping the campsite like a spider web. Chen Lin, like a ghost blending into the night, silently conducted meticulous reconnaissance and trap setting around the campsite. Gong Yuan and Lin Wanner were responsible for clearing a clean area and preparing simple food and water. Simple energy bars and clear water entered their mouths, dispelling physical fatigue, though their mental tension remained taut. The watch schedule was arranged. Wu Haoyu and Zhao Mingxian would take the first half of the night, while Chen Lin and Ouyang Jia would take over in the second half. Gong Yuan and Lin Wanner would provide support in between and try to get some rest. Everyone found a place to sit cross-legged, seizing the time to restore their spiritual energy. Darkness enveloped the campsite like thick ink, with only the faint glow of the defensive formation and the steady sound of the team members breathing. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged on a large boulder near the entrance of the campsite, the thunderstrike spear laid horizontally across his knees. His eyes were slightly closed as the gluttonous, demon-suppressing sutra operated at full capacity within him. His spiritual perception spread out like an invisible spider web, extending to its maximum range, alert to any movement in the darkness. Time ticked by second, and the first half of the night passed quietly in silence. As the shift change approached, Wu Haoyu's senses suddenly tensed without warning. An indescribable intuition, a mix of coldness, slipperiness, and extreme danger, licked at the edges of his perception like the tongue of a venomous snake. This was neither visual nor auditory. It felt more like the innate warning of the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder against some natural enemy or filth. Something was lurking near the campsite, and it was silently closing in. That stealth ability is extremely strong. Even Zhao Mingxuan's warning traps were not triggered. Wu Haoyu suddenly opened his eyes, purple gold lightning flashing explosively in his pupils. He was about to shout a warning. Hiss! A streak of black light, so fast it surpassed the limits of visual capture, carried a pungent, bloody wind. Like a poisonous arrow shot from hell, it tore through the darkness, heading straight for Zhao Mingxian, who was meditating with his eyes closed at the core of the formation. The target was precise and ruthless, aiming directly at the core commander. Watch out! Wu Haoyu roared as the thunder spear shot through the air. Without time to think, he activated Thunder Flash to its limit, his figure transforming into a streak of purple gold lightning tearing through the the night, carrying all his strength and violent thunder to strike precisely at the tip of the dark light. Clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted in the silent camp, sparks flying everywhere. A terrifying and unstoppable force surged along the spear, and Wu Haoyu felt his arms tremble violently. His palms split open instantly, blood streaming down. His entire body was forcibly knocked backward, slamming heavily into the rock wall behind him. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up. The thunder spear emitted an unbearable hum, and the black light was temporarily blocked by the powerful strike, its offensive slightly slowed, finally revealing its true form. The people in the camp were instantly awakened. With the light emitted by the defensive formation and the flames instinctively ignited by Ouyang Jia, they finally saw the attacking monster clearly. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, a chill rushing from their feet to the top of their heads. It was a snake so enormous it was suffocating. Its entire body was covered in deep, matte black gold scales that seemed to devour all light. Each scale was as hard as alloy, sharply defined, with edges exuding a cold metallic gleam. The snake's body was as thick as a water barrel, coiled at the entrance of the camp, with its raised head towering over 3 meters above the ground. On its triangular head, a pair of cold and merciless dark golden vertical pupils, like 2 solidified molten golds, were locked firmly onto Wu Haoyu. Its forked tongue flickered, emitting a chilling hiss sound, as a foul stench quickly spread through the air. It coiled there like a small mountain made of deadly metal, exuding an overwhelming sense of despair. Black gold rock snake. Early stage of Tier 4. Zhao Mingxian exclaimed, his voice filled with unprecedented shock. A 4th-order exotic beast, equivalent to a human expert in the true essence realm. It is by no means an existence that can be easily defeated by sheer numbers, especially in this narrow terrain where the danger is immense. Retreat! Quickly, retreat! Get out of here! Zhao Mingxian almost roared, his hands swiftly operating the terminal. The defensive formation around the camp instantly flared to its peak, forming a solid energy shield. However, the Wujin rock snake was clearly enraged by Wu Haoyu's earlier shot. Its dark golden vertical pupils locked onto Wu Haoyu, and its massive snake body suddenly coiled and sprang forward like a black arrow loosed from a bowstring, moving so fast it left only a blurred afterimage on the retina. A blood-red maw opened wide, dagger-like pale venomous fangs glaring, and a foul wind rushed forward. Ice seal for miles. Gong Yuan reacted swiftly, her serpentine body moving instantly as her hands formed seals, unleashing her full power. Bone-chilling cold spread wildly from her center, instantly forming a thick layer of ice on the ground, with crystalline snowflakes floating in the air. Along the path of the black gold rock snake's attack, several massive ice walls, each a meter thick and shimmering with icy light, rose instantly. Snap, snap, snap. The ice wall, strong enough to withstand the full impact of a 3rd-tier beast, crumbled like thin paper before the black gold rock snake. The massive serpent's body, carrying terrifying kinetic energy and armored with hard scales, shattered all the ice walls like dried twigs. Its speed was only slightly delayed for a brief moment, and this fleeting pause was the chance for survival. Thunder barrier. Wu Haoyu endured the shock in his chest, sweeping his thunder spear horizontally. A web of violent purple-gold lightning rapidly spread out in front of him. Flame dragon roar. Ouyang Jia roared, and a massive flaming dragon roared as it crashed into the serpent's head. Shadow bind. Chen Lin's figure flickered, appearing in the shadow on the side of the black gold rock serpent, as several chains formed from shadow energy swiftly coiled toward its vital spot. Zhao Mingxuan's energy weapon also fired at full power, beams raining down like a storm onto the serpent's eyes. Focus fire attack. Rumble. Violent explosions and energy shockwaves ravaged the narrow campsite, with rubble flying and dust filling the air. However, as the dust settled, the black gold rock snake merely shook its head, with only some scorch marks and faint white traces left on its black gold scales. Ouyang Jia's flame dragon and Chen Lin's chains disintegrated instantly. Only Wu Haoyu's thunder barrier temporarily halted its charge, leaving a few scorched marks on its scales, but far from causing any serious damage. In the dark golden vertical pupils, the expression of brutality and mockery grew even stronger. No, we can't break through the defense. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Head deeper into Baichuan Valley. Use the terrain. Zhao Mingxian roared, swiftly realizing that a head-on clash would be nothing short of suicide. Gong Yuan. Create an ice path. Everyone else, follow me. Wu Haoyu decisively ordered, forcing himself to muster strength as his thunder spear pointed toward the narrow crevice leading deeper into Baichuan Valley behind the camp. That area was full of jagged rocks and complex terrain. Gong Yuan immediately understood, pressing both hands to the ground. A 2-meter wide, incredibly smooth ice path instantly formed on the rugged terrain, leading straight into the depths of the crevice. Go! Wu Haoyu took the lead, stepping onto the ice path. Thunder Flash activated, his figure moving as swiftly as lightning. The others followed closely behind. Lin Wanner was pulled along by Zhao Mingxian, with the halo of the lifelink enveloping the slower-moving individuals. The obsidian rock serpent let out an angry hiss, its massive body crushing the icy path as it pursued relentlessly. Its speed was equally astonishing, with each movement causing the ground to tremble. A life-and-death chase unfolded like shadows shadows in the darkness of the Blackstone Canyon. The team members pushed their speed to the limit, racing along the icy path continuously laid by Gong Yuan. Behind them, the black gold rock snake, like a death god claiming lives, was in hot pursuit. Its massive body smashed through obstructing rocks, and the foul wind almost brushed against the backs of the group's necks. "Turn right, into that crevice," Zhao Mingxian shouted loudly based on the scanned terrain map. The group abruptly turned and rushed into an extremely narrow crack, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. The massive body of the obsidian rock serpent was stuck at the entrance, angrily ramming against the rock walls as rubble rained down like a storm. "Quick, it can't get in. Move." Everyone's spirits lifted as they desperately squeezed deeper into the crevice. However, after advancing no more than 100 meters, the path ahead was completely blocked by a massive fallen black rock. A dead end. A desperate atmosphere instantly spread. Behind them, the sound of the black gold rock snake crashing against the rock wall grew closer, as if it were forcibly squeezing its way in. "Damn it, let's fight it." A crazed fire flashed in Ouyang Jie's eyes. "Wait." Wu Haoyu's gaze was fixed on the base of the giant boulder blocking the path. "There seems to be a gap?" Even more strangely, when the chaos demon slaying divine thunder within his body approached this massive stone, it unexpectedly triggered an unprecedentedly intense throbbing. It was as if something behind the massive stone was strongly attracting it, almost as if it were calling to it. "Help me blast it open. There's a path below." Wu Haoyu couldn't spare any more words as dazzling purple gold lightning erupted once again from the thunder spear, its tip pointing directly at the gap at the base of the massive stone. "Everyone, take action," Zhao Mingxian shouted without hesitation. Flame explosion, ice spike storm, shadow blade slash. For powerful attacks, along with Wu Haoyu's thunderous strike, instantly struck the same spot at the base of the giant rock. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the base of the giant rock was forcibly blasted open, leaving an irregular hole. An even more ancient, dense, and sealed aura, mixed with strange energy fluctuations, surged out from the hole. "Enter!" Wu Haoyu was the first to crouch and crawl in, followed closely by the others. Just as the last person, Lin Wanner, squeezed into the entrance, the ferocious head of the black gold rock snake finally forced its way into the crevice. Its dark golden vertical pupils stared fixedly at the opening, letting out a resentful and furious hiss. But its massive body ultimately couldn't fit through and could only slam madly against the surrounding rock walls. The group, still shaken, panted heavily in the narrow, downward-sloping passage. The passage was pitch black, with only the faint glimmer of weapons and terminals flickering. "We're safe for now. That thing can't get in," Zhao Mingxian said, panting heavily as he activated the lighting equipment. A soft glow spread out, illuminating a stone path clearly marked with excavation traces. The walls were smooth, bearing the marks of erosion over the years. The group cautiously walked about 100 meters down the stone path when the space ahead suddenly opened up. The lighting equipment dispelled the darkness, revealing a relatively open space. What came into view was not the imagined cave entrance, but a building. Built against the mountain, it was an ancient Taoist temple half embedded in the massive rock wall. The temple was not large in scale, constructed entirely of a deep, ancient, and unadorned black material that was neither metal nor stone. It blended seamlessly with the rocks of the Blackstone Canyon, yet exuded a distinctly different aura of antiquity. The temple gate had long since decayed and collapsed, leaving only half of a broken stone frame, with faintly visible cloud pattern carvings. Inside the gate was a small courtyard, the ground paved with black stone slabs of the same material, with resilient black moss growing in the cracks. In the center of the courtyard, a massive bronze incense burner lay toppled, its surface covered in verdigris. The mythical beast carvings on the lid of the burner were strikingly similar to those on the small incense burner in Ouyang Jie's hand, only much larger and more imposing. Facing the courtyard is the main hall. The hall doors are tightly closed, also made of that black material, covered with intricate and mysterious patterns. Under the illumination, these patterns faintly shimmer with an extremely weak, dark golden glow, as if it might extinguish at any moment, exuding an indescribable charm. Above the hall doors hangs a plaque of the same material, with ancient and vigorous calligraphy. Though it has been covered in dust for a long time, it still exudes an air of solemnity. Shing Wu. An indescribable sense of antiquity, weight, solemnity, and even a trace of melancholy rushes forth. It feels as if this Taoist temple has been silently standing here for millennia, quietly guarding something. This is the place the incense burner pointed to? A Taoist temple? Ouyang Jie looked at the dilapidated scene before him, then glanced at the small incense burner in his hand, and compared it to the giant bronze incense burner in the courtyard. His face was filled with shock and disappointment. What is this? Where's the cave? Where's the treasure? Just this rundown place? Chen cautiously scanned the shadows around him. Gong Yuan stared intently at the tightly closed main hall doors and the flowing dark golden patterns on them, a trace of solemnity flashing in her ice-blue eyes. Lin Wanner was also awed by the solemn and ancient atmosphere, instinctively moving closer to Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian quickly scanned his surroundings, his brows furrowed. The energy readings are unusually strange. This Taoist temple itself seems to be a massive energy source, yet the energy energy is as stagnant as dead water. The patterns on the main hall's door contain extremely profound fluctuations of formation, far beyond my understanding. Moreover, it seems this place can shield most external energy fluctuations and perceptions. No wonder we couldn't detect anything from outside. However, Wu Haoyu ignored the discussions around him. He stood at the courtyard entrance, his gaze locked firmly on the tightly closed Jinyu main hall door, covered in dark golden patterns. At this moment, the chaos demon slaying divine thunder within him was surging and roaring with unprecedented intensity. This was not a violent outburst triggered by a threat, but a kind of excitement akin to a long-awaited reunion, a powerful resonance stemming from the same origin of power, even mixed with mournful and furious cries. What exactly was hidden behind that door? It shared the same origin as his chaos demon slaying divine thunder, yet seemed deeply suppressed and confined by some formidable force or unspeakable corruption. This place is far from ordinary. Wu Haoyu's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a resolute tone that pierced through the fog. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at the massive black door that seemed to separate two worlds. All the answers lie behind that door. We must go in. The word Xinyu hung high above the door lintel, bold and ancient, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. The enormous hall door was forged from a deep, ancient, black material that was neither metal nor stone, cold and hard to the touch, as if it were fused with the entire mountain. Wu Haoyu took a deep breath, his robust spiritual power of the late Wen Wu stage surging within him. He placed both hands on the icy door and pushed forcefully. Buzz! A deep, muffled sound echoed through the empty courtyard. However, the two seemingly ancient and heavy giant doors remained as immovable as mountain roots deeply embedded in the earth. Not even a speck of dust was shaken loose. Wu Haoyu frowned slightly. The force he exerted was enough to overturn a boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds. Everyone, together! Ouyang Jie shouted in a low voice as he stepped forward, fire element spiritual power surging around him. Dong Yuan, Chen Lin, Zhao Mingxian, and Lin Wan'er also stepped forward. The six combined their strength, their spiritual power roared and surged, converging into a mighty force that slammed fiercely against the palace doors. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound echoed like a tolling bell, causing the courtyard ground to tremble slightly as dust fell in a swirling cascade. However, the gate of the Jinyue Hall remained immovable. Not even a crack appeared. It was as if what they struck was not a door, but a towering mountain thousands of feet high. Everyone's expressions immediately turned extremely grave. The combined strike of six martial realm experts couldn't even budge this door? This palace door is far more than just exceptionally sturdy. Something's definitely off. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze behind the lenses scanning the intricate and mysterious dark gold patterns on the door and its frame. Conventional force won't open it. Ouyang, try that sensor. Ouyang Jie immediately took out the palm-sized bronze sensor. She took a deep breath and channeled her pure fire element spiritual energy into a specific node of the sensor without holding back. Buzz! The sensor trembled slightly, the eyes of the mythical beast on the lid lighting up with a red glow. The dark gold cloud and thunder patterns on the sensor's surface began to flow and shimmer, as if coming to life. The three-dimensional light map pointing to Baichuan Valley was once again clearly projected in front of everyone. However, when Ouyang Jie tried to bring the sensor closer to the temple door, or even compare the light map projected by the sensor with the patterns on the door, the temple door remained as silent as death, showing no reaction whatsoever. The sensor merely faithfully projected the map, as if it had no connection to this door. Useless? Ouyang Jie appeared slightly disappointed, repeatedly attempting several times, only to achieve the same result. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, falling into a temporary deadlock. Could it be that after braving countless dangers to get here, they were now firmly blocked by a single door? The sensor was the key, yet it couldn't unlock this lock? Just as everyone was at a loss, Wu Haoyu's gaze was fixed intently on the flowing dark golden patterns on the sensor. A subtle tremor, originating deep within his bloodline and closely tied to the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder, compelled him to reach out his hand involuntarily. Let me try. His voice was deep. Although Ouyang Jie was doubtful, he still handed over the incense burner. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, and the ancient, solid texture carried a hint of peculiar warmth. Wu Haoyu did not infuse fire element spiritual power like Ouyang Jie, but instead cautiously summoned a trace of the purest chaos exorcism divine thunder. The purple gold arc, like a spirit snake, extended from his fingertips, gently coiling around the incense burner and injecting into its specific nodes. Buzz! At the very moment the purple gold divine lightning touched the incense burner, the entire burner suddenly began to vibrate violently. The eyes of the exotic beast on the lid erupted with an unprecedented dazzling red light, as if about to ignite. The dark gold cloud and thunder patterns on the surface of the burner were no longer passively flowing but seemed to be infused with true life, shining brightly. Countless tiny golden light points, like boiling liquid gold, surged along the patterns, racing and converging into a tide. A highly condensed golden beam, imbued with ancient majesty and the overwhelming will of thunder, suddenly shot out from the mouth of the exotic beast on the lid. Like a golden lightning bolt piercing through the eternal night, it struck with pinpoint accuracy at an extremely hidden, lock-like complex mysterious rune note at the center of the Jingyue Hall's door. Crack! A crisp and pleasant sound, like the breaking of gold and jade, clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of everyone, the two massive black doors, as heavy as mountains and seemingly indestructible, began to silently and slowly open inward, accompanied by the deep and grand sound of mechanical operation. A denser and more ancient aura, mixed with the breath of sealed ages and pure thunderous power, surged out from within like a tide. It opened? What on earth is going on? Wu Hao you, what exactly did you do? Ouyang Jie's eyes widened, his gaze shifting back and forth between the opening doors and the incense burner in his hand, whose glow was gradually fading. His face was filled with disbelief and frustration. When I used fire element's spiritual power to activate it, at most it worked as a map projector. But when you touched it with thunder element's spiritual power, it actually became a key. Does this incense burner have elemental bias? Zhao Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with a sharp gleam as he thoughtfully observed Wu Haoyu and the incense burner in his hand, its restrained glow and aura exuding a deeper, ancient simplicity. He then glanced at the slowly opening hall doors, which seemed to lead to another dimension. It seems, this incense burner, or rather the key to opening the Jingyue Hall, is fundamentally connected to lightning power, and a very unique kind of lightning power at that. Wu Haoyu gazed at the increasingly docile incense burner in his hand, feeling the resonance emanating from behind the hall doors that made the chaotic thunder of divine judgment within him leap with joy, further solidifying his suspicions. He said little, only speaking in a deep voice. The door is open. Let's go in and take a look. The answer might be inside. Stay alert. Suppressing their astonishment and doubts, the group gripped their weapons, channeling their spiritual energy discreetly. Following standard tactical formation, they cautiously stepped into the Jingyue Hall, which had been sealed for countless ages. At the very moment the last person entered the hall, the two massive doors behind them silently yet heavily slammed shut, cutting off the last trace of light from the outside world. Almost simultaneously with the closing of the hall doors, the interior of the hall suddenly lit up. This light was neither from lamps nor luminous pearls, but rather the soft and steady glow emitted by countless strange crystals embedded in the dome, walls, and even the massive stone pillars. The entire hall was illuminated as if it were daylight. The light had a peculiar bluish-purple hue, and upon closer inspection, tiny electric arcs seemed to be leaping and flowing within the crystals. The soft glow dispelled the darkness and illuminated the scene within the hall. Even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves, they were still deeply shocked by the sight before them, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. The grand hall was extraordinarily spacious, towering dozens of meters high, supported by 12 massive dragon-carved pillars made of the same black material, exuding an imposing grandeur. However, the entire hall was suffused with an indescribable aura of desolation, decay, and tragic solemnity. The most striking feature was at the very center of the hall, where a tall and majestic statue should have stood, but it had collapsed. Fragments of the statue were scattered across the ground, covered in web-like cracks and thick layers of dust. From the remnants of the pedestal and a few broken limbs, one could barely discern that it seemed to depict an ancient cultivator dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a magical sword. Above the collapsed statue, 9 tokens hovered in mid-air. Each token was about 1 foot long and half a foot wide, with a deep, restrained, bluish-purple hue that seemed to contain an infinite starry sky. The material of the tokens was neither metal nor jade, and their surfaces were covered with extremely intricate and mysterious thunder patterns that appeared naturally formed. At this moment, these patterns were coursing with faint, thread-like bluish-purple arcs of electricity, alive and crackling softly, illuminating the surrounding space. Yet, at the center of the sacred and majestic thunderous glow, each token's core imprisoned a writhing, struggling mass of black substance. This black substance seemed alive, its form constantly twisting and changing, at times transforming into ferocious ghostly faces, at other times into distorted tentacles, emanating an ultimate aura of filth, chaos, greed, and destruction. It was precisely this aura that formed a sharp opposition and intense confrontation with the thunderous power within the token. Those strands of blue-purple electric arcs, like the toughest chains, tightly coiled around and firmly suppressed the black substance, continuously wearing it down with sizzling sounds, akin to cold water dripping into boiling oil. The crowd merely felt the aftermath of that filthy aura, and their minds suddenly became restless, their blood surging, as if their very souls were polluted and tormented. Lin Wanner turned pale and instinctively took half a step back. What the hell is this thing? Ouyang Jie's face darkened, and flames instinctively ignited around him, seemingly trying to dispel the unsettling aura. What a terrifying aura of corruption. It's even purer and far more horrifying than the demonic beasts with magic patterns in the Yunjing forest. Zhao Mingxuan's expression was grave, his tactical terminal flashing continuously as it attempted to analyze the composition of the black substance, only to return a chaotic mess of warnings and garbled data. Gong Yuan's ice-blue eyes were fixed on the black substance entangled by the thunderous chains, an uncontrollable chill spreading around her. Her voice carried an unprecedented gravity. This is the essence of ultimate evil, pure extraterrestrial imperial malevolence. Just as everyone was stunned by this eerie spectacle, a sudden change occurred. Among the 9 tokens, the one slightly to the left of the center suddenly emitted a dazzlingly bright blue-purple arc of electricity. A beam of pure golden lightning condensed into a tangible form, radiating an awe-inspiring divine power and an ancient, timeless aura, shot out from the center of that token without warning. Its target, Wu Haoyu's forehead. The speed was extreme, surpassing everyone's reaction limits. It was as if it had transcended the boundaries of time and space. Watch out! Gong Yuan and Ouyang Jie shouted almost simultaneously, but it was already too late to intervene. Thud! The golden beam pierced through Wu Haoyu's forehead without any resistance. Wu Haoyu's body stiffened abruptly, as if bound by a spell, his eyes instantly losing focus and becoming blank and lifeless. He stood frozen in place, completely motionless. Wu Haoyu, Junior! Wu Haoyu, what's wrong with you? Everyone was shocked and rushed forward. Zhao Mingxian tried to probe with his spiritual perception but was instantly repelled by an overwhelmingly powerful thunderous will. Gong Yuan's ice element. Spiritual power barely touched Wu Haoyu's body before being obliterated by a spontaneously protective purple gold lightning. Ouyang Jie stomped his foot in frustration but dared not act rashly. He's being impacted by some powerful spiritual force. Don't forcibly wake him up. Zhao Mingxian hurriedly stopped Lin Wanner, who was about to shake Wu Haoyu, his face extremely grim. The power contained in this golden light is incredibly strong. Forcibly interfering might damage his sea of consciousness. We can only let him slowly digest it himself. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone anxiously gathered around Wu Haoyu, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings and the 9 airy tokens. Wu Haoyu stood stiffly like a stone statue, the veins on his forehead slightly throbbing, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed, clearly enduring immense impact. Wu Haoyu's consciousness, at the moment the golden light shot into his forehead, was pulled into a vast and boundless yet fragmented and chaotic torrent of information. Boom! Deafening thunder roared as if exploding right beside his ears. Before his eyes was an endless sea of raging, rolling purple lightning. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning and a strong stench of blood. Countless shattered images, roaring voices, and tragic wills violently surged into his sea of consciousness like a raging tsunami. Scene 1, the sky tears apart. Countless terrifying demonic shadows, burning with black flames and twisted in grotesque forms, surge out like locusts from a massive spatial rift. Wherever they pass, the earth decays, rivers turn foul, and living beings wail in agony as they mutate and distort, transforming into monsters driven solely by slaughter and devouring. Corpses litter the land, bones pile up like mountains. The mortal world becomes a purgatory. That foul aura is of the same origin as the black substance sealed within the token, but it is even more vast and terrifying. Scene 2, at the peak of the mountains, an ancient Taoist temple stands tall and imposing. This is Jinyue. Above the temple, 12 cultivators clad in ancient Taoist robes, their auras profound and boundless like the abyss and the sea, hover in midair. Their faces are indistinct, but their gazes are as resolute as iron, surrounded by powerful lightning of various hues. Among them, the leader, an elder, wields lightning of a noble purple gold hue, bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Haoyu's chaos demon-slaying divine thunder. Behind them are countless human cultivators and mortal soldiers, fighting desperately but steadily losing ground. Scene 3, a battle of utmost brutality. The 12 cultivators burn their essence, summoning the thunder of the 9 heavens to set up an unparalleled killing formation. Purple gold, indigo, blazing white, ghostly blue, countless bolts of thunder imbued with the righteous energy of heaven and earth transform into divine punishment, striking down upon the endless demonic shadows. The demonic shadows wail in agony amidst the thunder, ultimately disintegrating and vanishing. However, the cores of the leading, colossal, ferocious extraterrestrial demons remain as writhing, indestructible sources of filth that cannot be completely eradicated. Screen 4, a tragic sacrifice. 12 monks, fully aware that they could not completely eradicate the source of the evil demon, resolutely chose to transform themselves into seals. They fused their flesh, souls, lifelong cultivation, and the vast heavenly thunder they summoned into one. Ultimately, under the sorrowful gaze of countless beings, they transformed into 9 tokens radiating brilliant thunderlight, the 9 profound golden thunder tokens. When the 9 tokens combined, they formed a thunderous purgatory, forcibly suppressing and sealing the core source of filth within the central array of the temple's main hall. Screen 5, the surviving cultivators rebuilt Jinyue on the ruins of the Taoist temple, using the temple as the foundation of the formation, gathering the power of the mountains and earth's veins to nourish the 9 profound golden thunder talisman. They hoped to use the power of time combined with the might of divine thunder to completely obliterate and purify those sources of filth. The Taoist temple enshrines the statue of the ancestor who transformed himself into the talisman and wielded the purple gold divine thunder. The final will. A fragmented formation diagram was deeply imprinted into Wu Haoyu's mind. It was the method to control the 9 profound golden thunder talisman to refine and eradicate the sources of filth. At the same time, an aged and weary voice, yet laden with endless hope and trust, seemed to traverse the vastness of time and space, echoing in his sea of consciousness. Successor, we have transformed our broken bodies into this token to deter demons and protect our divine land. Our divine consciousness is about to dissipate. This 9 Heavens Golden Thunder token was forged by us, merging our flesh, souls, and the righteous thunder of the 9 heavens, specifically to vanquish evil. However, the malevolent forces are stubborn, and even after 1,000 years, they have not been completely eradicated. In future generations, only one who bears the divine thunder of utmost yang and rigidity can inherit the true legacy of our purple heaven lineage. I hope you will channel the power of thunder into this token, aiding us in completing the final purification. The 9 Heavens Golden Thunder token shall then be yours. May you wield this token to safeguard the divine land. Boom! The massive stream of information surged out of Wu Haoyu's sea of consciousness like a tide. Put. His body suddenly shook violently, his face pale as paper, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat, gasping heavily as if he had just endured a prolonged battle of the soul. The tragic heroism that transcended time and space, the resolute sacrifice to suppress demons, and the terror of the source of filth were deeply etched into the depths of his soul. Wu Haoyu, Junior, how are you? Seeing him regain consciousness, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and began asking questions with concern, all talking at once. Wu Haoyu took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his body and the fluctuations in his mind. His gaze was a complex mix of shock, compassion, and a heavy sense of responsibility. He looked around at his teammates surrounding him, his voice slightly hoarse, and slowly recounted everything he had received in his sea of consciousness about the invasion of the extraterrestrial fiends, the heroic sacrifices of the 12 predecessors, the origin of the 9 profound Golden Thunder token, the source of corruption that had been sealed for 1,000 years yet not completely eradicated, and finally, the plea and entrustment. He conveyed it all without missing a single word. The hall was deathly silent, with only the crackling sound of thunder and black mist intertwining and clashing on the 9 tokens, accompanied by the heavy breathing of everyone present. Extraterrestrial demons invaded Blue Star 1,000 years ago? 12 great ancestors transformed themselves into tokens? These tokens actually seal the purest demonic essence left from that catastrophe? This is simply unbelievable. Ouyang Jia muttered softly, his face unable to hide his shock. Even as the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family, she had never heard of such an ancient and tragic secret. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses filled with shock and deep thought. No wonder this incense burner requires lightning power to activate. It is essentially the key to unlocking this sealed hall. It is the most important token left for future generations who possess the power of thunder. Wu Haoyu, could it be that your Wu family is the so-called true legacy of Zixiao? Gong Yuan's face was cold and grave as she fixed her gaze on the 9 tokens, observing the struggling black substance within, pure filth essence, 100 times more terrifying than demonic patterns. It must be purified. Lin Wanner clenched her hands tightly, her eyes filled with reverence for her predecessors and fear of the filthy substance. Wu Haoyu nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on the hovering 9 profound Golden Thunder token. The will of our predecessors must not be betrayed. This source of filth must be thoroughly purified. Everyone, protect me. The group wore solemn expressions as they quickly dispersed, forming a ring to shield Wu Haoyu at the center. They faced all directions of the Grand Hall, weapons in hand, spiritual energy fully unleashed, vigilantly watching their surroundings, especially the tightly closed hall doors. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged before the collapsed statue's pedestal, facing the 9 floating tokens. Closing his eyes, the third-level mental technique of the 10,000 thunder art operated at full force. Within his dantian, the chaotic divine thunder of exorcism roared like an ancient thunder dragon awakening, letting out an exhilarating roar. Buzz! He slowly raised both hands, palms facing upward, pointing directly at the 9 Xian Golden Thunder tokens floating in the air. In an instant, a majestic and vast purple-gold thunderbolt, imbued with the overwhelming will of primordial chaos, surged forth from his palms like a flood breaking its dam. No longer mere tiny arcs of electricity, it had condensed into tangible purple-gold thunder plasma. This thunderbolt carried the supreme power to purify all evil and cleanse all filth, forcefully injecting into the 9 floating tokens. Roar! The moment the purple-gold divine thunder was infused, the black substance imprisoned within the 9 tokens seemed to sense an impending catastrophe, emitting a silent yet soul-piercing shriek. They writhed, swelled, and surged madly, desperately struggling to break free from the chains of thunder's restraint. The foul aura within the entire hall suddenly surged tenfold. The air became thick and suffocating. The crystals on the wall emitting blue-purple light flickered violently, as if suffering intense erosion. However, after being infused with Wu Haoyu's same origin, same quality, and even more pure and powerful chaos exorcism divine thunder, the 9 profound Golden Thunder token unleashed unprecedented power. Buzz! 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 The 9 tokens trembled violently, and the blue-purple lightning patterns on their surface erupted with dazzling light. Those thunder chains, which were originally just faintly entwined with black mist, instantly became incredibly thick, like 9 roaring thunder dragons. The power of the purple-gold divine thunder perfectly merged with the blue-purple light lightning of the token, transforming into a more noble, more domineering purple-gold divine thunder imbued with the will to create and destroy worlds. Zzzzz, like a scorching hot iron branding itself onto snow. Filthy black matter emitted a piercing sound under the scorching fusion of the purple-gold divine thunder. Thick, ink-like black smoke billowed upward, only to be swiftly obliterated by the sacred lightning. The black matter was purified and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Haoyu stood like the center of a storm, unleashing the chaos demon-slaying divine thunder with full force. The veins on his forehead bulged, sweat soaked through his combat uniform, and the spiritual energy within him poured out like a floodgate opening. But his gaze was as steadfast as a rock, unwavering in the slightest. Time slowly passed amidst the intense confrontation. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. Finally, when the last wisp of filthy black smoke completely dissipated in the dazzling purple-gold lightning, the 9 tokens simultaneously emitted a clear and melodious hum, as if cleansing all the impurities of the world. The surface of the token shimmered with pure and flawless lightning, the blue-purple arch gentle and lively, with not a trace of gloom remaining. That suffocating filthy aura had completely vanished without a trace. 9 gentle blue and purple streams of light flew out from the token, joyfully circling Wu Haoyu like swallows returning to their nest. They eventually transformed into 9 marks, silently merging into the chaos demon-slaying divine thunder origin at his chest. A sense of perfect harmony, as if long-lost pieces had finally returned to their place, surged in his heart. At the same time, profound information on how to use the 9 mystic golden thunder token naturally surfaced in his mind. He also gained many other things, which he would slowly study after returning to Shing Wu. The 9 tokens, which had lost their core source of filth, retracted their radiance and gently floated down as if completing their mission, hovering in front of Wu Haoyu as though awaiting a new master to claim them. Wu Haoyu exhaled deeply. Though his face was pale, his eyes shone brightly like the stars. He stood up, solemnly extended his hand, and one by one collected the 9 tokens, which seemed to contain boundless thunderous power, into his grasp. The tokens felt warm and smooth to the touch, yet as heavy as 1,000 June, bearing the weight of millennia of guardianship and immense responsibility. Ouyang Jie cheered, his tense nerves finally able to relax. Zhao Mingxian and Gong Yuan also showed expressions of relief. Lin Wanner was so excited that she covered her mouth. Everyone, Wu Haoyu turned around, looking at his teammates whose faces showed exhaustion but even more excitement, and spoke sincerely, "All the resources and credits obtained from this hunt, I will not take a single bit. They are all yours. This 9 profound golden thunder token is of extraordinary significance to me. I must take it with me." "What are you talking about?" Ouyang Jie was the first to jump out, patting Wu Haoyu's shoulder. "This token is your destiny. Only you can use it, so naturally it belongs to you. Besides, without you, we wouldn't have even found this place, let alone dealt with the iron-armored lizard and the black gold rock snake. How the spoils are divided is how they should be divided. Don't play games with me." Ouyang is right. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses and smiled. "If it weren't for your divine thunder, we wouldn't have been able to purify this demonic essence, and we might have even been corrupted. The token belongs to you, as it should. The distribution of spoils is based on contribution. You contributed the most, so you shouldn't take less than you deserve." Gong Yuan nodded coolly, indicating her agreement. Chen Lin silently nodded in the shadows. Lin Wanner quickly waved her hand. "Junior Wu, please don't be so polite." Looking at the sincere gazes of his teammates, a warm feeling surged in Wu Haoyu's heart. He said no more and carefully placed the 9 profound golden thunder token into the deepest part of his spatial ring. "This place is not safe to stay for long. Zhao Mingxuan's words were cut off as a sudden change occurred. Just as Wu Haoyu put away the last token and slightly relaxed his mind. Boom! Behind the group, the tightly shut Jinyue giant gate, having lost the support of the 9 profound golden thunder tokens, was unexpectedly forced open from the outside with brute strength. The violent impact caused the heavy door panel to cave inward and deform. A black figure, swift as if merging into shadows and twisting light, shot in like a phantom accompanied by the flying shards of the shattered door panel. The target was unmistakable, directly aimed at Wu Haoyu, who had just put away the token and whose breath had yet to steady. Murderous intent erupted suddenly. Cold, viscous, and filled with extreme malice, the killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. The dark figure moved at an incredible speed, surpassing the limits of the Yuan Wu realm, and even faster than the Wujin rock serpent from before. His entire body was wrapped in a large black cloak with 2 scarlet glimmers under the hood resembling the pupils of a venomous snake, locking onto Wu Haoyu with deadly precision. A completely pitch-black dagger, its blade flowing with a filthy dark red hue as if forged from congealed blood, silently pierced through the air, carrying a soul-chilling coldness as it aimed straight for the vital point on Wu Haoyu's back. The timing was flawless. It was the fatal moment when Wu Haoyu's spiritual energy was greatly depleted, his mind relaxed, and his teammates had just let down their guard. "Watch out behind you, Wu Haoyu, Junior!" The crowd's exclamations were filled with despair. Ouyang Jie's flames had just ignited, Gong Yuan's ice spikes were still forming, Zhao Mingxuan's mental attack had yet to launch, and Chen Lin's shadow blade had only just struck. Everything was too slow. The tip of the tainted blood dagger was almost touching the back of Wu Haoyu's combat suit. The foul aura even made the skin on Wu Haoyu's back feel a piercing pain, like being pricked by needles. A moment of life and death. Wu Haoyu didn't have time to fully turn around. At this life and death moment, the power of the 9 profound golden thunder token that had just fused within him seemed to sense its master's fatal crisis, and the kindred foul aura on the dagger, erupting automatically. The token imprint fused into the source of divine thunder in his chest suddenly lit up. A golden thunderlight, incomparably condensed and exuding a suppressive aura as heavy as a mountain, instantly appeared behind him like the sturdiest barrier. Clang! A piercing metallic clash loud enough to tear eardrums exploded in the grand hall. The filthy blood-stained dagger fiercely struck the suddenly appearing golden lightning barrier. The filthy dark red blood light collided violently with the sacred golden thunder, annihilating each other. A terrifying energy shockwave erupted, instantly blasting Ouyang Jia and Gong Yuan several meters away. Wu Haoyu was also staggered forward a few steps by the powerful impact, his blood surging, and a metallic taste rising in his throat once again. But he ultimately withstood this fatal blow. From beneath the cloak came a hoarse, incredulous voice tinged with the sound of metal scraping. That dark figure clearly did not expect Wu Haoyu to possess such a powerful automatic protective measure. Missing the strike, his figure flickered like a phantom, preparing to merge into the shadows of the grand hall, waiting for another opportunity to act. Who's there? Wu Haoyu spun around abruptly, his eyes burning with icy fury. The thunder spear instantly came into hand, unleashing the purple-gold chaotic divine thunder of exorcism alongside the majestic heavenly might of the newly activated 9 profound golden thunder talisman, roaring and sweeping like a raging sea. The spear tip pointed directly at the shadow about to vanish. At the same time, the attacks of Ouyang Jia, Gong Yuan, Shen Lin, and Zhao Mingxian, who had just reacted, struck like a sudden storm. In the ancient Xinyue temple, the killing intent boiled over. The moment the bloodstained dagger was blocked by the golden lightning barrier triggered by the 9 profound golden thunder token, a hoarse and raspy voice filled with metallic friction came from beneath the shadowy cloak, tinged with surprise and doubt. But he hesitated not at all, moving like a phantom merging into the shadows. Missing his strike, his figure suddenly blurred, attempting to vanish into the dim light of the hall, waiting for another opportunity to act. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Wu Haoyu's furious roar exploded like a thunderclap. The thunderbolt spear instantly came into his hand, and the chaotic divine lightning of purging evil in purple and gold on the spear resonated thunderously with the power of the 9 profound golden thunder command that had just merged into his body. An even more majestic and awe-inspiring purple-gold thunder, carrying the aura of heavenly punishment, erupted with a deafening roar. The spear tip transformed into a lightning spear that tore through the darkness, piercing straight at the twisted shadow. Burn the heavens. Flame dragon lock. Extreme cold ice prison. Shadow kill bind. Mental piercing. Almost at the moment Wu Haoyu made his move, Ouyang Jia, Gong Yuan, Chen Lin, and Zhao Mingxian also reacted swiftly, unleashing their strongest attacks. Furious flames transformed into chains, winding toward the shadow's landing point. Bone-chilling cold instantly froze the surrounding space. Several dark shadow blades lunged like venomous snakes at its critical joints. An invisible mental spike fiercely pierced into its sea of consciousness. This was a kill or be killed situation. Facing 5 attacks of astonishing power and tricky angles, the shadow let out a disdainful cold snort. The wide cloak moved without wind, and a dark red energy, cold, viscous, and reeking of blood, erupted from his body as if it were tangible. The flame chains collided with the dark red energy, like touching the poison of decayed bones, instantly dimming and extinguishing. The cold air of the ice prison was forcibly pushed away, unable to get close. Chen Lin's shadow blade pierced into the layer of dark red energy, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound, and the ghostly blue glow quickly dimmed. Zhao Mingxuan's mental piercing was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly swallowed and countered by a stronger, more chaotic, and evil mental force. He let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Late true essence realm. Be careful. Zhao Mingxuan's face changed drastically, shouting hoarsely, his voice filled with unprecedented shock and fear. He finally confirmed the terrifying strength of this shadow through the intensity of the energy burst and the force of the mental backlash. The Yuan martial realm and the true essence realm differ by only 1 level, yet the gap is like heaven and earth, especially when it's the late stage. The dark figure was shrouded in dark red energy, as if clad in filthy blood armor, forcibly withstanding the siege of the 4 attackers. His scarlet gaze locked onto Wu Haoyu's thrusting thunder spear. Surprisingly, he neither dodged nor evaded. His left hand, wrapped in dark red energy, shot out like a ghostly claw, reaching lightning fast to grab the shaft of the thunder spear. Slah! The filthy dark red energy clashed violently with the pure and powerful purple gold divine thunder, annihilating each other and emitting a teeth-gritting corrosive sound. Wu Haoyu only felt a cold, domineering, and intensely corrosive force madly surging along the gun barrel. His arm went numb instantly, and the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder was forcibly suppressed and eroded by the filthy energy. The thunder light on the thunder spear flickered violently, emitting a mournful wail. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Scatter and break through. Target the canyon entrance. Zhao Mingxian made a decisive decision, roaring out the most desperate yet rational command. Facing the late True Essence Realm assassin of the ancient spirit sect, fighting head-on is a dead end. The only chance of survival is to use the terrain and speed to escape. Want to leave? Too late. The hoarse voice of the shadow carried a mocking tone, like a cat playing with a mouse. He gripped the thunder spear tightly with his left hand, the immense force preventing Wu Haoyu from pulling away. His right hand raised the bloodstained dagger once more, carrying a venomous killing intent that could pierce through anything, aiming straight for Wu Haoyu's throat. The speed was at its peak, a life and death moment. A fierce glint flashed in Wu Haoyu's eyes, and the 9 profound golden thunder command seal within him flared up wildly once again. This time, it was no longer for defense. 9 mysteries demon suppression. 9 miniature yet extremely condensed golden lightning phantoms instantly appeared in front of him, rotating along a mysterious trajectory to form an ancient and majestic golden round shield covered with thunder runes. At the center of the shield, an ancient character suppression glowed brilliantly. Clang! The tainted blood dagger fiercely stabbed into the golden thunder round shield, and a terrifying shockwave exploded. The round shield trembled violently, its golden light dimmed, but it ultimately withstood the deadly strike. Wu Haoyu used the recoil force to suddenly exert strength, finally wrenching the thunder spear free from the opponent's claw-like left hand. His tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing. Go! Using the recoil force, he decisively unleashed Thunder Flash, transforming into a streak of purple gold lightning and shooting explosively toward the palace gate. Stop him! The shadow clearly hadn't expected Wu Haoyu to have such a powerful life-saving trump card. Shocked and furious, the figure flickered and prepared to give chase. Get out of my way! Ouyang Jia roared furiously, throwing himself in the path of the shadow's pursuit without hesitation. His palms unleashed towering flames, flame burst, scorching heaven, boiling sea. She compressed all her spiritual power to the extreme, transforming it into a blazing white fireball several meters in diameter, which crashed down onto the shadow with a thunderous impact. Not aiming to injure the enemy, only to obstruct. Dong Yuan formed seals with both hands, instantly condensing cold energy into several thick ice walls, layering them to block Wu Haoyu's retreat path. Chen Lin moved like a shadow, silently appearing behind the dark figure, his twin blades gleaming with a ghostly blue light, aiming straight for the vital spot at its lower back. Zhao Mingxian endured the excruciating pain of mental backlash, launching another mental assault while simultaneously controlling the tactical terminal to fire several energy beams to disrupt the dark figure. The dark figure, irritated by these desperate attempts to block its path, unleashed a burst of dark red energy, shattering the ice wall, deflecting Ouyang Jia's fireball, and forcing Chen Lin to retreat with a counter claw strike. But it was ultimately delayed for a moment. This very moment, Wu Haoyu, Dong Yuan, and Lin Wanner had already rushed to the shattered palace gates. Zhao Mingxian, Ouyang Jia, and Chen Lin followed closely behind. However, just as the 6 of them dashed out of the Jinyue Grand Hall and once again saw the dim light of the canyon sky, a chilling, fishy wind swept toward them. At the same time, that despair-inducing, ear-piercing screech, like the sound of metal grinding, echoed in the air. Screech! The Tier 4 black gold rock snake, which they had lured into the crevice and trapped at the entrance, had somehow broken free from its restraints. Its massive body coiled in the courtyard of the Taoist temple. Its dark golden vertical pupils gleamed with ferocity and hunger, locking onto the group that had just rushed out. It seemed to have been lying in wait here all along, ready for its prey to walk right into its trap. Blocked ahead, pursued from behind, surrounded on all sides, this was the ultimate deadlock. The icy despair instantly gripped everyone's hearts, even Zhao Mingxian, who was usually calm, turned pale. Damn it! Let's fight them to the death. A trace of madness flashed in Ouyang Jia's eyes as he prepared to recklessly burn his essence. At this critical moment, Gong Yuan's ice-blue eyes, like a frozen lake, glimmered with an extremely calm light. Her movements were as swift as lightning. With a flick of her wrist, a fingernail-sized packet of dark red powder sealed in thin ice appeared at her fingertips. It was the residual beast-attracting powder that the 3 despicable hunters had used to frame them, carefully collected by Lin Wanner at the edge of the iron-armored lizard battlefield. Go! Gong Yuan shouted in a low voice, and the icy power condensed at her fingertips shot the small ice packet with pinpoint accuracy toward the shadowy assassin who had just rushed out of the hall doors, ready to kill them. The small ice packet melted quietly during its flight, revealing the dark red powder inside. The scarlet eyes of the shadow glanced at the incoming small ice packet, sensing the faint, almost negligible energy fluctuation and the pungent smell emanating from it. He let out a disdainful snort. He couldn't even be bothered to dodge, casually waving his left hand, which was enveloped in dark red energy, as if swatting away a fly. The filthy energy instantly shattered the small ice packet in mid-air. The dark red powder dispersed instantly like smoke. The strong, pungent scent of beast-attracting powder, specifically designed to lure earth element berserk beasts, mixed with the filthy energy and splattered all over the shadow. Hiss! At the moment the beast-luring powder exploded, the black gold rock snake coiled in the courtyard let out an extremely furious hiss. Its dark golden vertical pupils instantly turned blood red, an aura even more terrifying and violent than before erupted with a roar. The scent scent of the beast-luring powder, especially the mixture of the filthy energy clinging to the shadow and the powder's aroma, was, to it, the ultimate provocation and the most irresistible bait. The massive snake body, like black lightning, abandoned Wu Haoyu and the others who were within reach. With an overwhelming force capable of crushing everything, it charged fiercely toward the shadow that had just shattered the ice shell and was covered in beast-luring powder. Target switched. Done. Let's go. Gong Yuan's cold voice carried a hint of relief. Gong Yuan, you're amazing. Ouyang Jia shouted in surprise. The opportunity was fleeting. Wu Haoyu and the other 5 didn't hesitate, pushing their speed to the limit as they dashed like arrows off the string toward the narrow passage leading from the courtyard to the depths of the canyon. Behind them came the furious hissing of the black gold rock snake, the enraged and panicked screeches of the shadowy figure, and the deafening roar of violent energy collisions. Clearly, a terrifying battle between a late-stage true essence realm assassin and a 4th-tier exotic beast had erupted in an instant. Shing Wu University, top floor of the Wanshan Tower. Lei Wanjun took a big gulp of liquor, his wrinkled face showing a hint of irritation. He tried dialing Wu Haoyu's communicator again, but the terminal still returned a cold busy tone. That little brat, where has he run off to? Not even answering my calls, he muttered, tapping his greasy communicator with his finger before connecting to Lu Linglong. Xiao Lu, is that kid Haoyu with you? Elder Lei, Haoyu has teamed up to go to Blackstone Canyon for practical training. They set off yesterday. Lu Linglong's holographic projection appeared. Blackstone Canyon? Oh, that place is fine. With their strength, as long as they're careful, they should. Wait. Lei Wanjuan's drunken eyes suddenly snapped open, and a terrifying gleam burst forth from his murky gaze. You mentioned that shadow earlier, was it captured? Lu Linglong's expression instantly turned grave. I was just about to report this to you. Based on the information you provided, we identified the newly promoted instructor at the Alchemy Academy, Han Fa. But when the task force went to apprehend him, he was no longer at the school. The last area where his terminal signal disappeared points to the northern outskirts of the Imperial capital. The northern outskirts. Blackstone Canyon. The wine gourd in Lei Wanjuan's hand shattered with a loud crack. The murky wine, mixed with fragments of the gourd, spilled all over the ground. A violent and ferocious aura, as if an ancient thunder beast had awakened, uncontrollably erupted from his hunched body, causing even the restrictions on the top floor of the Myriad Phenomena Tower to emit a strained humming sound. Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on my disciple? Lei Wanjuan's hair and beard stood on end, lightning flashing in his eyes, his voice roaring like an enraged wounded beast. I knew it. Those rats lurking in the shadows would never let it go. Before his words had even faded, his hunched figure suddenly vanished, as if teleporting, leaving only a distorted afterimage in space. The air was filled with violent arcs of lightning, and the tower's top echoed with his killing intent-filled roar. Scum of the ancient spirit sect! If you dare harm a single hair on my disciple, I swear I will dig out your lair from the earth's core and grind your bones to dust. The outskirts of Blackstone Canyon, a chaotic hunter's camp. People were fervently discussing recent ore discoveries or how many exotic beasts a certain guild had hunted. Among the crowd, 3 men walked with unwilling expressions. One of them, a monkey-like skinny man, said, "Boss, are we just letting this go? Those brats must have some good stuff on them. If we grab 1 or 2 items, we wouldn't have to waste our time here anymore." The scar-faced man shot him a cold glance. "If you're tired of living, go ahead. I won't stop you." The short man beside him also gave the skinny man a look before following the scar-faced man. These 3 were the ones who had previously used beast-luring powder to scheme against Wu Haoyu and his group. Just as they were about to leave, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, an immensely powerful aura emanated from his body, forcing everyone present to the ground. Those with weaker strength fainted on the spot. The newcomer was none other than Lei Wanjun. He unleashed the pressure of a peak Transcendent realm expert, leaving no one in the outskirts of Blackstone Canyon able to remain standing. Who has seen any students from Shing Wu University? If you've seen them, get over here immediately. Lei Wanjun shouted sternly. Everyone struggled to resist his oppressive aura, inwardly wailing in despair. Just as Lei Wanjun was about to give up, a scar-faced man said with difficulty, "Baichuan Valley, saw them on the outskirts of Baichuan Valley." As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive aura on everyone instantly dissipated, leaving only the sound of their low murmurs about the old man's cultivation level. The low roar of the engine sounded, and Zhao Mingxuan's modified black off-road vehicle, like a steel beast, jolted and sped through the rugged valley road. The car body was covered with new scratches and dents, clearly marks left from a desperate escape. The atmosphere inside the car was oppressively tense. Lin Wanner, her face pale, emitted a soft green glow from her hands as she focused all her efforts on stabilizing the injuries of the severely wounded Ouyang Jia and Zhao Mingxian. Ouyang Jia leaned against the seat, blood staining the corner of his mouth. A wound on his chest, grazed by filthy energy, emitted a nauseating black aura. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger and unwillingness. Zhao Mingxian endured the excruciating backlash on his mind as he controlled the steering wheel, swiftly operating the terminal to plan the safest escape route. His eyes, behind the gold-rimmed glasses, were bloodshot. Gong Yuan meditated with her eyes closed, her tightly pressed lips and trembling fingertips revealing the immense energy she had expended. Chen Lin curled up in the shadow of the passenger seat, his breathing slightly erratic, clearly suffering from internal injuries as well. Wu Haoyu sat in the back seat, his face equally pale. The back of his combat suit was torn, revealing charred skin marks left by the residual energy of the shadow's tainted blood. He gripped the Thunderstrike gun tightly, the purple-gold lightning on the gun's body dimmed significantly. While operating the gluttonous demon-suppressing sutra to suppress the surging energy and the tainted power corroding his body, he remained alert to the movements outside the vehicle. The 9 mystic golden thunder talisman emitted a faint warmth within him, providing a trace of stabilizing power, yet the shadow in his heart refused to dissipate. Damn it! That beast-attracting powder is truly amazing. Gong Yuan, you're so clever. Ouyang Jia broke the silence in the car, panting heavily as he looked at Gong Yuan with gratitude. It was Senior Lin who collected it. Gong Yuan opened her eyes, her voice still cold, but her gaze softened momentarily as she looked at Lin Wanner. While swiftly turning the steering wheel to avoid a protruding boulder, Zhao Mingxian quickly explained, when we were dealing with the armored lizard scene, Senior Lin noticed that although most of the beast-attracting powder had been dispersed by us, some still remained in the crevices of the rocks. She thought that even though this stuff is malicious, it might serve as a special measure in extreme situations, so she secretly collected some and preserved it with ice. Who would have thought it would actually come in handy? Lin Wanner lowered her head slightly, a bit shy. I just thought that keeping it might really be useful. Her voice was so weak it seemed as if she had just survived a life-and-death ordeal. Well done, Senior Wanner. Ouyang Jia gave a thumbs up. I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back. We're not out of danger yet, Wu Haoyu interrupted gravely, his senses scanning like radar over the jagged rocks rapidly retreating on both sides of the car. If that assassin could track us to Jinyue Monastery, he can definitely track us now. The speed of someone at the late stage of the true essence realm is faster than this car. As if to confirm his words, a cold, viscous killing intent, like maggots clinging to bones, suddenly pierced through the thick armor of the off-road vehicle, instantly enveloping everyone inside. That killing intent was even more violent and venomous than before. He's caught up. Chen Lin's hoarse voice sounded like an alarm. Boom! A dark red beam of filthy energy, like a judgment from hell, tore through the air and struck the right rear wheel of the off-road vehicle with a resounding impact. The specially designed explosion-proof tire was instantly corroded and vaporized, while the alloy rim twisted and deformed. The entire vehicle seemed to suffer a heavy hammer blow, violently tipping and rolling over to the right. Jump out! Zhao Mingxian roared hoarsely at the moment the vehicle lost control. In the nick of time, everyone inside the car reacted swiftly. Wu Haoyu kicked open the car door with one foot, his left hand tightly gripping Lin Wanner beside him, while his right hand wielded the thunder gun in a sweeping motion. Purple gold lightning erupted, tearing a hole through the car roof. Ouyang Jia erupted in flames, shattering the car window glass. Gong Yuan swept out a wave of cold air, forming an ice surface to cushion the tumbling vehicle. Chen Lin slipped out through the window gap like a shadow. Boom! The off-road vehicle rolled and crashed into a massive black rock, turning into a burning heap of scrap metal. 6 figures stumbled out of the explosion and smoke, landing at the edge of a jagged stone forest. The terrain here was extremely complex, with massive black rocks standing like a labyrinth, making it impossible for vehicles to pass. Cough, cough, damn it, lingering like a ghost. Ouyang Jia spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, staring at the shadow in the distance that floated down like a phantom and approached step by step, his eyes filled with anger and a trace of despair. The opponent's aura was even more sinister and terrifying than it had been at the Taoist temple. The cloak was stained with the green blood of the black gold rock snake and remnants of beast lure powder, clearly evidence of a fierce battle, yet the killing intent had become even more concentrated. Scatter! Use the stone forest terrain to maneuver. Zhao Mingxian forced himself to issue the command, his voice hoarse. However, the shadow clearly had no intention of giving them any chance to catch their breath. The game is over, little mice. A hoarse voice carried the cruelty of a cat playing with its prey. The shadow slowly raised both hands, and a dark red energy, filled with a chilling, thick scent of blood and filth, frantically gathered and compressed between his palms. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the light became distorted and dim. With my blood, I offer sacrifice to my master. Spear of soul corrosion, annihilate all beings. The shadow chanted an ancient and evil incantation, and countless twisted black runes suddenly appeared on his exposed pale wrists. These runes squirmed like living creatures, greedily absorbing his vital blood. His aura surged instantly, but his complexion became even paler, clearly paying a tremendous price. A terrifying spear, 3 meters long, formed entirely of pure filthy energy, with dark red bloodlight flowing across its surface and corrosive liquid dripping continuously from its tip, took shape in his grasp. The spear tip pointed directly at Wu Haoyu, whose aura was the most distinct and whom he hated the most. Blood sacrifice. It's the blood sacrifice secret technique of the ancient spirit sect. Zhao Mingxian exclaimed in a trembling voice filled with despair. He wants to kill in one strike. Dodge quickly. Blood sacrifice. Burning one's own essence, blood and soul in exchange for destructive power far beyond one's realm for a short period. This is an evil forbidden technique of mutual destruction used only by core members of the ancient spirit sect. The destructive aura emanating from the soul-corroding spear made everyone's souls tremble, rendering them completely unable to resist. Even the ice wall condensed by Gong Yuan rapidly melted and disintegrated under the corrosion of that aura. Wu Haoyu. Ouyang Jie's eyes were bloodshot, wanting to rush forward but was firmly suppressed by the terrifying pressure. Lin Wanner turned pale with fright, almost collapsing. Chen Lin's figure fluctuated violently in the shadows but was unable to break through the invisible pressure field. The devastating soul-eroding spear was about to be released. At the critical moment, when everyone was plunged into the abyss of despair. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying thunderbolt seemingly from the heavens tore through the oppressive leaden clouds of Blackstone Gorge, ripping apart the very fabric of space. Its brilliance was so intense that it illuminated the entire dark stone forest as if it were broad daylight. Its overwhelming power, like an ancient divine mountain crashing down, instantly shattered the terrifying pressure formed by the shadow-condensed soul-eroding spear. A vast, violent thunderous aura, carrying supreme majesty and the will of destruction, swept through the entire Blackstone Canyon like a storm. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. That terrifying thunderbolt, piercing through heaven and earth, struck with unparalleled precision, like divine retribution, fiercely hitting the shadowy figure holding the soul-eroding spear aloft. There was no deafening explosion, only a higher level, purer sense of annihilation. ZZZ. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, the soul-eroding spear, capable of instantly killing a peak true essence realm expert, vaporized in an instant like snow meeting a blazing sun. The filthy, dark red energy armor on the shadowy figure shattered inch by inch like fragile glass. The black cloak on his body turned to ashes in an instant under the billions of volts of thunder. Ah! A piercing scream, unlike any human sound, filled with endless pain and terror, echoed through the stone forest. The dark figure, like a kite with a broken string, was violently struck and sent flying, crashing heavily onto a massive black rock dozens of meters away. The hard rock was smashed into a deep pit, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward. Dust and smoke filled the air. When the lightning dissipated and everyone saw the scene in the pit, they all gasped in shock. The cloak and disguise on the dark figure had long been reduced to ashes, revealing the charred uniform of a St. Marshall University teacher underneath. Half of his body was scorched black, emitting wisps of smoke, his pale and twisted face filled with pain and disbelief, black blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his breath weak to the extreme, clearly suffering unimaginable injuries. Hanifei, teacher? Lin Wanner covered her mouth and cried out the name she was extremely familiar with. Mr. Han, the youngest and most promising teaching assistant at the Pill Academy, an outstanding graduate from the previous class, gentle and well-loved by students. The revelation of this identity was even more shocking to everyone than the earth-shattering thunder just moments ago. Cough, cough, cough. Hanifei, the shadowy figure, struggled to climb out of the rubble pit, his eyes filled with venom and madness. You all must die. The Holy Church won't let you off. His ruthless words were cut short. A more terrifying and violent pressure, as if it could tear apart heaven and earth, descended upon the stone forest like a tangible force. The figure of a hunched, scruffy old man in tattered hemp clothing appeared mid-air as if by teleportation. Though there was no dazzling lightning on his body, a single sweep of his thunderstorm-filled eyes over the ground below made everyone's souls tremble. Lei Wanjuan's gaze, as cold as eternal ice, instantly locked onto Hanifei, who was struggling in the deep pit. Who gave you the guts of a dog? Lei Wanjuan's voice was not loud, yet it swept through like a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, each word carrying a soul-crushing pressure. To dare lay a hand on my disciple? Lei Wanjun did not immediately pay attention to Hanifei but instead swept his gaze like lightning over the 6 young people slumped on the ground. His perception, like an invisible tide, instantly swept through each person's body. Wu Haoyu, back scorched black, combat suit torn, internal energy and blood surging, with traces of corruption energy erosion, but firmly suppressed by the power of the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder and the 9 mystical golden thunder talisman, leaving the essence unharmed. Ouyang Jie, a wound on the chest grazed by corruption energy, surrounded by black mist, internal organs shaken, blood at the corner of the mouth, yet still stubborn and fierce. Zhao Mingxian, gold-rimmed glasses shattered, face pale as paper, severe mental backlash, bloodstains at the corner of the mouth not yet dry, breath chaotic. Gong Yuan, her cold face bore a pallor from excessive exhaustion, her fingertips trembled slightly, her spiritual energy was depleted, yet the cold aura still instinctively protected her body. Chen Lin, curled up in the shadows, his breathing was unsteady, clearly suffering from internal injuries, and his shadow concealment ability was also somewhat unstable. Lin Wanner, greatly drained, her face was pale, but her injuries were the lightest, mainly due to excessive fright. Confirming that although all 6 were injured, especially Ouyang Jie and Zhao Mingxian, whose injuries were more severe and had suffered varying degrees of corruption energy erosion, none were in mortal danger, and their foundations remained intact. Lei Wanjuan Juan's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. The earth-shattering fury was temporarily suppressed by a deeper concern. He took a step forward, as if shrinking the ground into inches, instantly appearing at the edge of the deep pit Hanifei had smashed. From above, his thunder-burning eyes coldly gazed down at the charred figure. Lei Wanjuan's voice boomed like muffled thunder, shaking loose stones to fall. Who sent you? How many shadows does the Guling sect still have in the Imperial capital? What exactly is your purpose? Hanifei's face twisted in pain, yet he pulled out a strange and venomous smile. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Lei Wanjun, and a hoarse, guttural sound came from his throat, but not a single word was spoken. A flash of fierceness appeared in Lei Wanjuan's eyes. He knew these shadows of the Guling sect all too well. Each one of them was brainwashed and subjected to brutal training as death warriors, with an uncommonly firm will far surpassing that of ordinary people. More crucially, a powerful mental seal was implanted in their sea of consciousness. If anyone attempted a forced soul search or touched upon core secrets, it would immediately trigger a self-destruct mechanism, causing their soul and brain to explode simultaneously, leaving nothing behind. Only a peak-level extraordinary mental practitioner could intercept fleeting fragments of information at the moment the seal detonated, but the risks were immense, and the gains negligible. The Hanifei before him had clearly given up all hope and would never speak. Keeping him alive would only bring disaster. Stubborn and unrepentant. Lei Wanjun snorted coldly, no longer wasting words. He raised his bony finger and casually pointed at Hanifei lying in the deep pit. Sla! A highly concentrated, finger-thin streak of purple-gold lightning shot out like a venomous snake. Its speed surpassed the limits of visual perception. Unlike the overwhelming grandeur of the previous heavenly punishment, this lightning contained a more pure and restrained destructive power. The lightning pierced precisely through Hanifei's forehead. No screams, no struggle. The venomous smile on Hanifei's face instantly froze, and the light in his eyes dimmed and extinguished as swiftly as a candle blown out. His charred body suddenly stiffened, then completely collapsed, with the breath of life vanishing without a trace in an instant. At the center of his forehead, there was only a tiny charred hole, not even a drop of blood flowed out, as if it had been vaporized in an instant. Crisp, decisive, ruthless. A core assassin of the Guling sect at the late True Essence realm was crushed like an ant before Lei Wanjun. This scene left Ouyang Jia, Zhao Mingxian, Gong Yuan, Chen Lin, and Lin Wanner, who had just clawed their way back from the brink of death, utterly stunned, a chill surging from their feet to the tops of their heads. They knew this elder was incredibly powerful, so strong it was beyond imagination, but to witness him so effortlessly, as if brushing away dust, obliterate a late True Essence realm expert who had just driven them to the edge of despair, such a visual and psychological impact still left their minds shaken, unable to calm down, especially after hearing Lin Wanner previously cry out Teacher Hanifei in a lost voice, combined with the old man's words, "Dare to touch my disciple," and his coarse hemp robe, though tattered, faintly revealing the distinctive style of a St. Martial University elder. St. Martial's elder? Ouyang Jia opened his mouth wide, his fiery red short hair seemingly drooping down. Since when did St. Martial's elders become so fierce and so protective? Zhao Mingxian pushed up his broken glasses frame, though the lenses were gone, enduring the excruciating mental backlash and the storm surging in his heart, trying hard to analyze the identity and strength of this terrifying figure before him. Yet his mind was in chaos, and he could only draw one conclusion: Transcendent realm. Definitely the peak of the Transcendent realm, or even higher. Moreover, among the St. Martial elders, he must be one of the top-tier existences. Gong Yuan's icy blue eyes rarely showed a trace of fluctuation, her gaze toward Lei Wanjun full of reverence. Chen Lin instinctively shrank further into the shadows. Lin Wanner, on the other hand, tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her face deathly pale. Lei Wanjun finished dealing with Hanifei and turned around, taking a few steps to stand in front of Wu Haoyu. He hunched over, his stubbled face almost pressed against Wu Haoyu's, and his thunderous eyes stared fixedly at his disciple. "You little brat!" Lei Wanjuan's voice suddenly rose, booming like thunder in Wu Haoyu's ears, with spit nearly spraying onto his face. "The old man told you not to run around, told you to keep a low profile. Did you treat the old man's words like air, Blackstone Canyon, Baichuan Valley? You've got some nerve. Even dared to provoke late-stage True Essence realm assassins. If the old man hadn't arrived in time, you little brats would already be nothing but scraps. Scraps. Do you understand?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his bony finger jabbing fiercely at Wu Haoyu's forehead. The force was so strong that Wu Haoyu's head buzzed, yet he dared not resist and could only lower his head and obediently endure the scolding. He understood that his master was overwhelmed with fear at this moment and could only vent in this way. "Master, Wu Haoyu wanted to argue a few words. "What do you mean you?" Lei Wanjuan's eyes widened even more. "Shut up. The old man hasn't finished speaking yet. Playing hero, huh? Think your talent is amazing, do you? Do you even know how to write the word death?" His furious tirade left Wu Haoyu bowing his head, not daring to look up. Beside him, Ouyang Jia and the others were also silent as if frozen, even their breathing cautious. This elder's temper, truly explosive, scolding disciples as if he were about to swallow them whole. However, just as the storm-like reprimand reached its peak, Lei Wanjuan's tone suddenly shifted, becoming both urgent and caring. Though his movements remained rough, there was now a hint of caution. "Where are you hurt? Let this old man take a look." He grabbed Wu Haoyu's shoulder, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy instantly poured in, meticulously examining his internal condition. "Damn it! The filthy energy has already invaded your meridians. There's also internal organ shock, and your back is burned. You little brat, you little brat." As he checked, he cursed under his breath, but the anger in his eyes had been completely replaced by heartache and worry. He quickly fished out several jade bottles from his tattered hemp robe. No one knew where he pulled them from, and shoved them into Wu Haoyu's hands without even looking. "The red one, take it orally to dispel the filth. The blue one, apply it externally for external injuries. The white one, to replenish spiritual energy. Hurry up and use them, for heaven's sake." Then, he turned his attention to the other 5, his gaze sweeping over them one by one, especially the severely injured Ouyang Jie and Zhao Mingxian. "And you little brats, what are you standing around for? Treat your injuries immediately. That little girl, you're from the Alchemy Academy, right? Help stabilize their conditions, especially the Ouyang family's girl and that bespectacled boy." Lei Wanjuan's sudden display of concern transformed him from a thunderously furious lion into a flustered, anxious grandfather hurriedly handing out medicine bottles, leaving Ouyang Jie, Zhao Mingxian, Gong Yuan, Chen Lin, and Lin Wan completely dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. The contrast was just too much. Moments ago, he was a terrifying figure ready to skewer his disciple alive, and now he was frantically fussing over them? Thank you, Elder." Zhao Mingxian reacted the fastest, enduring the intense pain as he pulled the still-dazed Ouyang Jie to quickly express their gratitude. At the same time, he signaled Lin Waner to help treat the injuries. Gong Yuan silently accepted the jade bottle emitting a cold aura that Lei Wanjun had tossed over, seemingly meant to replenish her energy, and softly said, "Thank you, Elder." Chen Lin also silently bowed slightly from the shadows. Wu Haoyu looked at the medicine bottle his master had handed him, feeling the urgency and concern emanating from his rough palm. His nose tingled slightly, and he whispered, "Master, I'm fine, it's just a superficial wound. You don't need to worry." "Rubbish! How could this old man not worry?" Lei Wanjun glared at him again, but his tone was noticeably softer, carrying a hint of barely concealed fear. "If you dare act so recklessly again, I'll break your legs and lock you in the Wanxiang Tower for 100 years. After the reprimand and concern had passed, Wu Haoyu immediately sprang into action. He forced himself to stand up, found a relatively open area with slightly better signal reception, and quickly retrieved a palm-sized, intricately designed metal disc, a simple signal amplifier, from his storage ring. Activating the device, a faint energy wave slowly began to spread outward. Wu Haoyu immediately used the tactical terminal to connect to an encrypted channel. A few seconds later, a holographic image of a middle-aged man in a deep blue, impeccably tailored military uniform, with a refined yet commanding presence, was projected. He was none other than Wu Haoyu's third uncle, third master of the Wu family, Wu Xuanzong. "Haoyu?" Wu Xuanzong's brows furrowed instantly upon seeing Wu Haoyu's slightly pale face and damaged combat uniform. "What happened? Your complexion." "Third uncle." Wu Haoyu's voice carried a hint of fatigue but was mostly steady. "I'm in Blackstone Canyon. We were ambushed by assassins from the ancient spirit cult, the Shadows. Our squad narrowly escaped death thanks to my master, Lei Wanjun, who arrived in time to eliminate the assassins. All 6 of us are injured, mainly from the corruption of foul energy and the impact of explosions. Fortunately, our lives are not in danger, and our foundations remain intact. Additionally, we discovered an ancient Taoist temple named Jinyue deep within Baichuan Valley. It is connected to the extraterrestrial fiends. The situation is complex and of great significance. We need you to come personally to handle the follow-up and extract us." Wu Haoyu spoke extremely quickly, yet his words were clear and organized, conveying the most critical information one by one. "The Guling sect? A late-stage Xingyuan realm assassin? The Jinyu Daoist temple?" Wu Xuanzong's refined face instantly turned ashen, his eyes bursting with a terrifying cold light. Even through the holographic image, the iron-blooded and murderous aura he exuded made Zhao Mingxian and the others nearby tense up. He suddenly stood up. "Haoyu, stay where you are and don't move. I'm coming right away." The image was instantly cut off, clearly indicating that Wu Xuanzong had already initiated action with the highest priority. After ending the communication, Wu Haoyu let out a long breath, knowing that with his third uncle taking charge, he no longer needed to worry about the subsequent troubles. He turned to look at his master and teammates, nodded, and said, "Third uncle will be here soon." Before long, a piercing sonic boom echoed from the horizon. 2 sleek, deep starry blue-painted Jinghong-class high-speed fighter jets, symbolizing the Wu family's top-tier authority, descended like swords tearing through the sky at an astonishing speed. After circling once above the canyon, they landed precisely on a relatively flat black stone platform not far away. Before the cabin door was fully open, a figure swiftly dashed out. out. Little brother. Wu Lingjing, the fourth young lady of the Wu family, had long abandoned the elegance and composure of a businesswoman. She was dressed in a dignified silver gray professional suit, clearly having rushed over directly from an important meeting. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with anxiety and panic, her eyes red-rimmed. When her gaze swept over and she saw that although Wu Haoyu's face was pale and his clothes were tattered, he was still standing there safe and sound, it was as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed. Immediately after, an overwhelming mix of immense joy and lingering fear surged through her heart. Fourth sister. Wu Haoyu quickly stepped forward to support her. You scared me to death. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Wu Lingjing tightly grabbed Wu Haoyu's arm, carefully examining him up and down, her voice trembling with sobs. I got a message from third uncle saying you were attacked and seriously injured. I was practically scared out of my wits. You little brat. If you dare do this again. She scolded him while pounding on Wu Haoyu's shoulder, but tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. I'm fine, fourth sister, really, it's just some minor injuries. Wu Haoyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, letting his sister vent her worries. At this moment, a steadier yet supremely authoritative sound of footsteps came from the fighter jet's cabin door. Everyone looked up to see an elderly man with a tall stature, dressed in a simple gray Zhongshan suit, slowly descending the gangway. His silver hair was like needles, his face stern as if carved by a blade, and each step he took seemed to resonate with the earth's pulse, an invisible pressure making the air in the entire canyon heavy. It was none other than the commander of the Dragon Nation Military District, one of the Blue Star Alliance's supreme commanders, and a Saint King-level powerhouse of the Wu family, Wu Tianda. Wu Tianda's gaze immediately locked onto Wu Haoyu. When he saw that his grandson, though disheveled, had all his limbs intact and his eyes still bright and spirited, the icy expression on his face, as cold as millennial-old frost, visibly softened. A barely perceptible trace of relief and comfort flickered in his eyes. Grandfather, why are you here? Wu Haoyu respectfully saluted. Your third uncle said you were attacked by the Guling sect assassins. Since I happened to be in the capital, I decided to stop by and take a look. Wu Tianda nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful, his gaze sweeping over Wu Haoyu's injuries. No missing arms or legs, still not bad. A simple sentence, yet it carries a concern as profound as a mountain. Then, his gaze shot like lightning toward Lei Wanjun beside him. Seeing Wu Tianda's look, Lei Wanjun instinctively shrank his neck and muttered, What are you looking at? It wasn't me who hurt your grandson. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, transforming into a distorted streak of lightning and vanished with a whoosh, so fast that not even an afterimage was left, as if he was afraid of being caught and interrogated by Wu Tianda. This old drunkard. Wu Tianda looked in the direction where Lei Wanjun had disappeared, shook his head helplessly, but did not chase after him. He turned his gaze back to Wu Haoyu, his tone much gentler. What exactly happened? Are the injuries serious? Wu Haoyu briefly recounted the events, particularly emphasizing the scene where his teammates risked their lives to help. After listening, Wu Tianda shifted his gaze to the five people behind Wu Haoyu: Ouyang Jia, Zhao Mingxian, Gong Yuan, Chen Lin, and Lin Wanner. Wu Haoyu immediately understood and solemnly pulled his grandfather and third uncle, Wu Xuanzong. At this moment, Wu Xuanzong had also stepped down from the fighter jet, standing beside his father, dressed in a sharp combat uniform, exuding a blend of elegance and iron will. Grandfather, third uncle, fourth sister. Wu Haoyu's voice carried a trace of barely noticeable pride. This time, surviving was entirely thanks to my teammates who risked their lives to protect me. Without them, I might not have lasted until Master arrived. Wu Haoyu then introduced his friends one by one. Wu Tianda looked at Ouyang Jia, his eyes revealing a rare gentle smile. The girl from the Ouyang family? Your grandfather, Ouyang Lai, that old fireman, is he still in good health? Ouyang Jia, facing the Saint King of the Wu family, was uncharacteristically a bit reserved. He straightened his back, clasped his fists, and greeted, Grandfather is in good health, though he loves drinking. Ha ha ha. Wu Tianda laughed heartily. He turned and looked at Gong Yuan's icy blue eyes, his expression softening further. A girl from the Gong family? How is your grandfather Gong Hanshan, that old block of ice? Back in the northern glaciers, he still owes me a drink. Gong Yuan, already naturally aloof, slightly bowed. This junior will make sure my grandfather finds time to visit the Imperial capital and share a drink with Commander Wu. Alright, I will definitely drink with him until we can't go home sober. To express his gratitude, Wu Xuanzong gave each person a generous gift. The happiest among them was none other than Zhao Mingxian, as Wu Haoyu's third uncle directly gifted him a brand new model of a battle vehicle. After all, his previous one had been scrapped and was no longer usable. The massive Wu family transport aircraft sliced through the clouds and landed steadily on the spacious private helipad of Shing Wu University. The engine's roar gradually subsided, like a giant beast retracting its sharp claws. As the cabin door opened, a mix of disinfectant, herbal fragrance, and a faint metallic scent of blood wafted out. The medical team, already on standby nearby, sprang into action. Stretchers rolled rhythmically across the smooth ground. The drunken and unconscious Ouyang Jia was carefully placed on on a stretcher. Zhao Mingxian, pale-faced, barely managed to move with the support of medical staff, while Gong Yuan and Chen Lin also showed obvious signs of weakness and exhaustion. Only Wu Haoyu, apart from looking slightly pale, maintained a steady and powerful stride, as if the life and death battle had been nothing more than routine training. The moment he stepped onto the ground, his gaze pierced through the bustling crowd and locked precisely onto the eagerly awaiting figure, Senior Wen Ruyu. She stood alone outside the safety line at the edge of the tarmac, wearing a light apricot-colored academy-style dress with a knee-length hem, the flesh-colored stockings wrapping her well-proportioned legs shimmered with a soft gloss under the afternoon sunlight, and her pristine high heels further accentuated her already tall and graceful figure. The morning light faintly outlined her slender waist and long, elegant legs. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, but her slightly curled fingers betrayed an inner restlessness. Her emerald-like eyes resembled deep pools, calm on the surface, yet surging with unmistakable concern and anxiety deep within, fixed intently on Wu Haoyu as if trying to pierce through his clothes to examine every wound. When her gaze finally met Wu Haoyu's, and she saw him standing upright and unharmed, his steps steady and strong, the turbulence at the bottom of those deep pools subsided slightly, transforming into a faint stream of relief. Yet the trace of scrutinizing worry in her eyes remained undiminished. Wu Haoyu felt a slight warmth in his heart. Across the noisy crowd, he gave her a small nod, sending a silent yet unmistakably clear signal, "I'm fine." He did not immediately walk toward her but instead turned and strode toward the medical staff, engaging in conversation with a middle-aged doctor in a white coat who exuded a professional and composed demeanor. "Hello, Director Li." Wu Haoyu's voice was steady and powerful. "The team has arrived, and two are seriously injured. Ouyang Jia primarily has a chest laceration, possibly accompanied by deep contamination from corrupt energy. The source of contamination is suspected to be remnants of the ancient spirit cult's soul-eroding spear. Immediate treatment by a physician skilled in fire, poison and purification of malevolent energy is required. The other, Zhao Mingxian, suffered a severe backlash from a late-stage true essence realm mental impact, resulting in significant sea of consciousness turbulence and internal bleeding. He needs a neural repair chamber and intervention from a mental soothing specialist. Gong Yuan is suffering from spiritual energy exhaustion, an internal organ shock from impact waves. Chen Lin has internal injuries and unstable breathing. Lin Wanner is overly fatigued. Please allocate the best resources to ensure absolute safety. Updates on the situation will be transmitted to my terminal. Understood, Wu. Deputy Dean Lin is already waiting, and the neural repair chamber is activated. Rest assured, leave it to us. Director Li responded swiftly, his expression grave. After handling the emergency matters, Wu Haoyu turned and strode firmly toward the direction that had been watching him all along. His steps were steady and resolute. Wen Ruyu took a few steps forward to meet him, and the two stopped under the sycamore tree at the edge of the helipad. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting a few strands of her purple hair near her temples. The Ziyun crystal necklace he had given her faintly peeked out from the collar of her uniform, reflecting tiny fragments of light. "How you?" Her voice was as clear and gentle as ever, but slightly lower than usual. Her gaze, sharp as the most precise scanner, swiftly swept over his body before finally settling on his slightly pale complexion and any possible signs of slowed movements. "Where are you injured? To what extent has the corruption eroded?" A string of questions struck directly at the core of his injuries, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, only the most straightforward concern between warriors and a pursuit of the essence of his condition. Wu Haoyu met her gaze and answered calmly, "Rest assured, Senior. My back was grazed by the aftershock, resulting in flesh wounds. Though it looks gruesome, my muscles and bones are unharmed. The corruption has been suppressed by my master's purification pill and my own divine lightning. The erosion chain has been severed, and I only need to rest to dispel the remaining energy. My internal organs are slightly shaken, but nothing serious." His tone was calm and resolute, carrying the steadiness forged through life and death experiences. However, when Ruyu's brows remained tightly furrowed, and the worry in her emerald eyes became even more pronounced, surface wounds? That could be fatal for someone at the late stage of the true essence realm, and the tainted energy. Its corrosion is extremely insidious, and even the slightest carelessness could leave lasting harm. "No, I must see for myself." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. She reached out, intending to touch his shoulder, but stopped halfway, her fingertips slightly curling, betraying her inner tension. Wu Haoyu sighed helplessly but understood the deep concern behind her stubbornness. All right, let's leave here first and talk about it later." He shifted his position, naturally shielding her on the outer side, separating her from the bustling crowd and vehicles on the helipad. The two walked side by side toward the core area. Sunlight filtered through the sparse sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows at their feet. Wen Ruyu's white high heels tapped rhythmically against the clean stone path, producing crisp and measured sounds. She tilted her head slightly, her calm gaze falling on Wu Haoyu, her voice light yet clear as it reached his ears. "Blackstone Canyon, true essence realm assassins. This trip is far more dangerous than expected." Her words carried no discouragement, only that Yeah, composed assessment of danger typical of a warrior. Next time before hunting, it's better to make more thorough preparations. Safety is the most important. She didn't say don't go, but instead offered a more practical support plan. This was the unique care shared between strong individuals, acknowledging the danger, facing it head-on, and making full preparations to conquer it. Wu Haoyu felt a warmth in his heart, sensing the weight of this commitment. He looked ahead with a resolute gaze, his voice steady and powerful. Senior, rest assured, I will be more cautious in the future and will never gamble with my life. Wen Ruyu gazed at his determined profile, seeing the sharp and unwavering light in his eyes, like the tip of a thunderous spear. She knew this was his answer, the most solemn promise he could give. She said no more, her lips curling into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, like a warm spring breeze brushing through melting ice and snow, fleeting and ephemeral. All right, she softly uttered a single word, her steps uninterrupted. The silence between them was not the accumulation of anxiety but the tacit understanding and trust shared by the strong, like two swords walking side by side, emitting a restrained brilliance under the sunlight. In the Imperial capital, the lead ally chamber was deathly silent. Three black-robed projections hovered above the cold triangular altar, while the black mass of flesh in the center, constantly howling, seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere. It squirmed more violently, producing a viscous sound that set teeth on edge. At the base of the altar, three test tubes containing purple-black liquid floated quietly, the magical patterns within twisting frantically as if alive. Trash, trash, trash. The metallic screech of the leader's voice suddenly rose, each syllable like rusted iron scraping against a lead wall, sharp and grating, filled with fury that could burn everything to ashes. His projection fluctuated violently, its edges even beginning to disintegrate, revealing the overwhelming rage within, barely contained. Number 17. One of the deepest shadows buried within Shing Wu University. We went to great lengths to place him in the position of a teacher at the Alchemy Academy. Years of infiltration, all for the critical moment to deliver a fatal blow to Shing Wu University. And what happened? His voice hissed like a venomous snake, a core assassin at the late True Essence stage. Armed with the soul-corroding spear, his targets were merely a few juniors at the Yuan Wu stage. And yet, he failed to send back even a shred of useful information. This is an utter disgrace, the greatest blasphemy against the holy sect. The furious roar echoed within the secret chamber, causing the runes on the altar to flicker unsteadily. The other two black-robed projections silently endured the storm like wrath, standing firm like two immovable reefs. Even more damnable is that Lei Wanjun. The voice of the leading black-robed figure was filled with seething venom. That damned old drunkard. Wasn't he supposed to remain forever holed up in the myriad phenomena tower, lost in his drunken stupor? How could he appear so precisely at Blackstone Gorge, and so quickly at that? Could it be that we have a rat among us? The shadow beneath his hood swept over the other two like a tangible force, the invisible pressure making the air heavy and viscous. Calm yourself, my lord. The black-robed figure on the left finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Shadow operations are top secret, and the activation orders are issued by you personally, leaving no possibility of a leak. The appearance of Lei Wanjun is likely related to that SS-level junior from the Wu family. Based on the fragmented information last transmitted by number 17, it seems Wu Haoyu triggered some kind of extremely ancient and thunder-related restriction deep within Blackstone Canyon, causing a massive energy disturbance. This is very likely what attracted Lei Wanjun. The Wu family's protection of this direct descendant far exceeds our previous expectations. That old dog Wu Tianda even went so far as to personally step in to block the news and purge the capital. At the mention of Wu Tianda's name, the temperature in the chamber seemed to drop several degrees. The black-robed figure on the right spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible gravity. Yes, my lord. This time, the Dragon Nation's purge operation is being personally overseen and commanded by Wu Tianda. The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, Military Intelligence Division, Dragon Fawn, and Internal Guard have all been mobilized. The scale, ruthlessness, and efficiency are unprecedented. Over 70% of our peripheral shadows have been lost. Several key material transfer stations and secondary laboratories have been completely uprooted. The cultivation progress of the seed of corrosion has been forced to delay by at least 3 months. If this continues, our network in the capital and even the entire Dragon Nation is at serious risk of being completely destroyed. His figure leaned forward slightly, his tone filled with a warning. Bastard! The sound of metal grinding echoed repeatedly, carrying a chilling murderous intent. Wu Tianda, he's really going all out. For the sake of that precious grandson of his, is he planning to turn the entire capital upside down? A brief silence enveloped the entire space, like the eerie stillness before a storm. Only the howling of the flesh on the altar and the sticky sound of magical runes squirming in the liquid reverberated. Transmit the order. The leading figure in a black robe abruptly raised his hand, his voice resolute and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. All shadows within the Imperial capital and the Dragon Kingdom's borders are to immediately enter a state of silence. Cut off all non-essential communications. Destroy all sensitive materials. Cease all infiltration and inducement activities. Without my direct orders, no one is to act on their own. Those who disobey, their souls shall burn. Each word was like a cold steel nail, driven forcefully into the air. Yes. The other two figures in black robes immediately bowed in response, their heads lowered deeply, displaying absolute obedience. But, my lord, the black-robed figure on the right straightened up, the shadow beneath his hood seemingly turning toward the three writhing test tubes on the altar, the next phase of the tainted heart beta injection experiment, and the final cultivation site for the seed of corrosion. Pause. The sound of metal scraping interrupted him, carrying a trace of suppressed irritation. Wu Tianda, that mad dog, is sniffing around everywhere. Any large-scale energy fluctuation could expose us. The seed of corrosion is our key to countering the Blue Star Army in the future. There must be no mistakes. Everything will have to wait until the heat from this purge dies down. At that moment, the black mass of flesh roaring at the center of the altar suddenly convulsed violently, and the magical patterns on its surface erupted with a blinding dark light. A subtle yet devastatingly oppressive spatial fluctuation abruptly spread outward. Simultaneously, in the three test tubes containing turbid heart beta, at the base of the altar, the purple-black liquid began to churn as if boiling, and the writhing speed of the magical patterns instantly increased tenfold. The projections of the three black-robed figures trembled simultaneously. Ripples spread out like water waves in the space above the altar, and a blurry, distorted image slowly emerged, a shadow even darker, seemingly composed of pure darkness. Its outline barely resembled a human figure, exuding an ancient, cold, and lofty aura, like a deity gazing down upon the mortal world. The sanctuary emissary. The anger in the voice of the first black-robed figure instantly dissipated, replaced by a reverence and fear that came from the depths of his soul. He immediately bowed deeply in the most humble posture, almost prostrating himself on the ground. The other two dared not even breathe. The dark shadow made no sound, but a cold, grand will directly impacting the soul surged like a torrent into the consciousness of the three black-robed figures. Pause activities in the Dragon Kingdom. The source device is about to arrive. Spatial rifts will soon open across Blue Star, linking to domains beyond and transmitting core fragments of the source device. The reception, coordinates and activation time will be directly issued by the sanctuary mother entity once spatial tides stabilize. Prepare for reception and ensure absolute perfection. If there is any error, annihilation. The message was delivered, the spatial ripples instantly calmed, and the dark shadow vanished as if it had never appeared. Only the frenzied howls of the flesh on the altar and the boiling liquid in the test tubes proved the brief and terrifying connection that had just occurred. The chamber was deathly silent, and the three black-robed figures remained bowed, not daring to move for a long time. Cold sweat silently seeped through, as if soaking the intangible projection of their souls. Source artifact, core fragment. The first figure in a black robe slowly straightened up, the sound of metal scraping carrying a trace of incredulous trembling, which then turned into extreme fervor. The Holy Order is finally about to initiate the first step of the reconstruction plan, isn't it? To even use a spatial surge tunnel to directly transport the core fragment. Just how important is this thing? My lord, once the spatial surge tunnel is activated, the commotion will be anything but small. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities and the military's monitoring systems. The black-robed figure on the left was filled with concern. We can't afford to worry about that now. The first black-robed figure abruptly interrupted, his voice carrying a desperate resolve. This is the highest order directly issued by the sanctuary. Its priority overrides everything. The fragments of the source artifact are crucial to the future plans of the Holy Church. Immediately mobilize all our reserved energy and spatial stabilization anchors. Notify all the most deeply hidden and hardest to detect silent nodes to be ready for activation at any moment. At all costs, ensure the safe reception of the fragments. His final words carried a chilling coldness and a bloody threat. In the secret chamber, only the sound of heavy breathing and the unceasing howls from the altar remained. In the silence, the dark tide brewed an even more perilous vortex. St. Marshall University Core Area, Villa A07. Warm water flowed over his body, washing away the dust of travel and the lingering scent of gunpowder from battle. Wu Haoyu stood amidst the misty steam, the water running over his broad and muscular back, bringing a faint sting. The mirror reflected a large, hideous, charred scar stretching diagonally from below his right shoulder blade to his waist, resembling the brand of a ferocious beast. The edges of the skin curled into a dark red hue, with spiderweb-like purple-black veins spreading outward, a testament to the insidious corruption of foul energy. Though his bones and muscles were unharmed, the chaotic divine lightning had completely suppressed and eradicated the active corruption, yet the wounds left by the battlefield remained shocking, silently recounting the heart-stopping moment of a deadly strike. He changed into a loose and comfortable black silk loungewear, the soft fabric brushing against the wound, bringing a persistent yet bearable sting. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, the doorbell rang crisply. Outside the door stood the graceful figure of Wen Ruyu. She had changed out of her daytime dress and was now wearing a soft soft-textured, elegant short dress in off-white, with the hem stopping perfectly at her knees, accentuating her flawless waist and hip curves. Her slender, well-proportioned legs were wrapped in thin, flesh-colored stockings that revealed a warm tone of skin, shimmering with a delicate glow under the soft lights of the villa area. On her feet were simple white stiletto heels, further highlighting her tall and graceful figure. In her hand, she carried a delicate woven basket. Neatly arranged inside were several jade bottles and medicine boxes of different colors, along with clean gauze, exuding a professional and capable demeanor. Senior Wu Haoyu stepped aside to let her in. His gaze lingered briefly on her. The gentle and serene appearance was a stark contrast to her anxious demeanor during the day, yet it stirred his heart just the same. Wen Ruyu walked into the entryway, carrying a faint scent of gardenias, but her sharp gaze immediately fell on the edge of the bandage faintly visible beneath his loose collar. Is the injury on your back? Let me take a look. Her tone carried an undeniable urgency, and the concern was once again clearly written all over her face. Wu Haoyu originally wanted to decline, but seeing the stubborn care in her eyes, he swallowed the words back down. He silently nodded, walked to the sofa in the center of the living room, turned his back to her, took a deep breath, and slowly removed his loungewear from his upper body. As the fabric slipped off, a broad back with defined lines, as if forged from solid iron, was instantly exposed under the light. The muscles of his shoulders and back were knotted and powerful, with smooth lines exuding a beauty of strength, and his skin was a healthy wheat color. However, on this canvas full of masculine strength and beauty, there was now a large, heart-wrenching destruction, stretching diagonally from his right shoulder blade down to his waist. The flesh was a charred deep black, with irregularly curled edges revealing deeper dark red tissue beneath, as if licked by the flames of hell or corroded by strong acid. The skin around the wound was covered with spiderweb-like purple-black veins, marks left by the erosion of foul energy. They resembled ugly vines entwining, exuding a cold and ominous aura, forming a stark and brutal contrast with the surrounding healthy, taut skin. Even though Wen Ruyu was mentally prepared, seeing such a close-up wound with her own eyes still made her breath hitch slightly. She gasped sharply, her emerald-like pupils contracting abruptly, and a trace of icy anger mixed with piercing heartache flashed deep in her eyes. However, this emotion was firmly suppressed by her strong willpower, and her face quickly regained the calmness and focus characteristic of a top student at Shing Wu University. No exclamations, no tears, only tightly pressed lips and a slightly tense jaw betrayed the turmoil within her. Hiss, despite being prepared, when the hideous wound was laid bare before her eyes, Wen Ruyu still gasped sharply, as if her heart had been gripped tightly by an icy hand. The three words she had heard earlier, superficial wound, now seemed so pale and powerless. She had imagined what the wound might look like, but she had never expected it to be this severe, this shocking. How could this be a simple superficial wound? It was clearly a near-penetrating, utterly corroded fatal injury. Just looking at it, the searing pain and chilling sense of erosion seemed to pierce through the screen and into her own body, making her fingertips grow cold and her body tremble slightly. A wave of fear, as cold as a tide, instantly engulfed her. If Elder Lei had been a moment later, if that heavenly thunder hadn't descended, she dared not think any further. Wu Haoyu had his back to her, yet she could clearly feel the sudden heaviness in his breathing and the weight of his emotions behind her. His heart tightened, and he quickly softened his voice to reassure her. Senior, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Although it looks scary, Master's elixir and my divine thunder have already suppressed the corrosion, and the wound is healing rapidly. Look, the edges are already starting to scab. He tried moving his shoulder blades a little, attempting to show that he was fine. Don't move. Wen Ruyu hurriedly stopped him, steadying her emotions and worried that he might aggravate the wound. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and spoke firmly, sit down. I'll change your dressing. Elder Lei's medicine may be good, but it still needs timely care to prevent complications. Her fingertips, slightly cold from fear and heartache, trembled faintly. She carefully opened the vine basket and took out a lustrous jade box, which contained a pale green, translucent ointment exuding a cool medicinal fragrance. Using a specially crafted jade spatula, she scooped out the ointment with movements so gentle it was as if she were handling a rare treasure, meticulously applying it to the charred and ghastly wound. The chill crept in as the ointment touched the damaged skin, bringing a wave of relief that eased the lingering burning pain and coldness deep within the wound. Her jade-like fingertips, though slightly trembling, were exceptionally steady and focused. Each application was done with utmost gentleness, avoiding the torn flesh and evenly spreading the cooling ointment over every inch of the injured skin. She leaned forward slightly, a few strands of purple hair falling down, carrying a faint scent of gardenias. They brushed lightly against Wu Haoyu's neck, stirring a subtle itch. Wu Haoyu's body stiffened slightly. He could clearly feel that gentle touch, feel her warm breath softly falling on his back, feel her cautious and fully attentive care. That unfamiliar emotion, a mix of warmth, reassurance, and an indescribable flutter, quietly sprouted and spread in his heart. The coolness from the wound seemed to flow through his veins, spreading to every part of his body, even bringing a strange tingling sensation to his heart. The living room was unusually quiet, with only the faint sounds of their breathing and the soft swish of the ointment ointment being applied. The light was gentle, and the air was filled with the crisp scent of the medicine and the faint, comforting fragrance of gardenias emanating from her. Time seemed to slow down and become thick at this moment, a silent tranquility carrying a subtle warmth, like invisible threads tightly entwining the two of them. Wu Haoyu could even hear the sound of his heart beating in his chest, seemingly stronger and clearer than usual. After an unknown amount of time, the charred wound was finally completely covered by a layer of evenly applied pale green ointment, resembling a thin veil of ice. Wen Ruyu then took out clean gauze soaked in especially prepared medicinal liquid, gently covering the wound again and securing it with breathable adhesive tape. After finishing everything, she let out a long sigh, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. Looking at the properly treated wound, the pain in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of relieved exhaustion and peace of mind. All done, her voice returned to its usual clarity, though still tinged with softness. For the next few days, the wound must not come into contact with water. Change the ointment once a day. I'll come by on time. Also, here's a bottle of the Qingxin Jade Dew. Take it morning and evening. It will help dispel the residual yin energy in your body and stabilize your mind. She carefully placed several medicine bottles on the coffee table, giving particularly thorough instructions. Wu Haoyu pulled on his clothes and turned around. Under the light, Wen Ruyu tried her best to show him a gentle smile. That smile carried lingering heartache, a sense of relaxation after taking care of him, and a deep, almost suffocating concern. At this moment, she had shed the competence and elegance of her usual senior demeanor, revealing a nearly fragile beauty that made Wu Haoyu's heart skip a beat. Thank you, senior. Sorry for making you worry. His voice was low and sincere. Good that you know. Wen Ruyu gently teased, lowering her head to arrange the wicker basket, hiding the slight flush on her cheeks. When applying the medicine earlier, the focused and intimate atmosphere, now recalled, made her heartbeat involuntarily quicken. The air seemed to still carry the sweet scent of mixed medicinal herbs and gardenias. She picked up the wicker basket, preparing to take her leave. Then you should rest well. I'll be going now. Remember to take your medicine and change the dressing on time. Just as she turned to leave, Wu Haoyu, as if driven by some impulse, called out faster than he had anticipated, "Senior." Wen Ruyu's steps paused for a moment, and she turned back to look at him in confusion. Wu Haoyu gazed into her clear, bright eyes, his Adam's apple moving slightly as an inexplicable urge pushed him to continue speaking. The day after tomorrow. Are you free the day after? Tomorrow? A faint, almost imperceptible trace of anticipation flickered in his eyes. I heard there's a new movie coming out the day after. Tomorrow. After the movie, we could also go to Ziyun Pavilion for dinner. This was the first time he had ever formally invited her out. Wen Ruyu was visibly stunned for a moment, and then a captivating blush quickly spread from her fair neck to the base of her ears, resembling a freshly bloomed peach blossom. She slightly lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes trembling gently, and her fingers gripping the wicker basket unconsciously tightened, turning slightly pale. The brief silence seemed to freeze the air, with only the sound of their heartbeats gradually amplifying in the stillness. Finally, she lifted her eyes, a layer of gentle ripples surfacing in her jade-like pupils. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curve into a faint yet radiant smile, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against the heart. All right. This single word, brief as it was, felt like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples deep within Wu Haoyu's heart. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, a smile that dispelled the fatigue of days of battle, making him appear exceptionally bright. When Ruyu's blush deepened, and she dared not look at Wu Haoyu's radiant smile any longer, she murmured softly, "See you the day after tomorrow," before turning hurriedly, almost fleeing as she walked briskly toward the door. The sound of high heels striking the floor carried a trace of barely perceptible panic, yet it was noticeably lighter and more cheerful than before. Wu Haoyu escorted her to the door, watching her graceful figure disappear at the end of the villa district's dimly lit tree-lined path. The hem of her off-white dress and her slender calves wrapped in nude stockings flashed briefly in the night. The evening breeze brushed past, seemingly carrying the lingering sweet scent of gardenias from her body. Wu Haoyu closed the door, leaning against the cold door panel, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He walked to the window, gazing at the deep night. Outside, the countless lights of the Imperial capital flickered in the distance, resembling an inverted galaxy, bringing a touch of tranquility to the city. Returning to the cultivation room, a sharp, lightning-like glint flashed in Wu Haoyu's eyes. Strength, still not enough. The terrifying pressure brought by the late True Essence Realm assassin during the Blackstone Canyon trip was like a heavy boulder, suffocating him. If not for his master's timely arrival, if not for the heavenly punishment thunder triggered by the 9 profound golden thunder token, the 6 of them would have long become skeletons. Even at the late Yuan martial realm, they were still like ants in the face of true powerhouses. Becoming stronger cannot wait. The cultivation room was simply arranged, with only a jade platform engraved with intricate spirit-gathering array patterns placed at the center. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged in the middle of the jade platform, his 5 hearts facing the heavens, calming his mind as he prepared to activate the 3rd level of the 10,000 thunder technique. This would help accelerate the refinement of the residual medicinal power in Imperial impurities in his body while stabilizing his newly broken-through realm. Just as his mind sank into his dantian, ready to summon the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The 9 profound golden thunder command seal, which had been lying dormant deep within his dantian and perfectly fused with the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder, suddenly lit up on its own. Without any warning, an unimaginably vast, majestic, and pure thunderous power erupted from the seal. This force was not a violent, aggressive thunder power, but like a gentle stream, carrying an unstoppable will, it instantly merged into the torrent of spiritual energy from his operating 10,000 thunders technique. In an instant, Wu Haoyu seemed to be pulled into a dazzling galaxy of thunder. Countless tiny arcs of lightning, radiating a noble purple-gold glow, darted and flowed rapidly through the meridians of his body as if they were alive. Their speed and efficiency far exceeded the limits of what he could achieve when activating the technique himself. What shocked him even more was that wherever these purple-gold lightning arcs passed, the already highly refined thunder element's spiritual energy was like being thrown into the hottest furnace, undergoing repeated tempering and purification. The minute impurities within the spiritual energy were precisely and dominantly captured, burned, and ultimately obliterated by the purple-gold lightning arcs, leaving no trace behind. Hiss! Even with Wu Haoyu's resilient will, the sudden and intense tempering process from the inside out still made him involuntarily draw a sharp breath. The meridians seemed to be pierced and polished by countless tiny thunder-like drills, bringing a deep bone-penetrating soreness, numbness, and swelling pain. However, what followed was an indescribable sense of exhilaration. It was as if a long-blocked river channel had been completely cleared, the filth washed away, and the spiritual energy became unprecedentedly refined, vibrant, and filled with explosive power. The effect was so potent that it far exceeded the assistance provided by the priceless 5th-tier spirit gathering array beneath him. This 9 profound golden thunder token could actually assist cultivation autonomously, accelerate the circulation of spiritual energy, and even contain such terrifying purification abilities? Wu Haoyu's heart surged with waves of shock. Suppressing his excitement, he focused all his efforts on guiding this sudden assistance. He keenly sensed that deep within the imprint of the 9 profound golden thunder token, the shadows of 9 tokens were slowly rotating along some mysterious and profound trajectory. With each rotation, they emitted an even purer essence of thunder. However, when he attempted to probe deeper into the shadow of each token with his spiritual power, an incomparably powerful force of confinement suddenly rebounded, as if originating from the primordial ages. The sensation was akin to facing 9 towering bronze gates, entwined with billions of thunderous chains. Behind the gates lay earth-shattering secrets and supreme power, but with his current cultivation at the late Yuanwu realm and his spiritual strength, he couldn't even approach, let alone push them open. Just gazing at them made his soul tremble, as if one more glance would cause him to be crushed into dust by the vast will of the thunder. 9-fold restriction. Each token bore a powerful seal far beyond what his current realm could comprehend. So that's it. The 12 predecessors of Jinyue Daoist Temple transformed themselves into tokens to seal the source of the evil spirit. The power and legacy contained within these tokens are absolutely beyond my current ability to fully control. The effect they have on assisting cultivation is probably just an extremely insignificant part of their true potential. Wu Haoyu suddenly understood, and amidst his shock, his resolve to climb to greater heights grew even stronger. This restriction is both a protection and a spur. Only with sufficient strength can its mysteries be unveiled and the true might of the purple sky thunder inherited. He no longer tried to break through the unattainable restriction but instead completely calmed his mind, greedily absorbing the pure and vast thunder power spontaneously provided by the 9 profound golden thunder token. His consciousness was closely connected to the token's imprint, fully operating the 10,000 thunder technique. In the cultivation chamber, the purple gold thunder light grew increasingly intense. It was no longer as wild and uncontrollable as before but instead pulsed rhythmically like breathing, completely enveloping Wu Haoyu's figure. On the wound on his back, under the dual effects of the medicinal power and the pure thunder force, the charred dead skin was peeling off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fresh, tender granulation tissue wriggled tenaciously, and the web-like purple-black blood threads were gradually fading and disappearing at an extremely slow but perceptible pace. Time quietly slips away in silent cultivation. The starlight outside the window gradually dims, and the deepest darkness before dawn shrouds the earth. Wu Haoyu sits upright like a rock, surrounded by a mist of lightning, his aura gradually transforming under the tempering of pure thunder. The morning sunlight pierces through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa A07, casting bright patches of light on the polished floor. Wu Haoyu stood in front of the mirror, his bare upper body revealing smooth and distinct muscle lines, resembling meticulously forged alloy. He slightly turned to the side, his gaze falling on his back, the area of hideous, charred scars. The dark red flesh at the edges had greatly subsided, forming a layer of deep brown scabs. The spider web-like spreading of purple-black blood streaks had faded significantly, leaving only faint traces. The domineering purging power of the chaos demon-slaying thunder, combined with top-tier elixirs soars and the special ointment provided by Wen Ruyu had healed more than half of the terrifying wounds that would have left an ordinary person bedridden for half a month, all in just one night. The energy and blood within the body were abundant, and the barrier to the late stage of the Yuan Wu realm seemed to loosen slightly. After washing up and changing into the simple Sacred Martial Academy uniform, the personal terminal vibrated slightly. Several messages poured in almost simultaneously. Opening the terminal, it turned out to be from Chen Lin, Jia Mingxian, and Lin Wanner. Even the cold-natured Gong Yuan sent a message, informing that they had already responded and there was no need to worry. The other four had all sent messages, except for Ouyang Jia, which initially made them think something had happened. On second thought, he might have sobered up by now and was in the middle of a socially awkward situation. Seeing the messages from his companions confirming their safety, Wu Haoyu finally felt a bit relieved. He quickly replied to everyone, especially reminding Lin Wanner to rest well and not to bother sending anything. Only then did he grab the ID card on the table and walk out of the villa. The early summer morning air carries the freshness of plants and soil. The roads in the core area are straight and wide, flanked by meticulously trimmed psionic plant landscapes. From the direction of the training grounds comes the dull roar of energy collisions and the shouts of trainees, brimming with vibrant vitality. Occasionally, a floating commuter vehicle glides silently by, while students in uniforms of various faculties hurry along. Wu Haoyu had just rounded a corner when the terminal on his wrist vibrated again. Wen Ruyu sent a message, "Feeling better today? How are you? I have class in the morning. I'll come to you after class." A small smiling face emoji followed the text. Wu Haoyu's steps paused slightly, his fingertips hovered over the virtual keyboard for a moment before replying, "Much better. Thank you, senior. I'll wait for you." He closed the light screen and quickened his pace. The towering silver body of the Wanxiang Tower, reaching into the clouds, gleamed dazzlingly in the morning light, standing like a stabilizing pillar at the center of Shing Wu University. The wide circular space at the top of the tower was filled with a heavy smell of alcohol. Lei Wanjun sprawled out on a massive reclining chair that appeared to be made from the fur of some high-level exotic beast, clutching an almost empty, ancient, dark red wine gourd in his arms. His thunderous snores echoed, and drool dripped down his grizzled beard, landing on the greasy front of his coarse hemp robe. Wu Haoyu had just pushed open the alloy door engraved with intricate thunder patterns when the deafening snoring abruptly stopped. The moment before, Lei Wanjun had been dead drunk, but in the next instant, his murky old eyes opened, showing not a trace of intoxication. Instead, they were as clear and profound as a starry sky amidst a thunderstorm. He smacked his lips, casually tossed the empty wine gourd, which traced a perfect arc before landing precisely in the recycling bin filled with empty bottles, producing a light clang. "Brat, disturbing my peaceful dreams." Lei Wanjun stretched lazily, his joints emitting a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of rolling thunder. He sat up, his gaze like a tangible searchlight, sweeping over Wu Haoyu's entire body in an instant, pausing briefly on his back. Tough skin and thick flesh, recovering well. Didn't disgrace me. Sit." Wu Haoyu complied, sitting on the chair opposite Lei Wanjun, which was made of the same material but was clearly a size smaller. The chair was cold and hard, faintly emitting a weak electric current that stimulated the nerves, keeping one alert. "Speak, what did you gain from this trip to Blackstone Canyon, apart from almost losing your life?" Lei Wanjun crossed his legs, his worn-out straw sandals swaying as he spoke in a relaxed tone, though his gaze was razor-sharp. Wu Haoyu took a deep breath and methodically recounted the events in the canyon, from being schemed against by the trio led by Scarface, chased by the black gold rock snake, encountering danger at Jinyue Daoist Temple, escaping a desperate situation using beast lure powder, to being pursued by Hanifei until Lei Wanjun descended with divine lightning to save him. He did not deliberately dramatize his emotions, focusing instead on the combat details, team coordination, analysis of the opponent's tactics, and his own reactions and shortcomings under extreme pressure. "The biggest problem is the sense of helplessness when faced with absolute power crushing you," Wu Haoyu concluded in a deep and powerful voice. "In the late Yuan Wu realm, when facing someone in the late Jinyuan realm, especially when the opponent is also proficient in those bizarre secret techniques of the ancient spirit sect, all skills, coordination, and terrain utilization seem utterly fragile. If it weren't for Gong Yuan's quick thinking and using the beast-attracting powder to delay, and if it weren't for the 9 profound Golden Thunder tokens' automatic protection, we would have had no chance of survival at all." Lei Wanjun listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest of the recliner, producing a soft tap-tap sound. When Wu Haoyu mentioned the 9 profound Golden Thunder tokens' automatic protection, a barely noticeable glimmer flashed in Lei Wanjun's eyes. "Well, at least you have some self-awareness." Lei Wanjun nodded, a rare hint of approval appearing on his face. "You remain relatively calm in the face of challenges, know how to utilize all available conditions, and have a decent sense of teamwork. Most importantly, you didn't lose your nerve, and you understand the importance of coming back to identify gaps. That alone is far better than your pitiful level of strength." His tone shifted, carrying a hint of frustration as if lamenting wasted potential. "But you, kid, still haven't fixed your bad habits in fighting. You're too focused focused on the transitions between moves and the subtle changes in details. What do Thunder-type warriors emphasize? It's about explosive power. It's about the force that instantly destroys everything. It's the overwhelming momentum of thunder and lightning. And you're like you're embroidering, always thinking about how to make your moves more perfect and smooth. In the face of absolute power, what uses all that flashy nonsense? Do you think the enemy will give you the chance to slowly wear them down? Lei Wanjuan's voice exploded in Wu Haoyu's ears like a thunderclap. If you're going to train for simplicity in the ultimate. Every raise of your hand, every summoning of thunder, must carry the determination to kill. Squeeze out the domineering and destructive attributes of your Chaos Demon Thunder. Compress them into every inch of muscle, every strand of your abilities. Make every attack your ultimate move. Do you understand? This admonishment was like a sudden enlightenment, shaking Wu Haoyu to his core. He recalled the scene in the canyon when facing Han Fei, where his exquisite spear techniques quickly collapsed under the opponent's absolute strength and the erosion of corrupt energy, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. Pursuing the perfection of technique had instead restricted the thunderous fury and destructive power that should have been inherent. Disciple understands. Wu Haoyu's gaze became sharp and resolute. Please guide me, master. As long as you understand. This skill requires time to hone, it can't be rushed. Lei Wanjun snorted lightly, his expression gradually softening. However, with your current meager abilities, relying solely on brute strength to crush your opponent is simply unrealistic. You still need to practice the basics. I have 2 sets of techniques here, you can choose one yourself. He extended 2 dirty fingers. First, it's my ultimate technique, the Thunder Rift Codex. This thing isn't flashy, just one word: rift. When mastered to perfection, a single thunder strike can shatter all techniques. Whether it's protective energy shields, energy barriers, or corrupt dark forces, it can split and crush them all. It's undeniably powerful, but extremely difficult to learn. The requirements for physical and spiritual control are downright insane. If you're not careful, instead of splitting your enemy, you might end up splitting yourself. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Lei Wanjuan's eyes, clearly indicating that this technique was extraordinary. Second, he lowered the first finger, is your Wu family's thunder arts. This technique is more orthodox and comprehensive, covering everything from basic thunder-forged body training to thunder movement techniques, and various offensive and defensive thunder methods. It's progressive and builds a solid foundation. I trained in it back in the day, and it truly is remarkable. However, this technique belongs to your Wu family, and I don't have it in my possession. If you want to practice it, you'll have to figure out a way to get it from your family. Wu Haoyu fell into deep thought. The dominance and danger of the Thunder Rift Codex were highly tempting, aligning with his master's emphasis on the simplicity in the ultimate path and the decisive will to kill. However, the risks were immense. On the other hand, the Wu family's thunder arts were more stable and comprehensive, seemingly differing slightly from his master's philosophy of extreme explosive power. Master, I would like to first attempt to comprehend the essence of the demon-splitting Thunder Codex, while also having my family send over the cultivation method for thunder techniques. Combining the two might help me forge a path of my own. Wu Haoyu earnestly proposed his idea. Lei Wanjuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he grinned, saying, ambitious, bold. Alright, I'll first pass on to you the general principles of the demon-splitting Thunder Codex and the introductory thunder body tempering method. How much you can grasp depends on your own fortune. He extended his index finger, and dazzling purple-gold lightning gathered at its tip, striking toward Wu Haoyu's forehead with lightning speed. A vast, violent stream of thunderous information carrying pure destructive will instantly surged into Wu Haoyu's sea of consciousness. Countless profound concepts about summoning thunder, controlling thunder, and condensing destructive thunder energy were imprinted within, overwhelmingly domineering, causing his sea of consciousness to buzz and his forehead veins to faintly throb. Thank you, master. Wu Haoyu suppressed the turbulence in his sea of consciousness and expressed his gratitude in a deep voice. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the anomaly during his cultivation last night and quickly said, Master, there is one more thing. It's about the 9 profound golden thunder token. He detailed the miraculous effects he experienced during his cultivation last night, where the imprint of the 9 profound golden thunder token activated on its own, assisting him in operating the 10,000 thunder technique. It significantly accelerated the circulation of spiritual energy, purified the energy, tempered his meridians, and even sped up the recovery of his injuries. He particularly emphasized the powerful cleansing effect of the purple gold lightning arcs on the residual yin and foul energy within his body. Oh, Lei Wanjuan's previously indifferent expression instantly turned serious, and even his swaying straw sandals came to a halt. A sharp light burst forth from his cloudy old eyes, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. What did you say? It can operate on its own, purify spiritual energy, and even cleanse the corruption of filth? Yes. Disciple feels that it's not just assisting in cultivation, it's more like purification. Wu Haoyu affirmed, wherever those purple gold lightning arcs pass, the spiritual energy becomes incredibly pure and lively. Even the cold and filthy sensation lingering in the wounds is dispelled. Purification, resisting negativity. Lei Wanjun muttered to himself, suddenly standing up and stepping in front of Wu Haoyu, his rough hand directly pressing onto the position of his dantian. An even purer and more vast thunderous spiritual energy, carrying a scrutinizing intent, forcefully invaded Wu Haoyu's body. This time, Wu Haoyu did not resist, and even actively guided the faint glow emitted by the 9 profound golden thunder token deep within his dantian. Lei Wanjuan's spiritual power was like the most precise detector, wandering through Wu Haoyu's meridians, carefully sensing every inch of the areas. Tempered by the power of the 9 profound golden thunder token, especially the extremely subtle traces of foul energy lingering at the wound on his back, his expression grew increasingly vivid, shifting from initial solemnity to surprise, and finally to uncontrollable ecstasy. Good, what an incredible 9 profound golden thunder token. Lei Wanjun withdrew his hand, uttering good 3 times in a row, his eyes flashing with lightning as he excitedly rubbed his hands together. This effect, it's simply heaven-defying. Not only can it assist in cultivation and accelerate the purification of spiritual power, but it can also fundamentally resist and even eliminate the corrupt and evil energies of the ancient spirit sect. This is practically the nemesis of those sewer rats. No wonder those 12 old fellows back then went all out to forge this thing to suppress the source of evil spirits. He paced excitedly on the spot for a few steps, then suddenly turned his head to glare at Wu Haoyu. Kid, immediately activate the 10,000 thunder technique. For me, push it to the limit. Let the power of that token fully manifest. I want to witness with my own eyes the ultimate extent of this purification power. Wu Haoyu immediately sat cross-legged, raised his 5 fingers toward the sky, calmed his mind, and began to fully operate the 3rd level of the 10,000 thunder technique. As the technique was activated, the imprint of the 9 profound golden thunder token deep within his dantian was indeed reactivated, emitting a gentle purple-gold radiance. Purple-gold lightning arcs, clearer and more vibrant than the night before, appeared once again, resembling countless tiny thunder dragons joyfully darting and soaring through the meridians around his body. Sizzle. A faint sound, like cold water dripping into boiling oil, echoed from Wu Haoyu's body surface. At the edges of the scab wound on his back, a few extremely fine, almost imperceptible strands of gray-black aura were forced out by the roaming purple-gold lightning arcs, as if encountering a natural enemy. They were instantly burned and purified, turning into nothingness. At the same time, his pores exuded an extremely faint amount of grayish sweat with a slight metallic odor. This was the deeper impurities and residual sinister filth being refined and expelled. Lei Wanjun stared intently, his powerful mental perception capturing every subtle change, and the joy on his face grew stronger. That's right. It's not just the physical impurities and energy. Even the residual sinister erosion on the spiritual level, as well as the faint hostility and impurities generated in spiritual energy from intense battles and absorbing foreign energies, are being purified by this purple gold lightning. This token, it's practically a super cultivation accelerator with a built-in top-tier purification filter. After observing for nearly half an hour, Lei Wanjun finally allowed Wu Haoyu to stop. Stroking his chin, his eyes gleamed with wisdom. This effect is incredibly important. Kid, the purifying power of this token might very well be one of your greatest assets in countering the bizarre methods of the ancient spirit sect in the future. Make sure to use it wisely. However, his tone shifted, and his expression turned serious again. It seems to only activate passively or assist when you actively cultivate lightning techniques. It can't be actively triggered for instant purification during combat, can it? Wu Haoyu nodded. That does seem to be the case for now. I tried to actively communicate with the core of the token, but was blocked by the powerful restrictions of the 9 layers, making it impossible to delve deeper. As expected, Lei Wanjun was not surprised. The 12 sages sacrificed themselves to create the token and seal the source of the evil. How could its core inheritance be something a Wen Wu realm cultivator could fathom? This auxiliary purification power is probably just the tip of the iceberg of its might. Focus on cultivating, elevate your realm, and unlock those restrictions. That is the proper path. Wu Haoyu felt deeply moved. After hesitating for a moment, he finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Master, then, may I attempt to use my devourer talent in moderation during cultivation, in conjunction with the purifying power of the 9 profound golden thunder token, to accelerate? No! Before Wu Haoyu could finish, Lei Wanjun interrupted him decisively. Buzz! Lei Wanjun's face instantly darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, and an invisible pressure immediately spread out, as if the temperature on the top floor of the Wanxiang Tower had suddenly dropped a few degrees. He stared intently into Wu Haoyu's eyes and said word by word, "Brat, do you think that with the purifying power of this token, you can do whatever you want? I personally witnessed someone on the battlefield outside the domain who awakened the power of devouring. He was more confident and greedier than you. At first, he relied on devouring the energy of alien races, his strength skyrocketing rapidly, basking in glory. But what was the result? Lei Wanjuan's voice carried heaviness and reminiscence. The power he devoured was mixed and impure, carrying the chaos, brutality, and even curses from the depths of the alien life source. No matter how strong the purifying power of that token is, it is ultimately external. It might be able to cleanse the impurities and physical filth of the energy, but can it purify the cognitive distortions and soul pollution imprinted deep in your soul from devouring alien life sources? That man couldn't even distinguish whether he was human or demon in the later stages. His power spiraled out of control, his mind went mad, and in the end, he stepped forward, the intense pressure making Wu Haoyu almost unable to breathe. The gluttonous demon suppression sutra is the result of 30 years of my painstaking effort, practically tailored as a shackle for you. Its sole purpose is to firmly lock down the dangerous devouring instinct within you, to ensure that on the path to becoming stronger, you won't be consumed by your own power. This is the foundation of survival. It is not a license for you to use it as permission to devour. Do you understand? Lei Wanjuan's roar echoed across the empty tower top, carrying an undeniable resolve and deep concern for his disciple. Wu Haoyu's heart trembled, as if a bucket of icy water had been suddenly poured over him. The sorrowful tone of his master and the tragic outcome he mentioned instantly brought him to his senses. The purifying light emitted by the 9 profound golden thunder token had once given him a glimpse of a shortcut, but his master's stern warning shattered that dangerous thought in an instant. The path of devouring was filled with thorns and abysses, where one misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Disciple realizes his mistake. Wu Haoyu lowered his head, his voice filled with deep fear and sincerity. It was my impatience for quick success that almost led me astray. Please rest assured, Master. I will remember your teachings, take the gluttonous demon-suppressing scripture as my foundation, proceed steadily, and never again give rise to reckless thoughts. Seeing the clarity and determination in Wu Haoyu's eyes, Lei Wanjuan's tense expression finally eased a little. He let out a heavy snort, and the oppressive aura that had been suffocating dissipated along with it. Good, as long as you know fear. Lei Wanjuan reclined back into his lounge chair, resuming his lazy demeanor. He grabbed a new wine gourd that had appeared beside him at some point and took a swig. The road ahead is long. What's the rush? First, thoroughly digest the general principles of the Thunder Demon Split manual I gave you, and train your body to withstand the true essence of split. Now get lost, get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. Yes, Master. Wu Haoyu respectfully bowed and turned to leave the top floor of the Wanxiang Tower. As the door closed, he heard Lei Wanjun muttering behind him in a low voice, that brat, decent talent, but too restless in his thoughts, needs close supervision. After leaving the Wanxiang Tower, Wu Haoyu jogged all the way to the villa district. When he arrived at Villa A07, he immediately spotted the familiar figure standing at the door. Wen Ruyu had changed out of her casual clothes from the previous day and was now dressed in the iconic silver-white school uniform of St. Martial University. Her upper body was adorned with a tailored short blazer, paired with a pristine white silk shirt underneath, its collar tied with an exquisite silver bow tie that accentuated her swan-like elegant neck. Her lower body featured a knee-length silver-gray pleated skirt, its hem gently swaying in the breeze. Her long, slender legs were wrapped in fine-textured light gray stockings, which shimmered softly in the morning light, perfectly outlining the smooth lines from her calves to her ankles. On her feet were a pair of silver high heels with a minimalist design, further highlighting her tall and graceful figure. She held a delicate woven medicine basket in her hand, standing quietly there like a newly blossomed wisteria flower, pure and refined, yet carrying a hint of academic sophistication. Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. Wu Haoyu quickened his pace and swiped open the villa's sensor access. Just got here a moment ago. Wen Ruyu smiled as she followed him into the entryway, her gaze habitually falling on him, full of concern. How are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt? Much better. The pill master gave me is very effective. Wu Haoyu led her to the living room. Could I trouble you to take another look for me, senior? All right. Wen Ruyu set down the medicine basket and gestured for him to sit with his back to her. When Wu Haoyu removed his training vest, revealing his back, Wen Ruyu's jade-like eyes instantly widened, filled with disbelief. Just one night, that once ferocious, charred area with curled edges of flesh had completely healed, now covered by a layer of deep brown, sturdy scab. The originally spiderweb-like, coldly sinister purple-black veins had faded into faint gray traces, almost blending into the skin's texture and barely noticeable unless closely examined. The skin around the wound had also returned to a healthy wheat color, taut and full of vitality. The entire back, apart from the conspicuous scab, bore no other scars. This recovery speed. Wen Ruyu couldn't help but reach out, her fingertips imbued with a gentle probing spiritual energy, carefully touching the edge of the scab. The texture was hard, but the newly formed skin beneath was brimming with healthy vitality. The special ointment and Xingxin Jade Dew she had brought could never achieve such miraculous results. The only plausible explanation was Wu Haoyu's own domineering chaos demon-slaying divine thunder, combined with the secret medicine bestowed by Elder Lei. The medicine she had personally applied could not have produced such extraordinary effects. My master's elixirs, combined with the cultivation techniques I practice, are particularly effective in dispelling injuries caused by this kind of filthy energy, Wu Haoyu explained, his body involuntarily tensing slightly as he felt the cool touch of her fingertips. Wen Ruyu withdrew her hand, suppressing the shock in her heart. She let out a soft breath, her face showing genuine joy and relief. That's wonderful. This recovery speed is truly incredible. It seems the medicine I brought is somewhat redundant now. She looked at the large scab on Wu Haoyu's back, still a bit worried. However, during the scabbing phase, you must be extra careful to avoid tearing it with intense movements. I'll apply the medicine for you again to stabilize the wound and promote the growth of new skin. She opened the medicine basket and took out a smaller jade box, which contained a semi-transparent milky white ointment exuding a refreshing herbal fragrance. Using a jade spatula, she gently scooped up the ointment, her movements still soft and focused, carefully applying it to the dark brown hardened scab. The ointment brought a lasting cooling sensation, slowly penetrating and alleviating the slight itchiness caused by the growth of new skin. This time, without the shocking impact of yesterday's glaring wounds, the atmosphere became even more subtle. Wen Ruyu leaned slightly forward, a few strands of her purple hair falling down, carrying her unique elegant gardenia fragrance faintly brushing past Wu Haoyu's neck and shoulder. Her knees, wrapped in light gray stockings, occasionally touched the edge of the sofa beside Wu Haoyu as she adjusted her posture. In the silent living room, only the faint sounds of their breathing and the soft rustling of applying medicine could be heard. Wu Haoyu clearly felt the focused gaze and gentle movements behind him. The touch of the fingertips conveyed not only a healing coolness but also a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. A tranquil and intimate atmosphere quietly spread between the two. All done. Wen Ruyu carefully smoothed out the ointment, then covered it with clean, breathable dressing before slowly straightening up, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She watched as Wu Haoyu pulled on his vest and turned around, a relaxed smile appearing on her face. Now there's really nothing to worry about. But you still need to take the medicine on time. The clear heart jade dew is very helpful for stabilizing the mind and dispelling any lingering hostility. Got it, Wu Haoyu nodded. Then, shall we go to the restaurant for lunch together? Wen Ruyu glanced at the time and suggested with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Sure. Wu Haoyu agreed cheerfully. Shing Wu University 3rd Residential Area, Byway Pavilion Restaurant. This is one of the most popular high-end restaurants on campus, with an elegant environment, offering a variety of cuisines infused with spiritual energy. The prices are steep, so it is usually frequented only by students from affluent families or those with excellent grades who have earned resource point rewards. Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu chose a booth by the window. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows was a meticulously maintained garden view. Wen Ruyu ordered a delicate spirit vegetable salad paired with crystal fruit dressing and a cup of tranquil bloom tea. Wu Haoyu, on the other hand, ordered a large portion of charcoal-grilled high-grade barbarian beefsteak and a rich energy grain soup. The two chatted while eating, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Wen Ruyu inquired with concern about Wu Haoyu's progress in cultivating the 10,000 thunder technique, while Wu Haoyu sought her advice on the application of mental power and the basics of formation arrays. Wen Ruyu is knowledgeable and explains things in a way that is easy to understand, greatly benefiting Wu Haoyu. One is handsome and upright, the other is graceful and stunning, both exuding extraordinary charm. Sitting together, they resemble a pleasing painting, naturally drawing the attention of many in the restaurant. Envious, admiring, and curious gazes were cast their way, accompanied by hushed discussions. Look, it's Senior One and that special recruit Wu Haoyu. Are they really together? During the freshman competition, I already felt that Senior One had a special interest in him. TSK, they truly are a perfect match. I heard Wu Haoyu performed exceptionally in the Blackstone Canyon battle this time, leading his team to escape from a true Essence Realm assassin. Really? That impressive? No wonder he caught Senior Wen's eye. Most of these discussions were filled with goodwill and amazement. However, in another corner of the restaurant with an excellent view, a gaze as sharp as a poison icicle was fixed on Wu Haoyu, filled with resentment and jealousy. Wang Tianhao. He was dressed in an expensive custom-made casual outfit, his expression gloomy, and the meal in front of him was almost untouched. The few followers sitting across from him also felt the oppressive aura emanating from their boss, and even their breathing was cautious. Watching Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu chatting and laughing intimately, Wang Tianhao felt a surge of anger rush to his head, his fists clenched tightly under the table, making a cracking sound. Humiliation. The crushing defeat on the stage of the freshman competition, in front of the entire school. Not only did it make him lose face, but it also caused his family to pay a significant price. Although those resources are insignificant to the well-established Wang family, this matter is enough to make him a laughingstock and a synonym for incompetence in the eyes of certain family members. What makes it even harder for him to swallow is Wen Ruyu. The Wen family, an old spiritual lineage in the Imperial capital, has deep foundations, especially renowned as authorities in spiritual combat techniques, formation research, and spiritual elixir development. Although the Wen family has yet to produce a Saint King level figure, earlier, with the highest being an ancestor at the peak of Saint Spirit level. Their industries primarily revolve around the spiritual domain, and their overall economic influence is on par with the Wang family, which rose through its commercial empire. But its status in specialized fields and potential connections have always been something the Wang family eagerly sought to leverage. Several years ago, the Wang family's elder, who had also reached the Saint Spirit realm, personally proposed marriage to the Wen family. The target was none other than Wen Ruyu, who had already demonstrated astonishing spiritual talent at the time. Wang Tianhao was the predetermined candidate for the alliance. In the eyes of the Wang family, this was not only a union of two powerful forces but also a crucial step for the Wang family to infiltrate more core domains of influence. However, the Wen family's elder, who specialized in spiritual power, after interacting with the Wang family's elder, used his shockingly sharp spiritual perception to detect the greed, unscrupulousness, and even a hint of covetousness toward the Wen family's spiritual secrets hidden deep within the other's mind. The Wen elder made a decisive decision and politely declined the proposal under the pretext that Ruyu is still young and should focus on her studies. Subsequent events proved that the Wen elder's judgment was exceptionally accurate. Not long after, the Wang family's elder, during a major battle on an extraterritorial battlefield, caused a catastrophic loss due to his greed for merit, reckless advance, and cowardice in the face of battle. This led to 30,000 elite troops of the Dragon Nation being surrounded by alien forces, suffering heavy casualties. If not for reinforcements arriving desperately, the entire army would have been annihilated. This incident shocked the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation, and the Wang family's elder was sentenced to death by a military tribunal. The Wang family's reputation plummeted, nearly leading to their complete downfall. Just when everyone thought the Wang family would completely decline, the young Wang Tianhao's father, the then head of the Wang family, displayed astonishing business acumen. He decisively sold off a large portion of traditional industries and shifted investments into spirit energy technology, genetic pharmaceuticals, and high-end security sectors. Leveraging the family's remaining connections and ruthless tactics, he managed to make a remarkable comeback within just a few years, becoming even wealthier than before. The Wang family successfully transformed from a cultivation clan into a business tycoon. Although they lost the presence of top-tier experts, their influence in the Imperial capital became even more deeply entrenched due to their vast wealth network. The expansion of wealth did not dilute Wang Tianhao's obsession. Wen Ruyu's rejection, the Wen family's past lack of recognition, and the humiliating defeat in the freshman competition, all the shame and fury were twistedly projected onto Wu Haoyu. In his eyes, if it weren't for Wu Haoyu, the sudden special recruit who intervened and stole Wen Ruyu's attention, he might have had a chance. This guy from the super clan Wu family was the very culprit who trampled on Wang Tianhao's dignity and took away everything that should have belonged to him. At this moment, seeing Wen Ruyu show Wu Haoyu that gentle smile he had never received, the jealousy and hatred in Wang Tianhao's heart almost consumed him. Wu Haoyu, he squeezed the name out through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with venom so intense it seemed tangible. He suddenly grabbed the glass of red wine in front of him and took a fierce gulp, the crimson liquid resembling the poisonous blood churning in his heart. Brother how about finding some fun? A lackey with a sharp face and monkey-like features observed his mood and lowered his voice, speaking with a mix of flattery and malice. That kid just recovered from his injuries. Why not find an excuse to test his strength? Accidentally bump into him in the restaurant, make his wound reopen, and embarrass him? Wang Tianhao's cold gaze swept over Wu Haoyu's back, then turned to Wen Ruyu. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he said, "Now is not the time to trouble him." After the meal, the two did not part ways immediately. Shing Wu University covered an expansive area, resembling a small independent city. They strolled leisurely along Starlight Avenue, which ran through the core teaching area. Towering ancient trees lined both sides of the avenue, their branches and leaves casting dappled shadows under the sunlight. Occasionally, hovering vehicles glided silently through the dedicated aerial pathways. The two chatted about amusing classroom anecdotes, discussed cultivation insights, and shared stories about the legendary mentors of Shing Wu University. Ruyu, with her extensive knowledge, especially her unique perspectives on spiritual combat techniques and ancient rune formations, often left Wu Haoyu feeling enlightened. Wu Haoyu, on the other hand, impressed Wen Ruyu with his sharp instincts honed through real combat and his direct understanding of the essence of power. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious, as if they had returned to the time before the life and death battle in Blackstone Canyon. Unknowingly, the sun set in the west, painting the sky in a brilliant golden red hue. The two arrived at the fork leading to the core residential area. "Today, thank you for accompanying me, Haoyu." Wen Ruyu stopped in her tracks and turned around. The afterglow of the sunset cast a soft golden edge on her delicate profile, and her light gray stockings shimmered with a hazy glow in the twilight. "It's me who should thank you for taking care of me, senior." Wu Haoyu looked at her, his voice gentle. A faint blush appeared on Wen Ruyu's face as she said softly, "Then, I'll head back. Your injuries have just started to heal, so make sure to to rest. More. She paused, as if she had something more to say, but in the end, she only lifted her clear eyes to glance at him. Tomorrow, don't forget. I won't forget, Wu Haoyu replied firmly, a smile in his eyes. Wen Ruyu's lips curved into a smile as she gently waved goodbye and turned to walk down the tree-lined path leading to the girls' dormitory area. Silver high heels tapped against the clean stone pavement, producing crisp sounds that grew fainter and fainter. The silver white and pale gray figure eventually disappeared into the deepening twilight. It wasn't until her figure completely vanished that Wu Haoyu slowly withdrew his gaze. The afterglow of the sunset gradually faded, and the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness. He stood alone at the crossroads, gazing toward the dormitory area where lights began to illuminate one by one, resembling scattered stars on the ground. The morning mist at Shing Wu University had not yet completely dissipated when the doorbell of Villa A07 rang crisply. Wu Haoyu opened the door, and the cool morning air rushed in, followed by a breathtakingly beautiful figure coming into view. Wen Ruyu stood in the soft morning light, looking entirely different from her usual academic or gentle attire. She was dressed in a sharply tailored black blazer, the structured fabric hugging her shoulders and outlining a slender yet powerful waistline. A delicate white lace blouse is worn underneath, with the semi-transparent lace gently covering the fair skin, and a small amethyst brooch at the neckline shimmering with a mysterious glow. The lower body features a high-waisted black skirt of superior texture, with the hem stopping just a few inches above the knees. The smooth lines accentuate the curves of the hips and legs, making them irresistibly captivating. The most eye-catching feature is the pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings as thin as a cicada's wings. In the morning light, the stockings exude a hazy, alluring sheen, flawlessly outlining every inch of supple curves from the ankles to the thighs, radiating a silent allure. Her feet were adorned with a pair of black high heels full of design flair, the shoe's surface embellished with delicate silver sparkling diamond chains. The heels were slender yet stable, accentuating her already tall and elegant figure, exuding an aura of confidence and dominance. Her smooth purple long hair, instead of being left loose as usual, was meticulously styled with part of it pinned up using a black bow hair accessory embedded with lustrous pearls, a few strands lazily draped by her temples, adding a touch of charm and allure, creating a striking contrast with the overall black seductive theme. She wore light makeup, which further highlighted her already exquisite features, making them appear more defined. Her full red lips and the glimmer in her eyes carried a rare brightness and anticipation. Senior. Wu Haoyu's breath slightly hitched, his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds before he found his voice again. You really look so different today. The astonishment was undisguised. A faint blush appeared on Wen Ruoyu's face, set off by the black blazer, resembling a freshly blooming rose. She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his overly direct gaze, her voice carrying a barely noticeable hint of joy. Didn't we agree to go to Feiyu City? We can't possibly go in school uniforms. Let's go, I'll drive. Parked at the villa entrance was not an ordinary hover commuter car, but a sleek futuristic silver gray Starstream V8 luxury sports car. The streamlined body gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, its low posture resembling a cheetah ready to pounce. Wen Ruyu lightly pressed the key, and the gull-wing doors silently lifted, revealing the luxurious interior. Get in. She was the first to sit in the driver's seat, her movements both skillful and elegant. Wu Haoyu sat in the passenger seat. The interior was spacious, the leather seats offered excellent support, and the air was filled with the same gardenia fragrance as on her. As Wen Ruyu started the engine, a deep and powerful roar sounded, yet the car's body floated off the ground with exceptional stability, quickly transforming into a silver streak of light that silently merged into the dedicated high-speed magnetic levitation lane leading from Shing Wu University to the core district of the Imperial capital. The scenery outside the car window sped past in reverse, turning into blurred patches of color. Wen Ruyu focused on driving, her side profile appearing particularly gentle under the morning light. Wu Haoyu sensed her subtle excitement, stemming from her careful preparation and anticipation for the date, as a delicate and heart-racing atmosphere filled the car. Feather City, the most prestigious top-tier commercial and entertainment complex in the Imperial capital. The iconic twin star towers pierced the sky, their exteriors covered with massive light screens capable of displaying real-time changing landscapes. At this moment, they are showcasing a magnificent nebula scene, resembling a dreamlike gateway connecting heaven and earth. The maglev passage leads directly into the towers. Wen Ruyu smoothly parked the Starstream V8 in the exclusive aerial berth. Stepping out of the berth, one enters the interior of Feather City. This place is like a miniature of a futuristic city. Wide aerial walkways connect various functional areas, with transparent reinforced glass underfoot, offering a view of the bustling shopping center and the throngs of people below. Countless holographic advertisements elegantly transform and move through the air, showcasing the latest psionic technology products, luxurious clothing, and upcoming blockbuster films. Men and women dressed in various trendy outfits move through the scene, with the air filled with a mix of high-end fragrances, coffee, and the enticing aroma of gourmet food, exuding luxury and vitality everywhere. Edge of the Starfield, Dark Tide, premieres today. I heard its special effects and battle scenes are considered considered groundbreaking. Wen Ruyu gazed at the massive, holographic poster where interstellar battleships were fiercely exchanging fire amidst a magnificent nebula, energy beams crisscrossing in a spectacular display. "Then let's watch this one." Wu Haoyu had no objections. The Celestial Curtain Theater was the most advanced viewing venue in Feiyu City and even the entire Imperial capital. The enormous, spherical screen covered the entire dome, equipped with the latest surround energy field and immersive neural sensing system. As the film began, the entire theater seemed to transform into the interior of a battleship in the vast universe. Furious energy cannon fire swept past the tip of the nose, the roar of the battleship's engines made the seats tremble slightly, and the grand interstellar war scenes came crashing in with a suffocating sense of intensity. Wen Ruyu watched intently, unconsciously holding her breath slightly in moments of tension, her body quietly leaning a little closer to Wu Haoyu. Wu Haoyu could clearly catch the scent of gardenias emanating from her hair, and in the interplay of light and shadow in the darkness, that sense of intimacy was infinitely magnified. After 2 hours of immersive experience, when the lights came on, both of them felt a sense of disorientation, as if returning to reality from an intense battlefield. It was so stunning, the visual effects of the gravitational wave cannon. Wen Ruyu's eyes sparkled as she remained immersed in the audiovisual feast they had just experienced, excitedly discussing the plot details with Wu Haoyu. The lunch venue was chosen to be Ziyun Pavilion on the top floor of Feiyu City, a high-end restaurant renowned for its panoramic view of the imperial capital and its use of top-tier ingredients imbued with pure spiritual energy. Outside the circular floor-to-ceiling windows, the steel jungle and floating transportation network of the imperial capital were fully visible, with the clouds seemingly within reach. The interior of the restaurant was luxuriously decorated yet tasteful, with crystal chandeliers refracting dazzling light and elegantly dressed waiters silently weaving through the space. The two had just been seated by the window under the guidance of a waiter and finished ordering. Wen Ruyu ordered a delicate spirit fruit salad with ice crystal shrimp, while Wu Haoyu opted for the signature charcoal-grilled thunder rhino ribs. At that moment, the restaurant's censor doors silently slid open again, and a group of imposing individuals walked in, instantly drawing numerous gazes. Leading the group was a graceful and noble woman, none other than Wu Haoyu's third aunt, Lu Linglong, the dean of the Tactical Academy. Beside her was a tall, dignified middle-aged man with a refined yet commanding presence, Wu family's third master, Wu Xuanzong. Slightly trailing half a step behind was an elder dressed in a deep blue classical robe. His hair and beard were completely white, his face thin and gaunt, but his eyes were profound and bright, as if containing an endless starry sky and runes of wisdom. He leaned on a peculiar staff that was neither metal nor wood, with a sapphire crystal embedded at its top. His steps were steady, and an indescribable mental force field surrounded him, akin to a calm yet unfathomable ocean. This was none other than the patriarch of the Wen family, Wen Yan, a peak-level spiritual saint and a grandmaster of formations. Walking beside Wen Yan, affectionately holding his arm, was a woman who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. She exuded a radiant and elegant aura, dressed in a black professional outfit. Her features bore some resemblance to Wu Haoyu, and she was none other than Wu Haoyu's fourth sister, the renowned business prodigy of the younger generation of the Wu family, Wu Lingjing. At this moment, she was chatting cheerfully with Wen Yan. The appearance of these prominent figures added an extra layer of solemnity to the already reserved atmosphere of Ziyun Pavilion. The attendants clearly recognized them and respectfully guided them to a reserved circular scenic private room, an exceptionally prime location. Coincidentally, this private room happened to be located right past the booth where Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu were seated. Lu Linglong's smiling gaze casually swept past the window, and her steps suddenly paused slightly. Immediately afterward, Wu Xuanzong, Wen Yan, and Wu Lingjing's gazes all turned sharply in the same direction. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu were whispering to each other, with a faint smile still lingering on Wen Ruyu's face from their earlier discussion about the movie. When they sensed several intense gazes converging on them, the two simultaneously looked up. Wu Haoyu's expression instantly froze. Wen Ruyu looked more like a startled fawn, her emerald-like eyes suddenly widening, and her cheeks quickly flushed with an intoxicating crimson. She instinctively wanted to let go of the cup she was holding, but her hands stiffened in place. Awkwardness, a thick sense of awkwardness spread. The air was filled with an embarrassment akin to being caught in the act by elders. Wu Xuanzong was the first to react. A trace of barely noticeable surprise flashed across his dignified face, but he quickly regained his composure and cleared his throat. Lu Linglong's eyes instantly lit up with a bright sparkle, a blend of surprise, understanding, and intense curiosity. Her smile immediately became dazzling, even carrying a hint of mischief. Ancestor Wen Yan's deep gaze lingered on Wu Haoyu for a moment, as if it could penetrate his soul, making Wu Haoyu feel as though all his secrets were laid bare. Then, his gaze shifted to his granddaughter's shy, flushed cheeks, and her meticulously dressed attire. In the depths of his otherwise calm and unruffled eyes, a rare trace of surprise and amusement. He gently stroked his snow-white beard, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, slightly, almost imperceptibly. Wow! Wu Lingjing's reaction was the most direct. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly widened, her red lips slightly parted, and she let out an unrestrained exclamation. Horror! Gaze swept back and forth between her younger brother and the famous purple magnolia of the Wen family, full of teasing and excitement, as if saying, "You really have some skills." Third uncle, third aunt, senior one, fourth sister. Wu Haoyu quickly stood up, trying his best to remain calm and respectfully greeted them, though the tips of his ears turned slightly red. Wen Ruyu also hurriedly stood up, lowering her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Great-grandfather. Director Lu, Uncle Wu. Sister Lingjing. Hee, what a coincidence. Lu Linglong was the first to break the silence, stepping forward with a bright smile. Her gaze carefully examined Wen Ruyu, growing more satisfied the longer she looked. Ruyu, your outfit today is truly refreshing. Haoyu, are you too here to watch a movie? Her tone carried a teasing hint of feigned ignorance. Yes, third aunt. I just finished watching Edge of the Starfield. Wu Haoyu answered reluctantly. Oh, elder one, look at this. Young people nowadays certainly know how to enjoy life more than we did back in the day. Lu Linglong smiled and turned to Wen Yan. Elder Wen Yan's gaze finally shifted from his granddaughter and returned to Wu Haoyu. His voice was calm and gentle, yet carried a force that struck straight to the heart. The young man from the Wu family, Wu Haoyu? I've often heard Linglong mention you. Seeing you today, you indeed have an extraordinary demeanor. You handled the matter at Blackstone Canyon well. Although he did not explicitly reveal the reason for his granddaughter's trip, the phrase "well done" both affirmed Wu Haoyu's abilities and seemed to carry a hint of implication. Wu Haoyu's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed. Senior Wen, you flatter me. I was lucky to escape and dare not take credit. Young man, excessive modesty is arrogance. Wen Yin smiled faintly, a smile that seemed to carry a certain soothing power, instantly dispelling much of the awkwardness in Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu's hearts. Between life and death there is great terror, but also great opportunity. The fact that you survived is a testament to both your strength and fortune. Wu Xuanzong also nodded lightly and said in a deep voice, remaining calm in the face of adversity and composed in danger truly reflects the essence of a martial artist. You have not brought disgrace to the Wu family's name. Although the tone was serious, the meaning of approval was unmistakable. Great-grandfather, Dean Lu, Uncle Wu, Sister Lingjing, are you also here for a meal? Wen Ruyu finally found her voice and tried to change the subject. Yes, we happen to have some matters to discuss with Old Wen regarding the new defensive formation. This girl Lingjing has long admired Old Wen's expertise in formations, so she came along, Lu Linglong said with a smile, her gaze shifting between the two. Since we've run into each other, why don't we? Before she could finish, Wen Yan gently interrupted. Young people have their own plans. We old folks won't intrude. He turned to Wen Ruyu, his gaze kind. Ruyu, have fun. If it gets late tonight, remember to inform the family. Wen Ruyu's face turned even redder, and she responded softly, got it, great-grandfather. Old Wen is right. Lu Linglong readily agreed, her smile unchanged. Take your time eating. Haoyu, take good care of Ruyu. Wu Lingjing, however, cheerfully leaned forward and suddenly pulled out a palm-sized, deep purple velvet jewelry box from her delicate handbag, unexpectedly, placing it in Wen Ruyu's hand. Here, Sister Ruyu, it's our first official meeting, so I'm giving you a little trinket as a gift. You can't refuse it, okay? Wen Ruyu was caught off guard, holding the box with some unease. Lingjing, this is too precious, I can't. Take it. Wu Lingjing waved her hand generously and blinked. It's not anything valuable, just a little accessory that matches your outfit today. Hurry up and open it to see if you like it. Wen Ruyu helplessly looked to Wu Haoyu and her great-grandfather for assistance. Wen Yan's eyes shifted slightly, as if he had noticed something, and he nodded faintly. Wu Haoyu looked at fourth sister's mischievous yet determined gaze and had no choice but to speak. Senior, fourth sister is being sincere. Please accept it. Otherwise, she'll be nagging me for days. Only then did Wen Ruyu hesitate and gently lift the lid of the velvet box. Inside, on the black velvet lining, lay a pair of earrings. The earrings had a minimalist and elegant design. The main feature was two deep purple crystals, polished to a smooth, translucent finish, as if containing a nebula within. They were only the size of a pinky fingernail. The crystal was skillfully supported by an extremely fine metal wire shimmering with a mithril luster, with a nearly invisible teardrop-shaped silver crystal light hanging below. The entire pair of earrings had no intricate carvings, yet exuded a subtle and restrained sense of luxury and mystery. However, when Wen Ruyu's gaze fell on the purple crystal, her jade-like pupils suddenly contracted. As a genius in the spiritual domain, she clearly sensed that the earrings were surrounded by an extremely pure, gentle, yet exceptionally resilient wave of spiritual energy. This wave acted like an invisible barrier, naturally blocking external spiritual probing, and even made her own spiritual energy feel a sense of comfort and tranquility. This was no ordinary accessory. This was an extremely precious spiritual defense artifact. Moreover, judging by the pure and restrained energy fluctuations, its grade was undoubtedly high. It might even assist in the cultivation of spiritual energy. Lingjing, this is too precious. I can't. Wen Wen Ruyu immediately realized its value and hurriedly tried to push the box back. "Aya, I said it's just a little trinket." Wu Lingjing held her hand, a sly smile on her face, and leaned close to Wen Ruyu's ear to whisper in a voice only the two of them could hear. "This is made of purple soul crystal, embedded with a miniature, tranquil mind matrix. Wearing it while cultivating mental strength will yield twice the results with half the effort, and it can also block those annoying mental probes from prying flies. Just a little token from your sister, and an investment. I have high hopes for you, Ruyu." After speaking, she even cast a "you know what I mean" glance at Wu Haoyu. When Ruyu held the box, feeling the warm touch at her fingertips and the tranquil mental waves emanating from it, her heart was filled with both gratitude and a bit of unease. Since it's Lingjing's kind gesture, Ruyu, you should accept it. At this moment, ancestor Wen Yan also spoke. His deep gaze swept over the pair of earrings, clearly recognizing their extraordinary nature, and he slightly nodded toward Wu Xuanzong and Lu Linglong. "Please convey my thanks to your esteemed father and mother." "You're too kind, Ancestor Wen," Wu Mingxue replied with a radiant smile. Lu Linglong and Wu Xuanzong exchanged a glance, their eyes carrying a knowing smile. This little gift clearly symbolized the Wu family's recognition and goodwill toward Wen Ruyu. The elders finally headed toward the private room. Before leaving, Wen Yan once again looked at Wu Haoyu, his tone gentle yet unyieldingly steady. "Young man of the Wu family, feel free to visit the Wen family when you have time. This old man is quite interested in your chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder. The junior will definitely pay a visit to seek your guidance, senior one." Wu Haoyu responded respectfully. "Alright, carry on. Don't let us old folks affect your mood," Lu Linglong said with a smile, waving her hand as the group disappeared behind the private room door. Over at the booth, the atmosphere became subtly quiet for a moment. Wen Ruyu held the deep purple velvet box, her fingertips gently stroking its smooth surface, feeling the tranquil power contained within. Warmth surged in her heart, accompanied by a hint of shyness. "Senior, want to try it on?" Wu Haoyu broke the silence, his voice filled with laughter and encouragement. Wen Ruyu looked up and met his gentle gaze, the slight unease gradually dissipating. She nodded lightly and carefully took out an earring. The mithril thread felt cool to the touch, yet extremely flexible. Facing a nearby decorative mirrored metal pillar, she tilted her head slightly and deftly threaded the earring through her earlobe. When the deep purple crystal gently dangled beside her delicate earlobe, it was like the finishing touch on a masterpiece. The black blazer, purple hair accessory, and this amethyst crystal earring complemented each other, making her skin appear even fairer. Her gentle and intellectual demeanor was suddenly imbued with an air of mysterious elegance. A profoundly soothing sense of tranquility, as if capable of smoothing out all mental ripples, quietly enveloped her. "Beautiful," Wu Haoyu sincerely praised. The blush on Wen Ruyu's face had not yet faded, and under the reflection of the purple crystal, she appeared even more delicate and stunning. She gently touched the earrings and softly said, "Please thank Sister Lingjing for me. This gift is too precious. She gave it to you because she likes you," Wu Haoyu said with a smile. "Fourth sister has very discerning taste." After this little interlude, the atmosphere between the two became even more relaxed and natural. The waiter timely served the exquisite dishes. The charcoal-grilled thunder rhino ribs were tender and juicy, infused with a gentle, thunderous energy that melted in the mouth, bringing a trace of warmth. When Ruyu's crystal ice shrimp was translucent and cool, with a springy texture, blending the freshness of the ocean with the pure water element's spiritual energy. The two enjoyed their meal while sharing their thoughts on the movie and their opinions on the interesting stories of the capital city. The earlier awkwardness had long since disappeared. The lunch ended in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. As it was still early, the two decided to stroll around Feiyu City, a shopping paradise. The shopping district of Feiyu City resembled a dreamlike jungle. Floating display platforms were scattered gracefully throughout the spacious and bright space, showcasing cutting-edge psionic equipment, high-tech battle armor cores, genetic enhancement serums, as well as exotic clothing and artworks from the Interstellar Alliance. Her gentle and elegant demeanor, paired with her sleek yet subtly seductive black outfit, complemented each other perfectly. Wherever she went, she became the center of attention. Wu Haoyu, tall and handsome with a calm yet determined aura, walked beside her, drawing many admiring glances. Wu Haoyu's gaze swept over the dazzling women's boutiques and finally stopped in front of a Xinglan boutique, renowned for its design. In the display window was a moonwhite modified Chinese-style long dress, its fabric flowing like moonlight, with silver threads delicately embroidered into faint patterns of vines and purple magnolias. It exuded an elegant and refined charm, perfectly matching Wen Ruyu's temperament. Another piece was a boldly tailored deep purple evening dress, featuring an asymmetrical strap design and a hem adorned with fine crystal embellishments, resembling a starry river in the night sky, mysterious and alluring. "Senior, how about trying these too?" Wu Haoyu pointed at the display window, his tone carrying an undeniable seriousness. "Consider it a celebration of my survival from Blackstone Canyon, and a thank you for all your care." Wen Ruyu looked at the two dresses, vastly different in style yet both exquisitely crafted. A flicker of fondness appeared in her eyes, eyes, but she instinctively wanted to decline. How do you? There's no need to spend so much. I want to see you wear them. Wu Haoyu interrupted her, his gaze honest and direct. I think they would suit you perfectly. Wen Ruyu's heartbeat skipped a beat. Under his focused gaze, the words of refusal seemed impossible to utter. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. When Wen Ruyu stepped out of the fitting room wearing the moonwhite dress embroidered with silver magnolias, the entire store seemed to soften in its lighting. The dress perfectly outlined her slender waist and graceful figure. As she walked, the silver-threaded magnolias appeared to bloom quietly under the moonlight, making her resemble a celestial maiden from the moon palace, cool, noble, and untouched by even a speck of dust. The store clerks and a few customers couldn't help but stare in awe. When she changed into the deep purple starlit evening dress, her aura transformed instantly. The mysterious purple complemented her hair color, and the asymmetrical design revealed her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones. The crystals on the hem of the dress sparkled with her every step, as if she were draped in the entire galaxy. She exuded a lazy, sensual charm with a fatal allure. Wu Haoyu's gaze was fixed on her, his amazement and admiration completely undisguised. Wrap them all up, Wu Haoyu said decisively to the clerk, then pulled out his ID card. Haoyu, that's too expensive. Wen Ruyu was genuinely anxious this time. The price of these 2 dresses was enough to make an average student gasp. Totally worth it. Wu Haoyu only replied with 2 words, but his tone was exceptionally firm. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a hint of a smile. I think you look great in it, and that's enough. Wen Ruyu gazed into his earnest eyes and finally did not refuse again. The warmth and flutter in her heart rippled like a stone cast into a lake, spreading layer by layer. She silently tucked this affection deep into her heart. The evening sunlight bathed the glass facades of Feiyu City in a crimson glow. The silver-gray Starstream V8 carried the 2 of them slowly toward Shing Wu University. Soft music flowed within the car, and Wen Ruyu's mood was as radiant and serene as the sunset outside the window. Her fair fingers occasionally and unconsciously brushed against the cool amethyst crystal earring on her earlobe. The car came to a steady stop in the core area of Shing Wu University, in front of Wen Ruyu's private villa. Though slightly smaller than A07, this building was equally exquisite, brimming with a rich spiritual aesthetic style. Today, thank you, Haoyu. The movie was great, dinner was wonderful, and also, the clothes and Mingshue's gift. Wen Ruyu unbuckled her seatbelt, turned to look at Wu Haoyu, her eyes carrying an unfinished smile and a hint of reluctance. I should be the one thanking you, senior. Today, I was very happy. Wu Haoyu gazed at her, the golden glow of the sunset outlining her perfect profile, and the amethyst at her ear shimmering with a mysterious luster. The 2 exchanged glances for a moment, the air filled with silent emotions. Wen Ruyu's cheeks flushed again, and she said softly, then I'll head back. You should rest early. Good night, senior. Wu Haoyu nodded. Wen Ruyu pushed open the car door, her silver high heels striking the ground with a crisp sound. She took a few steps forward, then turned back to wave goodbye to Wu Haoyu, who had also stepped out of the car. Her purple long hair fluttered lightly in the evening breeze, and that black silhouette appeared especially captivating in the twilight. Returning to the familiar and quiet cultivation room, the gentle smile on Wu Haoyu's face quickly faded, replaced by a solemn and focused expression. The pleasant afterglow of today's date still lingered in his heart, but the helplessness of being on the brink of death in the canyon, Hanifei's venomous gaze, and Master Lei Wanjuan's admonition about the essence of power all seemed like a warning bell, constantly reminding him, complacency is the grave of the strong. He sat cross-legged on the central spirit-gathering jade platform, temporarily refraining from practicing the familiar 10,000 thunder technique. Instead, he retrieved a purple gold jade slip from his storage ring, which contained the introductory method for the demonic thunder manual. This jade slip felt heavy, carrying a sharpness that made one's heart tremble. He took a deep breath, and his spiritual energy slowly poured into the jade slip. In an instant, a torrent of will, more violent and direct than any written description, forcefully surged into Wu Haoyu's sea of consciousness. There were no lengthy incantations, nor were there any complicated diagrams of techniques. Only a series of extremely primal, extremely shocking mental images. In the endless chaotic void, the most primordial purple thunder bursts forth out of nowhere. No trajectory, no form, only the pure will of destruction. Wherever it passes, space shatters and annihilates inch by inch, like fragile glass. Hard remnants of stars, twisted energy shields, filthy demonic realms, all crumble like paper before it. Tear, shatter, obliterate. This is the essence of Rift, ignoring all external forms and striking directly at the core of power, the source of ultimate destruction. Immediately, countless infinitesimal lightning flashes, like billions of invisible needlepoints, frantically pierce, slice, and explode within the simulated meridian diagram. Each piercing brought soul-tearing pain, and each explosion simulated the process of compressing one's power to the extreme before releasing it in an instant. This was not a gentle nurturing of the meridians, but the most violent method, treating the meridians as a furnace and an anvil, repeatedly tempering, tearing, and forcibly healing them. Only a body capable of enduring this inhuman refinement could contain the terrifying thunder energy capable of splitting all things. Hiss! Cold sweat immediately seeped from Wu Haoyu's forehead. Merely observing these mental images, the destructive will and refining methods they contained made his soul tremble uncontrollably. His meridians seemed to have already anticipated the excruciating pain of being pierced by billions of needles. The ultimate simplicity of the Tao, the pinnacle of destruction, using the body as a furnace. He murmured, a crazed flame igniting in his eyes. Master was right. His previous battles had been too focused on the smoothness and connection of techniques, causing him to lose the core dominance and purity of thunder. This thunder manual of demon splitting is precisely the technique that pushes the dominance to the extreme. No more hesitation. Wu Haoyu suddenly opened his eyes, as if a purple thunderstorm was brewing deep within his pupils. He cast aside all distractions and began to forcibly summon the chaotic divine thunder of exorcism within his dantian, following the crude and direct method described in the jade slip. This time, it was no longer the relatively orderly circulation of the 10,000 thunder technique. The raging purple lightning, like an unbridled ancient beast, became extremely violent in an instant under the forceful control of his will. No longer flowing along the gentle meridian paths, they transformed into billions of razor-sharp purple lightning spikes, carrying the will to tear through everything, madly piercing toward the tiny, unconnected, and relatively fragile meridian ends throughout his body. Ugh! Even though Wu Haoyu's will was as steadfast as iron, the sudden, excruciating pain, like billions of red-hot steel needles piercing him from the inside out, still forced him to let out a heavily suppressed groan. The body trembled violently, countless tiny purple electric snakes instantly surged on the surface of the skin, muscles spasmed, and cold sweat poured out like a waterfall, instantly soaking the training clothes. This pain was even purer and more bone-deep than the corrosion caused by the tainted blood dagger in the canyon. This is not cultivation at all. It's sheer self-torture. Using the most extreme method, forcibly broadening and tearing apart, then reshaping his meridian network with the thunderous power of destruction. Each piercing strike of lightning felt like engraving a brand upon his soul. At the critical moment when this inhuman pain was about to drown his consciousness, and the raging thunder was nearly out of control, ready to first shatter him into pieces, the 9 profound golden thunder seal mark, dormant in the depths of his dantian, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented intense radiance. A vast, majestic torrent of purple gold, carrying an unparalleled will of purification and dominion, surged forth irresistibly. This power did not directly suppress the raging purple lightning spikes but instead, like the wisest commander, instantly merged into every strand of the violent purple lightning. The purple gold radiance, like the most unyielding chains and the gentlest caress, entwined the frenzied piercing lightning spikes. A miracle occurred. The soul-tearing agony had not dissipated, but the destructive backlash and signs of losing control contained within it were instantly soothed and purified by the purple gold radiance. The chaos and fury within Wu Haoyu's sea of consciousness seemed to be infused with a refreshing icy spring, instantly restoring a degree of clarity. Even more exhilarating was the fact that the tiny wounds and burns on his meridians, torn apart by the violent lightning spikes, began to repair and strengthen at an unbelievable speed the moment they were brushed by the purple gold lightning. On the newly formed walls of the meridians, a faint yet extraordinarily resilient purple gold halo seemed to flow, as if an invisible shield had been applied. The power of the 9 profound golden thunder token had unexpectedly played a critical protective role as Wu Haoyu cultivated the extremely perilous demonic lightning codex. Not only did it purify the backlash's impact on his soul, but it also healed the injuries caused by the violent tempering, as if wrapping this peerless, self-harming blade in a sheath that protected its wielder. Wu Haoyu's heart trembled as he immediately understood why his master, Lei Wanjun, valued the purifying power of this token so highly. It was practically the ultimate safeguard for cultivating such a domineering technique as the demonic lightning codex. Break for me, now. With the protection of the 9 profound golden thunder token, Wu Haoyu's spirit soared. A flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes as he endured the still bone-piercing but now controllable pain, driving the demonic lightning codex even more frantically. He guided the billions of lightning spikes, now enveloped in purple gold radiance, to launch a fierce assault on the deeper and more fortified barriers of his meridians. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Inside the cultivation chamber, violet gold light intertwined fiercely with raging purple lightning serpents, emitting a nerve-wracking screech of energy. Wu Haoyu's figure was completely engulfed by the thunderous glow, as if he were at the core of a miniature thunderstorm. Sweat mixed with faint traces of blood and black impurities seeped continuously from his pores, only to vaporize instantly in the searing heat of the lightning. The dark, brown scab on his back, under the relentless assault of the violent energy, began to curl and peel away at the edges, revealing tender, fresh skin underneath. The pain persisted, each second stretching as if it were an eternity. Yet Wu Haoyu's gaze grew increasingly sharp and resolute. He could clearly feel his meridians being forcibly widened and reinforced with an unyielding force amidst the cycles of destruction and rebirth, pain and fortification. The chaotic divine thunder of exorcism coursing through his body became ever more refined and pure. endure. Through this relentless self-tempering, and the destructive aura contained within each bolt of lightning was quietly intensifying. There is no shortcut on the path to strength. Only by enduring pain beyond the limits of ordinary people can one wield power beyond their reach. Outside Villa A07, the dense night shrouded the earth. In the distance, the lights of the core district sparkled like a river of stars, unnoticed by anyone, in the shadow of a building farther away. A venomous gaze, as cold and sinister as a viper, was fixed on the villa, where occasional bursts of violent lightning leaked through the gaps in the curtains. Wang Tianhao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The image of Wu Haoyu walking side by side with Wen Ruyu through Feiyu City, and the scene of Wu's fourth sister gifting him a precious spiritual artifact, pierced his heart like a venomous sting. At that moment, the communication terminal in his hand reacted. Wu Haoyu, you won't be smug for long. Wang Tianhao's voice echoed in the darkness like a night owl, low and filled with bone-chilling coldness. He turned around and silently merged into the deeper shadows of the night as a targeted and malicious plan quietly began to take shape in his mind. The thunderstorm in the cultivation chamber raged throughout the night. It wasn't until the first ray of dawn struggled to pierce through the heavy curtains that the violent lightning gradually subsided. On the jade platform, Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes. A night of frenzied tempering had left his face pale, but his gaze was exceptionally bright, as if he had just forged a weapon of unparalleled sharpness. The barrier at the peak of the Yuanwu realm had loosened under the dual effects of the cracking demon thunder manual and the 9 profound golden thunder token. Meanwhile, within his body, a more restrained yet terrifyingly destructive force was quietly taking shape. The days in the core area of Shing Wu University flowed quietly like a stream, filled with cultivation, classes, and occasional lunches with Wen Ruyu. Since the unexpected encounter with elders in Feiyu City, the atmosphere between the two had subtly changed, gaining a tacit understanding and closeness. The purple crystal earrings on Wen Ruyu's earlobes occasionally refracted a profound brilliance under the sunlight, akin to the gentle ripples in her eyes that seemed to exist solely for him. However, Wu Haoyu's inner string of vigilance had never relaxed. The life and death battles in the canyon, Hanifei's venomous gaze, and Master Lei Wanjuan's admonitions about the essence of power were deeply imprinted in his soul. Comfort is the greatest poison for the strong. Becoming stronger is the only unchanging iron law. For the past week he had hardly stepped outside. In the cultivation room of Villa A07, the violent roar of thunder echoed day and night. Through the near self-torturous tempering of the thunder demon cleaving manual, combined with the mysterious protection and purification of the 9 profound golden thunder token, the barrier of the late Yuanwu realm had been battered to the brink of collapse, like a hard stone repeatedly struck by countless bolts of thunder. Covered in fine cracks, the chaotic divine thunder of exorcism within his body was also being compressed and refined amidst extreme pain and destruction, containing an even more terrifying essence of cleaving than before. It awaited a single opportunity to completely break through its shackles and leap into a brand new realm. This day, the opportunity finally arrived. At the top floor of the Wanxiang Tower, the forbidden zone of Shing Wu University closest to the heavens, a repressive and restless thunderous aura enveloped the area. In the center of the massive spirit-gathering array core, Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts facing the sky. His eyes were tightly shut, his breathing deep and heavy, while the pores on his body involuntarily opened and closed. Threads of purple electric light flickered unpredictably, as if alive, and the air around him subtly distorted, emitting faint crackling sounds. Lei Wanjun was not holding his usual wine gourd but stood hunched in the shadows not far away. His murky old eyes now gleamed with brilliance, resembling 2 miniature thunderstorm cores fixed intently on Wu Haoyu. His expression was exceptionally solemn, even carrying a rare trace of gravity. Kid, are you ready? Breaking through to the peak of Yuanwu is to lay the foundation for the Kaiyuan realm. Yuanwu to Kaiyuan marks the first qualitative transformation of life energy and is the true starting point of the martial path. Your foundation is solid, and you have that token for protection, but the dangers of the breakthrough remain formidable. Lei Wanjuan's voice was deep, like muffled thunder rolling across the vast tower top. Wu Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils, it seemed as though billions of tiny purple lightning bolts flickered in and out of existence. He took a deep breath, the dense particles of lightning elements in the air rushing madly into his body, his voice firm as a rock. Disciple understands. Please, master, guard me. Go. Let me see what kind of waves you, little rascal, can stir up. Lei Wanjun waved his hand. Wu Haoyu no longer suppressed himself. The chaos demon-slaying divine thunder that had long been brewing within him suddenly awakened like an ancient thunder dragon that had slumbered for ages, letting out a soul-shaking roar. The violent torrent of purple lightning instantly broke through the precarious final barrier of the late Yuanwu realm, surging forward with unstoppable momentum to launch the fiercest assault toward a higher, more profound realm. Almost at the very moment the barrier within Wu Haoyu's body was shattered, a sudden mutation occurred. The phantom image of the 9 mystical golden thunder token, which had been quietly hovering at his dantian like a satellite slowly rotating, suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The The light was no longer the gentle and restrained purple-gold hue but had transformed into an incomparably blazing and domineering brilliance, a vast and majestic aura, as if the will of a deity that had slumbered for billions of years, erupted from the token's phantom image, soaring straight into the heavens. The dome restriction on the top floor of the myriad phenomena tower, capable of withstanding attacks from transcendent realm cultivators, was as fragile as an eggshell before this will. It was instantly pierced by an invisible, mighty force. Outside, the previously clear sky suddenly turned turbulent, with heavy, leaden clouds gathering out of nowhere, layer upon layer, blotting out the sun. Deep within the clouds, countless massive purple-gold lightning serpents, as thick as dragons, frantically roamed and converged, unleashing deafening thunderclaps that shook the entire sacred martial university to its core. The majestic heavenly might poured down like a tangible flood, completely engulfing the myriad phenomena tower. What? Even the experienced Lei Wanjun couldn't help but cry out in shock at this moment, his eyes flashing with a terrifying brilliance. The 9 mystical golden thunder token actually triggered a heavenly tribulation of its own accord? How is this possible? He instantly grasped the token's intent. It was not only protecting but also seizing the opportunity of Wu Haoyu's breakthrough to summon the most violent heavenly thunder to subject him to a deeper, more thorough tempering. This was no ordinary breakthrough, it was a calamity akin to courting disaster. Ninefold spirit tempering, refined for me. Wu Haoyu's mind trembled violently as he instantly understood his predicament. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped him tightly. He frantically activated the ninefold spirit tempering method taught by his master. This technique could, during a major breakthrough, compress and purify the surging energy entering the body 9 times to the extreme, solidifying an unparalleled foundation. The first bolt of purple-gold divine lightning, as thick as a barrel and imbued with the will of destruction, tore through the heavy clouds, bypassed the barriers of the myriad phenomena tower, and, like the spear of divine punishment, struck Wu Haoyu's crown with pinpoint accuracy. Arg! Wu Haoyu's entire body convulsed violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer of immense weight. An unimaginably ferocious thunderous energy instantly surged into his body, far exceeding the total energy he had drawn during his own breakthrough. This energy carried the majesty and destruction of the heavens, forcibly washing through every inch of his flesh, every meridian, every cell. If not for the frantic operation of the 9 cycles spirit refining technique, which forcibly guided this torrent into its first compression, he had no doubt he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. His skin instantly turned charred black, countless tiny lightning flames spewing out from his pores, making him resemble a burning purple torch. The excruciating pain overwhelmed his consciousness like a tidal wave, but he clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot, and a beast-like growl erupted from his throat. First turn. Condense for me. He roared hoarsely, relying on immense willpower to forcibly compress most of the destructive thunder pouring into his body into his Dantian Chi Si. Rumble. The thunderclouds in the sky showed no sign of stopping. Instead, they grew even more violent. The second and third, even more massive purple-gold divine lightning bolts struck down in succession, each one more swift and terrifying than the last. The top floor of the myriad phenomena tower instantly transformed into a thunderous purgatory, with blinding lightning dyeing the surroundings in a desolate purple-white hue. Destructive energy waves swept through like a tsunami, and the tower emitted groans of unbearable strain. If not for the tower's unique material and the ancient runes blessed by generations of powerful figures, it would have long since collapsed under this majestic heavenly might. Wu Haoyu was like a lone boat in a raging sea, enduring the most violent baptism of heavenly lightning. The 9-turn spirit tempering technique operated to its limit, the second turn, the third turn. His entire skeleton emitted a heart-wrenching groan, his meridians were torn apart and then forcibly repaired. Under the dispersing purple-gold radiance of the 9 profound golden thunder token, his skin turned charred and carbonized again and again, only to be painfully reborn with the support of immense vitality. Each compression felt like dancing on the edge of death. Hold on. Use your 9 heavens thunder body to withstand it. Use the 10,000 thunder art to channel it. Lei Wanjuan's voice, like a thunderclap, pierced through the deafening roar of the thunder, exploding in Wu Haoyu's nearly collapsing sea of consciousness. His hunched figure stood at the edge of the thunderstorm, forming an absolute vacuum within 3 feet around him. The violet arcs of lightning could not penetrate in the slightest, yet the anxiety in his eyes grew even stronger. The power of the thunder he had summoned far exceeded his expectations. This was not a breakthrough at all, it was suicide. The 4th transformation, 5th transformation, 6th transformation. Wu Haoyu's aura surged wildly like a rocket amidst pain and destruction. The barrier of the late Yuanwu realm had already been completely shattered. His cultivation level advanced with unstoppable momentum to the peak of the Yuanwu realm, showing no signs of stopping as it aimed directly at the Kaiyuan realm. However, the body's burden has also reached its limit. The skin, like shattered porcelain, is covered with web-like cracks, with fresh blood mixed with charred carbon constantly seeping out and evaporating. The bones emit a teeth-gritting friction sound, as if they might collapse at any moment. The meridians are like fragile pipes forcibly filled with scalding molten steel, swelling to the point of bursting. 7th turn. Put. Wu Haoyu forcibly completed the 7th compression, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs and violent lightning. Although his aura had reached the peak of the early Kaiyuan realm, his body was already on the verge of exhaustion. The thunderclouds in the sky continued to gather even more terrifying power. The 8th and 9th heavenly lightning bolts were about to strike. The phantom of the 9 profound golden thunder token still greedily draws the power of thunder from the heavens and earth, never ceasing for a moment. It's over. A desperate thought flashed through Wu Haoyu's chaotic sea of consciousness. He felt like a balloon being crazily inflated, his body filled with destructive energy far beyond its limits, ready to pop and shatter into pieces at any moment. The heavenly thunder summoned by the 9 profound golden thunder token, the energy compressed by the 9 revolutions spirit tempering technique, and the power of breaking through his own realm. 3 terrifying torrents rampaged and collided within his body, losing balance. Damn it! Stop for me. Lei Wanjun could no longer endure it. Thunderous light burst from his eyes, and a violent aura shot skyward. A giant hand formed entirely of pure purple lightning instantly took shape, ready to grab the suspended phantom of the 9 profound golden thunder token at all costs, forcibly interrupting this suicidal tempering. He couldn't just stand by and watch his only disciple be torn apart. At this critical moment of life and death, a power dormant in the deepest part of Wu Haoyu's bloodline, originating from the forbidden devourer talent, was completely unleashed as his body approached collapse and the torrent of energy threatened to tear him apart. This was not actively triggered by Wu Haoyu, but rather the ultimate roar of life's survival instinct. An almost imperceptible, yet seemingly all-consuming pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared at the core of his dantian, right beneath the phantom of the 9 profound golden thunder token. The vortex, though small, spun with extreme ferocity, emanating a primitive, savage, and greed-driven terrifying suction that made one's heart race. As this force emerged, a sudden mutation occurred. The previously raging torrent of energy that had almost torn Wu Haoyu's body apart was now frantically pulled and devoured by this tiny black vortex, as if all rivers were flowing into the sea. Whether it was the majestic power of heavenly thunder summoned by the 9 mystical golden thunder token, the vast spiritual energy compressed by the 9-fold spirit refining technique, or even the energy unleashed during his breakthrough, all seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss, continuously absorbed by the vortex. Even more shocking was the reaction of the suspended phantom of the 9 mystical golden thunder token, which seemed provoked. It buzzed and trembled, erupting with even more intense purple-gold radiance, frantically summoning the thunderbolts of heaven and earth. The 8th, 9th, even the 10th and 11th bolts of thicker and more terrifying purple-gold divine thunder tore through the sky like the furious whip of a thunder god, striking down fiercely. It was as if it sought to completely obliterate the ant that dared to devour the might of heaven. Devouring, summoning thunder. These two equally domineering and supreme powers formed an extremely bizarre and dangerous dynamic balance within Wu Haoyu's nearly shattered body. The devouring vortex resembled the gaping maw of a gluttonous beast, frantically plundering and shredding the destructive energy pouring into his body, converting it into relatively gentle yet purer primordial energy to nourish Wu Haoyu's battered body and prevent its collapse. Meanwhile, the 9 mystical golden thunder token, like a divine artifact wielding heavenly punishment, continued to summon even more violent thunderbolts from heaven and earth, conducting an even fiercer and more thorough refinement and purification, seemingly intent on burning away every trace of impurity and every strand of imperfect energy within Wu Haoyu's body. Destruction and rebirth, plundering and purification, fiercely tugged at each other within Wu Haoyu's body. His body became the battlefield for the intense contest between these two supreme forces, and simultaneously their shared crucible. The devouring talent can actually protect its master autonomously? It even managed to counter the 9 profound golden thunder token? Lei Wanjun abruptly withdrew the massive thunderous hand he was about to unleash, his eyes filled with utter disbelief and shock. He stared intently at the subtle point of balance within Wu Haoyu's body, his heart pounding violently. The situation was perilous to the extreme. One wrong move could lead to total annihilation of both body and soul. However, this might also be Wu Haoyu's only chance at survival. Kid, listen carefully. Lei Wanjuan's voice carried an unprecedented urgency, like a thunderclap striking overhead. Forget about that damned balance. Right now, guide the gentle energy, transformed by the devouring process to impact your 9 heavens thunder body. Fortify your origin opening realm barrier. This is your only chance. Use it to repair and strengthen. Hurry. This voice was like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly reigniting Wu Haoyu's will, which was on the verge of collapse. He let out a hoarse roar. 9 heavens thunder body. Second transformation. Break for me. Forcing himself to focus his remaining willpower, he directed the pure energy stream, transformed by the devouring vortex and imbued with a strange vitality, to stop attacking the realm barrier. Instead, it surged madly into his limbs and bones, permeating every corner of his body. Sizzle. Large patches of charred, carbonized skin peeled off, revealing the tender, newborn-like skin beneath, which radiated a resilient, jade-like luster. The cracks on his bones were filled and mended by the pure energy, emitting crisp, clear chimes like the clash of gold and jade, becoming denser and harder. His flesh, tempered repeatedly through cycles of destruction and rebirth, grew stronger with each regeneration, containing even greater power. The bottleneck of the Nine Heavens thunder body, which had been stuck at the peak of the first transformation, suddenly shattered under the infusion of this vast life energy and the continuous tempering of external thunder. It surged forward like a breaking dam, soaring all the way to the peak of the second transformation. At the same time, another portion of the pure energy converted by the devouring vortex flowed like a gentle river, actively and systematically washing over and reinforcing the newly broken yet still unstable barrier of the Kaiwan realm. The hidden dangers left by the previous violent impact quickly subsided, the realm stabilized at an astonishing speed, and the foundation was honed to an unparalleled solidity. The phenomenon at the top of the Myriad Phenomena Tower had long alarmed the entire St. Martial University. The terrifying thunderclouds enveloping the tower's summit, invoking the might of heaven and earth, and the purple-gold thunderbolts piercing through the tower like divine punishment, spread an aura of destruction that made the souls of all students below the true essence martial realm tremble. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures radiating immense pressure appeared almost simultaneously at the entrance to the top floor of the Myriad Phenomena Tower. One was dressed in a simple long robe, his expression calm, his gaze as deep as the starry sky, containing boundless wisdom and power. He was none other than Yuan Zhangming, the headmaster of St. Martial University. The other was wearing the uniform of the Tactical Academy's dean, exuding an elegant demeanor, with urgency and solemnity etched between her brows. She was Lu Linglong. The two looked toward the tower's summit, where the apocalyptic thunderstorm came into view. The sight of Wu Haoyu struggling in the center of the thunderstorm and Lei Wanjun guarding the edge with a grave expression caused their faces to change dramatically. "Junior brother, what is going on?" Yuan Zhengming exclaimed in shock. He took a step forward, and though there was no intense radiance, he unleashed an invisible and intangible vast domain, as if capable of stabilizing heaven and earth and soothing all things, instantly enveloping the entire top floor of the Myriad Phenomena Tower. This was precisely the domain power unique to a Saint King realm expert. This domain did not directly resist the heavenly thunder but cleverly guided, dispersed, and weakened the residual thunderbolts striking the tower's top, greatly reducing the pressure on the Myriad Phenomena Tower itself and sharing the burden of Lei Wanjun's protection. "Elder Lei, how you, he?" Lu Linglong looked at Lei Wanjun anxiously and angrily. "Shut up, don't disturb him." Lei Wanjun didn't even turn his head, his voice hoarse, his entire focus fixed on Wu Haoyu. "Blessing or calamity, calamity cannot be avoided. This kid is undergoing his own tribulation. Shall Lu, you and senior brother guard this tower and make sure the residual waves don't destroy the school. As for the rest, it depends on his fate." Yuan Zhengming and Lu Linglong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. The chief dean remained silent, fully focused on maintaining the domain. Lu Linglong took a deep breath, her powerful mental energy spreading out as she cautiously scanned the surroundings to prevent any unexpected interference. Time seemed to stretch endlessly amidst the roaring thunder and the tempering of destruction. A whole day and night. Shing Wu University seemed to be shrouded in the wrath of the god of thunder, with everyone in a state of panic and unease. Countless teachers and students gazed from afar at the top of the Wanxiang Tower, tightly entwined by thunder clouds and purple-gold lightning serpents, feeling the aura of destruction and devastation, their hearts filled with awe and fear. The inferno at the tower's summit. Wu Haoyu's body experienced countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. The confrontation between the devouring vortex and the 9 mystical golden thunder token evolved from initial violent tearing to mutual balance, and ultimately formed a peculiar symbiotic cycle. The devouring vortex plundered and transformed the violent energy, providing nourishment for Wu Haoyu's repair and enhancement. The 9 mystical golden thunder tokens summoned heavenly thunder to temper his physique and strength in the most intense manner, removing impurities and purifying his essence. And Wu Haoyu's will was like the reins controlling 2 primordial beasts, difficult yet resolute in guiding the transformed energy to strengthen the thunder body, consolidate his realm, and operate the 10,000 thunder technique mental method. When the last trace of pure energy transformed by the devouring vortex merged into the Dantian's Qi, the oppressive thunderclouds in the sky, so heavy they evoked despair, finally began to dissipate slowly, revealing a starry sky purified to an unparalleled clarity. A presence far more profound and restrained than before, yet containing explosive power, erupted from Wu Haoyu's body like a dormant volcano awakening. This presence had astonishingly reached the mid-stage of the origin opening realm, and incomparably stable, with foundations as solid as a rock. He suddenly opened his eyes. 2 concentrated, almost tangible streaks of purple-gold lightning shot out from his pupils like bolts tearing through the darkness, leaving behind 2 lingering scorch marks in the air. He slowly stood up, and the charred, carbonized dead skin on his body crumbled away, revealing the smooth, jade-like skin beneath. beneath, adorned with resilient purple-gold lightning patterns. The muscle lines are smooth and filled with explosive power, and with every move, the air emits a deep rumble of thunder. The Nine Heavens thunder body has astonishingly reached the peak of the second transformation. It can break through into the third transformation at any moment, taking another step closer to the legendary ninth transformation, where the physical body can withstand divine weapons. His body's strength, power, and recovery ability have all undergone a tremendous qualitative transformation. Even more shocking is the power coursing through his body. Under the frenzied operation of the mental technique and the tempering of heavenly thunder, the 10,000 thunder art directly broke through the bottleneck of the third peak and boldly stepped into the fourth realm. His control over thunder, as well as the strength and purity of his spiritual energy, reached an entirely new height. With a slight movement of his mind, what danced at his fingertips was no longer arcs of electricity, but solidified miniature purple-gold thunderbolts exuding a destructive aura. Good, good, good. Lei Wanjun cheered repeatedly, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light, and even his hunched back seemed to straighten a bit. Ha ha ha, damn it, I knew you were tough. Mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, peak of the second transformation of the Nine Heavens thunder body, fourth level of the 10,000 thunder technique. Good, good, good. This gamble was worth it. Yuan Zhengming and Lu Linglong also let out a long breath, their faces showing relieved smiles, though their eyes couldn't hide their shock. In just one day and night, he leapt from the late Wen Wu stage straight to the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, accompanied by tremendous breakthroughs in physique and technique, simply unheard of. The dangers involved were enough to make them tremble just by watching. However, Wu Haoyu's breakthrough was far from over. At the moment when his breath completely stabilized and his mind gradually relaxed, the faintly dim nine profound golden thunder token phantom, suspended above his dantian, suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance once again. This time, the first of the nine token phantoms, the one at the core, radiating a noble purple-gold glow, had the complex and mysterious ancient runes on its surface, resembling an intricate weave of countless thunder chains, suddenly come to life. Crack, crackle. The faint yet distinct sound of shattering seemed to strike directly at the depths of Wu Haoyu's soul. The thickest main sealing chain spanning the first token's phantom shadow, after enduring a day and night of heavenly thunder baptism and the impact of Wu Haoyu's breakthrough in his own realm, finally could not withstand it anymore. It fractured and disintegrated inch by inch, ultimately turning into specks of purple-gold light dust and dissipating without a trace. An ancient power, even more vast, purer, and more primal than the force that previously summoned the heavenly thunder, seemed to originate from the first strike of creation's thunderbolt at the dawn of chaos. It erupted from the unsealed token's phantom shadow. This power carried supreme majesty, the aura of creation, and an unyielding will to suppress all evil. In an instant, it swept through Wu Haoyu's entire body, cleansing his soul. Ugh! Wu Haoyu let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently once again. Yet this was not due to pain, but rather the ultimate shock and exhilaration of his life's essence being forcibly elevated and his soul undergoing the baptism of supreme power. He felt his chaos demon slaying divine thunder, under the cleansing of this primal force, as if shedding an invisible chain, becoming more agile and profound, increasingly closer to the essence of thunder's destruction. At the same time, a torrent of profound information about the use of thunder, the essence of destruction, and even the origins and partial powers of the nine mystical golden thunder token surged into his sea of consciousness like a dam bursting. Nine mystical golden thunder token, first seal, broken. Lei Wanjun, Yuan Zhengming, and Lu Linglong held their breath at this moment, staring intently at the changes occurring in Wu Haoyu. They could clearly sense that, at the instant the first token was unsealed, Wu Haoyu's entire essence underwent an indescribable sublimation. This was not merely an enhancement of power, but more like a leap in status. For a long time, the violent aftermath of energy atop the tower finally subsided completely. Starlight poured through the shattered dome, illuminating Wu Haoyu's figure, as if he had been reborn. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at the purple-gold lightning flickering in his palm, carrying a faint aura of chaos. He felt the terrifying power surging within him, enough to split mountains and seas, and the ancient inheritance deep within his soul. He understood that from this moment on, his path would be entirely different. The mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm was merely a beginning. The mystery of the nine profound golden thunder order, the hidden dangers of the devouring talent, the shadow of the ancient spirit sect, and those he must protect with his strength, everything has only just begun. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the shattered dome, toward the boundless starry sky. His eyes were as sharp as newborn thunder, resolute and unwavering. The path to becoming stronger is endless. The thunder purgatory on the top floor of the myriad phenomena tower had long since calmed, and the shattered dome was covered by a temporary energy barrier. Starlight filtered through the pale blue membrane, casting a tranquil veil over this space that had witnessed both destruction and rebirth. The air was still filled with the unique scent of ozone after ionization, along with an indescribable sense of purity, as if thoroughly cleansed by heavenly thunder. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged at the core of the spirit-gathering array, his aura steady and immovable like a mountain. The mid-stage barrier of the Kaiyuan realm had long been solidified solidified, resembling steel tempered repeatedly by billions of thunderbolts, unbreakable and indestructible. The chaotic divine thunder flowing within his body was no longer a raging torrent but had transformed into a deep and restrained thunder pool. Each strand contained an immensely compressed destructive power, yet it obeyed commands and flowed harmoniously. The surging vitality of the nine heavens thunder body at the peak of its second transformation coursed through muscles and bones, bringing an unprecedented sense of power, as if a mere gesture could tear through the air and shake mountains. However, Lei Wanjun did not let him leave. "Little brat, don't get cocky." Old Lei took a sip of wine, his hoarse voice stern and unquestionable. A day and night of thunder tribulation tempering the body, forcefully breaking through 3 minor realms, and cultivating the nine heavens thunder body to the second transformation. It may look impressive, but who knows how many hidden injuries and weaknesses are lurking inside. Use the 10,000 thunder technique and the gluttonous demon suppression scripture properly and thoroughly to sort everything out. Not a single trace of abnormal energy can be overlooked. If you leave even the slightest hidden danger, I'll skin you alive. Wu Haoyu's heart tightened, fully aware that his master's words were no idle threat. The tempering that triggered the heavenly tribulation had indeed brought about a transformative change akin to being reborn, but the process was fraught with extreme peril, as if dancing on the edge of death multiple times. Especially in the final stage, the eerie balance between the devouring talent and the 9 profound golden thunder command concealed countless unknown risks. He quickly calmed his mind, dispelling all distractions, and once again immersed himself in a deep state of cultivation. The profound mental technique of the 4th level of the 10,000 thunder art slowly circulated within his sea of consciousness, guiding the pure and vast thunder element's spiritual energy through the expanded and reinforced meridians in a cyclical flow, like the most precise instrument meticulously examining his body. At the same time, the scripture of the gluttonous demon-suppressing canon was also in operation, emanating a heavy and solemn power imbued with suppression and purification. This force, like an invisible giant millstone, repeatedly ground through his dantian and chi-si, carefully filtering the purity of every strand of spiritual energy, smoothing out the minute cracks and energy blockages caused by the forced breakthrough. Time slipped away silently amidst this meticulous refinement. At the top of the tower, only Wu Haoyu's long and steady breathing could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the sound of Lei Wanjun gulping down wine, the liquid sliding down his throat with a glug sound. When the last trace of slightly sluggish energy within his body was thoroughly cleansed and smoothed by the pure thunder force of the 10,000 thunder technique, and the power of the gluttonous demon suppression scripture confirmed that no trace of sinister energy or residual impurities remained, Wu Haoyu finally slowly withdrew his energy. He opened his eyes, and a flash of purple-gold thunder light flickered deep within his pupils. His aura was now completely harmonious and unified, devoid of any sense of instability, leaving only a profound heaviness and restrained sharpness after being tempered. Now that's more like it." Lei Wanjun squinted as he scrutinized him for a moment, nodding in satisfaction before taking another big swig of wine. "Your foundation is thoroughly solid now, even more stable than I expected. The first piece of that ghost token has been unlocked. What benefits did it bring? Take it out and let me have a look." Wu Haoyu focused his thoughts, allowing his consciousness to slowly sink into his dantian. The phantom of the 9 mystical golden thunder tokens still hovered there, with 9 tokens rotating around it, emanating an ancient and solemn aura. Among them, the first token, which radiated the most noble purple-gold brilliance, had lost its thickest main seal chain, and the token's glow had become even more vibrant and profound. He cautiously extended his spiritual power toward the unsealed token. Buzz! As soon as his spiritual power touched the surface of the token, it suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, an indescribable, vast will seemingly imbued with the essence of thunder, carrying an irresistible majesty, surged violently along Wu Haoyu's spiritual power, crashing fiercely into his sea of consciousness. Boom! Wu Haoyu felt golden light flicker before his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to be swept into a pure ocean woven from endless strands of violet gold lightning. At the center of this ocean of thunder, a rune of unimaginable complexity floated silently. This rune was not written with any known ink but was composed of countless, infinitesimally fine yet incomparably condensed arcs of violet gold lightning. It constantly shifted in form, at times coiling like dragons and serpents, at times aligning like constellations, and at times transforming into intricate geometric patterns. At its core, an ancient character, Een, flickered faintly, emanating an unparalleled will to command all thunder and decree the wrath of the heavens. Just by gazing at this rune, Wu Haoyu felt his mental strength being repeatedly pierced and tempered by countless tiny lightning needles, bringing a deep soul-stinging pain and a trace of peculiar enlightenment. At the same time, an exceptionally clear stream of information was imprinted deep within his sea of consciousness, not a specific cultivation method, nor a description of its power, but merely a single thought: concentrate mental strength, visualize this rune, and invoke the wandering thunder power in the heavens and earth, shaping it according to the trajectory of this rune. The information abruptly stopped there. As the golden light gradually faded, his consciousness returned to his body. At the center of Wu Haoyu's brow, an extremely faint, almost imperceptible phantom of a purple-gold rune flickered briefly before vanishing without a trace. He opened his eyes, filled with confusion and a hint of absurdity. "Master." He looked at Lei Wanjun, his expression peculiar. "From that token, it only gave me this." He raised his hand, and a strand of pure spiritual energy overflowed from his fingertips, painstakingly sketching in the air. The threads of spiritual energy twisted and trembled, struggling to mimic the intricate and despair-inducing trajectory of the purple extreme thunder seal in his mind. However, the sketching process was extremely arduous. The rune's trajectory contained incomprehensible thunderous Tao resonance, and every stroke seemed to tear apart his spiritual energy. Only less than 1/10 of the twisted prototype had been outlined when Wu Haoyu felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. His mental energy was greatly depleted, and the prototype flickered like a candle in the wind, eventually dissipating with a soft poof into scattered specks of spiritual light. Just this? Wu Haoyu stared blankly at the spiritual energy gradually fading from his fingertips, then looked at his empty hand, utterly confused. A method for drawing symbols? Not even a hint about how to use it or what it's for. Not a single clue. Could it really be like those old era novels, where you take a cinnabar brush and draw a talisman on yellow paper, then shout by the decree of the law, act swiftly, to suppress evil spirits? An absurd image of himself holding a yellow paper talisman and charging at a ferocious beast flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Even the evil spirits would probably be scared silly, wouldn't they? Lei Wanjun leaned in closer, his cloudy old eyes fixed on the faint trace of spatial disturbance left behind by Wu Haoyu's spiritual energy at his fingertips. He extended his rough fingers, gently pinched the air in that spot, then brought them to his nose to sniff. His brows furrowed deeply. "Weird," he muttered. "This is neither an energy fluctuation nor a pure spiritual power trajectory. It seems more like an extremely intricate mental power code? Or perhaps, an imprint?" He took a sip of wine and smacked his lips. "I haven't studied rune formations deeply, but this thing definitely doesn't feel like those scribbled talismans on yellow paper. It's more like a key or a command that can trigger a specific force within the rules of the universe." He turned to look at Wu Haoyu, his expression becoming serious. "Kid, this thing is absolutely not simple. It doesn't require spiritual power, but rather highly concentrated, precisely aligned mental power that matches the rune trajectory. Damn it, this is somewhat similar to those mysterious mental system formations in psychic imprints, but it's not exactly the same. It seems to be triggering the pure essence of thunder rules." Mental system? Wu Haoyu's eyes lit up, and a gentle figure immediately appeared in his mind. "Exactly." Lei Wanjun slapped his thigh. "Although I don't know exactly how it works, this thing is 90% related to mental power. Don't you know that girl from the Wen family? She's a genius in the mental system. Her great-grandfather, Wen Yan, that old ghost, is practically a founding figure in rune formations and the application of mental power. Go ask him, maybe he can help you break through this barrier." Wu Haoyu's frustration instantly vanished, replaced by clarity and enlightenment. Indeed, every field has its own experts. Instead of fumbling around here, why not seek advice from a professional? "Thank you for your guidance, Master." He immediately stood up, brimming with energy, and the fatigue from his breakthrough disappeared completely. "I'll go stabilize my progress now and seek advice from senior sister when tomorrow. Get lost, get lost." Lei Wanjun waved his hand impatiently, though there was a faint trace of exhaustion on his face. 3 days and nights of chaos, and I didn't even get a chance to enjoy a good drink, just cleaning up after you and protecting you. Go back to sleep. Let me have some peace and quiet." Wu Haoyu chuckled, bowed respectfully, and strode away from the top floor. The heavy alloy door silently closed behind him, sealing off the starlight and the scent of alcohol from the tower's summit. The night was deep, and the core area of Shing Wu University was bathed in the soft glow of energy streetlights. After a thorough day and night of sorting and reflection, Wu Haoyu felt refreshed, his steps steady and powerful. Breaking through to the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm not only caused his strength to surge but also brought a comprehensive enhancement to his 5 senses. The rustling sound of leaves stirred by the night breeze, the faint rumble of energy collisions in the distant training grounds, and even the subtle movements of housekeeping robots in the far-off Villa district all reached his ears with clarity. The entire world in his perception became more vivid and layered. He walked toward Villa A07, still pondering the mysterious purple extreme thunder induction talisman and contemplating how to broach the subject with Wen Ruyu tomorrow. When he reached the shaded path corner, just a few dozen meters away from the villa, his steps involuntarily came to a halt. Under the warm yellow light of the villa's front door, a familiar graceful figure stood quietly. Senior Wen Ruyu. She seemed to have just taken a bath. Her usually meticulously tied purple hair now cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, shimmering with a silky luster under the light. She wore a soft beige knitted long dress that reached her calves, outlining her slender waist and gentle curves. Over it, she casually draped a light gray thin cardigan, and on her feet were comfortable beige soft-soled house slippers. Buzz. Her face was bare, without without makeup, yet her skin appeared even more radiant, her brows and eyes like a painting. The night breeze gently brushed against her, playfully sticking a few strands of hair to her fair cheeks. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the lit window on the villa's second floor, her eyes faintly revealing a trace of imperceptible worry and anticipation. The dim light outlined her soft and tranquil profile, completely different from the bright and capable aura of the black suit she wore during the day. At this moment, she resembled an orchid quietly blooming in the night, exuding a sense of homely laziness and a gentleness that touched the soul. A few days apart, it turns out that longing had already quietly taken root in the depths of the heart, nearly concealed for a time by the tension of breakthroughs and the focus of discipline. For some reason, Wu Haoyu's steps suddenly quickened. He did not deliberately suppress his breath, and the sound of his footsteps was particularly clear in the silent night. Wen Ruyu heard the sound and immediately turned her head. When the familiar figure striding forward came into view, her bright jade-like eyes instantly lit up, as if falling into a dazzling galaxy. All her worries vanished in an instant, replaced by pure joy and reassurance. She almost instinctively quickened her steps, jogging forward to meet him. "How you're finally back." Her voice carried a trace of trembling that even she hadn't noticed. She only stopped in front of Wu Haoyu after running up to him, slightly out of breath, lifting her head to gaze at him. The light danced in her clear eyes. "I heard from my classmates that over by the Wanxiang Tower, thunderclouds have been shrouding the area for a whole day and night, and the commotion was huge. I was really worried about you." Looking at her cheeks, slightly flushed from the jog, catching the faint scent of gardenias wafting from her, and seeing the unhidden concern in her eyes, an indescribable impulse instantly shattered all of Wu Haoyu's reason and restraint. Before the words could leave his mouth, his arm had already moved on its own, pulling the soft, delicate figure in front of him tightly and forcefully into his embrace. "Senior sister." His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a trace of post-crisis exhaustion, but more so a sense of relief at regaining what was lost in an indescribable tremor of emotion. His arms, like the toughest vines, firmly encircled her slender and supple waist, as if trying to merge her entirely into his own body. Wen Ruyu froze instantly. Her mind went completely blank. The tip of her nose was filled with the scent of sunshine, sweat, and his unique thunderous aura. Her cheek pressed tightly against his solid, warm chest, and she could even clearly hear the strong, drum-like beating of his heart within his chest. His embrace was forceful and domineering, carrying an undeniable firmness, yet faintly revealing a subtle vulnerability and dependence. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The night breeze gently brushed the treetops, and the faint commotion in the distance turned into a blurred background noise. The entire world seemed to consist only of this sudden, inseparable embrace, along with the rapidly escalating heartbeats and body heat between the two. Wen Ruyu could feel her cheeks heating up rapidly, her heartbeat so fast it felt as if it might leap out of her throat. After the initial stiffness, an indescribable warmth and shyness instantly overwhelmed her. She did not struggle, did not resist, not even a symbolic attempt to push away. Her long eyelashes trembled violently like startled butterfly wings, then slowly lowered. Her stiff body gradually softened, obediently nestling into his broad and solid embrace, even cautiously pressing her cheek closer to that warm chest. A small hand unconsciously grasped the fabric at his waist lightly, the fingertips slightly curling. The embrace lasted for a long time, yet it also seemed like just a fleeting moment. It wasn't until the night breeze brought a hint of chill that Wen Ruyu seemed to suddenly come to her senses, her body moving slightly as she let out a faint murmur. Wu Haoyu also woke as if from a dream, realizing how abrupt his actions had been. Buzz! He abruptly let go of his arm as if scalded, stepping back half a step. His ears turned so red they seemed about to drip blood. His gaze wandered, avoiding Wen Ruyu's eyes, and his throat felt dry and tight. Sorry, senior. Wen Ruyu's cheeks were equally flushed. She lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her cardigan, the fabric still creased from being grabbed earlier. She felt her cheeks burning as if they could fry an egg, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. The air between them seemed to freeze, filled with an unbearable awkwardness and an indescribable tension of ambiguity. No one knew what to say. The lingering sensation of the embrace just now, along with the intimacy it brought, remained vividly etched in the memory of the body. In the end, Wen Ruyu took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her frantic heartbeat and the heat on her face. She tried to regain her usual tone, though it still carried a slight tremble. It's okay. Were you breaking through in the Myriad Tower? That commotion was so frightening. In fact, the moment she first saw Wu Haoyu, she had keenly sensed the steady and powerful aura fluctuation of the mid-stage Kaiyuan realm emanating from him. Such a leap in cultivation was enough to astonish anyone. But at this moment, her mind had already been completely occupied by the sudden embrace just now. That trace of shock from his cultivation had long been swept away by the surging emotions. Oh, yes. Wu Haoyu seemed to have grabbed onto a lifeline, hurriedly nodding along with her words, his voice still somewhat unsteady. It was during the breakthrough at the Wanxiang Tower, from the late Wen Wu stage, directly leaping to the mid-Kaiyuan stage. He scratched his head, attempting to use the miracle of his breakthrough to ease the awkwardness in front of him. mid-Kaiyuan stage. Wen Ruyu finally raised her head in realization, her emerald-like eyes instantly widening as she carefully examined him. The powerful spiritual perception was like the most. The morning light pierced through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa A07, casting warm spots of light on the polished floor. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged on the jade platform in the center of the cultivation room, surrounded by violet gold lightning that flickered rhythmically like breathing. After a night of consolidation, his mid-stage Kaiyuan realm cultivation was completely stabilized, and the power of the second transformation peak of the Nine Heavens thunder body surged through his flesh and bones, bringing an unprecedented sense of control. The chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder flowed steadily through his meridians, restrained yet harboring a terrifying destructive force ready to erupt at any moment. After finishing his morning practice, the warm water washed away the dust of the night, leaving his mind clearer than ever. He changed into the uniform of Shing Wu University, and as he was drying his damp hair to a semi-dry state, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang at just the right moment. Opening the door, the morning light revealed the graceful figure standing at the entrance. Wen Ruyu stood in the sunlight, dressed in Shing Wu University's iconic silver-white uniform set. The short, tailored blazer accentuated her slender waistline, paired with a snow-white silk shirt underneath, its collar adorned with a delicate silver bow tie that highlighted the elegance of her swan-like neck. Beneath the knee-length silver-gray pleated skirt, her long, well-proportioned legs were wrapped in fine flesh-colored stockings, exuding a soft, healthy glow in the morning light and perfectly outlining smooth contours. On her feet were simple yet elegant white block-heeled shoes, further emphasizing her already tall and graceful figure. Her steps, carrying a blend of academic sharpness and subtle femininity. Her purple hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, with a few strands gently lifted by the morning breeze. A faint smile graced her face, as fresh and captivating as newly bloomed wisteria. "Senior, good morning." Wu Haoyu's gaze lingered on her for a moment, as if the morning light had gathered around her. "Good morning, Haoyu." Wen Ruyu's smile was gentle, her eyes sweeping over him with a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Are you ready? Grandfather should already be waiting for you in his office." "Yes, let's go." Wu Haoyu nodded, locked the door, and walked alongside her. The campus air in the early morning was fresh, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. On the path leading to the Tactical Academy's office building, dappled light filtered through the branches of towering energy trees. Though they did not intentionally hold hands, the distance between them was closer than usual, their steps revealing a natural harmony. Occasionally, their shoulders brushed lightly, sparking a subtle sense of connection. "Great-grandfather has been full of praise for you ever since he met you in Feiyu City last time," Wen Ruyu said softly, a smile touching her lips. "He spoke highly of you in front of grandfather, my father, and several uncles, commending your exceptional talent, steady temperament, and rare solid foundation, saying your future is boundless." "Senior Wen flatters me," Wu Haoyu replied, slightly shy but warmed inside. "Great-grandfather has a keen eye." When Ruyu glanced at him, her gaze filled with trust. "He said your future achievements will undoubtedly make you stand out among Shing Wu's younger generation." As they walked and chatted, the atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. Sunlight danced through the leaves, landing on them. When Ruyu occasionally fell into thought over one of Wu Haoyu's questions, her long lashes casting faint shadows on her fair cheeks, Wu Haoyu listened intently, his gaze resting on her graceful profile, the morning light outlining her delicate features. A tacit sense of closeness quietly flowed between them. At the top floor of the Tactical Academy, Wen Yang's office awaited. It was less an office and more a vast, mysterious spiritual workshop. Instead of ordinary desks and filing cabinets, the space featured floating, slowly rotating three-dimensional rune arrays, softly glowing energy crystal spheres, and walls adorned with intricate, dazzlingly complex giant formation diagrams. The air was imbued with a faint scent of sandalwood and an indescribable tranquil force that seemed to soothe all mental ripples. Wen Ruyu knocked lightly on the door. "Grandfather." "Come in, Ruyu," a calm and gentle voice, imbued with a power that reached straight to the heart, responded from within. Wen Ruyu pushed the door open and entered, with Wu Haoyu following closely behind. As soon as he stepped into the room, a vast, pure, and deep-sea-like tranquil mental force field instantly swept over Wu Haoyu's entire body. This power was not an attack but more like a supreme-level probe, as if it could see through him completely, inside and out. The chaotic thunder of divine punishment within him instinctively stirred slightly but gradually calmed under the soothing purple-gold radiance emitted by the 9 profound golden thunder command seal. "Senior One." Wu Haoyu suppressed the momentary unease in his heart and respectfully saluted the elder seated on the ancient rattan chair in the center of the room. Wen Yang was dressed in a deep blue traditional robe, his hair and beard completely white and his face thin and gaunt. He closed the jade book emitting a faint glow in his hand, his gaze falling on Wu Haoyu. A barely perceptible trace of approval and curiosity flashed in his deep eyes. "No need for formalities, have a seat." He gestured to 2 rattan chairs of the same material nearby. Wen Ruyu naturally pulled Wu Haoyu to sit down, her movements intimate and effortless. Wen Yang's gaze lingered for a moment on his granddaughter's hand holding onto Wu Haoyu's sleeve, a knowing smile appearing in his eyes. He then turned to Wu Haoyu. Ruyu mentioned that you caused quite a stir at the Wanxiang Tower, breaking through 3 realms in a single day, significantly enhancing both your physique and techniques, even triggering a thunder baptism. The younger generation is truly remarkable and admirable. Senior, you overpraise me. It was merely luck, thanks to my master's constant guidance and protection, Wu Haoyu responded humbly. Opportunity is also a part of strength. Wen Yang waved his hand and turned his gentle gaze to Wen Ruyu. Ruyu, pour a cup of focus dew for Haoyu. Wen Ruyu responded and got up, walking to the crystal table nearby, skillfully handling several jade bottles emitting a cold aura. Wen Yang then began discussing cultivation insights with Wu Haoyu, especially praising his quick thinking in Blackstone Canyon, where he cleverly used beast lure powder to escape. This peak-level extraordinary spiritual expert spoke without arrogance, offering profound yet calm wisdom. His words often hit the mark, greatly benefiting Wu Haoyu. Wen Ruyu brought 2 cups of emerald green liquid, exuding a refreshing aura and swirling slowly like nebulae, and placed them on the small table in front of the two. She quietly sat beside Wu Haoyu, listening to their conversation, occasionally chiming in with a word or two, creating a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. After chatting for about half an hour, when Ruyu spoke at the right moment, "Grandfather, Haoyu accidentally came across a very peculiar piece of ancient rune information. Neither of us can figure it out, so we wanted to ask for your help." "Oh, a peculiar ancient rune?" Wen Yang's eyes immediately lit up with intense interest, like a collector spotting a rare treasure. "Quick, let this old man take a look." Wu Haoyu immediately sat upright, his expression solemn. He took a deep breath, focused all his attention, and carefully extracted the complete spiritual imprint of the purple extreme thunder guiding talisman from his sea of consciousness, concentrating it at his fingertips. This time, he did not attempt to depict the runes but instead slowly injected this pure stream of spiritual information, like an invisible data packet, into a piece of warm and translucent blank spiritual jade tablet that had been prepared on the table. The surface of the jade tablet instantly lit up with a soft white glow, as countless tiny points of light rapidly moved, combined, and reorganized within it. A moment later, the center of the jade tablet clearly revealed a phantom of a purple gold rune, composed of pure spiritual light points, so intricate and profound that it left one utterly mesmerized. It was none other than the purple extreme thunder induction rune. The rune seemed to be formed by countless tiny arcs of lightning, with the ancient character induction at its core exuding an unparalleled will to command all thunder. Its trajectory was intricate, its Tao rhythm profound, far surpassing ordinary talismans and formations. The instant when Yang saw the rune, the calmness on his face was swiftly replaced by solemnity, and his deep eyes burst forth with a tangible brilliance. He grabbed the spiritual jade tablet, and his powerful spiritual energy, like the most precise probe, surged into the jade tablet without reservation, meticulously scanning and perceiving every detail, turn, and the Tao rhythm fluctuations contained within the runes. The office fell into a long silence, with only the faint hum emitted by the flowing runes on the surface of the jade tablet. Wen Ruyu and Wu Haoyu held their breath, concentrating intensely, not daring to make any sound. After a long time, Wen Yang slowly withdrew his spiritual energy, letting out a long sigh, his eyes filled with amazement and an undeniable sense of shock. "Extraordinary, truly extraordinary." He stroked his snow-white beard, his voice carrying an unprecedented solemnity. "This talisman is by no means an ordinary talisman in the conventional sense." Pointing at the flowing phantom runes within the jade tablet, he began to analyze in a simple yet profound manner. "As Yu's earlier perception was correct, the essence of these runes does not rely on physical spiritual energy or the medium of talisman paper and cinnabar to carry their power. Its foundation lies in the perfect fusion of spiritual power and the essence of thunder. The method of its depiction requires using one's highly concentrated and pure-willed spiritual power as the brush, and drawing upon the purest essence of thunder in the world as the ink, directly imprinting it within the sea of consciousness according to this incredibly profound trajectory. Once successfully imprinted in the sea of consciousness, Wen Yan's gaze grew incomparably profound. "It will become a part of your spiritual world, a beacon constructed from the essence of thunder. Its functions, as this old man deduces, primarily focus on tempering and protection." "Tempering?" Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu asked in unison. "Exactly," Wen Yang affirmed. "By imprinting this rune in your sea of consciousness, the contained essence of thunder will constantly wash over and temper your spiritual power. It's like placing refined iron into thunderfire for repeated forging, removing impurities and condensing its essence. The effect is 100 times superior to ordinary spiritual meditation techniques. Over time, the intensity, resilience, purity of your spiritual power, and even your affinity and understanding of thunder's laws will achieve unimaginable enhancement." As for protection, a sharp glint flashed in Wen Yang's eyes. The rune, imbued with the essence of thunder's will, imprinted at the core of the sea of consciousness, is itself the most formidable spiritual barrier. Any ordinary spiritual attack, illusion, or even corrupt and evil thoughts that approach your sea of consciousness will be like moths drawn drawn to the sun formed by heavenly thunder, instantly burned and purified by its majestic divine power and destructive will. It is the ultimate shield for protecting the primordial spirit. Wu Haoyu's heart surged with excitement. Such effects were simply defying the heavens, but he quickly thought of a crucial point. Senior, how can one invoke the essence of thunder as ink? Senior's sister Ruyu once tried to outline it but was repelled. When Yang shook his head, revealing a faint bitter smile. This is precisely the most difficult and demanding aspect of this talisman. It's not that Ruyu lacks spiritual power, but rather, she doesn't possess the chaotic divine thunder of exorcism within you. Therefore, she cannot invoke the trace of thunder power closest to the source within the heavenly lightning. His gaze burned as he stared at Wu Haoyu. This talisman is your exclusive item. The one who draws it must be a controller of lightning-based abilities, and their level cannot be too low. Your SS grade talent, the chaotic divine thunder of exorcism, is a top-tier lightning ability with a purity of thunder power that is almost at the source. Although Ruyu's spiritual power is strong, its attribute does not align with the essence of thunder, so she naturally cannot invoke the source as ink. Forcing the drawing would only result in backlash from its Tao rhythm. Therefore, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of both emotion and expectation. This purple extreme lightning talisman can only be explored and attempted by you. Using your chaotic divine thunder of exorcism as the foundation, you must draw it bit by bit within your sea of consciousness. No one else can do it for you. Exclusive, can only rely on myself. Wu Haoyu murmured, deep in thought. The pressure in his heart surged, but at the same time, a blazing fighting spirit was ignited. Not only that, when Yan's voice carried a trace of ancient reminiscence from the structure and Tao rhythm of the talisman, it is absolutely not of this era. It is highly likely to originate from a lost ancient thunder Tao inheritance, or perhaps, an even more distant age. Such ancient talismans have one major characteristic: growth potential. Growth potential? Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu were once again drawn to the conversation. Exactly. Wen Yan affirmed, it is not a static, lifeless object. Once you successfully imprint it onto your sea of consciousness, it will resonate with your own cultivation level, your innate power, especially your chaos demon-slaying divine thunder and your soul perception, gradually evolving and transforming. It will grow alongside you. As for what it will ultimately evolve into and what kind of incredible power it will possess, Wen Yang's eyes sparkled with wisdom, that depends on the path you choose and the depth of your understanding of the essence of thunder. These words were like opening a door to endless possibilities for Wu Haoyu. Exclusive, growth-oriented, limitless potential. The value of the purple extreme thunder guiding talisman far exceeded his imagination. After unraveling the mysteries of the rune, the atmosphere in the office became relaxed once again. Wen Yang clearly grew increasingly satisfied with Wu Haoyu, his future grandson-in-law, and frequently teased the two in his remarks. Seeing Wen Ruyu's cheeks slightly reddened by his joke and Wu Haoyu looking somewhat embarrassed, the esteemed elder let out a hearty laugh. Buzz, Haoyu, Wen Yi said earnestly before parting, my family's old patriarch has mentioned several times that I must invite you to visit the Wen family. I, this old man, am also looking forward to it. When will you come by and let those old folks at home see for themselves the outstanding young talent that Ruyu has chosen? I wonder what kind of brilliance you possess. The junior will certainly arrange a time soon to visit the patriarch and senior one, Wu Haoyu replied respectfully. Bidding farewell to Wen Yang and stepping out of the tactical academy building, the sunlight was perfectly cascading down. Rumble. The biggest doubt in his heart resolved. Wu Haoyu immediately felt refreshed and invigorated. A relaxed smile also appeared on Wen Ruyu's face, and her gaze toward him grew increasingly gentle and warm. Are you free? Come with me to the resource zone. I need to buy a new communication terminal. Wu Haoyu shook his empty wrist. His previous terminal had long been completely destroyed during the tribulation lightning. Sure, Wen Ruyu readily agreed. Click. The resource zone of Shing Wu University resembled a massive futuristic technology market. Floating display platforms showcased various high-level psionic equipment, genetic serums, martial arts jade slips, and rare materials. Huge holographic screens continuously scrolled with task information, resource exchange rates, and announcements of the latest technological achievements. The area was bustling with people, noisy yet full of vitality. The two had just purchased the latest model of tactical wrist terminals at an officially certified terminal device store, finished setting up the basic functions, and were about to leave. Just a few steps out of the store, an extremely glaring and provocative scene suddenly entered their view. Not far ahead, Wang Tianhao was holding a woman with exquisite makeup and a sizzling hot short skirt, none other than Lu Ruyan. Wang Tianhao clearly noticed them as well, a malicious smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Instead of avoiding them, he deliberately tightened his grip on Lu Ruyan, his hand suggestively caressing her waist and hips. His provocative gaze shot straight at Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu, filled with arrogance and disdain. Lu Ruyan's body visibly stiffened, the smile forced onto her face looking extremely strained, with a trace of humiliation and numbness flickering deep in her eyes. She saw Wu Haoyu, and she also saw Wen Ruyu beside him, whose gentle and refined demeanor was as radiant as the bright moon. The stark contrast stirred an indescribable bitterness and regret in her heart. Wu Haoyu's brows furrowed slightly, his gaze instantly turning icy. He had no intention of wasting time or emotions on such a person, nor did he want Wen Ruyu to be tainted by this filth. He grabbed Wen Ruyu's wrist and said softly, "Senior, let's take this way instead," preparing to bypass them. "Yo, isn't this classmate Haoyu and Senior One? What a coincidence." Wang Tianhao deliberately raised his voice, wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan, and strode forward to block their path. His face bore a fake smile, but his gaze was as cold and venomous as a snake. "What's this? Running off without even saying hello to old acquaintances? That's not very polite, is it?" He deliberately emphasized the words old acquaintances, his eyes darting maliciously between Wen Ruyu and Lu Ruyan, full of sinister insinuations. Boom! Wu Haoyu stopped in his tracks, his gaze icy as he stared at him. "Wang Tianhao, are we really that familiar with you? Or is your Wang family planning to send me gifts? A good dog doesn't block the way, mind your own mouth." The fake smile on Wang Tianhao's face froze instantly, a flash of anger in his eyes that he quickly suppressed, replacing it with an even more infuriating expression. "Tisk, why so hot-tempered? Wu Haoyu, I was just kindly reminding you. Sure, you've got talent and managed to climb up to someone as influential as Senior One." He deliberately paused, his gaze shifting to the calm-faced Wen Ruyu. "But don't forget, you and our Ruyan still have a marriage agreement in place. Eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot, now that's not very honorable, is it? Senior Wen, wouldn't you agree?" His final words directly targeted Wen Ruyu, attempting to use this old matter to sow discord between the two. The air instantly froze. Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling slightly, almost biting through her lip. This so-called engagement had long become a noose strangling the Lu family, an indelible mark of humiliation. Now, being exposed by Wang Tianhao in public, especially in front of Wu Haoyu and Wen Ruyu, was undoubtedly like rubbing salt into her wound. Some passing students nearby also sensed the tension in the air and cast curious glances in their direction. However, to everyone's surprise, there was not a trace of anger, embarrassment, or questioning on Wen Ruyu's face as Wang Tianhao had anticipated. She didn't even furrow her brows. She simply tilted her head slightly and looked at Wu Haoyu. In her clear, jade-like eyes, there was no hint of doubt or hesitation, only a faint sense of helplessness, as if she had seen through this tiresome farce. Then, she let out a soft sigh. That light sigh, however, was like a 1,000-pound hammer, instantly shattering the malicious atmosphere Wang Tianhao had painstakingly created. "Junior Wang," Wen Ruyu's voice was calm and steady, as if she were stating a fact unrelated to herself, "let the past stay in the past. Junior Wu has long since dissolved his engagement with the Lu family, this is common knowledge. Bringing up such an outdated matter that has already been nullified, what purpose does it serve other than to make yourself appear narrow-minded?" Her gaze didn't even linger on the pale-faced Lu Ruyan for a second, as if she were nothing more than an insignificant backdrop. After speaking, Wen Ruyu naturally turned her hand to hold Wu Haoyu's, her fingertips conveying a sense of complete trust and warmth. "Haoyu, let's go. The air here isn't very good." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Wu Haoyu felt the warmth and strength coming from her palm. The hostility that had risen due to Wang Tianhao's provocation instantly dissipated, leaving only a warm current surging in his heart. Without sparing a glance at Wang Tianhao, whose face had turned ashen, he nodded to Wen Ruyu. "All right." The two walked away hand in hand, their fingers tightly intertwined, as if no one else existed. They passed by the motionless Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, as though brushing off two insignificant specks of dust. Watching their retreating figures, seeing Wen Ruyu's calm composure, and even the trace of pity she showed toward Wang Tianhao, the muscles on Wang Tianhao's face twitched violently. A surge of humiliation and rage, mixed with the feeling of being utterly ignored, shot straight to his head. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, and his gaze was venomous like a dagger laced with poison. "Wretched woman. Wu Haoyu, just you wait." Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, in his arms, was already as pale as a sheet. Wen Ruyu's cold indifference, Wu Haoyu's icy stare, and now Wang Tianhao's undisguised brutality, all the humiliation, regret, and despair surged over her like a freezing tide, drowning her in an instant. She finally realized with painful clarity that her short-sightedness and foolishness back then had pushed the Lu family and herself into an abyss of no return. The Lu family of today has long been drained of its lifeblood by the Wang family under the guise of assistance, completely reduced to a vassal. Without the Wang family, it would collapse and disintegrate in an instant. As for Lu Ruyan, in Wang Tianhao's eyes, she was nothing more than a tool to be toyed with for thrills, a plaything to satisfy his desires. One wrong step leads to another. Regret comes too late. Tears silently slid down the corners of her eyes, blending with her delicate makeup, making her appear disheveled and sorrowful. Boom, boom, boom. She gazed at Wang Tianhao's profile, twisted with anger, her heart filled with nothing but endless coldness and despair. She had already fallen deep into this abyss, unable to see even the faintest glimmer of light. Lunch took place at the serene and elegant Tinjiuxuan restaurant at Shing Wu University. The mystery of the rune was unraveled, and Wang Tianhao's provocation was easily easily resolved, leaving both of them in a relaxed mood. Wen Ruyu ordered a few light and exquisite spiritual vegetable dishes, while Wu Haoyu chose a serving of stewed beast bones rich in vital energy and blood. During the meal, Wu Haoyu relayed Wen Yang's analysis of the purple extreme thunder guiding rune in detail. Wen Ruyu listened with eyes sparkling and felt genuine happiness for Wu Haoyu. The two discussed how to attempt sketching the rune in their sea of consciousness while sharing cultivation insights, and time flew by quickly. After the meal, they reluctantly said goodbye at the restaurant entrance. Wen Ruyu had an important practical mental strength simulation class in the afternoon. Wu Haoyu watched her graceful figure disappear at the end of the tree-lined path, and the budding emotions in his heart quietly grew like vines. He had just turned and walked a short distance when the new tactical terminal on his wrist began to vibrate. A holographic communication request was projected, and the contact turned out to be Master Lei Wanjun. Wu Haoyu immediately connected. "Hey, you little rascal, got your terminal fixed? Pretty quick, huh?" Lei Wanjun's scruffy, boo-scented face appeared on the light screen, with the background seemingly a dimly lit corner of a tavern. "Master," Wu Haoyu responded respectfully. "Alright, enough with the nonsense." Lei Wanjun took a swig of wine, his voice booming. "Is your realm stabilized? Have you figured out that ghost talisman?" "Basically figured it out. I need to explore and sketch it out in my sea of consciousness," Wu Haoyu answered briefly. "Good, that's great. Just in time. Stop cooping yourself up at home." Lei Wanjun waved his large hand. "Pack up. Tomorrow morning, head out with me to stretch your muscles. We'll find a place to test your mid-stage Kaiyuan realm strength in actual combat. And while we're at it, I'll get you some good stuff to solidify your foundation." "Hunting?" Wu Haoyu's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Master, can I bring my classmates along? They're the teammates from last time at Blackstone Canyon, well-coordinated and reliable in strength." "Oh, that bunch of little brats?" Lei Wanjun raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling something, and grinned. "Alright, the more, the merrier. It'll be a good chance for them to get some exposure and see what real hunting is all about. Tell them to get their gear ready and meet at the school gate at 7 tomorrow morning. If anyone's late by even a second, I'll skin them alive." "Yes, Master," Wu Haoyu responded. Buzz. After the call ended, he immediately began reaching out. "First, post a message in the squad communication group, urgent notice. Elder Lei will personally lead the hunt. Gather at the school gate at 7 a.m. tomorrow." The target and intensity have not been disclosed yet, but the opportunity is absolutely rare. Sign up quickly if you can make it. At all members. As soon as the message was sent, the group instantly exploded with excitement. "Ouyang Jia, Flame Avatar Elder Lei personally leading? I must go. I've braved mountains of blades and seas of fire before. Sign me up +1. Gong Yuan, Ice Crystal Avatar received, signing up. Chen Lin, Shadow Avatar here, signing up. Zhao Mingxian, Gold-Rimmed Glasses Avatar, got it, rare opportunity, signing up. How you, can I recommend someone? She's a freshman, He Linyan, with an A-grade wind talent, fast speed, skilled in reconnaissance and control, especially adept at tracking and disruption in complex terrains. She's an excellent support candidate. Her abilities are solid, and her mindset is steady. I vouch for her as the top student of the Tactical Academy. Wu Haoyu, at Zhao Mingxian. Sure. You're responsible for contacting her, informing her of the time, location, and risks. Zhao Mingxian, understood. She has already agreed. Lin Wanner, Greenleaf Avatar, sorry emoji, Junior Haoyu, everyone. I've thought about it seriously. Considering my talents and personality, I'm really not suited for this kind of high-intensity combat hunting. Staying at school to delve into healing techniques and improve in alchemy might allow me to contribute more effectively and provide more stable support from the rear. Wishing you all the best and a safe return. Lin Wanner's decision was understandable, and everyone expressed their support and understanding. Soon, the team roster was finalized. Wu Haoyu, Ouyang Jia, Gong Yuan, Chen Lin, Zhao Mingxian, and the newly joined A-level wind talent user, He Linyan. Wu Haoyu sent the list in gathering time to Lei Wanjun and quickly received a brief yet domineering reply. Got it. You little brats, get ready to wet your pants. Looking at the reply, Wu Haoyu couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint, expectant smile. He put away his terminal and cast his gaze beyond the towering walls of Shing Wu University. Storm Canyon, or somewhere even more dangerous? The unknown challenges and opportunities drew him in like a magnet. A new journey was about to begin, and this time, with the strength of the mid-stage Kaiyuan realm, he would join forces with reliable companions to face a broader world head-on. In the early morning, in front of the grand alloy gates of Shing Wu University, the air carried a hint of chill and the glow of the energy. Streetlights softly diffused in the thin mist. 6 figures had already gathered in the dawnlight, resembling blades about to be unsheathed. The most striking figure was none other than Ouyang Jia. Her flame-like red hair flowed wildly, and her delicate features were filled with unabashed excitement and untamed energy. She wore a deep red, almost black, tactical combat suit tailored to perfection, accentuating her powerful curves. A menacingly designed flame, long sword hung diagonally at her waist. Even though she deliberately restrained herself, the scorching aura from her S-class talent southern bright fire still caused the surrounding air to ripple faintly. The spiritual energy fluctuations of her peak Yuanwu realm were like a volcano on the verge of eruption, steady yet fierce. Beside her, Zhao Mingxian adjusted his signature gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his gaze behind the lenses calm and sharp. His A-class psychic talent granted him extraordinary insight. He wore a dark gray tactical suit, standing tall, with a brand new Shadow 3 all-terrain hunting combat vehicle parked next to him. The streamlined black body was covered in high-strength composite armor, with a heavy chassis equipped with a miniature energy shield generator, multi-spectrum scanning array, and retractable rapid-fire energy turrets, a perfect fusion of technology and power. This vehicle was a gift from Wu Xianzong, the third master of the Wu family, as a token of gratitude for Zhao Mingxuan's care for Wu Haoyu in Blackstone Canyon. Zhao Mingxian cherished it deeply, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the cool, smooth surface of the car door. The spiritual force field of his peak Yuanwu realm was steady and restrained. Chen Lin seemed to blend into the shadows, still dressed in a matte black, tight-fitting combat suit, silently standing slightly behind the others. His presence was so faint that it felt as though even light was swallowed up when it reached him. Two uniquely designed short blades emitting a faint blue chill were crossed at his back. His A-class mutated dark talent made him resemble a true shadow, with the aura of his late Yuanwu realm obscure and unfathomable. Gong Yuan stood on the other side, her ice blue long hair tied into a neat and tidy ponytail. Her stunningly beautiful face was as expressionless as an eternal glacier. Dressed in a silver-white ice element combat suit that emitted a faint chill, the low temperature brought by her grade A ice element talent had covered the grass beneath her feet with a thin layer of frost. The spiritual energy fluctuations of her late Yuanwu realm cultivation were as calm as a deep pool, yet carried a freezing coldness capable of freezing everything. Wu Haoyu stood at the front of the team, clad in a pure black combat suit that outlined his tall and robust figure after his breakthrough. A new round of adventure was rising in his heart, and his chest surged with boundless anticipation. His short blue-black hair stood upright, with faint purple electric arcs silently flickering and leaping, showcasing the thunderous power coursing through his body. The composed aura of his mid-Kai Yuan realm cultivation was like a thundercloud ready to strike. Though he did not deliberately release it, he naturally became the core and focus of the entire team. Finally, there was the newly joined member, He Linyan. She was tall and well-proportioned, with rare light green long hair tied into a neat ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. Her clear eyes carried a mix of curiosity and nervousness as she joined a strong team for the first time. She also wore a dark combat suit, but its lighter design perfectly complemented the characteristics of her wind element talent. Her grade A wind element talent gave her a unique aura, as if she could transform into a breeze at any moment. With her late Yuanwu realm cultivation, she was already outstanding among her peers. Welcome aboard, He Linyan. Zhao Mingxian, as the tactical core, took the initiative to introduce everyone. Yang Jia, fire element, responsible for frontal assaults and explosions. The red-haired girl grinned, radiating fiery enthusiasm. Chen Lin, dark element, scout, and ambush. The figure in the shadows spoke succinctly. Gong Yuan, ice element, control and defense. The cool voice sounded like ice beads falling onto a jade plate. Wu Haoyu, lightning element, main attacker. Wu Haoyu nodded at He Linyan, offering a friendly smile. He Linyan responded earnestly to each introduction. He Linyan, first year, class 3 of the Tactical Academy, wind element, specializing in speed, reconnaissance, disruption, and localized airflow control. I look forward to learning from all of you. After getting acquainted, the atmosphere became slightly livelier. Yang Jia's bright eyes swept over Wu Haoyu a few times, her brows furrowing slightly before she suddenly spoke up. Hey, old Wu, why do I feel like you're different from a few days ago? You seem heavier, but I can't quite pinpoint what's changed. Her comment immediately resonated with the others. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, a glimmer flashing in his eyes behind the lenses as he carefully observed Wu Haoyu. That's true. Your aura has become much more restrained, but the quality and total amount of your energy seem to have undergone a significant leap. This can't be explained by simply stabilizing your realm. Gong Yuan's ice blue eyes also fell on Wu Haoyu. Although she said nothing, her gaze clearly carried a hint of doubt. Chen Lin was more direct, his shadow-like perception extended cautiously toward Wu Haoyu as if invisible tentacles, then quickly retracted as if shocked, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Facing the inquisitive looks from his companions, Wu Haoyu stopped keeping them in suspense. Well, I made a small breakthrough. I'm now at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Mid-stage of Kaiyuan? After a brief dead silence, exclamations erupted almost simultaneously. Even the ice-cold beauty Gong Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. Yang Jia's red hair seemed about to ignite. His eyes widened in disbelief. Old Wu, weren't you still at the late stage of Yuanwu just a few days ago? How many days has it been? You skipped over the peak of Yuanwu and the early stage of Kaiyuan, straight to mid-stage? What kind of divine pill did you take? Or were you struck by lightning and suddenly suddenly enlightened? Zhao Mingxuan's calm facade instantly shattered, and his gold-rimmed glasses nearly slid down his nose. He adjusted his glasses, his voice filled with incredulous shock. Wu Haoyu, Wanxiang Tower. The terrifying thundercloud that shrouded the top of the astronomical tower for an entire day and night the day before yesterday. Could it have been you? As a spiritual-type cultivator, he was most sensitive to energy fluctuations. Connecting it to that celestial phenomenon, the answer was self-evident. He Linyan was even more stunned, her small mouth slightly agape, and her light green ponytail momentarily frozen, her gaze as if she were staring at a monster. From late Yuanwu stage to mid-Kaiyuan stage? This leap completely overturned her understanding. Sort of, Wu Haoyu admitted somewhat vaguely. The commotion was a bit much, but fortunately, Master was there to guard me. Hiss. Upon receiving confirmation, everyone collectively drew in a sharp breath. The rumor was that Elder Lei was cultivating, but it turned out to be Wu Haoyu's breakthrough. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly shake the entire upper echelon of Shing Wu University. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Wu Haoyu completely changed. If it was trust and admiration before, now it carried an added layer of awe toward a true powerhouse. Being at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm, he undoubtedly belonged to the top tier among the elite first-year students of Shing Wu University. Just then, the new tactical terminal on Wu Haoyu's wrist vibrated lightly. He raised his hand to check and saw a message from Wen Ruyu. It was just a short line, yet it was filled with heavy concern. Stay safe. I'll wait for your return. Wu Haoyu felt a warmth in his heart, and his cold, stern expression softened instantly. His fingers quickly typed a reply on the virtual keyboard. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. As soon as it was sent out, a familiar and intense smell of alcohol mixed with an invisible pressure swept in like a storm. You little brats. What are you chirping about? Gather up. Lei Wanjuan's signature raspy voice roared. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they instantly straightened their postures, standing as upright as spears. Lei Wanjun was still dressed in his greasy coarse cloth attire, his face unshaven, holding the dark red wine gourd that never left his side, swaggering as he walked over. His cloudy old eyes swept over the crowd, pausing for a moment on Wu Haoyu, with a barely noticeable hint of satisfaction flashing through them, before returning to his impatient expression. Elder Lei. Everyone respectfully saluted in unison, their voices unable to hide their excitement and nervousness. Lei the madman, universally acknowledged as the fiercest figure at Shing Wu University, a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the Transcendent realm. He was actually leading the hunting team in person? This kind of treatment is something one wouldn't even dare to dream of. If this news spreads, it will undoubtedly stir up a frenzy in the entire Imperial capital's hunting circle. Even those proud members of the Holy Radiance Legion will be envious and jealous. Alright, everyone here? Stop dawdling. Lei Wanjun took a swig of alcohol and waved his hand, saying, get in the car. Let's go. Zhao Mingxian immediately started the Shadow 3 model, and the gull-wing doors silently lifted upward. Everyone filed in one after another. The interior is spacious and comfortable, with soft leather seats, equipped with advanced tactical terminals and communication systems. He Linyan curiously examined the top-tier vehicle, her eyes filled with amazement. Lei Wanjun unceremoniously claimed the front passenger seat, adjusted the seat to a comfortable angle, crossed his legs, and let his worn-out straw sandals sway. The Shadow 3 roared with a deep and powerful engine sound, smoothly hovering off the ground and entering the dedicated high-speed magnetic levitation lane leading to the outer ring of the Imperial capital. The tall buildings outside the window quickly receded, gradually replaced by the expansive scenery of the countryside. It wasn't until the vehicle entered the main highway and smoothly switched to autopilot that Lei Wanjun spoke leisurely, his voice carrying a mix of intoxication and undeniable authority. Destination, Yunjing Forest, enter from the southern entrance. This hunt will traverse the outskirts of the forest's core area. He took another swig of alcohol and continued. Route selection, resource point exploration, exotic beast hunting, crisis response, all decisions are up to you to discuss and handle. I'm just here to watch the show, and when you little brats get chewed up until there's nothing left but bone fragments, I might reluctantly step in to save you. Got it? Got it. Everyone in the car responded in unison, their voices a mix of excitement and solemnity. Crossing the outer perimeter of the core area of Cloudscape Forest, the challenge far exceeds that of Blackstone Canyon, and naturally, the opportunities are much greater. Moreover, with Elder Lei, this formidable figure, holding the fort even though he will only act in life and death situations, this in itself is the greatest assurance. No objections. Wu Haoyu, as the team leader, solemnly confirmed on behalf of the squad. Buzz. Oomph, that's good. Lei Wanjun snorted, no longer paying attention to the group. He hugged his wine gourd, squinted his eyes, and pretended to nap. Before long, faint snores could be heard. The atmosphere in the car instantly became much more relaxed. Zhao Mingxian immediately got into the zone, pulling up a detailed 3D map projection of the southern region of Yunjing Forest in the center of the cabin. He adjusted his glasses and calmly said, everyone, the target is set. Crossing the outer perimeter of the Yunjing Forest core area comes with both risks and opportunities. We need to clearly define our roles and formulate a thorough plan. Chen Lin, you will still be the vanguard, responsible for silent reconnaissance within a 5-kilometer radius ahead. Focus on marking high-energy reaction points, nests of group-dwelling exotic beasts, special terrains, and traces of suspicious human activity. His gaze shifted to a companion in the shadows. Chen Lin nodded silently. Student He Linyan, Zhao Mingxian turned to the newcomer. Your wind element talent is crucial. I need you to use wind perception to assist Chen Lin in conducting a large-scale 10-kilometer breath scan. Focus on detecting residual beast auras in the air, abnormal disturbances in plants, and sound information carried by the wind. At the same time, maintain high-speed mobility, ready to support Chen Lin or relay urgent information at any moment. Understood, Captain. He Linyan straightened her posture and responded earnestly, her eyes shining with the light of being entrusted with an important task. Gong Yuan, you're in charge of environmental control and support. Use your ice abilities to create advantageous terrain, restrict the movements of large or clustered beasts, and provide emergency freezing rescue when necessary. Boom! Gong Yuan nodded calmly. Ouyang Jia, you and I will serve as the main output points. Your Nanming Lihua will handle frontal assaults, area clearing, and breaking special defenses. My mental impact will focus on disrupting key targets, breaking illusions, providing mental protection, and executing precise kills when necessary. No problem. Watch me roast them into charcoal. Ouyang Jia rubbed his hands together, his expression full of fighting spirit. Haoyu, Zhao Mingxian finally fixed his gaze on Wu Haoyu. You are our strongest assault force and mobile unit. Your responsibility is to handle those tricky targets discovered by Chen Lin and He Linyan, provide battlefield support and divide the battlefield with lightning speed, and at critical moments, cover the retreat as the rear guard. Additionally, your perception is the sharpest, so you must remain vigilant for any sudden high-level threats. Understood, Wu Haoyu responded in a deep voice, his thoughts clear and resolute. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers swiftly slid across the map, marking several alternative routes and known danger zones. The preliminary route plan prioritizes paths rich in resources, while avoiding territories of large groups of alien beasts. During the actual journey, adjustments must be made flexibly based on real-time reconnaissance. The engagement principle is, assess the risks first, avoid conflict if possible. If forced to fight, ensure a swift and decisive battle with minimal noise. If faced with an irresistible situation, such as a peak 4th-tier enemy or a large-scale beast tide, immediately regroup with me, and I will decide whether to request Elder Lei's support. Is everyone clear? Clear. The group responded in unison, showing no objection to Zhao Mingxuan's arrangements. As the top student of the Tactical Academy, his meticulous thinking and outstanding command abilities had already earned everyone's absolute trust during the life and death trials in Blackstone Canyon. 3 hours later, the Shadow 3 quietly landed at the southern entrance of the Clouscape Forest. This area was even more bustling and chaotic than the outskirts of Blackstone Canyon. On the massive alloy archway were engraved 4 ancient seal characters reading Southern Border of Clouscape. Inside and outside the archway resembled a sprawling mix of an open-air market and a military camp. Various modified vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and even small hovercrafts were parked haphazardly. Hunters dressed in a motley array of outfits, carrying the scent of gunpowder and blood, gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Some were loudly trading furs, claws, and strange minerals, while others clustered together, polishing weapons that gleamed coldly. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, cheap tobacco, the stench of exotic beast materials, and the faint burnt odor from energy engines. Guild banners fluttered above several relatively organized large camps, where guild members in uniform appeared disciplined and orderly. The rest were a diverse array of freelance hunters, their eyes revealing wildness, vigilance, and greed. When the Shadow 3, an obviously expensive and technologically advanced top-tier hunting vehicle, appeared, it immediately drew countless gazes. Envy, jealousy, greed, curiosity, a myriad of complex looks converged like searchlights. And when Wu Haoyu and his group stepped out of the vehicle, the attention reached its peak. 6 young individuals, each with a distinct aura, yet all exuding sharpness. Especially the leader, Wu Haoyu, who radiated the steady presence of a mid-stage Kaiyuan realm cultivator and a faint thunderous pressure. His companions, equally formidable in strength and equipped with top-notch gear, unmistakably showcased the extraordinary prowess of this team. Not to mention the old man who got off the bus last, dressed in tattered linen clothes, carrying a wine gourd, and looking disheveled. Although Lei Wanjun had restrained his aura, the casual glance he swept over still made some seasoned hunters' hearts race, causing them to instinctively avoid his gaze. TSK, which young master or miss is out training again? That vehicle, is it the Phantom 3? Damn, that's rich. The kid leading them. Kaiyuan realm? How old does he even look? Don't cause trouble, that old man feels strange. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Zhao Mingxian remained calm, swiftly operating his wrist terminal to store the massive Shadow 3 into his portable spatial compression wristband. This action drew envious glances from many. Wu Haoyu seemed oblivious to the surrounding stares and said in a deep voice, "Check your equipment, prepare to enter." Everyone immediately began the final combat readiness check. Zhao Mingxian distributed portable space beacons to each person. He Linyan took a deep breath, and a pale cyan whirlwind silently gathered at her feet. Lei Wanjun took a swig of liquor, burped, and lazily waved his hand. What are you dawdling for? Let's go. With that, he took the lead, strolling leisurely into the forest entrance, which loomed like the mouth of a giant beast. Wu Haoyu's team followed closely behind, quickly disappearing into the dense jungle, vanishing from the bustling view at the entrance. Not long after their figures were completely swallowed by the greenery of the forest, a few shadowy figures, blending seamlessly into the darkness, quietly moved at the edge of the crowd near the entrance. They were dressed in matte black cloaks of unknown material, with wide hoods that completely concealed their faces, leaving not even a sliver of skin exposed. Their movements were as light as specters, their footsteps nearly silent, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding hunters who walked with heavy, careless strides. They exuded an obscure and restrained aura, mixed with a chilling hostility, yet their cultivation fluctuations were controlled with remarkable steadiness. At first glance, they appeared to be nothing more than inconspicuous lone wanderers at the late or peak stages of the Yuan Wu realm. However, some seasoned and sharp-eyed veteran hunters sensed something amiss. Despite their efforts to conceal their presence, the cold, precise, and purposeful demeanor they carried was far beyond what ordinary hunters could possess. What raised even more alarm was their direction of travel. It was exactly the same as that of Wu Haoyu's team, which had just entered the forest. No one stepped forward to inquire, nor did anyone attempt to block their path. At the perilous entrance to the Yunjing forest, everyone understood the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Whether they were seeking revenge or coveting treasures, it mattered little. Silently, the crowd parted to make way for these ominous black-cloaked figures, watching as they slipped into the vast sea of trees like drops of ink merging into water, silently following Wu Haoyu's team. No one noticed that beneath the wide sleeve of one of the black-cloaked figures, a slender yet pale hand was tightly clenched, its nails painted in a dull maroon hue, the knuckles turning bluish-white from the force. Deep within the shadow of the hood, a pair of eyes that had once been bright but now held only numbness and despair, stared fixedly through the gap at the direction where Wu Haoyu's team had disappeared. Those eyes churned with seething hatred, bone-deep fear, and a twisted longing that even she herself could not fully comprehend. She was none other than Lu Ruyan, who had been manipulated like a puppet by Wang Tianhao to this very place, and the black-cloaked figure walking at the forefront, slightly taller than the others, with a gait that betrayed suppressed arrogance and violent intent, revealed beneath his hood the twisted face of Wang Tianhao, contorted by jealousy and hatred. The giant trees of Cloudscape Forest stood like silent giants, their branches and leaves intertwining into a deep green canopy 100 meters above, allowing only sparse beams of light to filter through and cast flickering dappled patterns on the thick humus-covered ground. The air was moist and fresh, carrying the faint fragrance of soil, decayed leaves, and unknown wildflowers, but it also concealed the scent of predators. Wu Haoyu's squad advanced cautiously and efficiently through the forest like a sharp wedge. 3 o'clock direction. 2 iron clawbores. Peak of Tier 1. He Linyan's clear voice came through the tactical channel. Horror. Light green hair fluttered gently in the breeze, her eyes closed, as her invisible wind perception spread like the most precise radar, covering a range of several hundred meters ahead. 2 beasts resembling wild boars, but with forelimbs evolved into sharp metallic claws, were lowering their heads to feed on a glowing blue fungus, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Received. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Chen Lin flanked from the left and blocked their retreat. Haoyu, take the lead. Dong Yuan, prepare to freeze the ground to restrict their charge. Ouyang, stand guard and provide cover. The orders were concise and clear. Chen Lin melted into the shadows like a phantom, silently sliding to the left. Dong Yuan raised her delicate hand, and a wave of cold air spread soundlessly, instantly covering the ground beneath the iron clawbores, with a thin yet resilient layer of frost. Just as the beasts sensed the danger and raised their heads, letting out low growls of warning, a figure wrapped in purple gold lightning arcs appeared above one of the boar's heads as if teleporting. Boom! Wu Haoyu didn't even use his thunderstrike spear. His right fist, enveloped in chaotic divine lightning, descended with a deafening crack, tearing through the air and smashing down fiercely. The violent thunder instantly penetrated the boar's skull, reducing its hard head and brain to a pulp. The other boar had just begun to turn when a ghostly blue blade flashed out from the shadows like a venomous snake, slicing precisely across its throat. Chen Lin's figure flickered and disappeared. The battle ended in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only 2 twitching corpses and the lingering smell of scorched flesh and blood in the air. Nice! Ouyang Jie, carrying a flaming longsword, praised. Harvest the blue glow mushrooms, but be cautious of the toxic sap in the roots. Zhao Mingxian quickly issued instructions. He Linyan stepped forward lightly, carefully cutting a few faintly glowing blue mushrooms with a specially crafted jade knife and placing them into a temperature-controlled storage box. These were essential ingredients for crafting calming potions. This was just a snapshot of what they encountered along the way. Half a day later, the squad took a brief rest by a clear stream. Inventory report. Zhao Mingxian pulled pulled up the tactical terminal's holographic screen. Tier 1 beast materials, 4 pairs of iron claw boar claws, 6 shadow rat pelts, 3 poison dart frog venom sacs. Tier 2 materials, 1 complete rock scale lizard backplate, 8 wind wolf fangs, 12 steelbeak sparrow tail feathers, spiritual plants, 7 blue glow mushrooms, approximately 10 years old, 3 blood coagulation herbs, in excellent condition, 1 segment of star pattern vine, about half a meter long, 2 pieces of earth vein root. Preliminary estimated total value, approximately 3,000 resource points. Good efficiency. Wu Haoyu nodded and said to Yilin, your wind perception has a wide range and high precision, which has been a great help to us. Yilin smiled slightly and answered somewhat shyly, actually, everyone worked well together. In the afternoon, they faced the first real challenge of their journey, a group of more than 20 razor boars. These ferocious boars were covered in bristle-like sharp fur, and their massive tusks gleamed with a cold light. The leading boar was particularly large, with its tusks wrapped in an earthy yellow energy aura, clearly reaching the 3rd tier level. Buzz! The herd of pigs discovered the intruder and instantly fell into a frenzy. Led by the head pig, they charged forward like an uncontrollable armored torrent, rumbling loudly as they came. Trees as thick as a bull's rim snapped easily under their onslaught. Formation. Chen Lin, disrupt the head pig's vision. He Lin Yan, create turbulence to disrupt the pig's charge rhythm. Gong Yuan, 30 meters ahead, erect 3 layers of ice walls. Ouyang, prepare a large-scale firewall to intercept the following pigs. Haoyu, focus fire on the head pig with me. Zhao Mingxuan's commands came like a storm, precise and composed. Buzz! Chen Lin threw several specially made smoke bombs and flash grenades, which exploded in front of the head pig, instantly disrupting its vision and perception. He Lin Yan pressed her hands downward, creating a powerful whirlwind that formed chaotic air currents along the pig's charging path, breaking their formation. With a clear shout, Gong Yuan raised 3 thick ice walls from the ground. Crystal clear, about a meter thick and over 3 meters high, they stood like 3 iron gates. The leading wild boars slammed into the first ice wall with full force. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the wall trembled violently but remained unyielding. The following pigs were temporarily halted. Burn the heavens! Fire wall! Ouyang Jia let out an angry roar, and the southern Mingli fire surged forth, forming a blazing wall of flames behind the ice wall, cutting off the charging route of the subsequent boar herd. The intense heat caused the wild boars to emit terrified squeals. Just as the lead boar violently shattered the second ice wall, the earthy yellow glow on its tusks suddenly intensified, about to crash into the third ice wall. Mental pierce. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and an invisible mental spike fiercely stabbed into the chaotic sea of consciousness of the lead boar. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, and its charging momentum instantly slowed. Thunder break. Wu Haoyu's figure moved like a violet gold lightning bolt, and the thunder spear, carrying destructive thunder capable of tearing through everything, precisely pierced through the lead boar's wide-open mouth. The violet lightning instantly erupted and rampaged within its body. With a loud crash, the massive body of the third-tier leader boar collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from its mouth and nose. Losing their leader and being separated by walls of ice and seas of fire, the boar herd quickly fell into chaos. Under Chen Lin's ghost-like attacks and He Linian's precise wind blade finishing moves, they were swiftly eradicated. Boom! Phew! All done. Ouyang Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the ground littered with wild boar corpses and the damaged ice walls with a sigh. That big guy sure had some strength. Perfect teamwork. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, a hint of approval on his face. Clean up the battlefield. Take any valuable materials, especially the leader boar's tusks and crystal core. The setting sun painted the forest in shades of golden red. The team set up camp in a relatively open area near a water source within the forest. The bonfire was lit, dispelling the chill and dampness of the woods. When everyone took out efficient but bland energy bars to settle dinner, Lei Wanjun, who was leaning against the gnarled roots of a giant tree pretending to nap, twitched his nose a few times, opened his cloudy old eyes, and grumbled discontentedly, "Bah, bah, bah. Eating this stuff? Are you here to hunt or to serve time in prison? Get a fire going. Roast some meat." Old Lei, this, deep in the forest, the firelight and the smell of meat. Zhao Mingxian hesitated a bit. Afraid of what? Lei Wanjun took a big swig of liquor, his beard curling up, not just here on the outskirts, even in the core zone of Yunjing, in the territories of those old, mangy beast kings. If I want to roast, I roast. Would they dare fart? If they annoy me, I'll have them roasting over the fire tomorrow as snacks with my drink. His tone was wild and unrestrained, as if he were talking about something trivial. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both excitement and helplessness. Fine, with your unparalleled strength, your word is law. So, Ouyang Jia and Chen Lin quickly began preparing the freshest pieces of rock-armored lizard meat and wind wolf leg meat they had hunted during the day. Gong Yuan condensed a few crystal and ice skewers using cold energy, while He Linyan controlled the heat with wind swirls. Before long, grease dripped onto the charcoal, producing sizzling sounds. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the scent of spices spread, stirring everyone's appetite. The campfire crackled as the group sat around it, feasting heartily. heartily. The tender and juicy roasted meat, paired with the seasoning brought by Zhao Mingxian, was 100 times tastier than energy bars. Even the usually reserved Gong Yuan ate 2 extra pieces. Lei Wanjun devoured his share with oil dripping from his mouth, occasionally downing a few gulps of strong liquor and contentedly burping. After eating and drinking their fill, drowsiness gradually set in. Zhao Mingxian arranged the night watch shifts. The first half of the night will be handled by Haoyu, He Linyan, and Gong Yuan. The second half will be covered by me, Chen Lin, and Ouyang Jia. Everyone must stay vigilant and immediately sound the alarm if anything unusual occurs. As night deepened, the forest sank into a silent darkness. During the first half of the night, the warmth of the campfire and the whispers of the forest accompanied them, allowing for a peaceful watch. Wu Haoyu sat cross-legged, his powerful perception spreading like an invisible net over the entire campsite. He Linyan meditated with closed eyes, her wind perception resembling countless delicate tendrils, meticulously scanning the surrounding air currents and sounds. In the second half of the night, Zhao Mingxian, Chen Lin, and Ouyang Jia took over the watch. Zhao Mingxuan's mental power extended outward like the most precise detection net, cautiously probing the surroundings. At the darkest hour, when all was silent, he suddenly detected a faint and deliberately suppressed energy fluctuation. He immediately focused his mind, his mental power locking onto the target like a probe. 7 humanoid targets, moving at extremely high speeds, with exceptional stealth capabilities. The lowest energy fluctuation is at the late Wen Wu stage, the highest, obscure and unfathomable. The alarm bells in Zhao Mingxuan's mind rang sharply. This group of people moved swiftly like phantoms, passing about 1 kilometer northwest of the camp and heading straight into the deeper parts of the forest. Their movements were highly professional, far beyond what ordinary hunters could achieve. What weighed even heavier on Zhao Mingxuan's heart was that when this group reached a rocky area about 3 kilometers from the camp, his mental perception was suddenly cut off, disappearing in an instant. This was not mere concealment but complete disappearance. Even the faint energy fluctuations were inexplicably erased. There were no spatial disturbances or energy bursts, as if they had never existed at all. At the same time, Lei Wanjun, who seemed to have been sound asleep leaning against the tree root, suddenly stopped his thunderous snoring, pausing for half a second. His murky eyelids slightly lifted to reveal a narrow slit, and a sharp, star-like glint flashed deep in his eyes before returning to calm, as if he had merely shifted in his sleep. Zhao Mingxian furrowed his brows but did not immediately alert the others. The group's intentions were unclear, their actions strange, and their methods highly advanced. Acting rashly in the dead of night would be extremely risky. He signaled Chen Lin to tighten the watch and continued monitoring the area himself. Until dawn broke, he still found no anomalies. About 3 kilometers northwest of Wu Haoyu's camp lies a cluster of jagged, bizarre rocks shaped by wind erosion. Several figures cloaked in matte black robes, made of a special material that completely blocks breath detection, seemed to emerge from the shadows, gathering at the entrance of a naturally formed rock cave. The leader suddenly yanked off his hood, revealing Wang Tianhao's face, slightly flushed with a mix of excitement and tension. He greedily inhaled the cold forest air, his gaze fixed firmly in the direction of the Imperial capital, filled with venomous hatred and the thrill of impending success. "Humph, enjoy your last moments of peace. Silence, you worthless fool." A chilling, venomous voice suddenly rang out, as sharp and disdainful as a serpent's hiss. The speaker was the elder standing beside Wang Tianhao. He also lifted his hood, revealing a face covered in deep wrinkles, resembling dried orange peel, with skin that appeared an unhealthy ashen gray. The most chilling feature was his eyes. His sclera was murky and yellowish, while his pupils were unnaturally small, glinting with a cold, cruel, and utterly inhuman light, akin to the vertical pupils of a reptile. He exuded a sinister, repulsive aura far beyond the peak of the Yuanwu realm, reaching the mid-stage of the soul-gathering realm. He was none other than the key operative planted in the Imperial capital by the ancient spirit sect, Grey Viper. Lord Grey Viper. Wang Tianhao seemed as though his throat had been seized, his arrogant demeanor vanishing instantly. His face was plastered with a fawning yet fearful smile, and his body involuntarily bent slightly. The Grey Viper's snake-like vertical pupils coldly swept over Wang Tianhao and the trembling figure beside him, also dressed in a black robe, Lu Ruyan. Under her hood, Lu Ruyan's face was as pale as paper, her gaze hollow and numb, yet her heart churned with despair and fear. The Grey Viper's gaze finally settled on the 5 black-robed figures behind them, silent as stone statues, their presence cold and deathly still. These 5 were like they had been carved from the same mold, devoid of any trace of life, exuding only the pure, chilling intent to kill like machines of slaughter. They were the shadow puppets, meticulously cultivated by the ancient spirit sect. "Begin." The Ash Viper rasped out 3 words, his voice grating like sandpaper. A shadow puppet silently stepped forward and retrieved an item from a specially crafted lead box. It was not a metallic device, but a dark purple crystal, roughly the size of a palm, irregular in shape, resembling a fragment of some biological skeleton. The surface of the crystal naturally bore extremely intricate and twisted dark golden patterns, emanating faint spatial fluctuations that could make one's soul tremble, along with an indescribable aura of chaos. chaotic malevolence. Another shadow puppet produced a bizarrely shaped dagger, seemingly carved from a black spinal bone, and handed it to Lu Ruyan. "No, don't." Lu Ruyan retreated in terror but was roughly grabbed by Wang Tianhao. "Wretch, it is your honor to contribute to the holy sect." Wang Tianhao cursed in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. The withered, claw-like hand of the Grey Viper pressed against the back of Lu Ruyan's neck, and a cold, filthy force instantly invaded, rendering her immobile. The shadow puppet seized her hand, forcing her to grip the spinal bone dagger, and without hesitation, slashed it across her palm. Blood gushed out, but the blood was not bright red, it carried a hint of eerie darkness. The blood dripped onto the dark purple crystal and was instantly absorbed. The dark golden patterns on the surface of the crystal suddenly lit up, pulsating like living blood vessels. A stronger, more twisted spatial fluctuation, accompanied by a nauseating aura of mental corruption, rapidly spread out. The Grey Viper muttered under its breath, forming several bizarre hand seals with both hands, injecting a pure, filthy energy into the crystal. The dark purple crystal slowly floated upward, its spatial fluctuations creating a strange resonance with a natural energy node in the surrounding rocks. A deep hum, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, echoed. The dark purple crystal silently and seamlessly sank into the rock below, as if melting. Dark golden patterns flickered across the surface of the rock and then vanished completely. The unsettling spatial fluctuations and the aura of mental contamination seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand. Vision, touch, energy perception, all detection methods indicated that it was nothing more than an ordinary rock. Spatial anchor point installation complete. Grey Viper withdrew his hand, his raspy voice tinged with satisfaction. This anchor point is one of the setups by the Guling sect in the Yunjing forest, providing precise spatial coordinates for subsequent spatial rift operations. His snake-like vertical pupils turned toward Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, who was collapsed on the ground, her palm wound healing rapidly but leaving behind eerie black marks, coldly scrutinizing them. "Wang Tianhao, Lu Ruyan, the holy sect requires people who are both useful and loyal. This mission marks your preliminary assessment as passed. Remember, your souls and flesh have long been branded with the mark of the holy sect. The consequences of betrayal will be 1,000 times more painful than death." Grey Viper's voice was like an ice spike, piercing into the deepest recesses of their souls. Wang Tianhao's face showed ecstatic joy and obsequiousness. "Yes, Lord Grey Viper, I am willing to risk life and limb for the holy church." Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan only trembled numbly, her eyes hollow and lifeless. "Let's go." Grey Viper waved his hand, and the shadow puppet lifted Lu Ruyan. A group of black-robed figures silently melted into the shadows of the forest as they had come, quickly disappearing, leaving behind only a seemingly ordinary rock which in fact had its spatial anchor point embedded within. The morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, scattering dappled light across the campsite. The campfire had dwindled to warm embers. Everyone began packing their gear, preparing to set off. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, his expression serious, and detailed to his teammates the discoveries from the latter half of the night, including the eerie stealth and sudden disappearance of those 7 mysterious individuals. "Disappear into thin air? The rocky area 3 kilometers away?" Ouyang Jia frowned deeply. "There's definitely something wrong. Sneaking around near our camp in the middle of the night and then vanishing? They definitely have bad intentions." Gong Yuan's expression was cold and serious. "Anything unusual is suspicious. That area must be investigated." He Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "My wind sense also feels that place is very stifling. The airflow is off." Wu Haoyu looked at Zhao Mingxian. "What's your judgment?" Zhao Mingxian said in a deep voice. "The risks are unknown, but the hidden dangers are immense. I recommend the team proceed to investigate, maintaining the highest level of alert." The 3-kilometer distance was covered in an instant as Wu Haoyu's team sprinted at full speed. To the northwest, a jagged cluster of strange rocks sculpted by fierce winds and the passage of time suddenly came into view. The gray-brown rocks twisted and coiled like the skeletons of giant beasts, casting vast, menacing shadows under the sparse morning light filtering through the forest canopy. The air seemed stagnant, filled with an oppressive silence of death, with even the chirping of insects and birds completely vanished. "This is the place." Zhao Mingxian stopped in his tracks, his spiritual energy cautiously spreading out like an invisible tide once again, his brows tightly furrowed. "The energy reaction has disappeared, completely gone. But the source of that disappearance last night is right at the center of this area." The team immediately dispersed, maintaining a tight defensive formation, interlocking like the most precise gears, silently slipping into the cluster of strange rocks. Every rock became a suspicious target, every shadow concealed unknown dangers. Wu Haoyu's body silently circulated the chaos demon-slaying divine thunder, with purple-gold arcs of electricity faintly flickering at his fingertips. His powerful perception scanned every inch of land and the subtle energy residues in the air. He Lin Yan closed her eyes and focused, her light green hair gently swaying in the still air. Invisible tendrils of wind extended in all directions, capturing the slightest disturbances in airflow and echoes of sound. Chen Lin's figure almost merged with the shadows of the rocks, his dark blue sword blade ready to strike from the darkness at any moment. Under Gong Yuan's feet, fine frost spread outward, turning the team's foothold into a solid ice surface, making it difficult to be ambushed. Ouyang Jia carried a flaming long blade, with the southern Ming Lihua restlessly flickering on the blade's surface, its scorching aura dispelling the cold dampness in the crevices of the rocks. Zhao Mingxuan's mental field was even more precise, scanning the surroundings repeatedly like the most sophisticated radar. Time passed bit by bit. No, there are no residual traces of any abnormal energy fluctuations. He Lin Yan opened her eyes, a hint of confusion and frustration in her clear gaze. The wind tells me that there is nothing here but stones and deeper silence. My psychic detection also shows everything is normal rock structures, underground soil layers, no traces of artificial excavation or energy. Embedding. Zhao Mingxuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, as if the eerie and abrupt disappearance from last night was merely an illusion. Could it be some extremely advanced concealment technique? Gong Yuan spoke coldly, her fingertips condensing a small ice spike, lightly tapping a piece of ordinary gray rock, producing a dull, solid sound. Ouyang Jia irritably struck the nearby boulder with the hilt of her blade. Hidden deep, huh? Not showing even a single flaw? I don't buy it. The scorching blade energy instinctively flickered, and the surface of the rock nearby was instantly roasted red and cracked. Everyone, quiet down. Lei Wanjun leaned against a massive rock on the outermost edge, seemingly dozing off again, suddenly letting out a low, impatient growl. His cloudy old eyes opened a slit, glanced at the stone Ouyang Jia had roasted red, and slowly closed again. Clumsy hands almost burned the clue away. Everyone froze for a moment, their gaze immediately focusing on Lei Wanjun. He slowly straightened up, stretched lazily, and his joints crackled loudly. Carrying his wine gourd, he swayed over to a completely inconspicuous gray-brown rock in the center of the stone cluster. The rock was about half a person's height, its surface rough and covered with wind-eroded holes and cracks, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment without any distinguishing features. Lei Wanjuan's rough, bark-like fingers casually rubbed the surface of the rock. His movements seemed careless, even carrying a hint of a drunkard's days, but Wu Haoyu keenly noticed an extremely restrained yet vast and profound sense of perception silently and imperceptibly penetrating every molecule of the rock through the old man's fingertips. A few seconds later, the corners of Lei Wanjuan's wrinkled mouth curved into a sneering smile tinged with the smell of alcohol. Heh, the skill of mice digging holes is indeed impressive, hidden well enough, but unfortunately, the stench can't be concealed. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the hand that had just been rubbing the rock suddenly clenched tightly. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor dazzling light. Only a layer of condensed, pure bright silver lightning instantly enveloped his withered hand. That lightning contained an incomparably violent destructive power, carrying an oppressive aura akin to divine majesty, yet he controlled it perfectly within a mere inch of space. Lei Wanjuan's hand, wrapped in bright silver lightning, plunged into the seemingly indestructible gray rock like a scorching iron into butter, without any resistance. There was no violent explosion, but the entire rock seemed to be struck hard from within by an invisible giant hammer, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately afterward, under everyone's shocked gaze, the half-human-height rock silently disintegrated and crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture. A large amount of stone powder and debris fell with a rustling sound. In the blink of an eye, the rocky shell completely vanished, revealing the core. A dark purple crystal, roughly the size of an adult's palm and extremely irregular in shape, quietly floated in the small space above Lei Wanjuan's hand. The surface of the crystal was not smooth, covered with naturally formed twisted and spiraling dark golden patterns, resembling ancient and sinister runes, or the twisted blood vessels and meridians of a living being. A faint yet extremely distinct eerie fluctuation was emanating from the crystal. It was the ripple of space. It seems as if this tiny crystal itself is a miniature portal leading to an unknown abyss. Even more unsettling is that, accompanied by spatial fluctuations, an indescribable aura of chaos, coldness, and filthy mental pollution suddenly slithers like an invisible venomous snake into the depths of everyone's consciousness present. He Lin Yan, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, let out a muffled groan, her face instantly turning pale as she instinctively stepped back half a step. Chen Lin's figure flickered in the shadows, as if twisting and deforming. Frost under Gong Yuan's feet instantly thickened, and the chill intensified. Ouyang Jia and Zhao Mingxian frowned deeply, their spiritual seas of consciousness automatically raising defensive barriers. Only Wu Haoyu, with the primordial power of the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder within him gently rotating, naturally unleashed a righteous will that eradicates evil and purifies filth, instantly dispelling and cleansing the foul aura invading his sea of consciousness. His pupils slightly contracted, his gaze locked firmly on the floating dark purple crystal. A familiar yet nauseating dark energy aura lingering on the crystal instantly ignited his memories. This aura is actually of the same origin as the strange energy within Lu Ruyan back then. Could it be? Teacher, what exactly is this? Wu Haoyu's voice carried a hint of gravity and urgency. Lei Wanjuan's murky old eyes suddenly gleamed with sharp light, staring fixedly at the dark purple crystal. The drunkenness and indifference on his face vanished instantly, replaced by unprecedented seriousness, mixed with intense disgust and a chilling killing intent. He extended another withered finger, lightly tapping the crystal from a distance. The bright silver lightning coiling around his fingertip flickered slightly, like the most vigilant hunter. Spatial anchor point. Lei Wanjuan's voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping, each word landing heavily on everyone's hearts. A kind of nail from beyond the stars. Nail? Ouyang Jia couldn't help but ask, instinctively pointing the flaming longsword in his hand at the crystal. Humph. Lei Wanjun let out a cold snort, and the bright silver lightning on his fingertip suddenly surged, transforming into a blinding electric serpent that struck precisely into the core of the dark purple crystal. Zzz. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly erupted. The dark purple crystal trembled violently, with the dark golden patterns on its surface twisting and writhing frantically. A foul aura, 10 times stronger than before, mixed with spatial chaos and extreme malevolent resentment, burst forth like a geyser. Subtle black ripple-like cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in the space around the crystal. Ah! Helinyan let out a soft cry of pain, her light green hair fluttering despite the absence of wind, as wind element's spiritual power instinctively formed a chaotic airflow barrier around her for defense. Lei Wanjuan's eyes turned sharp, and the bright silver lightning serpent piercing the crystal suddenly exploded. The violent power of thunder instantly filled the interior of the crystal. Pop! A muffled light sound. The dark golden patterns writhing frantically on the dark purple crystal instantly solidified, dim and lifeless, as if all vitality had been drained. The surging foul aura and spatial ripples were abruptly snuffed out, as if by an invisible hand. The crystal lost all its luster in eerie fluctuations, turning into a stone covered with charred cracks. With a plop, it fell into the rubble and shattered into several pieces. The suffocating sense of mental pollution also receded rapidly like a tide. Only then did Lei Wanjun withdraw his hand, pick up his wine gourd, and take a big gulp, seemingly trying to drown his sorrows and dispel the foul aura. He turned to look at his team members, who still showed lingering fear, especially the pale-faced Helinyan. See that? Lei Wanjun nudged the shattered crystal remnants on the ground with the tip of his foot. This is a nail. Those bastards from beyond the domain want to bypass the star fortress and stab straight into the belly of our blue planet. His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness and boundless fury. The interstellar fortress defense line is exceptionally sturdy, and forcing a breakthrough comes at a tremendous cost. So those bastards came up with this insidious and filthy method. They're trained lackeys, these ungrateful beasts who betray their own kind, sneak into our rear and secretly plant these specially crafted spatial anchor points at energy nodes. Each anchor point is a precise spatial coordinate transmitter. Zhao Mingxian immediately understood, adjusting his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses sharp as a blade. When a sufficient number of anchor points are activated and form an energy loop at specific locations, they can forcibly tear open a temporary and stable spatial passage at the gaps or energy weak spots of the fortress defense line. In other words, a surge tunnel. Exactly. Lei Wanjun let out a deep snort, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Once a surge tunnel is opened, the alien grunts and even stronger entities can flood in like a raging torrent. The blood moon calamity of the northern icefields, the abyssal rift of the eastern ocean. How many times have these rats been behind the scenes planting nails and causing havoc? How many brave souls have perished at the hands of these scum and their masters? Guling sect. Wu Haoyu's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking as arcs of purple gold lightning involuntarily danced across his body. That familiar filthy and dark aura, combined with the 7 sneaky figures disappearing last night, made the answer almost self-evident. Who else but those scum willing to be lapdogs for those alien bastards, selling out our ancestral star in exchange for power, could do such a thing? Lei Wanjuan's tone was full of disdain and murderous intent. It seems this time, they're planning to stir up trouble on Blue Star again, trying to open a backdoor here. Old Lei, what are we waiting for? Ouyang Jia's flaming longsword erupted with a blazing red light, his fighting spirit burning like fire. Let's chase them down, slaughter those rats, and pull out every single nail they've planted. Daring to cause trouble right under our noses, they must be tired of living. Chen Lin's figure coalesced in the shadows, the ghostly blue blade steadily pointing northwest, silently conveying a resolute signal. Frost spread rapidly under Gong Yuan's feet, freezing the ground within several meters, the chill piercing to the bone. Helinyan took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering discomfort in her sea of consciousness. The pale cyan wind vortex once again flowed through her body, her gaze firm and burning with fury. The Guling sect, humanity's greatest enemy. Let's go, follow them and take a look. Lei Wanjun downed a mouthful of liquor, wiped his mouth, and that carefree yet reassuringly bold smile appeared on his face again. These rats, just how many nails have they buried in this damned place? We'll stick close behind them. For every one they plant, I'll pull one out. When they've painstakingly gathered enough goods and think they've achieved their grand plan. A cruel glint, like a cat toying with a mouse, flashed in his eyes. I'll stomp them to death with one hard kick. Now that's satisfying, that's how I vent my hatred. Yes, old Lei, the crowd responded in unison, their voices brimming with high-spirited battle intent. Zhao Mingxian quickly adjusted the deployment, changed target, tracked the Guling sect. Chen Lin, scout ahead, reduced the range to 3 3 kilometers, and focus on searching for traces of abnormal energy, fresh signs of human activity, and possible energy anchor points. He Lin Yan, fully activate wind perception, coordinate with Chen Lin, and also pay attention to the flow direction of any foul air in the atmosphere. Everyone else, stay alert and be ready for combat at any moment. Move out. As soon as the order was given, the team immediately shifted from search mode to high-speed pursuit. Chen Lin's figure blended seamlessly into the dappled light and shadow of the forest, disappearing silently ahead like a true shadow. He Lin Yan followed closely behind, her light green figure as agile as the wind. Her powerful wind perception operated like the most precise radar network, capturing every subtle disturbance in airflow, sound, and energy particles across a vast area ahead. Wu Haoyu, Zhao Mingxian, Gong Yuan, and Ouyang Jia stayed in the middle to provide support, while Lei Wanjun lagged behind as usual, swaying leisurely with a wine gourd in hand, resembling an old farmer on a countryside stroll. Yet, deep within his murky eyes, his focus remained locked on the void ahead. His vast and intangible mental power had already enveloped the entire team and the broader area of potential threats. With a clear tracking target, the team's speed and efficiency reached their peak. The low-level mutant beasts encountered along the way were eliminated almost instantly, thanks to their absolute strength and seamless coordination. 2 o'clock direction, 3 rotten swamp crocodiles. He Lin Yan's wind whisper came through. Gong Yuan, freeze the water surface. Ouyang, fireball coverage. How you finish them off? Zhao Mingxuan's commands were swiftly issued. Ice ceiling, fireball bombardment, a flash of purple lightning. The battle ended quickly. 11 o'clock direction, a small swarm of poison stinger bees. Chen Lin's cold voice sounded in the channel. He Lin Yan, disrupt the airflow. Chen Lin, deploy smoke grenades to disperse them. Zhao Mingxian reacted swiftly. A whirlwind rose, smoke spread, and the bee swarm quickly scattered. He Lin Yan rapidly grew through real combat, her wind-based abilities demonstrating astonishing value in reconnaissance, disruption, and assisting movement. Every warning was precise and timely, and every airflow control perfectly synchronized with her teammates' attack rhythm. Half a day later, the team ventured into an even older forest. The trees here were exceptionally tall, their dense canopies almost completely blocking out the sky, leaving the light dim as if it were dusk. Stop! Lei Wanjuan's lazy voice suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately halted. Lei Wanjun didn't look elsewhere. His murky gaze was fixed on a towering ancient tree with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, its bark resembling cast bronze. At its massive roots, there was a pitch-black tree hole. Tisk, quite good at picking a spot. Lei Wanjun clicked his tongue and slowly walked to the tree hollow. His withered hand rose once again, enveloped instantly by bright silver lightning, and struck fiercely at the bronze-colored tree trunk, as hard as gold and iron. A surge of thunderous power, imbued with violent and destructive energy, pierced through the incredibly thick bark and wood layers in an instant, striking directly at the ancient tree's core. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed. Immediately after, a weak yet intensely discomforting spatial fluctuation and foul aura leaked from the massive tree hollow, then quickly dissipated. Lei Wanjun withdrew his hand and patted the thick tree trunk. Alright, I've pulled out the maggots from your belly. The second spatial anchor point, hidden in the heart of the tree? A chill surged through Wu Haoyu's heart. Yes. Lei Wanjun glanced toward the northwest. Keep moving. Dismantle. Keep dismantling. The battle of tracking and dismantling erupted fiercely once again. A blazing layer of rock buried deep near an underground lava stream, Lei Wanjun shattered the rock with a single punch, and the bright silver thunder instantly obliterated the anchor point. A node cleverly embedded in the core of a natural hallucinogenic miasma, Lei Wanjun locked onto it with precision and instantly neutralized it. Another was hidden deep within the nest of a third-tier ghost-faced spider. The team launched a strong assault to annihilate the spider swarm, and Lei Wanjun casually retrieved the anchor point. Each time an anchor point was found, Lei Wanjun always obliterated its core with precision and efficiency. Each demolition was accompanied by the eruption and dissipation of that nauseating filthy stench, as well as the accumulated fury of the squad members. Buzz! Even He Lin Yan's wind perception began to vaguely capture the lingering traces of the cold, filthy aura ahead. When Lei Wanjuan's palm dug out the fifth dark purple crystal from the bottom of a muddy, toxic gas-emitting, insect-infested black swamp and reduced it to powder with bright silver lightning, it was already the afternoon of the second day. The sunset's afterglow struggled to pierce through the dense canopy, casting long, blood-red beams of light across the forest. Lei Wanjun shook his hand, tilted his head back, and poured the last bit of wine from the gourd into his throat, letting out a satisfied sigh. The pair of old eyes that always carried a hint of playful mischief now shone with a piercing light, as if a slumbering beast had fully awakened, sharp enough to pierce through one's soul. An invisible, soul-trembling aura of terror began to spread slowly and intensely. Wu Haoyu, Zhao Mingxian, and the others instantly felt their breath catch. Little brats, Lei Wanjuan's voice wasn't loud, yet it rumbled through the forest like distant thunder. The nails in the rat's nest are almost all in place. It's time to close the net. He hung the now empty wine gourd back on his waist, then swung his large hand forcefully, pointing toward the deeper, darker part of the forest to the northwest, where the foul aura ultimately extended. shouted. Full speed ahead. Catch up with them. Ignore those beasts blocking the way. Go around them. Target 30 kilometers ahead, the edge of the black crystal rift. I can smell the stench of those rats. Yes. Everyone's spirit soared, and their long-suppressed fighting spirit erupted instantly. Without hesitation, the squad immediately pushed their speed to the limit. Wu Haoyu transformed into a streak of purple lightning, charging ahead with valor. Chen Lin flickered and leaped in the shadows. He Lin Yan transformed into a ground-skimming afterimage. Gong Yuan glided like skating on ice. Ouyang Jia propelled forward with flames. Zhao Mingxian unleashed his full mental power. The exotic beasts encountered along the way were no longer engaged in prolonged battles. Thunder paved the way, ice walls blocked, firewalls intimidated, air currents disrupted, shadows misled, and mental interference. All just to break free from entanglements at the fastest speed, like a sharp blade piercing straight toward the target. The forest turned into blurred patches of color, swiftly receding as it was traversed at high speed. The sound of the wind howled past the ears, carrying a chilling and foreboding aura. Meanwhile, about 30 kilometers northwest of Wu Haoyu's squad, at the edge of a massive, deep rift that seemed as if the earth had been cleaved by a giant axe, jagged black rocks lay exposed, and the valley floor was perpetually shrouded in a gray poisonous miasma. Several figures dressed in matte black cloaks were gathered in a hollow at the edge of the ravine, backed by a massive black rock wall. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive. The elder at the forefront, Grey Viper, suddenly yanked off his hood, revealing a face covered in deep wrinkles and ashen gray, now so grim it seemed as though water could drip from it. His eyes, with slit pupils like those of a venomous snake, were fixed intently on a palm-sized dark golden compass-like device in his hand. The compass is inlaid with 6 miniature crystals emitting a faint purple glow. However, the 6 points of light have not formed a stable energy loop. Instead, the glow flickers unpredictably, and the spatial connections between them appear faint and intermittent. The 6th one. Why hasn't the loop formed yet? Grey Viper's voice was hoarse, filled with anger and confusion. His claw-like fingers jabbed fiercely at the position of the 4th light point on the compass. Something was wrong when the 4th one was placed. At the time, I thought it was geomagnetic interference, but now it seems. He suddenly looked up, his snake-like vertical pupil sweeping over Wang Tianhao, who didn't dare to breathe, and Lu Ruyan, whose expression was hollow and numb, finally landing on the 5 silent shadow puppets behind him, standing like stone statues. A chilling, filthy pressure at the mid-stage of the soul-gathering realm slowly spread out. We've been targeted. The voice of the Grey Viper was like a snake spitting its tongue, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Someone is behind us, destroying the anchor point. Wang Tianhao's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and he cried out in terror, "Impossible. Our actions are so covert, and with your presence, Lord Grey Viper." "Shut up!" Grey Viper interrupted harshly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Withdraw immediately." His words came to an abrupt halt. Those murky, yellow vertical pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a needlepoint, sharply turning toward the depths of the southeastern forest. An indescribable, terrifying aura, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast, was piercing through the dense forest at an unimaginable speed, aggressively locking onto their location. That aura carried a majestic, domineering, and all-destroying thunderous will, causing his soul to instinctively tremble in fear. This presence, it's Lei Wanjun. Almost at the very moment Grey Viper sensed that terrifying aura. Whoosh! A spear light entwined with destructive purple-gold lightning, like a meteor tearing through the night sky, accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, shot out from the darkness of the southeastern forest. Its target was the Grey Viper. The spear light was as fast as lightning, carrying Wu Haoyu's unwavering and resolute will. The icy spear tip instantly tore through the air, aiming straight for the Grey Viper's face. A trace of contemptuous coldness flashed in the Grey Viper's eyes. Facing this full-force strike from a mid-stage Kaiyuan realm cultivator, he didn't even bother to form a hand seal. His withered left hand casually lifted, fingers spread wide. In his palm, a dense, ink-like filthy spiritual energy instantly condensed, transforming into a small yet incredibly solid dark vortex that seemed capable of devouring all light. Pop! A muffled sound echoed. The violent and unparalleled purple-gold lightning spear light, which could pierce through the defenses of an ordinary peak Yuanwu realm cultivator, collided with the dark vortex and vanished as if sinking into the sea. The ferocious lightning power was frantically corroded, decomposed, and devoured by the filthy darkness. The arcs of electricity dancing on the spear light dimmed and extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually, even the spear light itself completely dissolved into the profound darkness without causing the slightest ripple. The withered palm of the Ash Viper remained steadily in front of him, the dark vortex that devoured the spear's radiance slowly dissipating. He hadn't even taken a single step back, not even. The hem of his robe stirred. His murky vertical pupils coldly stared in the direction from which the spear's radiance had come, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel and icy arc. Humph, a clueless little insect. Some skill, but unfortunately far too weak. Amidst the swirling dust and flying rubble, a figure as upright as a spear landed firmly at the edge of the rift, surrounded by lingering arcs of purple gold lightning. The thunder spear pointed diagonally diagonally at the ground. Wu Haoyu's cold gaze pierced through the dust, locking onto the ash viper with unwavering intensity. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only the blazing flames of battle. The ease with which his opponent had neutralized his previous strike only made him more aware of the terrifying power of a soul condensation realm expert, while simultaneously igniting the unyielding spirit in his very bones. Immediately after, several piercing sounds of something cutting through the air rang out. Chen Lin emerged silently like a ghost from the shadow of a massive boulder, gripping a short, bluish dagger in a reverse hold. He Lin Yan landed lightly beside and slightly behind Wu Haoyu, carried by a gentle breeze, her pale green ponytail fluttering in the strong wind. Gong Yuan stepped onto Frost, her cold and ethereal figure arriving gracefully, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. Ouyang descended like a blazing meteor, his flaming longsword carving a scorched mark into the ground, his red hair wild and untamed. Zhao Mingxian appeared last, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the dim light of the ravine as his mental force field steadily expanded, enveloping his teammates. 6 youthful figures, like 6 unsheathed blades, stood in a straight line amidst the swirling dust, exuding an unstoppable aura. They faced off silently against the gaunt, chilling figure at the edge of the ravine and the 5 shadow puppets behind him, seemingly merged with the darkness. The oppressive atmosphere instantly solidified the air at the ravine's edge, even suppressing the hissing of the poisonous miasma churning at the bottom of the gorge. Behind them, in the seemingly empty shadows of the forest, a disheveled figure clutching an empty wine gourd and dressed in greasy hemp clothing had somehow leaned against a twisted old tree. His murky old eyes were half open, half closed, as if dozing off, yet also silently observing everything before him. An invisible, terrifying aura that could make heaven and earth bow spread quietly like a dormant volcano. The vertical pupils of the Grey Viper suddenly contracted, locking onto Lei Wanjuan's direction, its withered lips pressed tightly into a cold, straight line. Lei Wanjuan let out a big yawn, scratched his messy hair, and his murky gaze swept over Grey Viper and the shadow puppet behind him, finally landing on Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, whose figures were concealed by wide cloaks. He did not expose their identities, and his lazy voice carried a hint of drunkenness, yet it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Heh, rats of the ghouling sect, planting so many nails, must have been hard work, huh? Now, it's time to settle the score. At the edge of the rift, the air solidified like lead. Grey Viper's murky, yellowed vertical pupils were fixed intently on the disheveled figure in the shadows of the forest, Lei Wanjun. The seemingly casual posture leaning against the twisted old tree, the half-open, half-closed murky old eyes as if dozing off, and the silent yet pervasive, terrifying aura that made heaven and earth bow, all of it was like the sharpest ice spike, ruthlessly piercing into the depths of Grey Viper's soul. Peak of the Transcendent realm. These 4 words were like a 10,000-pound hammer, instantly shattering all of Grey Viper's inner hopes and will to resist. In the face of such an absolute level, his mid-stage soul-gathering realm cultivation didn't even qualify to struggle. Escape. We must flee immediately. Run as far as possible. This is the only way to survive. Shadow puppet. Cover the rear. At all costs. Grey Viper let out a sharp screech that sounded inhuman, and his emaciated body suddenly erupted with a thick, viscous, ink-like black mist of filth. This black mist carried intense corrosiveness and mental interference, instantly engulfing his figure completely, while simultaneously surging like a living creature toward the depths of the rift where the churning grey toxic miasma lay. He intended to use this natural toxic barrier and the complex terrain to escape alive. At the very moment the black mist exploded, 5 shadow puppets, silent as stone sculptures and merged into the shadows, suddenly moved. They did not charge toward Wu Haoyu's squad but instead, like 5 lifeless black bolts of lightning, fearlessly sprinted at full speed toward Lei Wanjuan's direction in the forest shadows, so fast that it left a faint afterimage in place. Their mission was only one, to act as a shield, even if it could only block that terrifying existence for a moment. Trying to run? Lei Wanjuan's lazy voice carried a trace of icy mockery, exploding like thunder in everyone's ears. The disheveled figure leaning against the old tree seemed to move casually. Boom! It was as if an invisible air bomb had detonated on the spot. The violent shockwave instantly swept away the dust, rubble, and dead leaves around the old tree. Lei Wanjuan's figure had already vanished without a trace. Only a clear ring-shaped shockwave remained, spreading outward. Fast. So fast that it surpassed the limits of visual capture. Just as the filthy black mist created by the Grey Viper was about to touch the churning grey poisonous miasma at the edge of the rift, a figure wrapped in dazzling silver lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air right in front of the black mist, as if teleporting. Lei Wanjun. He wore greasy hemp clothes, which fluttered wildly in the fierce winds stirred by his rapid movement. His messy hair was blown backward, revealing a face full of wrinkles yet brimming with disdain. His withered right hand casually reached out. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a layer of silver-bright claw phantom, condensed to the extreme and purely composed of violent thunder, instantly forming in the void. Though the thunder claw was not massive, it contained a destructive force capable of distorting space, imbued with an unparalleled will to dominate all and imprison everything, as it fiercely struck down toward the surging filthy black mist. Thunder prisoned sky-sealing hand. A cold, low shout rang out. Zzzzz. As the thunderous claw touched the filthy black mist, a piercing sound of corrosion and dissolution erupted. The viscous, ink-like black mist, capable of corroding metal and polluting the mind, seemed to encounter its nemesis in the face of the thunder imbued with majestic heavenly might. Large patches of black mist instantly evaporated and were purified, accompanied by piercing shrieks as if countless vengeful souls were being obliterated. No! A desperate and frenzied roar came from within the black mist. He desperately channeled his filthy spiritual power, trying to resist and break free. However, the power contained in that thunderous claw was simply too overwhelming. That was the absolute domination of the peak of the Transcendent realm over the mid-stage of the soul-gathering realm. The filthy black mist was compressed, purified, and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed that the true form of the Grey Viper was about to be completely restrained and captured by the thunderous claw. At that moment, immortal is the holy doctrine. From the depths of the black mist, the Grey Viper let out a shrill scream filled with extreme venom and madness. An extremely eerie and chillingly lifeless spiritual fluctuation, far surpassing his own mid-stage soul-gathering realm, suddenly erupted from within his skull. This fluctuation carried an absolute, irresistible will of destruction. Poof! A faint yet eerie muffled sound, as if a ripe watermelon had burst open from within. The Grey Viper's murky vertical pupils, filled with horror, venom, and unwillingness, instantly lost all their luster. The pupils suddenly dilated and scattered. From the 7 orifices, thick black blood mixed with fragments of brain matter gushed out madly. The entire interior of his skull, including the core region of his brain, was completely blasted into mush from the inside out by a preset, extremely malicious spiritual curse force at the moment of that eerie psychic wave's eruption. Even the remnants of his soul's essence were simultaneously obliterated by that force. The filthy black mist seemed to lose its support and instantly collapsed and dissipated completely. The emaciated, headless corpse of the ash viper, its arms covered in eerie black scales, fell limply from midair and landed heavily on the hard black rocks at the edge of the rift, producing a dull thud. Thick black blood gushed continuously from the severed neck, emitting a nauseating stench. Lei Wanjuan's bright silver thunderclaw phantom grasped at empty air and slowly dissipated into nothingness. He stared at the headless corpse on the ground, which was still twitching slightly, a trace of long-anticipated disgust and icy anger flashing through his cloudy old eyes. TCH, the same trick again. Those rats from the ancient spirit cult, even their deaths are this revolting. How is it so hard to catch one alive? He muttered under his breath, his face full of displeasure, as if the prey he was about to capture had suddenly self-destructed, ruining his mood. Just as Lei Wanjuan's figure vanished in pursuit of the ash viper, an unexpected change occurred in the hollow at the edge of the rift. Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, cloaked in wide black robes, witnessed with their own eyes the entire process of the ash viper decisively exploding into black mist, ordering the shadow puppet to cover the retreat, and fleeing for its life. The last shred of hope and reliance in their hearts completely collapsed with the ash viper's escape. Lei Wanjun went after the Grey Viper. This thought flashed through Wang Tianhao's mind like lightning, instantly igniting his desperate desire to survive. Without Lei Wanjun, that terrifying old monster, the few people in front of him were nothing to fear. Even if Wu Haoyu had defeated him in the freshman competition before, so what? If he teamed up with Lu Ruyan, along with these shadow puppets, and fought with all his might, he might just be able to carve out a path to escape. Go! Wang Tianhao suppressively growled, his voice distorted and twisted by extreme tension and fear. He suddenly grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm beside him, his fingers almost digging into her flesh. At the same time, the spiritual power of his late Yuan Wu realm burst forth with full force, and blazing red energy instantly enveloped the two of them, preparing to dash toward the dense forest on the other side of the rift, opposite the direction of the Grey Viper's escape. Lu Ruyan stumbled as he yanked her face pale as paper under the hood, her gaze hollow and numb, yet her heart churned with despairing fear and profound helplessness. To activate those 6 spatial anchor points, a significant portion of her precious blood essence had been forcibly extracted, leaving her severely weakened, barely able to stand, let alone escape. She felt like a broken ragdoll, being roughly dragged by Wang Tianhao. However, just as Wang Tianhao unleashed his spiritual power and dragged Lu Ruyan forward, barely taking 3 steps, a cold voice, like a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, clearly reached their ears. Trying to leave? Did you ask me first? As the voice rang out, Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan suddenly saw a blinding purple-gold lightning flash before their eyes. The light was so fast it surpassed the limits of thought, seemingly branding itself directly onto their retinas. Immediately, an irresistible force, as terrifying as a collapsing mountain, slammed fiercely into the backs of Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan. 2 muffled, bone-chilling explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Wang Tianhao felt as if he had been directly struck by a rampaging thunderous giant elephant. The protective spiritual energy around him shattered instantly like paper. A violent and unparalleled thunderous force, carrying a destructive aura, rampaged into his body, wreaking havoc. His vision went black, his internal organs seemed to shift, and blood mixed with fragments of his organs uncontrollably spewed from his mouth. Without even having time to scream, his entire body, like a broken kite with its strings cut, hurtled backward at 10 times his own sprinting speed, slamming violently into the massive black rock wall behind him. Lu Ruyan's experience was even more harrowing. Already frail and weak, she felt an indescribable force strike her, as if the weight of the entire world was pressing down on her back. She didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. Her body, like a drifting leaf, was swept up by that force and, following Wang Tianhao, slammed fiercely into the hard rock wall. Thud! Thud! 2 more heavy impacts echoed. The black rock wall, as hard as iron, trembled violently. From the points where the two collided, spiderweb-like cracks spread madly. Fragments of stone rained down like a torrential storm. The wide black cloaks on the two figures were completely torn and shredded like rags under the violent impact and force, turning into countless black fragments flying through the air. Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan's true appearances were fully exposed under the dim light at the edge of the rift, and also revealed to the entire Wu Haoyu squad. Ugh! Wang Tianhao spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his body sliding down the rock wall like a pile of mud, collapsing onto the ground. His hair was disheveled, covered in blood and dust, and his once handsome face was twisted and deformed from intense pain and extreme terror. Blood foam clung to the corners of his mouth, his eyes were unfocused, filled with disbelief and a maddening hatred. He struggled desperately to lift his head but could only twitch helplessly. Lu Ruyan's situation was even more dire. She collapsed limply beside Wang Tianhao, her face ashen, her lips dry and bloodless, her eyes hollow like 2 dried-up wells, with only a lingering trace of despair and numbness deep within. Her once luxurious clothing was now tattered and torn, revealing skin stained with filth. Her entire being was so weak that she seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The continuous loss of vital essence and the heavy blow just now had completely destroyed her last shred of vitality. Wang Tianhao, Lu Ruyan? Ouyang Jie's exclamation was the first to break the silence, filled with utter shock and disbelief. The flaming longsword in her hand wavered violently, reflecting the turmoil of her emotions. It's them? Zhao Mingxian adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his gaze behind the lenses instantly becoming as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the two figures on the ground who were both familiar and yet unrecognizable. His usually composed face was now full of astonishment. Students of Shing Wu University, scions of Imperial families, how could they be lackeys of the Guling sect? Traitors! Gong Yuan's icy voice fell like shards of frost, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The frost beneath her feet spread instantly, freezing the lower bodies of the collapsed Lu Ruyan and Wang Tianhao along with the ground, preventing them from struggling in their death throes or taking their own lives. Chen Lin's figure swayed slightly in the shadows, gripping the ghostly blue short blade even tighter, the icy killing intent almost solidifying. Lin Yan was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her light green eyes wide open. Although she was a new member, she was not unfamiliar with the names Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan. They were considered prominent figures among the freshmen at Shing Wu University. How could they have fallen to this point, betraying humanity and colluding with extraterrestrial races? Wu Haoyu's figure appeared like a phantom, slowly emerging a few steps in front of Lu Ruyan and Wang Tianhao. The purple-gold arcs of electricity surrounding him gradually subsided. The thunder spear slanted toward the ground, its tip still crackling with dangerous electric sparks. His cold and stern face showed little shock, only a profound and icy calm. His deep eyes swept over the two on the ground, pausing briefly on Wang Tianhao's face, twisted with resentment and malice, before landing on Lu Ruyan's ashen, lifeless expression. A fleeting, extremely complex ripple seemed to pass through his gaze, but it was quickly buried under an even deeper chill. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Haoyu. Wang Tianhao struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wu Haoyu, filled with madness, jealousy, and unwillingness. His voice was hoarse like a broken gong. How is it possible? Kaiyuan realm. Mid-stage? How long have you been cultivating? Why can a useless young master like you awaken an SS-level talent and progress so quickly? I refuse to accept this. He roared hysterically, coughing up blood with every sentence, looking utterly deranged. Wu Haoyu's overwhelming strength had completely shattered the last remnants of his pitiful pride and dignity. Lu Ruyan turned a deaf ear to Wang Tianhao's roar. Her hollow gaze seemed to shift slightly, struggling to focus on Wu Haoyu. In her eyes, there was no trace of the resentment, jealousy, or arrogance of the past, only a near-dead numbness, along with an indescribable complexity. Was it regret, relief, or something else? Perhaps even she couldn't say for sure. Her lips moved faintly, as if trying to say something, but only a weak breath escaped before she completely lost consciousness, her body collapsing limply onto the cold rocky ground. Just as Wu Haoyu struck like thunder to subdue Wang and Lu, 5 other battlefields erupted simultaneously. 5 shadow puppets, like 5 lifeless streaks of black lightning, charged unerringly and fearlessly toward the spot in the forest shadows where Lei Wanjun had originally been. Their movements were swift, precise, and devoid of flourish, driven by a cold will born purely for destruction and obstruction. Stop them. Zhao Mingxuan's command exploded in the tactical channel, calm yet swift. Their target is Elder Lei's direction. We must not let them interfere. Gong Yuan, freeze and restrict. Ouyang, area bombardment. Chen Lin, He Linyan, pinpoint kills. Hao Yu's side has already controlled the target, no support needed. As soon as the order was issued, the remaining 4 members of the team activated instantly like a precise war machine. Congeal. Gong Yuan's cold voice rang out, her slender hand suddenly pressing into the void ahead of the shadow puppet's charge path. An extremely chilling spiritual energy surged out. Crack! The ground instantly froze into a half-meter thick layer of crystal-clear ice, covering a large area in front of the shadow puppets. On the ice layer, countless sharp ice spikes grew wildly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, forming a deadly forest of icy thorns. The cold air spread in all directions, and the temperature of the air plummeted. The 2 shadow puppets at the forefront were instantly enveloped by the ice layer, their speed drastically reduced. The sharp ice spikes pierced fiercely into their black robes, producing a teeth-gritting scraping sound. However, they seemed impervious to pain, only pausing slightly in their movements. Black energy surged, forcibly shattering the ice on their bodies, and they continued to charge forward without hesitation. Turn to ashes for me. Ouyang Jie could no longer hold back as the flaming longsword erupted with a dazzling red glow. With a delicate shout, she gripped the longsword tightly with both hands and slashed fiercely toward the 3 shadow puppets lagging slightly behind in the icy thicket. Blazing flame sky slash. A scorching crescent-shaped wave of fire, several meters wide, carrying a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything, tore through the air and roared forward. Wherever the fire wave passed, the ground turned charred black, the air distorted, and even the ice thorns created by Gong Yuan instantly melted and evaporated. The target was the 3 shadow puppets. They seemed to sense the threat, twisting and dodging in bizarre movements, but the fire wave was vast in range and incredibly fast. 2 of the shadow puppets were grazed by the edge of the fire wave. Boom! Boom! It was as if 2 oil-soaked rags had been ignited. The black cloaks on the 2 shadow puppets instantly turned to ash, revealing their corpse-like, withered bodies beneath. Their skin was ashen gray, covered in eerie stitching marks. The southern bright flame clung to them like a bone-deep curse, relentlessly burning their bodies, producing sizzling sounds and a charred stench. They emitted silent roars, perhaps they didn't even have vocal organs. Their movements became frantic, yet they still relentlessly lunged toward their target. At this moment, shoo, shoo, 2 faint yet deadly sounds of something slicing through the air rang out almost simultaneously. A ghostly blue blade light, like a snake flicking its tongue, silently emerged from the shadow of a massive rock, precisely slashing the neck of a shadow puppet slowed by the ice layer and scorched by flames. Chen Lin's figure flickered and disappeared. The other was an incredibly condensed pale cyan wind blade. He Linyan's gaze was focused, her hands moved as if plucking the strings of a zither, releasing a highly compressed wind blade with edges shimmering with cold light. It spun and flew out with a cunning trajectory, instantly piercing through the back of another shadow puppet engulfed in flames. The shadow puppet whose throat was slit by Chen Lin suddenly froze, its withered head tilting at an eerie angle before collapsing to the ground. Black mist quickly dissipated from the wound, leaving no trace of life. The shadow puppet pierced through the back by He Linyan's wind blade trembled violently as the southern bright leaving fire erupted from within, completely engulfing it. It turned into a fiercely burning fireball, reducing to a pile of charred remains within seconds. 2 shadow puppets, though avoiding the core of Ouyang Jie's fire wave, were momentarily hindered by Zhao Mingxuan's powerful mental force field. This brief delay sealed their fate. Ouyang Jie's flaming longsword swept across with the power to annihilate everything. Chen Lin's ghostly blue dagger struck from a blind spot like a relentless parasite. He Linyan's chain wind blades rained down like a storm. Boom! Splat! Sizzle! Flames burned, blades tore, and wind blades sliced. After losing the control of the Grey Viper, these shadow puppets, which relied on instinct to fight and were not particularly strong during their creation roughly at the mid to late Wen Wu realm, faced the well-coordinated and significantly stronger group. Their fate was already sealed. In less than 30 breaths, 5 fearless shadow puppets were all reduced to charred remains, shattered ice, and broken, withered bones under the storm-like assault of Wu Haoyu's team, scattered across the black rocks at the edge of the rift, leaving only faint black smoke and a pungent burnt stench. The battle ended cleanly and decisively. When the last shadow puppet collapsed into burning wreckage, the team's gazes instinctively refocused on the 2 figures beneath the rock wall, those whose lower bodies had been frozen by Gong Yuan's frost, now lying limp on the ground. Wang Tianhao continued to struggle in vain, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Wu Haoyu. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had completely lost consciousness, her breathing faint and fragile like a thread. The air seemed to freeze once more, leaving only the hissing sound of toxic miasma churning deep within the rift and Wang Tianhao's heavy, pained gasps. Buzz! Shing Wu University, the Imperial capital's noble families, to think they could produce such scum. Zhao Mingxuan's voice shattered the silence, carrying suppressed fury and a hint of heaviness. He adjusted his glasses, the gaze behind the lenses sharp as a blade, sweeping over Wang Tianhao Tianhao and Lu Ruyan as if trying to pierce through their souls. Ouyang Jie sheathed his flaming longsword and strode forward, his red hair blazing like fire, his face full of disdain and fury. Bah! I used to think Wang Tianhao was detestable, but at least he could be considered a figure of some importance. Lu Ruyan, your Lu family has some background, yet you colluded with the Gu Ling sect? Don't you feel ashamed before the ancestors who died defending the Starfield front lines? Her voice echoed through the ravine, carrying an intense and unyielding accusation. Gong Yuan remained silent, but the frost beneath her feet gradually spread, even freezing Wang Tianhao's struggling upper body, leaving only his head exposed. The bone-chilling cold made Wang Tianhao's struggles even weaker, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Chen Lin's figure was like a ghost, silently appearing beside Wang Tianhao. The faintly visible blue blade hovered near the edge of his neck, and the icy killing intent made his whole body break out in goosebumps. He Lin Yan stood a little farther away, gazing at the two once high and mighty figures on the ground, her heart surging with complex and indescribable emotions: shock, anger, confusion, and a trace of unspeakable lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Wu Haoyu's timely discovery and destruction of those anchor points, and if Elder Lei hadn't stood guard, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wu Haoyu's gaze finally settled on Lu Ruyan's ashen, lifeless face. The former pride, willfulness, and sharpness had now all turned into deadened numbness and the exhaustion of a spent force. He felt little satisfaction. In his heart, instead, a complex and indescribable emotion welled up. Was she a sacrificial pawn of a family alliance? Or bewitched by Wang Tianhao? Or perhaps driven by her own greed for power? Maybe all of the above. But none of these could ever justify betraying her race and aiding the enemy. He slowly shifted his gaze, his eyes once again cold and hard as iron. Some paths, once taken, leave no room for turning back. At that moment, a voice thick with the smell of alcohol and faint dissatisfaction came from afar. Bad luck. Damn it, what rotten luck. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see Lei Wanjun carrying that dark red wine gourd, staggering out from the dense forest at the edge of the rift, swaying with every 3 steps. In his other hand, he casually held the headless, emaciated corpse of the gray viper as if it were a dead chicken. Sticky black blood was still dripping from the severed neck of the corpse, emitting a nauseating stench. Lei Wanjun walked up to the crowd and casually tossed the corpse of the gray viper onto the ground with a thud, as if discarding trash, kicking up a cloud of dust. His murky old eyes swept over the headless corpse on the ground, then glanced at the icebound, barely alive Wang Tianhao and the unconscious Lu Ruyan. Only then did the displeasure on his face slightly ease. Smacking his lips, he said, I had planned to keep one alive to pry open their mouth and dig out something useful. Didn't expect this old rat to have weak bones, but a fiery temper. The mental curse seal in his brain exploded just like that, quick and clean. Bah! What a waste of my effort. Cursing under his breath, he took a swig of strong liquor, as if trying to wash away the stench of the corpse. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, lingering for a moment on Lu Ruyan's pitiful state. A flicker of understanding flashed in his murky eyes, clearly aware of the price paid to activate the anchor point. Then, he looked at Wu Haoyu and the others, especially the 5 piles of shadow puppet remains on the ground, and a slightly satisfied expression appeared on his face. Not bad. These little puppets, without their master's command, are like headless flies. These 2 little mice, he gestured, with his chin toward Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, are quite the unexpected catch. Alive, they're always worth more than dead. Teacher, Wu Haoyu stepped forward and pointed at Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan on the ground, asking in a deep voice, how should we deal with these 2? And the corpse of the gray viper? He had hit the key point directly. The Gu Ling sect's large-scale placement of spatial anchor points in the Yunjing forest was no trivial matter. There was undoubtedly a greater conspiracy hidden behind it. The captured traitors and the gray viper's corpse were crucial clues and evidence. Lei Wanjun took another big gulp of wine, wiped the stains off his beard, and waved his hand, saying, simple. These 2 little rats have sensitive identities, tied to the Imperial capital's noble families and Shing Wu University. Handing them over to the local garrison or the Special Operations Bureau isn't appropriate, nor is it necessarily safe. We need to let the people who truly handle this kind of matter and can pry open their mouths take care of it. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. The black prison under the Military Intelligence Directorate has specialized methods for dealing with the spiritual curse marks of the ancient spirit cult. Although it can't guarantee 100% success, it's far better than us fumbling around blindly. Send these 2 live captives along with the corpse of this old rat over there. Black prison? Zhao Mingxuan's eyes narrowed. As a student of battlefield command at the Tactical Academy, he had some understanding of the military system. The Black Prison was a secret institution dedicated to detaining and interrogating high-profile criminals, especially those involving external threats and traitors. Rumor had it that those who entered would have their very souls turned inside out. He immediately grasped Lei Wanjuan's intention. Then, how should we contact them? He Lin Yan asked hesitantly. This is the depths of the Yunjing forest, where communication signals are severely disrupted, almost completely cut off. Lei Wanjun chuckled and patted the inconspicuous dark red wine gourd at his waist. I've been prepared for this. Xiaoxian, take the civilian-grade signal amplifier off your Shadow 3 vehicle. Use my terminal to contact the capital's military officials directly, no problem. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes lit up. Got it. He immediately retrieved the all-terrain vehicle Shadow 3 from his portable spatial compression wristband. The gull-wing doors silently opened, and he swiftly climbed into the cockpit, starting to dismantle the silver-gray, heat-vent-covered square device mounted on the roof, the civilian-grade high-power signal amplifier. The others were equally focused. Gong Yuan firmly restrained Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan, ensuring they could neither move nor commit suicide. Chen Lin, like the most vigilant leopard, concealed himself in the shadows at the edge of the rift, his ghostly blue shortblade flickering intermittently as he kept watch over the surroundings. Although the Grey Viper was dead and the shadow puppets were annihilated, this area was close to the core zone of the Blackstone Rift, and the possibility of alerting other powerful alien beasts or unknown dangers could not be ruled out. Ouyang Jia walked over to the headless corpse of the Grey Viper, her brows furrowed as she suppressed her nausea. Using her flame longsword, she carefully pried open the tattered clothing on the corpse, meticulously searching for any overlooked clues or dangerous items. Soon, she retrieved a small dark gold box with twisted runes engraved on it and a palm-sized dark purple compass, also covered in eerie patterns, from the Grey Viper's waist. She disdainfully lifted them with the tip of her blade and tossed them to Zhao Mingxian. Old Zhao, take a look at these things. Lin Yan utilized her wind perception to meticulously investigate the surrounding environment, particularly the turbulence of the poisonous miasma deep within the Rift Valley and the movements in the distant dense forest, providing early warnings for the team. Wu Haoyu stood beside Lei Wanjun, his gaze calmly observing everyone's busy activities. The chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder within his body flowed slowly, its powerful perception enveloping the entire area, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Before long, Zhao Mingxian jumped off the vehicle carrying a heavy signal amplifier and began debugging it. He skillfully connected the input port of the signal amplifier to Lei Wanjuan's smart terminal. Buzz! A powerful energy fluctuation instantly emanated from the signal amplifier. Blue energy patterns lit up across the surface of the silver-gray device, emitting a low humming sound. The multiband signal transmission antenna at the top quickly unfolded, rotating to point toward the sky. Zhao Mingxian handed a portable tactical terminal to Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun took the terminal, entered a string of numbers, and shortly after, a holographic image of a middle-aged man in military uniform appeared before the group. Upon seeing Lei Wanjun, the middle-aged man stood straight and saluted, saying, Lei Lao, Su Guozhi reporting to you. Lei Wanjun waved his hand. I have an urgent matter here. In the Yinjing forest, we discovered that the ancient spirit cult is setting up spatial anchor points. All of them have been destroyed, and we captured 2 small fry from the ancient spirit cult, as well as killed one at the mid-stage of the soul-gathering realm. Send the cleaners over to take them in. Also, these 2 individuals have somewhat special identities. One is from the Wang family in the Imperial capital, and the other is from the Lu family. I'll also notify the Ability Management Bureau and Shing Wu University since they are still students of Shing Wu University. That's all. Send someone over quickly. Yes, I'll send the cleaners over right away. Elder Lei, I still need to report this matter to Commander Wu, the middle-aged officer said. Do as you see fit. Lei Wanjun hung up the communication without waiting for a response. Then, he contacted Mo Qianxiu, the director of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. That's the situation. Send someone to thoroughly investigate the Wang and Lu families. Oh, and Mo, don't leave things half-done, clean everything up completely. I'm hanging up. Understood, Elder Lei, Mo Qianxiu replied respectfully. After that, Lei Wanjun contacted the president of Shing Wu University and the dean of the Tactical Academy, briefing them on the situation one by one. After ending the communications, Lei Wanjun tossed the terminal connection cable back to Zhao Mingxian, resuming his lazy demeanor. He picked up his treasured wine gourd, gave it a shake, and muttered, alright, just wait. Those guys from Black Prison shouldn't take too long to act. Bang! Bang! The afterglow of the setting sun completely sank beneath the sea of trees, and the last trace of crimson light vanished. Boundless darkness, like thick ink, swiftly engulfed the ravine and the surrounding forest. The gray poisonous miasma churning at the bottom of the valley became more active, and the eerie hissing sounds were particularly chilling in the deathly silence. The piercing mountain wind swept through jagged rocks, producing a wailing howl. The team members sat in a circle on a small patch of ground they had temporarily cleared, with a bonfire burning in the center. The orange flames burned silently, emitting a steady glow and moderate warmth that dispelled the surrounding darkness and chill, yet produced no noticeable smoke or sparks to avoid revealing their location. Wang Tianhao was securely shackled by Chen Lin with specially crafted alloy cuffs on his hands and feet, and his mouth was stuffed with a cloth soaked in paralyzing agents to prevent him from biting his tongue or making any sound. He curled up in a corner like a pile of mud, with only his bloodshot eyes still glinting with resentment and unwillingness under the reflection of the firelight fixed on Wu Haoyu, who was meditating by the fire. Lu Ruyan was laid flat on a relatively smooth stone slab covered with a thermal blanket. Gong Yuan used pure ice element spiritual energy to protect her faint heartbeat and fed her a military-grade life-saving pill carried by Zhao Mingxian. Her breathing remained extremely weak, almost imperceptible, her complexion pale and ashen. Though her vital signs were temporarily stable, she remained unconscious, resembling a delicate porcelain doll that could shatter at any moment. The headless corpse of the ash viper was carefully scorched on the surface by Ouyang Jie using the southern bright fire to purify any potential corpse poison and lingering curses. Then, it was wrapped in a specially made fireproof and corrosion-resistant body bag and tossed into the shadows far from the campfire. The dark golden box and the dark purple compass were carefully put away by Zhao Mingxian. Time passed slowly in the silence and waiting. He Linyan sat by the campfire, hugging her knees. Her pale green hair shimmered with a strange luster under the reflection of the icy blue flames. She looked at the unconscious Lu Ruyan and Wang Tianhao, who was like a trapped beast in the corner, then glanced at Lei Wanjun, who sat with his eyes closed, meditating with a steady and mountain-like aura. As she surveyed her teammates seated around, each performing their respective duties, her heart was filled with disbelief. Just a few days ago, she had been an ordinary freshman at the Sacred Martial Academy. Now, she had personally participated in an operation to dismantle the conspiracy of the ancient spirit sect and capture an important traitor. This experience was enough to be written into the textbooks. Elder Lei Helinyan finally couldn't hold back and softly spoke, breaking the silence. Black prison and cleaners, are they very powerful? She knew very little about these mysterious military organizations. Lei Wanjun didn't even lift his eyelids. Hugging his wine gourd, he spoke leisurely. The black prison is where the country detains its most dangerous prisoners and breaks the hardest mouths. As for the scavengers, he paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his murky eyes. They are the cleaners specifically tasked with dealing with trash like the Guling cult. Highly efficient, and their methods, well, let's just say they're extremely thorough. Don't worry, they're only interested in trash. He Linyan nodded half understandingly, not daring to ask further. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses and added in a low voice, those who can be called scavengers are at least in the late or even peak stage of the soul-gathering realm. They are experts in tracking, assassination, interrogation, and purification, one of the nation's ultimate weapons against internal traitors and external infiltrators. With them taking over, I'd say they'll dig out quite a lot from the minds of those two traitors. At that moment, Wu Haoyu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, and Lei Wanjun, who seemed to be dozing off, suddenly opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their gazes, sharp as lightning, instantly shot toward the southeastern night sky above the rift. The others immediately became alert as well. In the deep night sky, a few faint, star-like points of light silently appeared. They moved at an incredible speed, yet eerily emitted no engine roar or sound of cutting through the air. Within just a few breaths, the points of light rapidly enlarged, revealing their true form, three diamond-shaped aircraft with an extremely sleek design, sharp lines, and a matte black coating that blended seamlessly with the night sky. The aircraft bore no markings, with only faint red positioning lights flickering beneath their fuselages. They hovered silently like three massive black bats about 100 meters above the canyon, casting three soft yet intensely penetrating white beams of light from below, precisely illuminating the temporary camp where Wu Haoyu's team was stationed. Immediately afterward, the hatches on the undersides of the three aircraft slid open soundlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures leaped down like phantoms from a height of 100 meters. No parachutes, no cushioning devices. Their descent was astonishingly fast, but just as they were less than 10 meters from the ground, their bodies suddenly halted, as if held by an invisible force, and then they landed lightly on the rocks at the edge of the camp like feathers, without a sound. There were 6 of them in total, all dressed in identical jet black, form-fitting combat suits made of a special material that seemed to absorb light, with no military insignias. Their faces were covered by equally black tactical masks, leaving only their eyes, noses, and mouths exposed. The eye sections of the masks were equipped with single-lens displays emitting faint red glows. Each of them exuded a cold, restrained aura, like precision killing machines devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The leader, though not particularly tall, stood with the steadiness of a mountain, radiating an invisible pressure that made Ouyang Jia, Helin Yan, and the others involuntarily hold their breath. Peak soul-gathering realm. The 6 pairs of eyes scanned the scene like cold scanners, swiftly taking in everything. The bonfire, Wang Tianhao frozen and bound in shackles, the unconscious Lu Ruyan, the body bag, and the members of Wu Haoyu's squad, all before finally settling on Lei Wanjun, who held a wine gourd and seemed to blend seamlessly into the environment. The leader of the scavengers saluted Lei Wanjun with a crisp and forceful military gesture, precise and swift. Old Lei, Scavenger's 7th squad reporting as ordered. Please hand over the targets. His voice came through the mask, cold and monotone, devoid of any emotion, resembling an electronic synthesized sound. Lei Wanjun lazily lifted his eyelids and raised the wine gourd, pointing at Wang Tianhao, Lu Ruyan, and the body bag on the ground. Here, 2 alive. alive, one dead, and 2 little trinkets in that kid's hands over there. He gestured toward Zhao Mingxian. Zhao Mingxian immediately stepped forward, handing over a specially sealed box containing a dark gold small case and a dark purple compass with both hands. The leading scavenger nodded without saying a word. 3 people quickly stepped forward from behind him, their movements swift and professional, as precise as a surgical operation. 2 of them approached to check the conditions of Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan respectively, while the third person took out a palm-sized silver scanner and swiftly scanned the body bags. The scavenger inspecting Wang Tianhao glanced at his venomous gaze, then took out a specially designed metallic neck ring flashing with blue electric arcs from his waist and snapped it onto his neck with a click. Wang Tianhao's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes instantly filled with extreme fear. Then his gaze became unfocused, as if all his strength had been drained, leaving him completely limp, with even the venomous look in his eyes vanishing without a trace. Clearly, the collar possessed powerful mental suppression and physical restraint functions. The cleaner attending to Lu Ruyan took out a syringe emitting a green glow and precisely injected it into the vein on her neck, slowly administering a faint green liquid. Lu Ruyan's ashen complexion seemed to improve slightly, but she remained unconscious. The cleaner responsible for handling the bodies scanned to confirm everything was correct. 2 team members quickly stepped forward and placed the body bag, Wang Tianhao, and Lu Ruyan into 3 specially designed black metal boxes engraved with energy runes. The entire process was silent, efficient, and cold, completed in less than a minute. The leading scavenger saluted Lei Wanjun once again. Target and evidence confirmed received. Thank you, Elder Lei and everyone, for your assistance. If further intelligence analysis is needed, we will contact Shing Wu University. Farewell. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, the 6 scavengers picked up the 3 metal boxes, their figures rising swiftly as if defying gravity, and precisely entered the open hatch of the hovering black aircraft. The hatch closed silently. The engines of the 3 black diamond-shaped aircraft lit up with a faint blue glow, ascending vertically without a sound, accelerating in an instant, and transforming into 3 shadows that almost blended into the night, disappearing into the vast southeastern night sky as if they had never appeared. The camp returned to silence once more. Only the ice-blue bonfire leapt soundlessly, reflecting the complex and unreadable expressions on everyone's faces. All right, the trash has been cleaned up. Lei Wanjun stretched with a big yawn, his joints cracking loudly, breaking the silence. His cloudy old eyes swept over his disciples and team members. With his usual cynical smile back on his face, he patted his wine gourd and said, "Little brats, set up camp and rest here. Tomorrow we continue the hunt. Once we're back at school, the old man will treat you to some drinks." A real victory toast. The morning light struggled to penetrate the dense canopy on the outskirts of the core area of the clouscape forest, casting mottled and fragmented beams through the woods. The air was damp and heavy, filled with the pungent scent of decaying vegetation and an intangible, oppressive weight emanating from the ancient towering trees themselves. Beneath their feet lay a foot-deep, soft, and slippery humus layer. Each step produced a muffled squelch, as if they were treading through the stomach of a giant beast. Wu Haoyu and his companions moved cautiously and efficiently, like blades slicing through this primeval wilderness. After yesterday's clash with the spirit sect and the shock of the scavenger, the squad members' gazes revealed a deeper determination. This is now truly a high-risk area, where Tier 3 exotic beasts have become the norm, and even peak Tier 3 creatures are not uncommon. 10 o'clock direction, early Tier 3, steel-armored rhinos, 2 of them, rolling in the swamp. Lin Yan's crisp voice came through the tactical channel, the wind's perception acting like an invisible net, capturing every movement within several hundred meters ahead. Received. Avoid them and steer clear of getting entangled in the swamp. Zhao Mingxuan's voice was calm and swift. Chen Lin's figure silently slid toward the flank, his presence shrouded in shadows. The squad shifted as a whole, like agile fish, avoiding the 2 large, thick-skinned, immensely powerful alien beasts. They hadn't gone far. Directly ahead, a small group of second-tier stinger bees, nesting in the hollow of a dead tree, spreading toward us. Lin Yan warned again. Ouyang, disperse the firewall. Lin Yan, guide the airflow, don't let them get close. Zhao Mingxian issued the command succinctly. Ouyang Jia let out a sharp cry, and the flaming long blade drew a scorching arc, instantly erecting a blazing firewall 10 meters ahead. Lin Yan gestured with both hands, forming chaotic air currents that forcibly pushed the panicked, fleeing swarm of bees trying to fly around toward the firewall. Amid the acrid smell of burning and the crackling explosions, the threat was neutralized. Moving forward, battles continued one after another. A Tier 3 shadow leopard attempted to ambush from the shadows but was detected in advance by Wu Haoyu. A strike of purple-gold lightning forced it out of stealth, and it was then precisely throat-slit by Chen. A Tier 3 peak ironback grizzly roared and charged, only to be firmly blocked by Gong Yuan's triple ice walls, then obliterated by the combined assault of Ouyang Jie's blazing firewave and Wu Haoyu's thunderstrike. Packs of swift Tier 2 wind wolves tried to harass, but under Zhao Mingxuan's precise mental interference and area suppression, they became moving targets, easily taken down by the team. The combat efficiency was extremely high, high, and their coordination grew increasingly seamless. Helenian's warnings and airflow control became even more refined, often neutralizing threats or guiding them to optimal attack positions before they could form an encirclement. Gong Yuan's ice control range has expanded, freezing speed is faster, and she can even precisely freeze the joints of alien beasts while moving at high speed. Ouyang Jia's flames are more refined, with stronger explosive power. Chen Lin's silent and deadly attacks in the shadows have become even more lethal. Zhao Mingxuan's mental force field covers a wider area, making interference and pinpoint strikes more efficient. And Wu Haoyu, as the main attacker and battlefield firefighter, has become the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield of the team with the thunderous power of the mid-stage Kaiyuan realm. Beasts below the peak of the third tier can hardly withstand 3 rounds under his full force outburst. However, compared to the frequently encountered beasts, the harvest along the way has been unusually meager. Another empty area, just some ordinary herbs. Ouyang Jia kicked away a moss-covered stone, looking slightly disappointed. They had just dealt with 2 early third-tier thorn porcupines. Apart from obtaining 2 pairs of sturdy tusks and a few poisonous spines, there was almost no valuable spiritual plants or ores in the surrounding area. Zhao Mingxian brought up the tactical terminal screen, his brows slightly furrowed. According to the guild's data and energy detection, this area should have contained several small associated mineral veins and growth points for some tier 3 spiritual plants. But now, there's no trace of them, and even the energy fluctuations are unusually weak. They were snatched up by those tier 3 beasts, Lei Wanjun said lazily, leaning against a giant tree with a wine gourd in his arms. His cloudy old eyes scanned the surroundings. Tier 3 beasts may have low intelligence, but they know to claim good stuff. They eat the spiritual plants when they mature, gnaw on the useful essence in the ores, or haul it back to their lairs. You came late, so naturally, there's nothing left for you. Doesn't that mean this trip was for nothing? Helenian said, a little disappointed. She hadn't been with the team for long and had high expectations for the riches of the core zone. What's the rush? Lei Wanjun took a swig of wine and smacked his lips. The real treasures are deeper in, or hidden in places even those beasts might not be able to fully exploit. Keep moving. The team set off again, but the atmosphere had become more somber. Continuous battles and meager gains were draining their energy and gradually wearing down their excitement. Just as they were passing through a forest clearing covered with giant fern plants, where the light grew dimmer. Something's coming, extremely fast, rushing in from the 3 o'clock direction. Chen Lin's cold voice, unusually urgent, echoed in the tactical channel. He blended into the shadows like a phantom, appearing instantly from the front side, gripping a short, ghostly blue dagger in reverse, his body taut like a drawn bow. Almost simultaneously, Helenian's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, what a powerful aura. Scorching and violent, it's locked onto us. Too fast, no way to evade. The two issued warnings almost at the same time. Zhao Mingxuan's pupils contracted sharply, reacting like lightning. Enemy attack. Maximum alert. Chen Lin, retreat. Helenian, disrupt the airflow, slow the target. Gong Yuan, ice wall ahead, 15 meters. Triple layers. Ouyang, prepare to launch explosive fireballs, cover the target area. Haoyu, frontal assault. Before he finished speaking, an overwhelming wave of scorching pressure surged forward like a tsunami. Roar. The deafening roar shattered the silence of the forest. Accompanied by the roar, a massive and swift black shadow smashed through trees as thick as bowls along its path, charging into the clearing with a ferocious momentum that seemed to burn everything in its wake. It was a giant tiger over 5 meters in size. Its entire body was covered in dark red fur resembling burning embers, with black stripes like flickering flame runes, radiating an intense heat that made hearts tremble. The most striking feature is its beastly eyes burning with ghostly green flames, and the ghastly green fire flickering in its mouth, exuding a sulphurous scent. Its limbs are thick and powerful, leaving charred claw marks on the ground with every step, slightly shaking the surrounding land. Ghost Flame Tiger. Peak of Tier 3. No, it's already half a step into Tier 4. Watch out for its ghost fire. Zhao Mingxuan's voice was unusually grave as he instantly locked onto the target. This exotic beast not only possesses terrifying strength and astonishing speed, but even more frightening is the ghostly flame it spews, with extremely high temperatures and intense soul burning and mental corruption properties. Damn it, trouble's here. Ouyang Jia cursed, but his eyes burned with an even fiercer fighting spirit as the Nanning Liawa surged and roared on his long blade. Condense! Gong Yuan shouted crisply, her delicate jade-like hands suddenly pressing forward. 3 crystalline ice walls, each a meter thick and over 3 meters high, rose almost simultaneously along the path of the ghost flame tiger's charge, exuding a chilling aura, determined to block this monstrous beast engulfed in raging flames. Wind swirl, vortex. Helenian's hands moved rapidly, and powerful wind element spiritual energy formed several high-speed, erratically spinning whirlwinds in front of the ice wall, attempting to disrupt the ghost flame tiger's balance and vision. However, this ghost flame tiger, with 1 foot already stepping into the 4th tier, was ferociously unstoppable. Faced with the ice wall and the wind swirls, the ghostly green flames in its eyes burned even brighter. Instead of dodging, it accelerated its charge. Its massive head suddenly lowered, and its blood-red maw, filled with with sharp fangs, opened wide. A thick, almost tangible pillar of ghastly green ghost fire, reeking of sulfur and echoing with soul-piercing wails, erupted like the breath of hell. Boom! Sizzle! The ghostly flame pillar fiercely struck the first ice wall. Extreme cold and intense heat collided instantly. Amid the piercing sound of steam explosions, the thick ice wall rapidly melted and vaporized. In less than a second, the first ice wall shattered with a thunderous crash. A large amount of white, high-temperature steam spread out. The ghostly flame pillar continued its momentum and immediately struck the second ice wall. Similarly, it only lasted a little longer before the second ice wall also collapsed. Damn it! This ghostly fire is too overpowering. Ouyang Jie's expression changed drastically. The third ice wall trembled violently under the impact of the ghostly flame pillar, with large cracks appearing on its surface. However, Gong Yuan gritted her teeth, pushed her ice element's spiritual power to the limit, and held the ice wall firmly to prevent it from shattering. At the same time, the airflow vortex created by He Linyan finally began to take effect, causing the massive body of the ghost flame tiger to show a barely noticeable wobble during its high-speed charge, slightly altering the trajectory of the ghostly flame pillar it spewed. Thunder break flash. Purple gold lightning burst forth from Wu Haoyu's eyes. Without hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit, transforming into a streak of purple gold lightning that tore through the dim woodland. The tip of the thunder spear was entwined with destructive chaotic divine thunder, seizing the moment when the ghostly flame pillar was briefly obstructed by the third ice wall and the ghost flame tiger's figure slightly wavered. It suddenly struck from an extremely tricky angle. Target: the relatively vulnerable area beneath the ghost flame tiger's neck. The ghost flame tiger seemed to sense the mortal threat. Its ghostly green beast eyes suddenly turned toward Wu Haoyu, and the remaining ghost flames in its mouth instinctively prepared to spew forth. However, Wu Haoyu's speed was astonishingly fast. The chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder has an innate suppression over all evil energies. Sla! The purple gold thunder spear radiance, carrying the supreme will of purification and evil destruction, ignored the scorching heat and drifting ghostly flames, piercing precisely into the relatively softer fur beneath the neck of the ghost flame tiger. Put! Boom! The sound of the spear piercing flesh and the muffled roar of thunder erupting within the body resounded simultaneously. The raging chaotic divine thunder of extermination instantly surged into the ghost flame tiger's body. The ghost flame energy, capable of incinerating gold and melting iron, seemed to meet its nemesis in the face of the pure and unyielding chaotic divine thunder, being frantically annihilated and purified. The massive body of the ghost flame tiger suddenly stiffened, letting out an extremely shrill wail filled with pain and utter disbelief. What it spewed from its mouth was no longer ghostly flames, but black smoke mixed with fragments of internal organs and charred flesh. The beast's eyes, burning with ghostly green flames, quickly dimmed, and finally extinguished completely, filled with the terror of pain and death. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, hitting the ground heavily and raising a cloud of dust. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably, but the breath of life dissipated rapidly, like a receding tide. The open ground was filled with the pungent smell of scorched flesh, sulfur, and thick blood. The team members panted slightly, though the earlier clash had been brief. It was extremely perilous and exhausting. If Wu Haoyu hadn't seized that fleeting opportunity to deliver a thunderous strike, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Phew, done. Ouyang Jie wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the massive corpse on the ground. This big guy was damn fierce. A half-fourth tier beast is really tough to deal with. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses filled with approval as he looked at Wu Haoyu. Haoyu, well done. He then issued orders: Chen Lin, keep watch on the surroundings. He Linyan, expand your perception range to ensure there are no other threats. Gong Yuan, Ouyang, He Linyan, start collecting materials. The Ghost Flame Tiger's Ghost Flame core, heart, tiger bones, claws, and pelt are all top-grade materials. Move quickly, the scent of blood will attract more trouble. The team immediately sprang into action. Chen Lin's figure once again melted into the shadows. He Linyan closed her eyes and focused, her wind perception extending like invisible tendrils deep into the distant forest. Gong Yuan approached the Ghost Flame Tiger's corpse, her delicate hand pressing on the massive tiger's head. A chill spread out, freezing the residual heat and ghost flames on the corpse's surface, making it easier to handle. Ouyang Jie wielded his flaming longsword, carefully cutting through the tough pelt, searching for the most valuable ghost flame core. Wu Haoyu stood beside the enormous corpse, trying to calm the surging thunderous energy within his body. His gaze inadvertently swept over the slightly swollen, faintly writhing abdomen of the ghost flame tiger. This movement was not a death spasm but a strange and rhythmic pulsation. Wu Haoyu frowned slightly, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. He crouched down, the tip of his thunderstrike spear emitting faint arcs of electricity as he cautiously sliced open the tough abdominal skin of the ghost flame tiger. Squelch! A wave of foul-smelling viscera spilled out, along with a large amount of partially digested flesh and organs. However, amidst the filth, a vine-like object about the thickness of an arm, dark iron gray in color, and covered with fine spiral patterns, suddenly slipped out. As soon as the vine hit the ground, it began writhing and struggling flailing violently, as if alive. One end of it twisted like a drill, frantically trying to burrow into the ground, while the other end lashed the air like a whip, producing a sharp whoosh sound as it cut through the air. The surface of the vine shimmered faintly with a metallic luster, exuding a sense of resilience and eerie vitality. "What is that?" Ouyang Jia, who was cutting tiger bones, was startled, instinctively pointing his flaming longsword at the writhing vine. Gong Yuan, He Linyan, and Zhao Mingxian immediately became alert and surrounded it. Chen Lin's figure emerged from the shadows, his ghostly blue blade aimed at the strange vine. "Be careful, there's an energy fluctuation. It's very peculiar." He Linyan's wind perception detected a unique energy rhythm emanating from the vine, unlike that of a beast or an ordinary plant. Could it be a severed limb of some kind of plant-based beast? But I've never seen anything like this before. Zhao Mingxian frowned deeply, trying to find a match in the database. The iron gray vine struggled even more violently, lashing the ground and leaving faint white marks on the hard rock. It seemed to sense the surrounding threat, its movements becoming more frantic, exuding a faint aura of metallic sharpness and tenacious vitality. "Everyone, hold still." Just as the group hesitated over whether to destroy or subdue it, Lei Wanjuan's lazy yet slightly excited voice rang out. He had somehow crept closer without anyone noticing, his cloudy old eyes now shining brightly as he stared intently at the wildly writhing vine on the ground. The drunken expression on his face had been replaced by an excitement akin to discovering a treasure. "Ha! When luck comes, there's no stopping it." Lei Wanjun rubbed his hands together, grinning widely to reveal 2 rows of uneven teeth. "You little brats, do you know what this is?" Everyone exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. "This is iron thread vine, and it's at least a 4th-tier iron thread vine." Lei Wanjun pointed at the vine on the ground, his voice rising with excitement. "Ordinary iron thread vines of the 1st or 2nd tier are everywhere. They're tough, sure, but that's about it. But once it survives the 3rd-tier transformation and advances to the 4th tier, it becomes an entirely different existence." He crouched down, showing no fear of the vine's wild thrashing, and pointed at it with his bony fingers from a distance. "See that? The color, the patterns, the vitality." Ordinary iron thread vines were supposed to be dark green, but this vine had turned iron gray. Its patterns had also taken on a spiral shape, a clear sign that it had absorbed ample golden iron essence and undergone a qualitative transformation. A 4th-tier iron thread vine had already developed faint sentience and a strong instinct for aggression. Its vines would instinctively attack any living creature within its sensory range, extracting blood essence and spiritual energy to nourish itself. That dumb tiger probably got greedy and swallowed this vine as a snack, only to fail to digest it. Instead, the vine wreaked havoc in its stomach. No wonder during the fight earlier, it seemed off, like it had a ticking bomb in its belly. A 4th-tier spiritual plant? Zhao Mingxuan's eyes lit up as he quickly retrieved information from his memory. Iron thread vine, 4th tier, core rhizome. According to the records, its core rhizome contains extremely pure life essence and sharp golden iron energy. It's a top-tier spiritual material for strengthening tendons and bones and expanding meridians. It's worth a fortune. Exactly. Lei Wanjun slapped his thigh and pointed at Zhao Mingxian. "Little Xuanzi, you really know your stuff." But he suddenly changed his tone, his cloudy old eyes sweeping over the group with a sly smile. "In the eyes of you little ones, the greatest value of this thing is probably trading it for credits or resource points, isn't it?" Ouyang Jia curled his lips. "What else? Strengthening muscles and bones sounds good, but it's not particularly appealing." He Linyan and Gong Yuan also nodded lightly, while Chen Lin silently stared at the piece of vine. "Bah! A bunch of ignorant, ungrateful little brats." Lei Wanjun immediately blew his beard and glared, pointing at the still twisting vine, almost spitting in anger. "Strengthening muscles and bones? That's just the most basic effect. The most precious thing about this is the wine brewed from its core root iron thread golden marrow wine. Do you understand?" He gestured excitedly, using this core root as the main ingredient, paired with a few not-so-rare auxiliary materials, and crafted with my exclusive secret method to brew. Spiritual wine, the taste, TSK, rich and mellow, bold and domineering. One sip feels like swallowing a scorching torrent of molten metal. That sensation is simply heavenly. Everyone looked at Lei Wanjuan's intoxicated expression, their faces growing even more complex. So, it was all for the sake of wine. Lei Wanjun noticed their expressions and immediately understood what they were thinking, his beard bristling with anger. "I knew it. You only care about drinking. Do you think this old man is someone who only indulges in gluttony? Let me tell you, the greatest effect of this iron thread golden marrow wine is that it fundamentally strengthens your meridians. Not just your bones, muscles, and flesh, but your meridians, the high-speed channels for spiritual energy flow. They are the foundation for your future breakthroughs to higher realms." He swept his gaze around, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "Do you think the Kaiyuan realm or Yuanwu realm is already strong enough? That your spiritual energy flows fast enough? Don't be foolish. That's only because you haven't encountered a true bottleneck yet. When you reach the soul gathering realm, or even higher levels, you'll understand that the the width, toughness, and connectivity of your meridians directly determine the efficiency of your spiritual energy flow. They also determine the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks and even how far you can go in the future. The pure life essence contained in this iron thread golden marrow wine can nourish and strengthen the very source of your meridians, while its unique metallic sharpness acts like countless tiny chisels. As it nourishes, it subtly broadens and reinforces your meridian pathways. To put it in perspective, your current meridians might still be like rural dirt roads. After drinking this wine and properly digesting it, they can transform into wide, sturdy highways, with the same amount of spiritual energy, where others take 10 minutes. To complete a lap, you only need 5. When breaking through bottlenecks, others might suffer unbearable pain, while you could do it with ease. Do you understand the difference? Lei Wanjuan's words exploded in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Meridians, the high-speed channels for spiritual power flow. The foundation for future cultivation. This concept instantly struck at everyone's core, especially Wu Haoyu and Ouyang Jia, who had a deeper understanding of the essence of power, immediately grasped the heaven-defying value of this iron thread golden marrow wine. This was not merely about enhancing current strength but about laying the most solid foundation for the path to ultimate enlightenment in the future. Ouyang Jia's eyes instantly lit up like the flaming longsword in her hand. Olay, are you saying that drinking this wine will make future cultivation faster and breakthroughs easier? Of course. Lei Wanjun snorted impatiently. Do you think this old man would lie to you? Then, this vine. He Lin Yan looked at the still writhing vine on the ground, her gaze also becoming fiery. It's just a piece of vine, slightly more active, that's all. It's still far from the core rootstock. Lei Wanjun waved his hand. The real treasure is the main body of this vine. The 4th-tier iron thread vine has its core rootstock deeply buried underground, tightly connected to the earth's veins, which is where its true essence lies. This piece of vine is merely one of its tentacles extended for hunting. His eyes gleamed as he stared directly toward the northwest, precisely the area Zhao Mingxian had mentioned earlier, the Ghost Vine Forest region. The Ghost Vine Forest has a unique environment, heavy with yin energy and abundant in metallic energy from the earth's veins, making it the most favored growth site for the mutated iron thread vine. This old man dares to bet that the main body of this vine is 99% hidden deep within the Ghost Vine Forest. Moreover, a sly glint flashed in Lei Wanjuan's eyes. That ghost flame tiger fled from that direction, carrying this thing in its belly. This suggests that the iron thread vine's main body is highly likely near its lair, or this dumb tiger snatched food right from the iron thread vine's mouth and escaped. Either way, the clue is right in front of us. Then what are we waiting for? Ouyang Jia was the first to leap up, his flaming long blade pointing straight to the northwest. Charge into the Ghost Vine Forest, dig out that core root, and soak it in wine. Zhao Mingxian quickly pulled up the map. The Ghost Vine Forest is located approximately 15 kilometers northwest of our current position. The terrain is complex, filled with highly toxic ghost vines, and shrouded in miasma. It's marked as a B+ level danger zone by the guild. However, he glanced at Lei Wanjun. With Elder Lei here, the danger level can be downgraded. Lei Wanjun hugged his wine gourd and shook it smugly. At least you know how to talk. B+? That's for ordinary hunting teams. In front of me, even the lair of a beast king is nothing more than my backyard. Target, Ghost Vine Forest. Wu Haoyu decisively gave the order, his eyes burning with a fire of determination. Strengthening their tendons and laying the foundation for the future. This temptation was enough to make them disregard all obstacles. The team members hesitated no longer, swiftly and skillfully processing all the valuable materials from the Ghost Flame Tiger, its Ghost Flame Crystal, core, massive heart, sturdy tiger bones, sharp claws, and relatively intact pelt, packing them into their spatial equipment. Lei Wanjun carefully used a layer of soft, bright silver lightning to restrain the still twisting tentacle of the iron vine, sealing it inside a specially crafted jade box. This is an excellent bait, it might come in handy, he chuckled. Once everything was handled, the scent of blood began to spread through the forest, and faint beastly roars could be heard in the distance, clearly drawn by the smell. Let's go! Lei Wanjun waved his hand grandly, making no effort to conceal his aura. A vast and overwhelming pressure belonging to the peak of the Transcendent realm swept out like an invisible storm. The beastly roars, which had been lured by the scent of blood and were growing restless, were abruptly silenced as if their throats had been seized. In their place was a deathly silence filled with terror. The team members' spirits lifted. Under the lead of Lei Wanjun, this human-shaped beast, they cast aside all hesitation, pushing their speed to the limit. Like arrows loosed from a bow, they tore through the dim forest, racing toward the legendary Ghost Vine Forest, said to be filled with deadly vines. At the edge of the Ghost Vine Forest, it felt as though one step would lead into another world. The light was completely blocked by layers of twisted, dark purple vines, and the forest was filled with a gray-green miasma carrying a sweet yet putrid stench. The air was thick, damp, and cold, while the ground beneath was unnaturally deep and soft with humus, causing each step to sink deeply and emit a chilling squelch sound. Countless ghost vines, varying in thickness and twisted like giant pythons, hung from towering ancient ancient trees or emerged from the decayed soil, clawing and writhing as they exuded an aura of cold, deathly stillness. Silence enveloped the area, sending shivers down the spine, broken only by the occasional eerie rustling sound, like dry bones scraping together, adding an extra layer of mystery. Stay alert. These ghost vines are poisonous, and the miasma can cause hallucinations and erode spiritual energy. Don't inhale it. Use your spiritual energy to shield yourself. Zhao Mingxuan's voice sounded in the tactical channel, calm yet heavy with seriousness. He adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze behind the lenses sweeping over the shadows of the twisted, writhing vines around him. He Lin Yan took a deep breath, the pale cyan wind swirling around her, silently pushing away the approaching miasma. Her wind perception was as sensitive as the finest radar, striving to penetrate the viscous environment and capture any abnormal fluctuations. 2 o'clock direction, 50 meters away, energy reaction detected. 2 entities, one strong and one weak, seem to be third-tier mutant beasts. They've been alerted by us and are stealthily approaching. Roger. Chen Lin, guard the left flank. Gong Yuan, prepare area-wide frost deceleration. Ouyang, Hao Yu, engage head-on and finish them quickly. Zhao Mingxian swiftly commanded. Venturing deep into this area, the primary objective was to locate the 4th-tier iron thread vine, avoiding excessive entanglement with minor threats. Soon, 2 ferocious mutant beasts suddenly leapt out from the vine thicket. One resembled a massively enlarged venomous scorpion, its tail glowing with a ghostly blue poison light, identified as the mid-third tier, corrupt venom scorpion. The other looked like a giant lizard clad in rocky armor, spewing corrosive acid from its mouth, known as the late third-tier rock acid lizard. The battle erupted swiftly and fiercely. With a flick of her slender wrist, Gong Yuan instantly covered the charging path of the 2 beasts with a layer of frost, slowing their movements. Chen Lin, like an assassin, hidden in the shadows, flashed a ghostly blue blade and struck precisely at the relatively fragile joint of the venomous scorpion. Ouyang Jia's flaming longsword, carrying the momentum to incinerate everything, slashed fiercely at the head of the acid rock lizard. Zhao Mingxuan's mental assault, like an invisible heavy hammer, struck violently at the chaotic minds of the 2 beasts. Wu Haoyu did not attack with full force. Instead, with his thunder spear, he unleashed several streaks of purple-gold lightning, precisely blocking the acid rock lizard's path of acid spray while assisting Zhao Mingxian in mental suppression. Faced with the seamless cooperation of the team, the 2 Tier 3 beasts were like trapped animals sinking into a quagmire. The venomous scorpion stinger was severed by a single slash from Chen Lin, followed by Zhao Mingxuan's mental spike shattering its brain. The acid rock lizard's acid was obliterated by Wu Haoyu's thunder, and its hardened skull cracked under Ouyang Jia's ferocious southern flame slash. Gong Yuan arrived shortly after, driving an ice spike into its eye socket, completely ending its life. The battle concluded within 5 minutes. The group quickly collected valuable materials and then continued advancing deeper into the ghost vine forest. The miasma grew thicker, and the ghost vines became increasingly grotesque and twisted, resembling countless venomous snakes searching for prey. The chilling and deathly stillness in the air caused He Lin Yan, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, to feel waves of unease, just as they cautiously passed through a natural archway formed by countless thick ghost vines. Hiss! A sharp, piercing screech suddenly exploded overhead without any warning. Accompanying the screech, a chilling, slimy, and intensely fishy gust of oppressive terror poured down like a waterfall. A massive silver-white figure, like lightning tearing through the gray-green sky, shot out swiftly from the dense canopy of vines above everyone's heads. Its speed was so fast it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Its target was directly aimed at the center of the group, He Lin Yan. It was a giant python, over 15 meters long. Its barrel-thick body was covered in tightly arranged, silver-white diamond-shaped scales that shimmered with a metallic cold light. The most terrifying feature was the 9 prominent dark golden ring-shaped patterns evenly distributed across its body, resembling 9 deathly shackles. Its triangular snake head was raised high, with icy vertical pupils gleaming with cruelty and greed. Its gaping blood-red maw was like a deep black hole, exuding a fishy wind, while its sharp venomous fangs glinted with a chilling blue light. 9-ringed silver-scaled python. Early stage of Tier 4. Highly venomous. Be careful. Zhao Mingxuan's warning was laced with urgency. This beast had obviously been lurking on the vine canopy, using the environment as cover and its powerful stealth abilities to launch a deadly ambush. Its target was none other than He Lin Yan, whose perception was the strongest but defenses relatively weak. Gong Yuan's ice wall instantly formed above He Lin Yan's head. Ouyang Jia's flaming longsword roared upward in a slash. Chen Lin's ghostly blue dagger struck like a venomous snake at the soft underbelly of the giant python, and Zhao Mingxuan's mental attack, like an invisible sharp cone, fiercely pierced into the python's mind. However, the python's speed and strength had already reached the peak of the early 4th tier. Its thick tail, covered in silver scales, lashed down like a steel whip with a deafening crack that tore through the air. The hastily formed ice wall by Gong Yuan shattered like fragile glass under the blow, scattering shards of ice everywhere. Ouyang Jia's flaming blade slashed against the silver scales, sparking flames but leaving only a few shallow white marks. Chen Lin's short blade stabbed into the gaps between the scales, emitting a piercing scraping sound, yet failed to fully penetrate. Zhao Mingxuan's mental attack caused the giant serpent's movements to slightly stall, but it wasn't enough to stop its long-planned deadly strike. The ferocious snake's mouth, carrying a foul wind and deadly fangs, still lunged fiercely at He Linyan, whose face had turned deathly pale. At this critical moment, everyone stand back. Let me handle this. A clear shout rang out like a thunderclap. Wu Haoyu moved. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Along the way, third-tier exotic beasts were no match for him. Although the team's coordination was efficient, it always made him feel his power was restrained. His edge dulled. He desperately needed a formidable enemy, one that could push him to his limits and truly test his strength. This early 4th-tier 9-ring silver-scaled python was the perfect touchstone. The purple-gold chaos demon-slaying divine thunder erupted without reservation. Wu Haoyu's figure left a faint afterimage in place, his speed even surpassing that of the pouncing giant python. The thunderstrike spear in his hand burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, its shaft entwined with violent lightning, resembling a roaring purple-gold thunder dragon. It struck with precision, arriving first despite being launched later, hitting the python's lower jaw at the exact moment it opened its mouth to devour He Linyan. Clang! The piercing clash of metal reverberated painfully in the eardrums, sparks flying everywhere. The terrifying power contained in the spear tip, combined with the destructive burst of thunder, forcibly jolted the massive head of the giant python upward. The deadly snake's strike grazed over He Linyan's head, stirring up a fierce gust of wind that sent her light green hair wildly dancing. Before He Linyan could recover from the shock, Gong Yuan had already reacted swiftly, pulling her aside and shielding her behind him. Good! Lei Wanjun, who was watching the battle from the side, had a gleam of excitement flash in his cloudy old eyes. He took a hearty swig of wine, revealing the first truly delighted smile he had shown since stepping into the ghost vine forest. He lazily leaned against a giant tree entwined with ghost vines, holding a wine gourd, completely adopting the posture of a spectator. This was precisely the fundamental purpose of bringing Wu Haoyu out. Only by facing formidable enemies alone can one truly understand oneself and unleash their potential. Missing its strike, the 9-ring silver-scaled python let out an enraged hiss. The icy vertical pupils locked onto Wu Haoyu, who had disrupted its plans, filled with ferocity and murderous intent. The massive body twisted abruptly, and the giant tail covered in silver scales, like a collapsing mountain, carried immense power, tearing through the air as it swept horizontally toward Wu Haoyu's waist. Where the tail wind passed, ghost vines as thick as a bull's rim snapped one after another. Wu Haoyu's gaze was cold, showing no fear. The chaotic divine thunder within his body roared and surged, granting him unparalleled speed and power. He did not choose to confront head-on, his figure swiftly retreating like a phantom. The massive tail struck fiercely at the spot where Wu Haoyu had originally stood. The ground, as if hit by a bomb, exploded into a large pit several meters wide, with soil, shattered rocks, and broken vines shooting into the sky. At the very moment the massive tail missed its target, between the fading of old strength and the birth of new power, Wu Haoyu's eyes suddenly erupted with a burst of purple-gold lightning. Thunder flash, soul chaser. His figure vanished instantly from where he stood, moving at a speed beyond the limits of visual perception. All that remained were the leaping electric arcs. The next moment, he had already appeared behind the relatively vulnerable 7-inch spot exposed by the giant python's tail swing. The thunder spear transformed into a purple-gold lightning bolt tearing through the dim forest, carrying an unwavering will to pierce through everything, and fiercely stabbed toward the tightly silver-scaled body. Squelch! Sizzle! The spear tip accurately pierced into the gap between the silver scales. The raging chaotic divine thunder of exorcism surged madly into the giant serpent's body along the spear. The silver-scaled serpent's tough muscles and scales saw their defensive power drastically reduced in the face of this ultimate force of purity and destruction. Hiss AO! The 9-ringed silver-scaled serpent let out a piercing, distorted wail of agony. The massive body twisted frantically, like a giant earthworm pinned to the ground. The pierced area had silver scales scorched and curled, flesh mangled, and purple-gold electric snakes rampaging within, wreaking havoc on its vitality. This strike, a heavy blow. However, the vitality of a 4th-tier exotic beast proved to be unbelievably resilient. Especially this type of python with extremely strong defensive power. The intense pain and threat of death completely unleashed its ferocity. The 9 dark golden ring-shaped patterns suddenly lit up with dazzling brilliance. A cold, viscous, dark green poisonous mist with strong corrosive and paralyzing effects erupted like a fountain from its mouth, instantly enveloping an area of over 10 meters around it. At the same time, its injured body unleashed a final burst of frenzied power. The massive snake head, like an out-of-control battering ram, charged fiercely toward Wu Haoyu, who was just within reach, with a determination to perish together. A foul wind rushed forward, and venomous fangs gleamed with deadly cold light. Double fatal strike. Haoyu, watch out for the poisonous mist. Zhao Mingxian shouted urgently. Thunderous might. Wu Haoyu's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Facing a desperate situation, he advanced instead of retreating. Gripping the thunder spear tightly with both hands, he poured all the chaotic divine lightning feeling of exorcism within him into the spear without reservation. The spear erupted with an unprecedented dazzling brilliance, as if he were holding a purple-gold sun. He paid no attention to the encroaching poisonous mist, nor did he evade the charging serpent head. All strength, all will, are concentrated in this single strike. The spear strikes like a dragon, unstoppable. Boom! The thunder spear, carrying destructive lightning, pierces with unparalleled precision into the depths of the giant serpent's gaping maw, wide open in agony, like a divine spear of judgment splitting heaven and earth. The raging thunder poured unimpeded into the giant python's head through its fragile mouth and throat. The incoming serpent's head suddenly froze less than half a foot away from Wu Haoyu's face. In those cold vertical pupils, cruelty and ferocity were instantly replaced by extreme pain and confusion. The venomous mist it spewed lost its momentum and began to slowly dissipate. The next second, a muffled explosion that made hearts race came directly from inside the giant python's skull. Its eyes, nostrils, and ear holes instantly sprayed out purple-gold electric light mixed with fragments of brain matter. The massive body seemed to have been drained of all its bones, collapsing limply to the ground, raising clouds of dust and broken vines. After twitching a few times, it completely lost all signs of life. The dark green poisonous mist slowly dispersed, revealing the figure of Wu Haoyu standing with his gun. Purple-gold arcs of electricity still surrounded him, the thunder gun pointed diagonally at the ground, with tiny sparks of electricity still dancing at its tip. He panted slightly, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. The outburst just now had consumed a great deal of energy. Looking at the lifeless giant python on the ground, Wu Haoyu's face showed little joy. Instead, he frowned slightly. Early stage of the fourth tier, still not enough, he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with a contemplative light. Although he had ultimately won the battle just now, he could feel that he hadn't truly reached his limit. This giant python possesses formidable strength and defense, but its speed, agility, and attack methods are relatively limited, leaving it firmly suppressed by his thunderous speed and countering attributes. He yearned for a more exhilarating battle, one that could completely push him to unleash his full potential. Not bad. Lei Wanjuan's voice came through, filled with unabashed praise. To seize the opportunity in a direct confrontation and defeat a tier 4 early stage 9-ring silver-scaled python with weaker strength, clean and decisive, you, kid, didn't let me down. He staggered over, his cloudy old eyes scanning the python's corpse, especially the head blown apart from within by thunder, the chaotic demon-slaying divine thunder, truly domineering. Zhao Mingxian and the others also gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Killing a 4th-tier exotic beast alone, this is definitely a rarity among first-year students at Shing Wu University. Haoyu, impressive. Ouyang Jia gave a thumbs up. The power of thunder truly lives up to its name. Gong Yuan's cool voice carried a hint of approval. He Lin Yan looked at Wu Haoyu with eyes full of starlight. Chen Lin nodded silently, the fighting spirit in his eyes growing stronger. Wu Haoyu composed himself and nodded to everyone, saying, "This beast may have strong defense, but its speed is its weakness." He then turned to Lei Wanjun, "Teacher, I feel I haven't reached my limit yet." Lei Wanjun chuckled and patted his shoulder. "What's the rush? The road is still long. First, let's take out this beast's 9-ring silver heart and venom sac. These are valuable treasures." He was referring to the special heart of the 9-ring silver-scaled python, which contained pure vitality and a trace of spatial power, as well as its highly toxic venom sac. The group quickly began processing the spoils of their battle. When Wu Haoyu cut open the python's abdomen and extracted the fist-sized, faintly pulsating silver heart, its surface entwined with 9 dark golden energy patterns, Lei Wanjuan's eyes immediately lit up. What a treasure! Soaking it in wine will perfectly neutralize the sharp metallic energy of the iron thread vine, making the effect even better. After tidying up, the team continued to advance deeper. The environment of the ghost vine forest grew increasingly perilous, with miasma so thick it was almost impossible to disperse, and the dim light resembling nighttime. Relying on He Linian's wind perception and Chen Lin's shadow scouting, they painstakingly avoided several death traps where large amounts of highly toxic ghost vines were lurking. 2 hours later, they arrived at a relatively open yet even airier area. This seems to be the heart area of the entire ghost vine forest. The ground is no longer a soft humus layer but appears as a dark iron gray, hard and cold. At the center, an extremely bizarre plant is firmly rooted. It has no branches or leaves. Its main body is a dark golden main vine over a meter in diameter, twisted like a gnarled dragon, deeply embedded in the iron gray ground. Dozens of branches of varying thickness, resembling giant pythons, spread out from the main vine. These vines are dark iron gray throughout, their surface is covered with spiral-shaped raised patterns, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Their lengths range from a few meters to over 10 meters, like living metallic pythons, silently writhing and coiling in the air. Centered around this plant, a 7-meter radius forms an absolute death zone. The ground is barren, with only hard iron gray rocks, and the air is filled with a strong metallic sharpness and a heart-palpitating, greedy life force. Iron vine. Found it. Zhao Mingxuan's voice carried a trace of excitement, but even more so, a heavy seriousness. But this energy fluctuation, something's wrong. It's not tier 4. It's early tier 5. Before the words had even fallen, as if startled by their intrusion, the massive dark golden main vine suddenly trembled violently. A surge of wild, greedy, and aggressive mental energy spread out like a tsunami. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of iron-gray metallic tendrils, like enraged venomous dragons, instantly shifted from slow writhing to frenzied attacks. They tore through the air with piercing screeches, moving as fast as lightning, their trajectories sharp and ruthless. Some lashed out like long whips, carrying immense force, others thrust like spears, their razor-sharp tips gleaming coldly, still others coiled like giant pythons, sealing off all avenues of escape. The entire deathly domain was instantly shrouded in a storm of violent vine shadows, the attacks relentless and leaving no blind spots. Retreat! Wu Haoyu shouted sharply. The thunderstrike spear erupted with purple-gold lightning, forcefully deflecting several tendrils that had lunged toward him. The clash between the spear and the tendrils produced a metallic clang, sending shockwaves up his arm. These tendrils were far harder than he had imagined. Zhao Mingxian unleashed his full mental field, attempting to form an invisible barrier to disrupt the tendrils' attack trajectories, but the results were minimal. The Iron Vine's mental core was exceptionally concentrated, with a high resistance to mental interference. Gong Yuan instantly conjured several thick ice walls in an attempt to block the onslaught, but the sweeping tendrils struck like massive hammers, shattering the ice walls on impact. Only a few tendrils were slightly slowed by the frost. Ouyang Jia swung the southern Ming blaze slash at the vines, causing blinding sparks and a scorched smell to erupt, but it only left shallow burn marks on the surface of the vines, unable to break through their defenses. Shen Lin moved like a ghost, swiftly dodging through the gaps between the vines, his ghostly blue short blade scraping against them with a piercing sound, yet still unable to shake their defenses. He Lin Yan relied on wind spirals to dodge desperately, narrowly avoiding danger. One vine grazed her shoulder, instantly tearing her durable combat suit and leaving a burning bloodstain. The squad's first attempt at an offensive barely managed to step 5 meters into the death zone before being forced back by the violent assault of the vines. Each member bore marks of lashes or scratches from the vines, their blood surging and spiritual energy greatly depleted. Gong Yuan was nearly ensnared by a vine that suddenly shot up from the ground and wrapped around her ankle. If not for Wu Haoyu's quick reflexes, striking the vine with a bolt of lightning, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No way, we can't get through at all. Ouyang Jia panted heavily, staring at the bluish-purple whip mark on his arm, a mix of pain and fury in his expression. This damn thing is too tough. Its attacks are fast and dense. We can't even get within 3 meters. Zhao Mingxuan's face was grim. A plant-type exotic beast at the early stage of Tier 5 has defensive, offensive, and area control capabilities far surpassing animal-type exotic beasts of the same tier. Our attacks can't break through its defenses, and we can't fully withstand its assault. Forcing our way through would come at too high a cost. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the back, where Lei Wanjun had been quietly observing the situation with his wine gourd in hand. The current predicament had clearly surpassed the scope of what they could handle on their own. Lei Wanjun's murky old eyes swept over the massive iron vine fortress-like structure, then glanced at the dusty, injured little ones. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. What's this? Stumped by a few lousy vines? He leisurely set down the wine gourd and shook his neck, causing his joints to crackle loudly, accompanied by an indescribable aura, akin to the awakening of a primordial beast. Terrifying and overwhelming, the pressure was intangible yet made all things bow in submission. The previously frenzied, wildly thrashing iron-gray vines froze abruptly the moment this aura emerged, halting all their attacks. The dark golden main vine trembled violently, its mental waves radiating extreme fear and despair. All the vines recoiled like frightened venomous snakes, frantically coiling around the main vine, forming a massive, solid vine sphere that shimmered with a metallic cold light, its instinctive final defense. Lei Wanjun took a single step forward, as if shrinking the earth beneath his feet, instantly appearing 3 meters in front of the vine sphere. He extended his withered, calloused hand and casually reached for the fortress composed of dozens of steel-like fifth-tier vines. There was no radiance, no spectacle, only a sense of returning to simplicity and wielding absolute control. Rip! Like tearing through a thick sheet of cowhide, the resilient iron vines that had left Wu Haoyu's team utterly helpless crumbled under Lei Wanjuan's withered hand as if they were nothing more than brittle, decayed grass. His hand effortlessly penetrated the layers of entwined vine defenses, accurately seizing the dark golden core of the main vine. Get out here, came a low shout. Lei Wanjun suddenly exerted force, his arm bursting with astonishing power. Rumble! The earth seemed to tremble along with it. The entire massive ball of vines was forcibly uprooted from the iron-gray, hardened ground by an irresistible, immense force. Dirt and rubble filled the air, scattering in all directions. Dozens of iron-gray vines entwined around the main vine drooped lifelessly, like dead snakes. Lei Wanjun tightly gripped a core root about 5 to 6 meters long, dark golden in color, resembling a dragon's sinew, knotted, resilient, and exuding a rich vitality and the sharp aura of metal. The root seemed to pulsate faintly, as if it were still alive. At the bottom of the pit where the root had been pulled out, a fist-sized, perfectly round, deep dark golden crystal core lay quietly in the soil. Inside, liquid metal seemed to flow slowly, radiating a vast and pure dual energy wave of earth and metal attributes. This was precisely a plant-type exotic beast crystal core. 5th rank, 1 in 10,000. Ha! As expected, there's treasure. Lei Wanjuan's eyes lit up, and with a grasp in midair, the dark golden crystal core flew into his palm. He weighed it lightly, feeling the surging energy within, and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Iron Thread Vine Heart, 5th rank crystal core, everything's here. This trip wasn't in vain. He carefully stored the still slightly wriggling dark golden core root and the precious crystal core. Then he waved at the dumbfounded team members. What are you standing there for? Although this vine has lost its core, it is still top-tier 5th grade material. Its hardness and toughness are excellent, making it an ideal base for crafting battle armor, ropes, whip-like weapons, or special equipment. Hurry up, collect as much as you can, don't waste it. Everyone snapped out of their daze, their gazes toward Lei Wanjun filled with awe and fervor. This is the power of the peak of the Transcendent realm. A 5th grade exotic beast, which seemed like an insurmountable chasm in their eyes, was handled by old Lei as effortlessly as pulling weeds. The squad immediately sprang into action, like diligent miners, beginning to cut and collect the 5th-tier iron vines that, though no longer active, remained incredibly tough. Each vine was worth a fortune, containing pure golden iron energy. When the last segment of vine was stored in the spatial equipment, Lei Wanjun patted his bulging wine gourd and let out a satisfied burp. Alright, we've made a fortune. Let's go home. The atmosphere on the way back was relaxed and cheerful. Although everyone still maintained necessary vigilance, their faces were filled with the joy of harvest and anticipation for the future. Iron-threaded golden marrow wine to strengthen tendons, priceless 5th-tier crystal cores, and vine materials. More importantly, everyone gained valuable training and growth during this hunt. As they passed through the bustling alloy archway at the southern entrance of Clouscape Forest, the warm sunlight fell upon them, dispelling the cold dampness of the woods. Looking at the majestic outline of the Imperial capital in the distance and the iconic tower of St. Martial University, a sense of familiarity and belonging welled up in their hearts. Wu Haoyu looked up in the direction of Shing Wu University, his cold and stern expression unconsciously softening. The gentle smile and caring gaze of Senior Wen Ruyu vividly surfaced in his mind. He tightly gripped the thunderbolt spear in his hand, eager to return. Due to limited space, it can only be presented in 2 chapters. The vehicle smoothly departed from the noisy and chaotic alloy arch at the southern entrance of the Yunjing forest, leaving the hunter camp filled with the scent of gunpowder, blood, and greed far behind. The majestic outline of the Imperial capital gradually became clear on the horizon, with the iconic tower of Shing Wu University standing like a stabilizing pillar, glowing with a soft yet resolute radiance in the afterglow of the sunset. The carriage was filled with an atmosphere of relaxation and satisfaction after a fierce battle. Ouyang Jia lay unceremoniously on the spacious leather seat, his fingers absent-mindedly fiddling with the tassel on the hilt of his flame longsword, a trace of a weary yet silly smile on his face. Gong Yuan closed her eyes to rest, the cold aura surrounding her dissipating significantly. Her ice-blue hair draped over her shoulders, and her serene profile appeared particularly gentle in the shifting light and shadows outside the window. Chen Lin remained as if merged with the shadows, his taut muscle lines gradually relaxing. The dark blue short blade was quietly sheathed back at his waist. Zhao Mingxian adjusted his glasses, his fingers swiftly operating on the wrist-mounted tactical terminal, organizing the data and preliminary valuation of their gains. This time, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He Lin Yan curiously examined the intricate instruments inside the Shadow 3 model and the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, her light green eyes filled with wonder and anticipation for the future. Lei Wanjun hugged the newly refilled wine gourd, let out a loud burp of satisfaction, swept his cloudy old eyes over the crowd, and grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. You brats did a good job. This time, for your contribution in assisting the siege of the ancient spirit sect, the old man will apply for credits for you later. Heh, of course. With old Lei holding the fort, we can defeat gods if they block us and crush Buddhas if they stand in our way. Ouyang Jia immediately perked up, flattering him. Humph, stop sucking up. Lei Wanjun snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Wu Haoyu in the front passenger seat. Kid, I'll give you 2 days off when we get back. Do whatever you need to. Do. 2 days later, make sure you show up on time at the top floor of the Wanxiang Tower. There's something good waiting for you. If you're late by even a second, I'll break your legs. Yes, master. Wu Haoyu responded in a deep voice, his heart stirring slightly. The good stuff that Lei Tu specifically emphasized was certainly no ordinary item. It must be related to the harvest from this ghost mine forest, especially the heart of the 9-ring silver-scaled python and the core of the Tier 5 iron thread vine. The Shadow 3 quietly glided through the grand alloy gates of Shing Wu University and came to a steady stop at a secluded berth near the Tactical Academy. The gull-wing doors slowly lifted, and the group disembarked one after another. Phew, finally back. Ouyang Jia stretched his body with a big yawn, loosening his muscles. His red hair glowed like burning flames in the sunset's afterglow. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a long bath and sleep for 3 3 days and nights. Don't forget to process the materials and convert them into credits, Zhao Mingxian reminded, then turned to Yi Lingyan. Classmate He, the teamwork this time was very seamless. I'll organize the details for the material processing and credit exchange procedures and send them to you. Welcome to officially joining our team. He Lingyan's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she nodded firmly. Thank you, Zhao. This experience was so valuable. I look forward to learning more from you in the future. Gong Yuan slightly nodded to Wu Haoyu and Chen Lin, her cool voice ringing out, let's go. She turned and drifted toward the dormitory area of the ice department, leaving a faint trail of frost behind her. Chen Lin silently nodded as usual, his figure flickering before blending into the long shadows cast by the buildings, disappearing without a trace. Haoyu, let's handle the materials first, and we'll get in touch later. Zhao Mingxian patted Wu Haoyu on the shoulder and left with Ouyang Jia and He Lingyan. Lei Wanjun shook his wine gourd and left a parting remark, remember, 2 days later, see you at the top of the tower. Then, swaying and humming an off-key tune, he strolled toward the teacher's residential area, his figure soon disappearing at the end of the tree-lined path. The clamor gradually faded, and the golden glow of the setting sun gently bathed the tree-lined avenue of the campus, gilding every blade of grass and leaf with a warm, golden edge. The evening breeze, carrying the scent of grass and some unknown flowers, softly brushed against the face, dispelling the chill and bloodiness brought by the cloudscape forest. Wu Haoyu stood in place, taking a deep breath of the familiar and tranquil air. The thunderous power surging within him seemed to settle in this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, gradually becoming gentle and restrained. The mental exhilaration brought by continuous intense battles and breakthroughs slowly subsided, replaced by a faint sense of homecoming fatigue. Yet, it wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it brought a sense of reassurance. At that moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A strange feeling, gently observed, like a feather softly brushing the tip of the heart. He suddenly looked up, his gaze swiftly piercing through dozens of meters, precisely locking onto a blooming wisteria trellis by the shaded path. There, a figure stood gracefully, warm as jade. The golden light of the sunset seemed to favor her especially, flowing over her and outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Wen Ruyu wore a meticulously coordinated light pink suit with a short skirt, perfectly tailored to accentuate her graceful curves. The top was a crisp, short blazer with double-breasted buttons, exuding a touch of academic elegance. Underneath, she paired it with a pure white silk blouse, adorned with delicate lace trim at the collar and cuffs. The intricate patterns subtly shimmered under the light, adding a hint of softness and romance. The knee-length skirt flared slightly, with an A-line hem that swayed gently in the breeze. The most striking feature was her pair of long, slender legs, wrapped in ultra-thin, sheer white stockings. The stockings were as smooth as a second skin, radiating a soft and healthy glow under the sunset light. They perfectly highlighted the graceful and flowing lines of her legs, with a faintly visible texture of her skin beneath, exuding both purity and an indescribable allure. She completed the look with a pair of shiny gold-pointed high heels. The mirror-like surface of the shoes reflected dazzling golden light, further accentuating her tall and elegant figure. Each step she took seemed to resonate with a rhythm of sophistication. Soft purple hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, a few strands gently brushed against her fair cheeks by the evening breeze. She stood quietly beneath the wisteria flower cascade, her entire being seemingly enveloped in a faint halo, radiating brilliance like a fallen star, making everything around her pale in comparison. Those clear, emerald-like eyes were fixed deeply on him without blinking, filled with unhidden longing and concern, along with a trace of relief at finally seeing him return safely. Wu Haoyu was dressed in the deep black tactical combat uniform that had endured the harsh conditions of the ghost mine forest, the outfit, showing multiple tiers, stained with dirt and dried dark marks, with edges revealing signs of being ripped by vines or sharp claws. The exhaustion from days of fierce battles had not yet fully faded. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his face bore an undeniable trace of travel-worn fatigue. However, his entire being resembled a peerless blade that had returned to its sheath, restraining all the killing intent and sharpness from the battlefield, exuding a restrained yet powerful aura. The steady demeanor of someone in the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm made his posture as upright as a pine tree. Beneath his short, blue-black hair, his deep and bright eyes carried a sharpness tempered by life and death trials, radiating calmness and confidence. The golden light of the setting sun fell on his chiseled profile, outlining a resolute contour. The innate heroic spirit and the powerful presence forged through trials were not overshadowed by his tattered clothing. Instead, they created a striking and story-filled visual impact. He strode toward her with long, confident steps, his movements steady and powerful. The worn combat boots struck the cobblestone path with a clear sound, each step carrying a determination to crush all obstacles. Wen Ruyu also stepped forward, her high heels clicking against the ground, producing a crisp and pleasant tap sound as she walked toward him. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 steps. The two met at the edge of the wisteria trellis and came to a stop, so close that they could see their own reflection in each other's eyes, feel the warm breath brushing against their cheeks. The air seemed to freeze. The rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the wisteria leaves, casting dappled, swaying shadows on them. All All the surrounding clamor, the distant laughter of students, the faint hum of energy engines, the chirping of birds returning to their nests seemed to be cut off by an invisible barrier, leaving only the two of them in the world. It's now! Countless words were stuck in her throat, endless worries, longing, the dangers of battle, the relief of returning, all collided and surged in the instant their gazes met, yet strangely settled into a profound tranquility. No words were needed, every emotion was conveyed and intertwined in that deep exchange of glances. Wen Ruyu slightly tilted her head, gazing at the familiar yet subtly different face before her, observing the weariness settled in his eyes alongside their still burning brilliance. Her eyes swept over his damaged combat uniform, and her nose seemed to catch a faint trace of the earthy scent from the depths of the forest mixed with a subtle hint of blood. Her heart felt as though an invisible hand had gripped it tightly, leaving her both sore and tender, and her eyes involuntarily grew warm. Finally, she was the first to break the heart-wrenching silence. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, yet it reached Wu Haoyu's ears with exceptional clarity. "You're back?" Just 3 simple words, yet they carried an overwhelming weight of emotion. Wu Haoyu's tense lips slowly curved upward, revealing a gentle and sincere smile. It seemed that most of his fatigue had dissipated under her tender gaze and this greeting. He nodded firmly, his voice deep and resolute. Yes, I'm back, safe and sound." The 4 words safe and sound were understated, yet they were enough to encompass the life and death struggle with the 9-ring, silver-scaled python and the ghostvine forest, as well as the sense of helplessness when facing the 5th-tier iron wire vine. Wen Ruyu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled completely. The corners of her lips blossomed into a smile of immense relief and extreme gentleness, like the first rays of sunlight melting the snow, radiant and captivating. "It's good that you're okay," she said softly, her gaze sweeping over his damaged combat uniform. "You must be tired. Go back and rest well." "All right," Wu Haoyu responded, extending his hand naturally. Wen Ruyu's fair cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, resembling high-quality rouge gently spread. Without hesitation, she placed her slender, soft hand into Wu Haoyu's broad, warm palm, which was slightly calloused. His palm tightly enveloped hers with just the right amount of strength, carrying an undeniable sense of protection and possession. The two intertwined their fingers and walked shoulder to shoulder along the tree-lined path leading to Villa A07. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, tightly nestled together, reflected on the clean cobblestone road. The evening breeze passed through the treetops, carrying the faint fragrance of wisteria, gently stirring Wen Ruyu's purple hair and the hem of her pale pink dress. The crisp sound of high heels and the steady rhythm of combat boots on the cobblestones intertwined, composing a peculiar symphony of returning home. "This time, was it very dangerous?" Wen Ruyu asked softly, her fingers unconsciously curling slightly in his palm. She could feel the aura that had settled over him, vastly different from the powerful presence he had before setting out, yet deeper and more profound. At the same time, she keenly detected a trace of the ferocious and bloody aura unique to high-level exotic beasts that had not completely dissipated, as well as a subtle fatigue brought on by intense mental confrontation. Wu Haoyu tightly held her hand, feeling the genuine softness and warmth, and slowly began recounting his experiences in the ghostvine forest. He did not exaggerate the dangers, merely narrating calmly the twisted, entangled vines that blocked out the light, the mesmerizing gray-green miasma, the elusive 3rd-tier exotic beasts, the 4th-tier 9-ring silver-scaled python lurking atop the vine canopy to launch deadly ambushes, and the life-and-death battle he initiated with that giant python. Wen Ruyu listened with her heart clenched tightly, although she knew he was now standing safely by her side. Imagining those thrilling scenes still caused cold sweat to seep from her palms involuntarily. She instinctively gripped his hand more tightly, as if trying to confirm his existence through the touch. Wu Haoyu sensed her tension and gently squeezed her hand to comfort her, then went on to describe how Lei Wanjun effortlessly dealt with the 5th-tier iron vine. Wen Ruyu's mind conjured up that awe-inspiring scene, the true power of a peak transcendent realm expert. Even just a glimpse of it was enough to shake one's spirit. She sighed softly. "Elder Lei is truly unfathomable." "Yes." Wu Haoyu nodded, his tone immediately becoming low and solemn. "By the way, senior sister, this time in the depths of Yunjing Forest, while we were tracking the spatial anchor points set up by the Guling sect, we encountered Wang Tianhao and Lu Ruyan." Wen Ruyu's steps paused slightly, a complex expression of surprise and understanding flashing in her eyes. "Them? In a place like Yunjing Forest? And connected to the Guling sect?" "Yes." Wu Haoyu nodded affirmatively, his gaze turning icy. "It wasn't just the two of them. There were also 5 black-robed figures with cold, lifeless auras, like puppets, and a gaunt old man at the mid-stage of the soul-gathering realm. They have joined the Guling sect and were carrying out the task of setting up spatial anchor points, but they were already dealt with by Elder Lei, who led us. The individuals have been handed over to the military." He didn't elaborate on the details, only touching on the key points. Wen Ruyu had evidently already learned the relevant news. She didn't ask much, just sighed softly with a hint of disgust and regret. "The school issued the expulsion notice yesterday. The Ability Management Bureau has also intervened to investigate the matters of the Wang and Lu families. One wrong step step, and everything is lost. The two tacitly avoided this heavy topic. The night was gentle, and they cherished the tranquility and togetherness of the moment even more. During their conversation, the two had already arrived in front of Villa A07. The intelligent recognition device by the door lit up with a soft blue light, quickly scanning Wu Haoyu's iris and Wen Ruyu's face. Beep. Identity confirmed. Welcome home, Master. Welcome, Miss Wen Ruyu. A gentle electronic voice sounded as the heavy alloy door silently slid open inward. Long before Wu Haoyu set off for the Yunjing forest, he had already entered Wen Ruyu's biometric information and access permissions into the villa's intelligent security system. Behind this action, the two shared a tacit understanding: this place was also her home. Walking into the villa, the familiar smart home system sensed the owner's return and automatically adjusted the lighting and temperature. Soft warm light filled the living room, dispelling the twilight outside. Go take a shower. Wen Ruyu let go of his hand and gently pushed him, her tone carrying an undeniable concern, like a gentle wife urging her husband home. Wash away the forest scent and fatigue. I'll go prepare something to eat. As she spoke, she took off the eye-catching little blazer and casually draped it over the sofa armrest, revealing the white silk blouse with an exquisitely laced neckline underneath, accentuating her graceful figure. She turned and walked toward the open kitchen, her steps light, with the crisp sound of high heels echoing on the polished floor. Wu Haoyu watched her slender figure busy under the bright lights, a surge of warmth and tranquility filling his heart. The scent of home, mixed with the faint fragrance of gardenias from her, completely pulled him back to reality from the slaughter and mystery of Yunjing forest. He obediently walked toward the master bedroom's bathroom. The warm stream of water, like a lover's hand, gently washed over his strong body. The water carried away the clinging dirt, dried bloodstains, and remnants of decayed miasma, as if cleansing his taut nerves and accumulated fatigue. Wu Haoyu closed his eyes and tilted his head back, letting the water cascade over his face, releasing a satisfied sigh. The chaotic demon-purging divine thunder flowed slowly through his meridians, working in harmony with the water to further purify the impurities in every inch of his flesh and bones. It was a full half an hour later when he finally turned off the water and dried his body. He changed into a set of soft and comfortable dark gray cotton loungewear, the fabric gently clinging to his skin, bringing an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Casually, he used a towel to dry his damp blue-black short hair, the tips still adorned with glistening droplets of water. His entire being exuded a fresh post-shower scent and an unmistakable air of homely laziness. He stepped out of the bedroom, and the aroma of food had already filled the entire living room. In the open kitchen, Wen Ruyu was busy with her back to him. The light pink short dress outlined her slender waist and shapely hips, while her long, graceful legs, wrapped in ultra-thin white stockings, shimmered with an alluring glow under the light. She seemed focused on stirring the soup pot, the soft overhead light casting a gentle halo over her purple hair. An indescribable impulse instantly seized Wu Haoyu. Almost instinctively, he lightened his steps, approaching silently like a leopard. Wen Ruyu seemed to sense something and was just about to turn around, when a pair of strong, firm arms suddenly wrapped tightly around her from behind. With the warm, damp scent of his post-shower presence, he caught her off guard and pulled her entirely into his embrace. Wen Ruyu let out a short gasp, and the spoon in her hand clattered back into the pot. Wu Haoyu's arms, as strong and unyielding as the toughest vines, firmly encircled her slender yet resilient waist with such force it felt as though he wanted to merge her into his own body. His chin rested against the top of her fragrant hair, and his warm breath gently brushed against her sensitive earlobe and the side of her neck, causing a subtle shiver to ripple through her. His embrace was filled with the attachment of surviving a calamity, the cherishing of something regained, and a deep, burning desire. Without a single word, all his emotions were conveyed through this intimate physical contact: the perilous battles in the depths of the forest, the heavy pressure of facing formidable foes, the yearning for the journey home, and the immense relief and satisfaction of holding her in his arms at this very moment. At first, Wen Ruyu's body was stiff, but it quickly softened. Her tense back gradually relaxed, and she completely nestled into his broad and solid chest. Through the thin silk blouse and casual wear, she could clearly feel the steady and powerful beating of his heart within his chest, thump thump thump, like a drum pounding against her back and against her own heart. Under the bright kitchen lights, her fair neck and ears quickly flushed with a captivating shade of red, spreading to her delicate collarbone. She did not struggle, did not resist, and even slightly tilted her head, pressing her heated cheek closer to the warmth of his neck, like a kitten seeking shelter and comfort. One small hand unconsciously lifted, gently resting on the back of his hand that encircled her waist. Her fingertips trembled slightly with a hint of shyness, yet clung to his fingers with a sense of attachment and longing. Time seemed to become thick and slow at this moment. Only the gentle bubbling sound from the pot on the stove could be heard, as the rising steam, mingled with the aroma of food, curled upward. Outside the window, the lights of Shing Wu University lit up one by one, blending with the last glow of the evening sky to create a warm and tranquil scene. He held her tightly, his nose deeply buried in her soft, fragrant hair, greedily inhaling the scent that was uniquely hers, a mix of gardenia and a faint body fragrance. fragrance. This scent was like the most effective, soothing remedy, completely dispelling the mental and physical tension that had gripped him for days. The taut lines of his shoulders and back gradually relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Wen Ruyu quietly nestled in his arms, feeling his strength and warmth, listening to his breathing as it became long and steady. The bright kitchen light reflected on her slightly closed eyes, her long lashes casting fan-shaped shadows beneath them. The corners of her lips involuntarily curved upward, forming a satisfied and sweet smile. The serenity and intimacy of this moment surpassed 1,000 words. It was unclear how much time had passed until the aroma from the pot grew richer and richer. When Ruyu finally stirred slightly, her voice soft and sweet like glutinous rice, "The soup is almost ready." Wu Haoyu reluctantly and slowly loosened his arms. When Ruyu turned around, her still flushed delicate face tilted up as she cast him a reproachful glance. Her eyes shimmered like rippling water, devoid of any real reproach, instead exuding a charming allure. She picked up the ladle and began stirring the soup in the pot again, trying to mask her racing heartbeat. Wu Haoyu touched his nose, watching her busy figure at the stove. The slender waist and graceful curves outlined by her loungewear filled his heart with an indescribable sense of happiness. He walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, his gaze never leaving her. Before long, several exquisite homemade dishes were placed on the table. Stir-fried vibrant green vegetables, bright and appetizing tomato-braised beef brisket, aromatic mushroom soup, and 2 bowls of crystal-clear spirit rice. Though not luxurious, the meal radiated the warmth and care of home. The two sat across from each other, and under the soft lighting, the steam rising from the food blurred their features, yet made the unspoken closeness between them even more palpable. "Try this beef brisket, I stewed it for a long time." When Ruyu picked up a tender, flavorful piece of beef and placed it in Wu Haoyu's bowl, her eyes full of anticipation. Wu Haoyu picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The rich aroma of the meat and the sweet and sour tomato sauce instantly blossomed on his tongue, and the perfectly stewed beef almost melted as soon as it entered his mouth. "Delicious," he sincerely praised, picking up several more pieces in succession, his expression brimming with satisfaction. This meal was exceptionally warm and pleasant, devoid of the tension and solemnity of the cloudscape forest, and free from the perilous struggles of cultivation breakthroughs. There was only the faint sound of utensils clinking, the knowing smile shared over the food, and the gentle warmth flowing in the occasional exchange of glances. Wu Haoyu felt that both his stomach and heart were comforted by this simple yet love-filled dinner. Setting down her utensils, when Ruyu picked up her water glass and took a sip to moisten her throat before looking at Wu Haoyu. Her gaze was clear and carried a hint of seriousness. "Haoyu, there's something I want to tell you." Wu Haoyu picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and gestured for her to continue. "A few days ago, great-grandfather sent me a message," Wen Ruyu said softly. "He mentioned that ever since parting ways in Feiyu City, he has been thinking about you a lot. He's been wanting to find an opportunity to have a proper conversation with you." She paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her voice lowered a bit. "And my parents, they also know about us now, and they want to meet you." She lifted her eyes, her gaze calm yet carrying a hint of inquiry. "Would you be willing to find some time to visit my home?" This was a formal invitation, a sign of the Wen family's acknowledgement of him, and more importantly, a significant step forward in their relationship. Wu Haoyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his expression solemn. He put down the napkin, sat up straight, and nodded without hesitation, his gaze sincere and resolute. "Of course, I'm willing. Senior, it's my honor." After a brief moment of thought, he said, "How about the day after tomorrow? I'll have more free time then. Tomorrow, I need to make a trip back to the Wu family. My grandfather sent me a message yesterday, and since he's on his rotation break at home, he insisted I visit. My third uncle and aunt have also reminded me several times." "All right." Wen Ruyu's face lit up with a radiant smile, clearly satisfied with his arrangement. "Then it's settled for the day after tomorrow. Go back and spend time with your family without worry. I'll inform great-grandfather and my parents." "Okay." Wu Haoyu nodded, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Senior, is there anything I should prepare for the visit? I'm not very familiar with these customs." "Don't worry about it." Wen Ruyu interrupted him with a smile, her eyes carrying a hint of playfulness. "Great-grandfather specifically said that you just need to show up, no need for formalities. As for my parents, your sincerity is enough. I'll help you prepare." Wu Haoyu felt touched deep down. The elders of the Wen family clearly accepted him wholeheartedly and didn't want to put any pressure on him. "Then, please thank great-grandfather for me." The night grew deeper, and the stars outside the window sparkled brilliantly. After tidying up the dining table and kitchen, Wen Ruyu picked up her small blazer, and Wu Haoyu naturally took it and draped it over her shoulders. "I'll take you back." His voice was deep and gentle. "Okay." Wen Ruyu responded softly. The villa door slid open silently, and the two stepped into the night once again. The evening breeze, carrying the unique coolness of an early summer night, brushed against their faces, feeling particularly refreshing. The roads in the core area of Shing Wu University were quiet and tidy, with only the energy streetlights emitting a soft glow, stretching the shadows of the two walking side by side. This time, there was no more probing or hesitation. Wu Haoyu's hand naturally reached out, passing through the cool night breeze, and firmly held Wen Ruyu's slightly cool and soft little hand. Wen Ruyu's hand trembled slightly, then obediently, even with a hint of initiative, intertwined her fingers tightly with his. The warmth of their palms touching instantly dispelled the chill of the night, conveying silent affection and sweetness. Their steps gradually slowed, tacitly enjoying the tranquility and tenderness unique to the night. The glow of the streetlights danced around them, while the faint fragrance of wisteria lingered at the tip of their noses. They chatted about light-hearted topics, recent anecdotes at Shing Wu University, the progress of Wen Ruyu's mental energy training, and the thunder brew Wu Haoyu planned to bring back for Lei Wanjun.